you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
Do you genuinely believe that you are the greatest MLBB player of all time?
Do you believe your teammates let you down at EWC 2025?
Do you think I'm overrated?
Hi guys, I'm Carl TC and I play for Team Liquid PH.
Hi guys, I'm Kyrie and I play for Onyx Esports.
The Esports World Cup wanted us to ask some of the internet's most asked questions.
But to make sure we tell the truth, we have connected ourselves to a lie detector.
So if we lie, everyone will know.
Do you genuinely believe that you are the greatest MLBB player of all time?
Yes.
Yes, he does.
Yeah, he definitely is.
I think maybe because of all the achievements that I won.
Yeah, fair enough. He won everything.
Do you consider me your biggest rival?
Yes. 100%.
Straight away.
Nice.
Does it bother you that I have more followers than you?
No.
Ooh. I think you're testing me there, aren't you?
No, I'm telling the truth.
Do you ever look up how many followers you have?
No, not really. Because I don't really care.
I think he does care about how many followers he has and his fans.
Do you believe you are the best player in Onyx?
No.
I think you are the best player. You believe you're the best player.
I think I am one of the best players. I mean, I think I am one of the pillars of Onyx. Is there anything I do better than you?
Yes.
Which things?
In Assassins and also the face.
Yeah.
I'm happy to hear that.
Would you ever join my team if you were offered the opportunity?
Your team? Oh no. No.
Why would you wanna join Team Liquid?
Yeah, I think if I play with you, a lot of things would be much easier.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Who's the weakest link on your team?
I have to answer that?
Yeah, you have to.
I think right now
You
is
can just lie.
Teddy.
Okay.
He's not lying. He's telling the truth.
Sorry, Teddy.
It's understandable because he's a rookie, right? Yeah.
Do you believe you would beat me in 1v1?
Maybe in some heroes. I think right now I would lose to you in 1v1 just because I always see you 1v1 on live stream.
Yeah.
Do you think we'll be remembered as the 2 greatest players?
Yes.
Yes.
Wow!
Ang nagsisinungaling pare. Do you believe you will finish your career with a greater legacy than me?
No.
Wow, humble. Why would you think that?
Because I think your achievements are very hard to achieve and yeah, it's just being consistent is very hard.
Good.
Do you think I'm overrated?
No.
Thank you, Carl.
I'm just surprised with the questions. Do you feel more appreciated by Indonesian fans than Filipino fans? I see.
If I... okay. Yes.
I think you love both of your sets of fans.
Good fans in both countries and there are also bad fans from both countries. Do you think you will still be a professional player in 5 years?
Yes, but I think maybe not in Mobile Legends but other games.
Oh.
Yeah, I was seeing a pretty big reaction there, but that's because you've been in other games.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Do you worry that you will eventually fall off?
No.
I think you worry about it.
I worry that I might get tired. I've been playing non-stop and maybe getting a bit of rest is good. Is there anything about my gameplay that you wish you could copy?
Yes.
Which gameplay?
I won't tell you because you might use it against me.
Okay, fair enough. Who receives more unfair criticism, you or me?
Me.
Yeah.
Why?
because I have already won a lot, and I think they're still comparing us.
Yeah.
He's doing very well, isn't he? He's telling the truth.
Yeah, he doesn't lie. Straightforward.
Have you ever sent a negative comment about me to one of your teammates?
Yes.
What is it? Can I know?
I always used to say that I'm better at Assassin's Creed more than you, but they would always say you're better than me overall.
Do you believe your teammates let you down at EWC 2025?
No.
In which part did they let you down?
After losing, it's just I see the flaws of my team and I just couldn't help but compare my teammates to TLPH. Yeah, even though I trust my teammates, but yes, you just can't help it. Do you think your team this year is stronger than last EWC?
Yes. I think I know why.
Febby?
No, not Teddy. I think, kind of Teddy, and I think also because of our new coaches. They improved so much.
Okay.
Do you believe this is the year you win EWC?
Yes.
Why?
Because he's not on your team.
But there's also a lot of strong teams, but I do believe that we can win.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. Last question. You need to focus, Carl.
Yeah, let's go.
Do you consider me a friend outside the game?
Yes. Those questions were not easy.
I'm glad it's done. It was very tough.
Bloodshed, tears, and glory. The Land of Dawn calls for contenders once again.
Against all odds, GK Esports is here to win MPL MENA Season 9.
Guangzhou Gaming! They go straight to the main stage. Ignite Gaming! MPLSG Season 11 crowns a new team. True Rippers are your champions.
The place where a new chapter begins. The newcomers.
MSC at the EWC, Paris. For many of us, this is our first. We may be the underdogs.
We may have sacrificed everything to come this far.
We will prove why we belong here.
It's the first MCT Grand Finals, and Entity will be your first champions.
Bro! Esports is the reigning champion!
Team of Falcons will push forward to the main stage of MSC.
Congratulations! Vamos, as you punched your ticket to France for EWC!
Breaking barriers, defying limits. The aggressors come with nothing to lose.
We carry the expectations of our country, our families.
The fans who believed in us.
This is the stage we've been working toward.
Maybe this is where a new dark house is born.
Aurora Gaming have wiped the Young Gun Galacticos out.
Megatron have not merely joined the Kings, they have become the Kings. And the Dragons of the North defend their Empire spirit.
Challengers of the throne, the Titans stand ready.
We have already achieved what many thought was impossible.
Whether it's defending our regional title
Or taking down the champions of our region.
We're here to break curses and set new milestones.
Falcons AP Runner moving on through the grand finals.
Slangor Red Giants are your new champions. MSC 2023 champions. Order!
Team Liquid is your grand champions!
The names that shaped history, the kings and legends.
It's been a while since we stepped foot onto the world stage.
It's been a while since we brought home an international title.
Our fights continues because our story isn't finished.
Our legacy awaits.
The journey to rise above begins.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
What you doing?
I'm busy doing my pick'ems actually. I'm on the Esports World Cup website.
Okay.
Picking the winners for today. So I was thinking SRG probably going to take game one.
SRG, yeah.
Up against
GK.
Yeah. We got that.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah, Yangon taking on Pro Esports. I'm thinking a 2-0 there as well actually.
Wait, for who?
For Yangon Galactic.
What? No, for Pro
do you think?
Esports.
I think Yangon.
What?
I think Aurora take down Onyx. I think it's an Aura matchup, but I'm thinking Aurora.
I'd like to say it's Onyx, but seeing their performance, I think I have to agree. I think 2-1.
I know you've been doing this a while, but just listen to me.
2-1.
Last game,
it's Liquid.
I'm thinking Entity. 2-0.
There's no chance.
Do you see how Liquid played?
There's no chance. There's no chance. They learn so fast from their mistakes. They're the defending champs. They have the GOAT, Kautizi, they have JP, my GOAT. There's no...
Trash.
No.
Trash.
What? Did you just... No. Change it. Did you just submit it? You're not... Chris, what? Chris!
It's day 4 of EWC MLBB.
Chris!
Let's get into it before she kills me.
In the past, we were always in Asia. This year, we came to Paris. What stories are still left untold?
Kami sudah membuktikannya, tapi ini baru permulaan.
Tiada siapa akan ingat siapa nombor 2. We need the win.
Bukan sekadar keinginan, tapi tekad.
Hindi ang pag-abot sa top ang pinakamahirap. Ang korona ang mahirap ipagtanggol.
What happened last year became fuel for us this year.
This time, we bring it to the prize and finish it.
A new lineup, new chemistry, new fire. Once champions, not settling for podium finishes. World champions, defending MSC champions. As the final boss of MLBB, can anyone stop them? Names have been made, stars have risen, but now they need to show the world what it takes to rise above. This time, the world is bigger than ever. Like every year, new challengers step on to the world stage. Some carry the ambitions of 2 continents. Some fight for the pride of home turf. Some have never stopped chasing the throne. So who will finally rise to clinch the title? This is where unresolved stories find their ending. A new shot at glory. One more chance at redemption.
We are back. Kali ini sekali lagi.
Bukan atau tidak?
Pareho lang ang chance namin.
No one is untouchable.
Let's fight.
Bukan ako kalau bisa.
2 champions, 1 game. Paris breaks through limitless possibilities.
Welcome back to MLBB here. MSC at EWC 2026 is well underway, and as we welcome you to a nice weekend start, we have anything but a nice time for the teams who are facing elimination coming up in our first and final matches of the day. It is dire straits for our teams, but there is also a chance for glory if you can do things right. We'll see how much these teams have learned, how much they've bounced back as Group B takes center focus here on Stage 3 of the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. Welcome back to the show. My name is Rain Day. I'm your host here, and I'm joined by my lovely panel, Brigitte and Lefel. Brigitte, I like the pink. Lefel and I went dark, and Lefel, you might have hit your face there. We won't worry too much about that. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I'm feeling great. Excited for today, especially as this is Group B.
I feel nervous.
Yeah, I know,
Because the
but
last
you know
time
what?
you and me are here,
I know.
it did not go well, Brigitte.
Hey, listen.
Yes.
You're nervous because you're in first shift.
I mean, yeah, but first shift has been amazing so far.
Right? But I get to relax a bit because I will be watching during the last 2 series.
And then you can become a duck.
Yes, and I can become a duck. I just like react and, you know, like be...
You guys may not know this, but, you know, she's part minion, part duck.
I'm not, I haven't exposed Brigitte. I just said that something funny has been happening up here during some of those crazy upsets. But I didn't say what. I didn't say what. Okay, so she knows. I'm going to let her reveal it if she wants. Otherwise, just know we were getting hype up here. Let's take a look at the SDC rewind from yesterday. Speaking of games that have already happened, it was, again, more fanfare. Maybe not as many surprises, might have gone a little bit more traditionally, but the meta has evolved. Brigitte, you were over there and obviously casting and talking about this. How did you...
You had an amazing time, especially the last game.
I know.
Bro, so much energy in that one.
I know. Okay, now that you pointed out the last game, I might have to focus on the last 2 series we had yesterday. Because if we're talking about the meta and what else we got to
Assalamualaikum semua guys, selamat datang, selamat petang. Jangan lupa bantu saya like dan share dulu guys. Dan kalau ada skill base jangan lupa kongsi-kongsi. Donation, social, but
one where it was very efficient and one where it kind of struggled.
I mean, like for me, looking at Guangzhou Gaming, that Saber though, right? The Saber going into the Yu song with the Atlas just to shut down the Link, and oh my goodness, does it look good. Look at this one. This is the draft where they use, where they say like, do you want to fight? It's just yes. There's no hesitation. Dude, I love Guangzhou's draft yesterday.
Yeah, they sent, you know, their competitors home. True Rippers representing India, their first time at an international stage. It was all GZG, though. May was happy about that. He talked about his emotion coming up, not just for losing, but getting into MSC, talking about what it means to win, carrying the shoulders, all the work that has gone into it. GZG stays alive. They'll face competitors as we rally out our bracket, as we fill out our bracket later on today.
And then, like, Vamos goes up against Team Spirit. Talk about a surprise. Because we were like, okay, Vamos is strong, but are they strong enough to defeat Team Spirit? Which, by the way, hearing the rumors, apparently Team Spirit is doing so well in scrims that this, you know, for the teams that know, is considered as an upset. Because it's not just a win, it's a 2-0 win.
Yeah, it's a strong win.
Even our casters were dancing, you know, like that's how hyped up our games were. But I agree, it was a very shocking result for Team Spirit going up against Vamos. And as much as we really wanted to celebrate Guangzhou winning in their previous series, they have to face Team Spirit next. But that's for tomorrow, you know. I know we are all awaiting that matchup, but there's much more to look forward to today.
It's kind of difficult because when you look at a team that you'd like to face, it's not a team like Team Spirit, but they did lose. So maybe you have something that you can use against them, Brigitte.
Like
maybe
a Saber again?
Yeah, we'll see. Team Falcons PH took up against Team Vitality. The Death Note was brought out, guys. One of my favorite animes.
Okay, first of all, something that I do have to say. Bro, Moreno, bro, on that Selena. How does a Selena, it's already hard for you to get a stationary target. He keeps getting the fanny.
Yeah.
How does that happen?
I also could not explain everything, you know, and the fact that we wanted to really focus on the mid lane matchup, but I think that series was just all Moreno. We barely got to see anything from the KDA machine, at least in terms of the mid lane matchup.
And this final one went all the way, the distance, 3 games, but Team Falcons Meta was able to move on. It'll be a Team Falcons matchup in the next set of
game hari ni yang best, guys. Onyx lawan Aura. Itu je kot. Mana aku fokus match ni, guys. Satu Selangor, DK dengan Onyx versus Aura.
Taking a look at the top side, we've got Yangon Galacticos and Pro Esports coming up. Onyx and Aurora Gaming are set for a matchup. Those will happen today. And then the other matchups happening, GK versus Selangor Red Giants. That's an elimination match, meaning the loser goes home. Their MSC is done. And then you've got Entity 7 and Team Liquid, the GOAT, Carl TZ, playing for a chance to go back to back in terms of MSC wins. But if they lose, again, they are going home. The stakes are about as high as ever, Brigitte.
I know, it's feeling like probably the longest day we're actually going to have, just based on the upper bracket match. You know, if we were to focus on that, because I still could not believe we're actually seeing our previous grand finalists in the lower bracket.
I like the fact that we color-coded so that it has nothing to do with any of the teams. I do have to say you're close because pink and red are pretty close. But yeah, honestly, Rainday, when you were talking about Selangor Red Giants, Brigitte looked at me, elimination match, and then when you said TL elimination match, I was just looking at her.
Kebol hari-hari masih kat syurga. Mana ada duk hari-hari bersukan.
It's so crazy. It's evolving. I really don't know
kat syurga apa duk perlukan tenaga duk gula duk dalam badan.
Adjust and adapt because it looks like the fundamentals.
Bila start GSRG pukul 5, guys. Dalam 5 minit itu baru start lah kot rasanya lah.
That's a great point. You know, Malaysian Philippines representing MLBB so well over the course of their tenure in this competition, in this game. Recent grand finalists here at MSC, now both in the loser side of the bracket. I mean, what does that do in terms of changing the way you're approaching this tournament? Because obviously things haven't gone well with how you started.
Yeah, it's I hope something that will not really pressure them as much, because I believe these two teams aren't really new to
dia macam ni, guys. Kalau ni menang, dia akan jumpa siapa yang kalah dekat mana ni kot. Ni dia akan jumpa. Jadi mungkin kemungkinan besar antara dua ni, Onyx atau Aurora. Tapi kebarangkalian yang besar macam Onyx pun ada, Aurora pun tak tahulah, guys.
Towards the knockouts, if ever they do
pokoknya begitulah, guys, ya.
this series, then they will have to worry about the loser of Onyx and Aurora next, which I feel isn't an easy task.
That's not an easy task. No, you've got to keep your energy up, especially when you go through a gauntlet like this. So that's the situation. Just get ready. Everything's going to be a battle from now on. And that's the benefit, though, because now you realize that any game can go any way, which means if you're right about guessing which ways those games go, you deserve something. Earn your share of $300,000 by participating in our EWC Pick'ems. That's right. You get to let us know who you think is going to win the matchups today. You saw a great cold open with Eterna and Chris there talking about a 2-0 Entity 7 against Liquid. I'm not sure a lot of people will put that as the pick, but you know, crazier things have happened.
I mean,
maybe
like,
not.
Rainday, I feel like if I can give any advice to the audience,
KK versus SRG.
Go the opposite.
Go the opposite.
So far, all the predictions have been pretty wrong.
So, like, don't trust yourself, basically, little Jimmy.
Don't trust yourself.
Yeah.
Everyone that
it's a lesson of life.
Be yourself. Don't listen.
Whatever you think, it's wrong.
Exactly.
I love that. Just giving the youth.
Have self-doubt.
Yes.
Listen to the haters.
At least for this. At least for MSC. At least for MSC, you know? We gotta clear it out.
Well, doubt is welcome at MSC. You know, you gotta have at least like 9 days of your life where it's okay to doubt everything. And I think this is what Paris has given us in MLBB. Now, as we walk into the camera shots following GK Esports and Selangor Red Giants, the Giants of MENA qualified as champions from their league and able to now face off against what many would consider the ultimate champions, 5-time Malaysian champions in SRG. Unprecedented success from this team. Brigida, both teams have a lot to play for.
And I'm hoping we get to see them in a similar spot as they were 2 years ago, where they had a near flawless run,
akan datang lah guys, kita tengok
performing
idea-idea
out of his
baru apa
mind,
lagi.
where he was actually labeled
Rasa
as the
masalah
Sky
SRG ni
Prince,
draft or play
'cause
draft.
that was something we're yet to see from
Kadang-kadang
them.
draft
Yes,
orang
they
kick.
got comfortable every
Maaf
now and then,
cakap.
but the moment they got their hands on the Ling, I feel like it was a surprise to us to see that kind of performance from SRG.
For me, I still want to see him on the lane. It's just that ban out all these crazy crowd control heroes, right?
Yeah.
Like even you saw like the Belleric, the Eudoras.
Yep.
Like I really feel like as long as those are not on the table, it's a little bit better for Skies, because when there's a lot of crowd control, he really can't do much.
Well, speaking of GK Esports, who he's going to be trying to do a lot with, they have a team that is built to understand that they have a challenge ahead of them in the Malaysian
Ni
Champions.
dia import ni guys. Aizen ni dengan Zeno ni import ni daripada Mongolia ni guys.
Themselves alive for one more day. Eterna sat down
Dari
with
Mongolia.
Shin to get his thoughts.
Dia orang champion dekat
Hey everyone, it's
MPL
Eterna here
MENA.
over with Shen, captain of GK Esports. How are you feeling coming to this elimination match?
I mean, we didn't like get to what we want like last match, but today I think we're gonna play, better because we got enough time to play more, and we're really excited because we're gonna beat with SRG.
Kenapa videonya
So it's really
refresh?
fun to play.
Yeah, we're all anticipating this next match.
Yeah.
And were you surprised that SRG ended up in the lower brackets with you?
Yeah, a little bit, but I think this meta, it's like, there's no really like you can say like really team gonna beat everyone or something like that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, every team has a chance,
Tak tahu lah, tengok lah.
Every team has
Rasanya
a chance.
tak
It
juga.
is a
Ada
very
pilihan lain
interesting
juga
meta
lah.
that we're looking at right now. And earlier on, you said that you had a little bit of time, right, to
Aku cakap
prepare
sudah
more
dah.
and so forth. So did you think that was one of the main reasons why you
Uni main
lost your
asas
previous
pada mak
match?
saya dekat Mekah
Yeah,
dekat
I think
Umrah.
kinda we didn't like get enough time to with each other
Semoga
to adapt to the new meta, but I think
nak doa
now
apa duk?
we're gonna play better.
Doakan
for sure.
kami lah.
Okay. If there was
Kami
one
semua yang dapat pergi.
thing that you could fix from that match that you lost, what was it?
I think our draft.
Okay, your draft.
Yeah.
So the drafts have been studied. It's been prepped for today. Did you think that the communication was okay?
Ranking Malaysia,
Chemistry,
siapa potensi masuk
execution,
final?
was it okay for you?
I mean, not really, but like
banyak duk,
we
guys.
didn't get to play the
Aurora.
game, so I can't really say that.
Okay.
Tak tahu lah.
But what about you personally in your performances
Kamboja dengan Myanmar ni kuat
here
juga.
at MSC? Have you been satisfied with it?
I mean, not really, because last match I didn't really perform. I think my performance was really bad. Today I hope I can do good in.
Okay. We're all hoping. We're all anticipating. We're very excited as well. Is there one person from SRG that you think will be like the main problem later on in your game?
I think Innocent.
Innocent. Okay, why is it Innocent?
I think he's for me is like the most strongest one on the team, So that's why.
Okay, so your eyes are going to be on Innocent in this next matchup. Is there anything you want to say to SRG before your match?
So yeah, good luck and let's give a good match to the audience,
What about your fans back at home?
Betul juga. Banyak
I
kontender
want
kuat.
to thank them for the support. I say sorry for our performance last match. I hope we can fix it today. And yeah, keep supporting us.
This has been so wonderful.
Kenapa lah
Thank
tak
you so
start lagi
much,
awal?
Shen.
Sekejap lagi nak kerja.
And
Jangan risau.
before we
Aku
go, I do
post
wanna ask
video
you,
mana yang korang
as
terlepas.
team captain, are you
Nampak?
the person that usually supports
Ini
your
lagu
team
dari aku.
mentally, emotionally?
Yeah, I think so.
What do you usually say to them?
Like I give a speech before the match so I can get them motivated or feel their
Habis
hunger, more.
awal lah
Yeah,
aku
that's
kat
all.
Paris pagi.
What's it like? What's it like? Can you give us an example?
I mean, I cannot, It's like
Okay, pretend I'm your teammate. Okay, like Eterna, we're going into this elimination match, and then what do we do?
what do you do? What should I say?
Yeah, okay, I'm listening.
Like usually I say it's fine, we didn't get enough to practice, but the match isn't decided because we didn't get that. But I know they're a strong team and it's fine, but they're only players like us. They do mistakes, they feel pressure, so we just need to play every minute, win it, keep win it every minute, then we keep going until we win the game, something like that.
That's captain for you, ladies and gentlemen. I feel so motivated today to do my job.
Macam itu mesti ada.
Thank you so much, Shen. We're throwing over back to you guys.
In order to stay in it, you got to win it every minute. That's what Shin basically said to me, and I like it. It rhymes, and I would be motivated after that as well. I'd say, keep going, man. Keep dropping some bars. All right, obviously on that side, GK Esports getting ready to go, but they're facing up against the Giants. That's right, in Malaysia. Selangor Red Giants. They've got the Sky Prince, and they've got all of the titles ready to go and seek and in search of another MSC opportunity to get back to a grand finals, claim a championship trophy. We had a chance to sit down and talk to who Shin thought was an important player, Innocent, with Eterna.
We are now here with Innocent from SRG. Welcome. Are you surprised to be in an elimination match?
Yeah.
You are surprised.
Yeah.
Why were you surprised? Did you think that the meta would favor you this time?
I mean, based on our scrims, it's good.
Okay.
We don't have any problems during the scrim. But suddenly, during our first match, it shows that we're lacking something.
Okay, they're lacking something right now.
Lacking
And
something.
I do want to say, because this is kind of similar to what happened to you last year at MSC, but you managed to go all the way to the grand final. So is this just something that SRG does in the early stages?
I don't know if it's normal for us, but every time that there's a international tournament, we really have this kind of problems during the early stages, and we just need to talk and fix it.
Okay, so can we talk about these problems just a little bit? You can be general about it, you don't have to go into detail. Is it more on execution? Is it communication? Is it adaptation?
I mean, there are some onto the communication side, and the others are more on to... I mean, there's a lot of heroes now.
Okay, so there's a lot of heroes.
There's a lot of heroes popping
Heroes,
out. And
draft.
sometimes you don't
Jujur je
stand
dah,
before the
Sun.
international
Ihsan,
because
Ihsan.
Other regions they have different heroes. Yeah.
Okay, so some heroes are popping out, and we did see an interview with Sakai's, and I think he mentioned as a jungler that he was really annoyed by the Eudora. Is that something that you share in the gold lane as well? Do you feel like the Eudora is annoying?
I mean, it's more annoying for the jungler because
Kalau
they
guna
need
assassin.
to dive inside, right? And the Eudora will just press second skill and
then it's over.
Yeah. At least I can use Purify or what.
That's true. So if you could name one hero that you don't like in this current meta, what would it be?
Eudora.
So still Eudora?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because he's kind of annoying for Sakai's.
Because it's annoying for Sakai's.
Yeah.
Okay. And we're talking about heroes right now. We've mentioned the Eudora, but what about the Melissa? It looks like the Melissa is rising in popularity. Do you think she's the #1 prio in the gold lane right now, or do you think there's still other options?
I mean, there's still other options, but Melissa is kind of safe pick for gold lane right now because her laning is kind of strong compared to other heroes in gold lane. And during team fights, you got your ulti.
Melissa punya first skill kau tahu guys, malah aku main guys kan 4 saat je tu guys, laju tu. Dash dia
So
tu.
we're not going to see Claude and Carry anymore? Is it over for them?
I mean, depends on the team on what they want to use. Because the other heroes are not scared of diving and they have a lot of mobility. But Melissa is kind of positioning kind of hero.
I love the insight. I love the insight. Thank you so much, Innocent. By the way, if you could go back in time, and we're going through to your previous match where you unfortunately had to suffer that loss. Is there anything that you would do differently in that match? Just personally.
Guys.
I think it's fine that we lost that match because we learned a lot of things and we adjusted a lot of, on our play style because of our loss.
Champion mindset right there. We're excited
Sebab
for
banyak
your
hero
next match.
diving
Once again,
sekali.
thank you so much, Innocent. Because we're going to throw it over back to you guys.
Terus sangkut pak.
Thank you so much. A little bit of interesting.
Tapi Melissa ada buff.
Aku
lupa baca apa buff
as
dia.
well as we welcome you to the desk, ready to get going on the stage soon. Brigitte, quick thoughts here. How do you think this first game is going to go?
Yeah, I think that just proves how we
Melissa
are really
ulti,
not
aku
decided
beli
on what
ulti dia.
the actual prio and metas are. It varies per team because
Ulti
even the
dia
growth
ke-
was rising yesterday. I don't think we've seen it as much as the Melissa, but there are a lot of new picks coming out here and there.
Whatever she said.
Whatever she said.
Tak pasti lah.
I love that. All right. Well, guys, in France, they have a saying, it's c'est la vie. But when your life is on the line, is that enough. I think you're going to have to fight a little harder for it, especially if you
Kerja
want to
lain
take down the MSC 24 champions and the back-to-back finalists in 25. The Selangor Red Giants go up against GK Esports. Somebody's life is on the line and someone's going home. Let's get it started.
Let's get it started. Geng, tak ada opening social bus ke guys? Come on geng. Ada skill fighter nak jual ke? Aku pun tak spin lagi. Jadi nanti aku tengok ada kot. Kalau nak boleh PM Facebook page guys Bukan Instagram, bukan TT guys. Facebook page. Facebook page, tengok link dekat bawah, dekat description. Ada link. Tekan je. Dan direct message dekat Facebook page. Bukannya Facebook personal. Mampus nak goda.
Two keys and promote two teams.
It's always a lot of fun to crush keys. It's a big part of what we do here at the Esports World Cup, a part of MSC's trajectory, I guess, the history here. Now, as you said, Rose, 2 teams advanced. That was Group A, our focus. There are 2 that went home, and we're going to continue doing that today in Group B. Though, our first matchup is elimination. So, a key to crush is the thing I love in the morning. Let's welcome our first competitor to the stage, GK Esports!
Hopefully knockout station. Bila diorang masuk guys kan, ada lagu diorang sendiri guys kan. Aku rasa favor aku untuk lagu best, lagu Vamos tu. Oh, lagu dia best tu. Dia macam dari lagu final boss baik.
Yeah, that's definitely the
hari tu dah beli dengan pas Skin Sakura. Dia tanya kat ada lebih skin. Baik. Beli kat mana? Lupa, komen tanda hadiah. Ayo Malaysia, ayo. Selamat datang. Jumpa mencerminkan 2 host ni.
The champions of MSC 2024 are on shaky waters after losing in their opening match
kalah keluar. Habis tu jangan apa nak pakai enemy pick Idora. Jungler apa yang nak pick kalau ada Idora? Dia tak boleh fokus ke satu. Dia kena fokus tengok menyeluruh. Assassin sekarang memang yang tengah hot pick Link, Irara bagus lah.
MLBB for these sorts of storylines and international games, and I don't think it's time to push us too far. Please, Selangor Red Giants, please GK, my friends, you may place your keys, take your seats, players, captains, you may shake hands, because this matchup once more is about who stays in MSC 26 and who gets to go home. So we can all down and get ready for their desk.
Chip processor i7 9 GPU
Day 3 just wrapped up and we went through
ROG
upper bracket and lower bracket matches. True Rippers were sent home by Guangzhou Gaming, but Ignite Gaming had to suffer the same fate. Then in our upper bracket matches, my GOATs, Team Vitality from Indonesia, sent Falcons PH down to the lower brackets. And we also have the boys, Vamos from Malaysia, pulling up a
draft paling obvious guys. Draft ni akan antara dia menyenangkan tim atau menyesuaikan tim ataupun dia akan menyusahkan. Ada 3 option.
As the first team yang lepas ke knockout stage, kita orang rasa bersyukur dan juga lega lah. And at the same time, kita orang rasa bangga juga sebab kita orang adalah tim pertama yang wakil Malaysia yang lepas ke knockout stage. When we make it to knockout, we're so happy. I hope
Hilman ni position dia gempak bodoh guys. Serius aku cakap kau. Marksman position dia jahat bodoh.
I'm pretty confident that Filipino teams can survive the lower bracket because we are so confident and at the same time we know how to bounce back and we can handle the pressure.
Kira bagus asal main tak bagus pa. Tepuk dada tanya selera lah aku rasa. Tanya permainan sendiri. Apa yang dipikirkan? Aku bosku moga SRG. Amin. Beli dengan diorang ni kalau tak nak pakai beli SRG main. Lupa halo. Memang Nail padu pa. SRG lawan negara apa pa? Arab.
Liquid PH. But for now, GK
asal dia gambar gelap pula satu.
Red Giants, their life is on the line.
Region lain dah improvekan pa.
I gotta say, Randy, me and Brigida, we are at the edge of our seats. We're super serious for this one because
Dia boleh menang apa? InsyaAllah boleh.
You want to start off with a lie? That's how you want to do it?
They were one of the favorites, Raina. You don't understand how sad I will be if they get eliminated now.
Yeah, I think it's just his way of trying to distract himself from the reality that we're actually
You're a
facing.
distraction.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry.
I'll say you didn't get a
Man
chance
down,
to
man
see
down.
it, but these two were shadow boxing during that warm up because they were so excited.
That was our warm up.
I could tell you guys were hyped. You were getting ready for the draft, and I'm hyped too because we saw the meta develop over the course of these last 3 days. It's developing still, but these are the moments where you really get to test your ideas. You get to see what they're worth. Everyone has a plan coming into this, but we get to see which ones are prevailing, and slowly but surely we're putting the puzzle pieces together of what's working.
Yeah, I think for one, I don't know if SRG want to go up against a Balearic again and again and again, because that's exactly what happened in their first series and all that, and it was very effective against them and their playstyle as a whole, because as much as they wanted to split things up, when it came down to a point where you just had to deal with the fight, the Balearic just made things very difficult for them.
I mean, like, that is one of those things that's like overlooked, because when it comes to like the draft, you really want to pay attention to like the win conditions, right? But sometimes there's just way too much win conditions. You can't ban them all, so you gotta ban out these activators, you know?
Well, if you want to pick your dual champions and win 50,000 diamonds, you can do that. Pick 2 champions and 1 big prize. A grand diamond prize of 5 winners, each getting 10,000 diamonds each. You can get some exclusive skins. And you can scan that QR code on your phone, whatever device you have that has a camera, and get access to it right away. The event ends July 27th. It's currently live right now, so go check it out.
Let me just say, Rainda, I feel like this has gotten more and more difficult. Like, before the tournament starts, I'm pretty sure a lot of people said, oh, Team Liquid is going to win.
I thought you were talking about the My Champions pick.
But hold on. After like 2-3 days, and this is just groups, and already like I would say the power rankings be damned. Right? Everyone's power rankings has just scrambled after 2 days.
Yeah, I mean, you saw the intro. You saw Eterna and Chris. They had a mini debate over there.
What a team is trash.
Mini debate.
We're not sure what
you guys agree, right?
Feel.
Trash?
Oh,
Trash?
wait, what?
Oh, no, it's just Brigitte.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
just Brigitte, right? Okay.
Oh.
That makes sense.
I was like, what are you saying, bro?
Wow.
But that was me, you know?
Yeah.
I was supporting them. But either way, jump into this draft. The interesting thing, it really is, if you have an identity, that's good, but at the same time, your opponents will know how to counter you. For Slangoray Giants, I would say after their first match against Pro Esports, I don't think it's super defined just yet, their identity, because game 1, 2, and 3, it's different drafts. Even the win condition is different. So I really don't know how they're going to approach this one going up against GK.
It's interesting. You did mention, go ahead, I don't want to interrupt you there, but I was just thinking Pro Esports and PvP, you'd mentioned that Balearic, and he was so successful against them. What do they take away from that now going into how they prioritize this draft?
I mean, I initially wanted to
Rasanya start 5-10 minit lah guys kalau macam ni guys.
As Lafel mentioned, it's a bit hard to narrow down the win conditions and what you really want to focus on when it comes to the draft. That's on top of the fact that SRG themselves, unlike the other teams
mana tengok kat mana tu.
either tank EXP and they just shuffle everything else in the lineup, they've been using either tanky or damage EXP. So you also don't know what kind of approach they want to starting from the EXP lane, which I think is very crucial in this
expanding river.
So let's see if they get to finally establish it here now that they're in a very dangerous spot.
Expanding river and maybe expanding conversation of the assassin meta. 2 characters, 2 heroes that have made the biggest impact in that, at least from an eye test. It's been Harara and Ling. But they have a very different win rate. Over the course of these last few days, we got some stats in the green room. Harara, 73% win rate. Ling, 43. And these are 2 of the Harara Ling assassin users that you might think we might see that matchup again.
Kita first pick Harley di
ban list or not.
Okay, so we're already starting off pretty interesting here. Slangoray Giants, they are on first pick blue side. GK, second pick red side, and a Harley ban. That's rarely a first phase ban. But just to expand on the conversation of Ling as well as Harara, I'm looking at a Eudora. Either ban it out or first pick, because at this point, it's 100% pick and ban. And every single, I would say most junglers, they're like, yeah, we don't like to go up against her.
Yeah, but I kind of wonder about the Harley ban. What could have been the idea behind this? Is it just a jungle matchup that they're trying to avoid, or is it a different hero that they're planning to put out and would not go up against the likes of a Harley?
I see 2. One, either they're going for a marksman, right? So you don't want to deal with the Harley. or
Kenapa, Bang?
a
Ubi.
nice Eudora ban. The other thing, Break, you remember Aurora? Aurora Gaming with Mr. Big Brain Midnight?
Okay.
Yeah, when he used the Harley, he just paired up with both side laners that are like very strong and a jungler that's also very strong in the early game. So maybe Harley is also an activator for a pre-10-minute game kind of draft. You know, so I think Slangoray Giants right now get rid of Eudora so that Sakai has free time. Get rid of the Harley so that Innocent has free time. And they just want something that skills a little bit better into the mid. Don't try to, I would say, gamble it in the first stage of the game.
Yeah, and GK maybe sensed that it could be a setup for a fatty to just have an easier life overall. But you mentioned even a potential marksman that just probably doesn't want to deal with the likes of a Harley and a Eudora. What if SRG, as pointed out by Eterna in the interview earlier on, have plans of maybe putting out a marksman like the Melissa later on? Because I don't think the Melissa would really want to deal with the likes of a Harley Eudora, but that's the thing, we're not entirely sure just yet. We're just somewhat, you know,
personally for me, I feel like Melissa feels a hole that is currently there in terms of the draft, which is there's not a lot of siege because look at all the mid so far. The Eudora, the Valentina, they've been mid-range mages, right? They haven't been someone that can really push people away from the turrets for you to get the free objectives. And even the Atlas ban. So this really is just saying Slangoray Giants, they don't want to deal with any crazy instant crowd controls kind of thing.
I think that's smart because we've seen Atlas punish teams quite a bit. And I think you also need to even consider leaving Eudora open if the bans don't go that way to make sure that Atlas is banned. Because I think we've started almost seeing some things that can deal with it. We brought up the against the Eudora. Maybe there are ways to deal with that. I haven't seen a lot of answers for Atlas. But there's the Freya.
One answer is the Belleric, I guess, which is also still open. But the Ling too. Like, is it time?
Hirara first pick.
Hirara.
I think Hirara is just a bit better, but to be safe, honestly, I wouldn't mind if SRG just takes the Belleric because after that, like the other roamer that's kind of like AoE control is the Minotaur. The Minotaur is much more manageable, especially if you get the Zushin. If you get the Zushin.
Yeah, and GK have been very unorthodox with their roles.
Oh yeah, there was a Jawhead Selena, right?
Yeah, it was a Jawhead Selena. So, okay, SRG do lock into Hirara. They do perform better on this hero as well. And the fact that they take out a couple counters too will make it much easier. But GK on the other hand, do they lock in the Belleric, which is somewhat a really good pick?
It is a very good pick.
SRG based on pro and in general as a whole.
One way you could deal with that, my thought is, if you have trouble against Belleric, you prep for that. Teams are going to pick it against you because they've seen, oh, that gives them trouble. But if in these days, SRG have kind of found an answer, LaFell, and I don't know what that answer would be, maybe give that to you, it could be a nice setup because they're like, we know teams are going to bring this out against us, but we'll have the answer.
Oh, do they consider the Valentina or?
I honestly don't know because I actually prefer something with a little bit more range to deal with this Zushin because Zushin, both Zushin as well as Belleric is very good against melee heroes, so I feel like you need just a little bit more range to counter them before they become a problem, right? But we've seen when Stormy picks up a pick like the Pharsa, which theoretically should do good here based on those first two picks. The problem is there's still a lot of junglers as well as EXP laners that can deal with the Pharsa. Like for example, the Yuzong's still up, so now they pick up an Eve, a much safer long-range hero, and they even pick up the Moskov just in case if GK does want to go for that Ling route. I'm liking SRG's opening draft because this is more honest, but at the same time, it's just very strong heroes.
Yeah, and it feels less like them just willingly handing over some of the picks you would just really expect to be prioritized as power picks, as in contrast to the way that they drafted during the first time that we saw them, wherein they were letting go of picks here and there. And that's a Ling which they also did let go of this time, but it's not like they gave up on it. They had the Hirara, which is stats-wise a much better performing jungler here currently in MSC. So now that we're on to the second banning phase, XP lane matchups. This is gonna be crucial. We don't see both XP lanes from both sides just yet.
and everything's open. Esme's open, Paquito is open. It's only just the Freya. So at this point, I feel like for Selangor Giants, they're hoping for GK to show their EXP pick on 4th, just so that Clan has a winning matchup. Right? I feel like that's also something that SRG is trying to do: get winning matchups, secure the first 2 turtles, and then try to expand from there.
Yeah, 1 winning matchup is a way to win the game. We've seen 2 kind of set them up really well. Gold
aku rasa SRG kena pilih satu yang tanky badan.
EXP lane where you get off to a good start.
Kalau aku bau dia akan ambil badang dia.
Kalau SRG for the Phobias. Personally for me though, and they themselves could have used it.
We kind of are used to seeing Belleric in the roam, but they
badang atau Hilda. Aku bau lah. Kalau dia ambil badang atau Hilda, EXP dia kena tebal sikit. Uranus atau
maybe there's a chance they also consider
atau apa?
An XP lane which doesn't want to really go up against a Phobias.
Ruby pun boleh letak juga, tapi Ruby macam last choice Esme.
Yeah, they might try to get that. In terms of Arla, I can see it because they do have the Belleric as well, the Zushin, and now the Barat. So this does seem more like an Arla pick coming up. SRG, I think they would be okay to just
SRG perlu ada satu sisi.
Try to fight back with either a Paquito or an Esmeralda. Both, I feel like, should be able to do their jobs quite well against GK's lineup. I don't know if they want to go for
menekan link je ni.
Not necessarily great, but that's
job dia menekan link supaya dia tak main.
Yeah.
Sebab dia kena ada satu stopper.
Or even the Barat's ban really tells you a lot.
Yeah, it screams Arlit for this one.
So Harith is taken out.
Chow boleh juga.
I wonder if
tapi EXP kena tebal macam tu.
Consider some of the more recently popping out marksmen or gold laners as well.
Like Melissa?
Tengok guys
The Brody too. Yeah, there goes the Claude.
Yep. And expert Rain Day.
Hey guys, I'm learning from the best here.
Dia orang ambil Uranus.
Wait, so they show up the Uranus. This means that
aku rasa ni Esme guys.
Get an Esmeralda and basically have a nothing lane. Or again, just pick up the Paquito, win that lane, and then just establish pressure. Because as we saw, if you're going up against a Ling and the Ling does not have a good time getting those farms, it's going to take quite a while for the Ling to really be effective in the game.
Yeah.
Kita tengok macam percaturan dia. Dia salah satu EXP atau Roman ni mesti ada sisi ni.
Make you think twice about picking
apa Moskopa? Layan long lane lawan Ling.
Options for Yums at this point.
I wonder if they want to try healer. You know, something like Matilda. Matilda is open.
Yeah, it could be funky.
Yeah.
Yuzhong's
funky.
Yuzhong, what about him?
Yuzhong is also very good here.
Cram used that. Used. And into
tiba-tiba buffering pula.
He used it. You know?
I lost ni satu tebal. Kenapa buffering ni?
Okay, so a little bit of a different strategy there.
And I feel like the high loss is just a good combination with the Eve. There's a lot of slows there, making it so that the Link can get away. Everyone else, they're just gonna stay there.
Maknanya, oish.
Unique hero.
Lukut.
Okay, what's this Hellcurt mean? Who wants to talk about it before we throw it to stage?
Hellcurt gold.
Wait, is this gonna be Hellcurt gold?
No, it's Rome, right?
I mean,
wait, no, gold. It's gold.
I mean, Belleric could go EXP Uranus.
Boleh
ke Moskow ada Belleric?
Well, so
dua assassin dulu ni dia nak matikan innocent ni.
Can make the map dark. Burst and then vision deny.
Ooh.
We'll see.
I love it.
We rarely see it.
Doakanlah ya guys, terbaik.
Reminds me of my old Zibalanke days back in the game. That's very similar, but this game, there's nothing similar to this. This feeling of under the bright lights, your life.
Alright guys, tonton dan puan-puan, perlawanan yang pertama. Low bracket SRG menentang GK Esports. Sama kita saksikan perlawanan pertama di
Let's begin game 1. SRG versus GK Esports, and over your casters, Naisu and Trex.
Thank you so much.
Ni kalau don't dive in kau ni guys, sebab ada Hellcurt Link. Siapa-siapa yang main dekat belakang ni kan. Kau don't dive ni.
How we feeling, Naisu? And you know what? It's weird to start the day with an elimination match, man, but that's been the course of things for the past couple weeks for all the journeys that we've made it up to this point. And now to think about a Hellcurt being placed in the gold lane. If I haven't been vocal enough about man, this is why, because we're seeing even this come to play in an elimination match.
This
definitely makes things interesting, and I gotta say,
hopefully league game ni tak kucak-kacir lah, tu je lah.
The past few days have been because of picks like this. Now,
The Hellcurt in the gold lane, not something you normally see.
Innocent dah free sling.
Oh,
better it down.
Stormy, Naisu.
Wow. All right. Already burning a couple revitalize there to keep him up. But yeah, I was so surprised that was that early on that you're able to get a kill on Shen. A little bit of a misstep.
Yeah, definitely a misstep. Yaga in this gold lane. Back to this Hellcurt though. Nothing too crazy as far as emblems go across the map. We do have the pull together on Quanak. Overall, though, I'm excited to see how this plays. Are we going to see the Hellcurt roam around quickly? Normally, gold lane doesn't get too much action.
Ni guys, emblem yang orang pakai.
Speed. Once he hits level 4 as well.
Saksikan lah guys.
Falls, might be able to help GK in terms of getting some of these first turtles. He hasn't hit level 4 yet. May be able to get it before this turtle. I'm wondering if SRG is going to want to rush it because they don't want to have to deal with that Dark Knight Falls. Because even when he's on the opposite side of the map, his team can still capitalize from it. So it's something we definitely have to watch out for, especially with the range, with the possible surprise of Shen hitting a Wrath of Dryad, something of that nature. So I'm excited to see how they utilize this.
Eisenburn in the flicker too. Yeah, you're right about that. The
ini pakai emblem fighter tu common. Selalunya match kan pakai fighter guys.
Ultimate that Dark Knight Falls is great, but still, I think that's the main thing. Can he get out of the lane? Can he join these fights? It looks like he wants to do exactly that. They're going to force a fight anyway. Beacon already used Shen, able to flicker out for now. Dark Knight Falls comes through. They collapse
down
on Sakai, so able to pick up one. Turtle still for the taking here. So for this, you got the numbers.
Oh, Yum down.
There you go. Yaga's making it work. Gets another.
Yaga. Things already turning around for the side of GK. Looking good. They take a death early on. But we're already seeing the possibility that Sakai's is going to have to be careful.
Kenapa guys?
Going off on his own, even if it looks like he can secure a kill, because at any point Dark Knight Falls comes down, Yaga pops up, helps gets the kill. He is an assassin. He's still squishy. And that's what I feel like is going to be the target. You add that up with Stormy as well. We haven't seen Yves work out too well for a lot of teams. I feel like in a lot of drafts it looks nice, but the fact that there's things like Lings now being highly popularized, some of these assassin picks who can jump onto you, and the lack of movement from the Yves once you drop that ult, you are just duck. So Stormy,
suka dia.
For SRG, I think is going to be positioning and timing on that RWM.
Yep.
And the same thing is going to go to
tiba-tiba 3GP.
Falls and things of that nature.
Already using the beacon. Actually,
dekat ulti Stormy dicari. Tempest of Blade. Bellerit buka ulti. You buka revitalize. Masih lagi tiada tertumbang. Ada background update ke luar, tak tahu. Innocent, being innocent, double kill dia dapatkan. Guys, kenapa buffering?
That's the reality situation with Innocent. And I want to go back to what I was saying with Stormy. That last RWM was huge, but Cram.
Oh, Cram. Okay.
This is why
the so deadly. Couple combos, and you're half health or less.
Asyik tak in-game je dia buffering guys.
But he's fine for now. Yes, back to what you were saying, Trex. You know, I think fighting around the real-world manipulation is key. We just saw it in the hands of Stormy there in that fight, especially because they know that GK's idea
come on.
Just kind of go in, go in, make it happen, get a kill if they can, but your real-world manipulation is your biggest
tiba-tiba je pula kabur-kabur bang. Banyak pengalaman kau ni bang.
They've got a lot of tools. So once GK kind of goes all in, the problem is if they don't catch anyone, can they get out? And sometimes you might see that Dark Knight Falls even be changed to more of a defensive use if they need it at some point.
And that's where so much of it is going to be who will pull the trigger first. And Stormy did such a good job.
Ditarik oleh Yum.
He holds on to the RWM. Dark Knight Fall went down first. Stormy moves around, finds a good position, and then after the fight started going on,
pathway daripada Yum menzoning. Yum menerima damage agak banyak sebenarnya. Turtle masih lagi menjadi aman oleh Sakai. Sakai cuma melarikan diri, dicari oleh Ling. Sakai's down.
Looking for Cram, he's trying to get away, but there's just a whole
Cram
lot of crowd control locking him down as Aizen will pick up for himself. So a bit of a trade across the map, but that's also a lot of gold and push now for Innocent on the Moskov.
Yeah, I don't think we expected things to go like this. It's 5-4 right now. GK holding a small, ever so slight gold lead. Still, the game is at a standstill, but every fight has gone back and forth. Neither team finding full leverage. Neither team really getting a full grip on this game. GK Esports I'm wondering when is the time to really pop off.
Innocent kaya
is going to get a couple more
ni guys
items, and I'm ready. I kind of want to see where
info
he's building towards.
480 Innocent kaya 900
Do we have the
item
Sky Piercer? I was wondering if maybe we were going to see like a Blade of Heptasy, something of that nature, but no. Sky Piercer up front. Berserker Fury
Innocent kaya
already in for Zeno.
1100
On the opposite side,
Yung
Innocent
ketinggalan
having a great game,
600
500. He's already
Mid,
got 2
laser
items in,
300
looking for that third. We're talking about a possible 8-9 minute third item very early in this game as long as he keeps on this path.
Yeah, Innocent's going to be a
Aku rasa PC Observer ni tak tidur ke. Kau tengok display dia ni kan, dia ada pecah-pecah sikit. In-game punya resolution ni.
Of course, he's got that execute there to work with too. But you know, that's the problem with the Hellcurt is you are very squishy, but that's the price you pay for this kind of kit.
Ada bantuan pada SRG, nampak gayanya. Aizen dicari.
Aizen spotting things out. Even as the Uranus takes quite a bit of damage himself, GK wants to fight this. RWM already dropped down too.
Hellcurt buka ulti, you menerima damage agak banyak, menzoning 4 orang, Royal Pathway, Kram masuk. Sin down, Belerik guna ulti, nampak gayanya. Ada turn around daripada SRG.
There's some low health bars here, but it's too much of a risk to follow through.
Patience is key in so many of these fights, and for a second, GK felt like they had the advantage there. Cram should be okay here. They wait for the RWM to come down, and that's after that comes down, Yaga drops the Dark Knight Falls. But what GK doesn't know is you've got Cram hiding out in this bush. Everyone's just waiting for the Dark Knight to end, and they all re-engage and get the win out on that Tim fight. SRG stealing away the lead.
Okay, fight. Last turtle
Betul. Turtle masih menjadi aman oleh Sky. Sky dicari oleh Uranus. Yum down. Flicker daripada Kram, cuba mencari Hellcurt. Gagal. SOD daripada Innocent, miss. Oh, Uranus di outplay oleh Sky. Kram ditumbangkan. Innocent free. Baik.
Zeno's not going to try to commit to it. Yaga goes down. I feel like at this point, though, Yaga can die. He's always going to pack.
Alamak, Sun.
He's going to have utility.
Boleh, Sun. Yum, cepat Yum.
Innocent going to try to get away. Still has a Purify. Should have room to work.
Flicker pada Belerik, Purify. Innocent cuba untuk turn around, akan tapi backup sedikit lewat. Innocent di shut down.
Quanok gets the kill on Innocent.
A beautiful shutdown at that, going into the hands of Quanok. After taking the 2 deaths, he's going to need some of that gold to kind of pillow some of the losses he's had. On the bot side, though, GK losing so many towers down to the inhibitor. Top side as well. Though GK's been doing well in some of these team fights in terms of macro, they've been having a little bit of trouble, and I think that's the sacrifice that happens when you pick up this Hellcurt.
Hero direct in.
Use it as a split pusher sometimes, but they've been using it a lot more for these turtles, for these objectives, for these big fights. They haven't really been sending him off to the offlanes, and I'm wondering if there's going to be a point where they kind of change his game plan on what they want to use that hero for.
Oh, 100%, especially once we get to this Lord fight here in about 30 seconds. GK's done a good job at keeping Zeno, in that kind of groove of just on the ling, doing your thing, getting the jungle buffs and the camps that you need here. It's not like he's far behind or anything like that against Sakai's, but he needs to win that retribution battle if they're able to set up for that first Lord. That would give a big favor over to GK to work with. So right now it's just kind of maintaining the map. Cram will take a couple shots. Zeno and Shen are up on this top side. Sakai's going to go ahead and join this, and the rest of the team isn't far away as they try to hold on. 1 HP on that top turret, just barely away, but the Lord is up, so both teams will get centered around.
Yeah, Yaga tried to make a quick play down to the boss side. I was wondering if he was going to hang out there before this Lord, maybe get something cheeky off.
Vamos, bila pula Match Vamos 29.
So much pressure on the top, so much pressure on the mid, and this is going to give SRG a chance for Sakai's to get this purple buff and then make his way down to the Lord pit, and just SRG overall securing a decent position on the map. A slow push at the bottom, but
up.
They're going to go for it anyway.
Uranus down. Ling dah ulti. Ling Hellcurt buka ulti. Hirara cuba menumbangkan satu. Dia akan masuk balik. Kram cuba flanking daripada arah belakang, mencari position. Belerik ulti flick. Stormy down. Mati ni. Nice. Belerik down. Lot sedang dimulakan oleh SRG. Kram menzoning.
Yum
bagi hadapan menzoning.
if he's able to. Half health on the
Elke cuba masuk. Okay, Lord menjadi amankan oleh SRG. 10 balas 9, 1200 gold lead.
SRG with a very clean lord take, and though GK is doing well at finding some responses here and there, Cram himself right now is just putting so much pressure on Yaga, so much pressure on Quinnock. Every time a fight starts, Cram finds a beautiful angle and just stops GK from what they want to do. In that last fight, Yaga was looking for an entry in, Cram was waiting for him, got a couple quick punches off, and Yaga can't do anything. It completely nullifies the strategy that GK wants to bring to this fight.
Cram's basically like, you got to go through me, you know, if you want to get to the team. And even these off angles like this, he's a threat alone.
Pathway, hanya zoning dapatkan mid. Masuk, Bellerik dah ulti, baik bodoh guys. Dari bawah dah pecah, mid dah pecah, Irara masuk. Skies sangat low.
Might get locked down here, but the rest of the team will clear it
out.
out. Shields pop.
4000 gold lead dipegang oleh kita guys. Elkut masuk. Kram lari, diselamatkan oleh teammate.
Not sure if he wants to follow this through. It's a bit too much of a risk. He sees Sakai's though. He's gonna go for him.
Sakai's down. Yaga down.
Probably worth it for Yaga, but not for the team.
I mean, there's some value there. When you're getting pushed on, when you have a 4K deficit, a trade is a trade, especially if it's on the opponent's jungler. GK got the best that they could honestly out of that big defense. A little bit of action on the purple buff.
Mati bodoh. Apa benda bodoh. Link masuk balik. Ya Allah. SOD flicker digunakan oleh Zuxin. World manipulation cantik. Respon daripada Stormy.
Aizen's tanky enough, but the turret, it'll get shredded down a little bit further here. They don't have the waves pushing in up top just yet, so they'll clear him out. A big play from SRG off of the interesting decision there from GK.
Yeah, Zeno should not have gone for that. GK definitely choosing to pick fights at a lot of the wrong times.
Okay, mid dapat. Atas aku rasa dapat kat ni guys.
Alright. They've only got a few guys left.
Bellerik ulti flick, hanya terkena kat atas Kram. Atas dapat. Bawah macam boleh dapat juga. Tipis-tipis kat sini. Okay, dapat guys. Reset 30 saat lot hidup. 14 balas 10, 6400 gold lead. Item yang digunakan oleh player guys
every single one. Fine, you want to come too deep, we got an answer for you. And that answer has been Cram. That answer has been Stormy and Innocent. When it's time for GK to run away, somebody always gets caught by the Spear of Destruction. Somebody always gets caught by the RWM. And this is what we were looking at from Stormy. This is what we were looking for at least.
Info.
To hold on to those RWMs and make
Jadi kepada baru datang, jangan lupa bantu saya like dan subscribe guys channel saya, bantu saya ke dalam perjalanan ke 300,000 subscriber geng Up, so Kolil. Alright, Bellerik down. Ditumbang oleh Stormy. Stormy juga bakal tumbang. Double kill. Dia dapat oleh Innocent. Zeno down. Okay, boleh end sudah. Alhamdulillah. Rata. End 20 saat, 3 saat end dah sudah guys. Alhamdulillah.
14
minit. Okay guys. Alhamdulillah. Game 1 guys Jadi tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, korang jangan lupa like, komen, share bagi pendapat korang pasal game ni. Yang paling penting, jangan lupa subscribe guys Hopefully kita menang bersih lah guys 2-0. Hopefully guys. Amin. Ada tips tak nak fast hand kutip pedang Link? Ada tips tak? Tips dia jangan kelang kabut. Okay, ini betul 3GP. Ini aku buat 3GP. Upload video ya guys.
You can see where it could work. There was uses for it, but essentially you have no way to even contain Innocent. Whether it was Innocent or not, if it was just a Moskov has free reign to do what he wants across the map, and you have to kind of deal with that. The macro threat that Moskov had in comparison to what was going on as a team just was too much to deal with. And again, when you have someone like Innocent who's, you know, I don't know what his accuracy is on those spears, man, but they just seem to hit 9 out of 10 times. You know,
we need a percentage on that, honestly.
Something like that. And, you know, again, you have
kepada yang mana terlepas,
heroes on your side.
tengok
For
game
GK,
pertama,
between the
nanti boleh
Uranus
tengok
and
dekat
the
video saya
Valkyrie,
post
but
ni.
it just wasn't enough. A lot of the times they were initiating into this fight and they would just get decimated more like quicker than not because of the firepower that was packed in to this lineup of SRG. So go back to the drawing board for game 2 because this didn't work. The early game was better. I feel like they were actually able to maintain, the game and not lose this crazy lead, but GK's got to come up with something else here, Trex.
I mean, I get it, right? Game 1, you try something because if that
Pula
something
mental
works,
bracket
it
ni
puts
Pak.
you in such a huge
Tak
advantage
duduk ni
for
meta
the
nak
rest
cek
of the
kemenangan.
series. It's a mental game and GK was not able to pull it off, but even more of that, SRG was able to keep their cool through it all.
Dulu.
Let's see what our panel has to say about that.
Pemain siapa main 4 orang 5 anjay.
Thank you, Trex.
Jadi
Nice, great
macam
cast
anda
on the
sikit tak
first one.
strong
This was
dulu.
an
Draft
interesting
satu
game.
main peranan lah Manda.
Like I say, GK
Kena
Esports
tengok.
had moments where they looked much better. 5 kills after
Sebab
their time
match
with
kita
YG,
tadi
who got
dia
55
untuk
kills
counter
against them.
Zuxin
Now
je
they
tu.
had 11 to the tally, so technically doubling their overall efforts and effectiveness.
Kalau dia
But it
nak
wasn't
tambah
enough against SRG, who I
power
feel
lagi
like,
tadi, dia
Brigida,
kena
this is
ada
just my
ambil
take. I wanna hear
match
yours.
yang
Just
ada
had a win
stun.
condition in the Moskov and in the Harara, and their team fights really came together very
Jadi
well.
dia akan ganggu
Yeah,
banyak.
on the other
Link tu
side, it was
kacau
very
kalau
specific for
ada
Yaga,
stunner.
who had to go up against that win condition you mentioned, which was Innocent on the Moskov, because I feel like Yaga and
Saudara
what
kau,
he's been
tidak.
through in the first
Clock
series,
kecil
in
tak
the first
function.
showing here in MSC, was something they do
Ya.
not want to go
Yang mana?
through against.
Yeah.
So they picked up a
Lupa,
very
saja
aggressive
kalah.
gold laner, a
Saja.
very unique gold laner at
Saja.
that. And you saw the intention, you saw it worked to a
Stun
certain
sekarang
extent in the
kecil.
beginning, but again, for a more
Banyak
sustained
penawar pokok
team
hijau
fight or
rasanya.
for the long run,
takut.
I think they lost sight of how they should
Percaturan
play
draft ah?
around this certain lineup.
Percaturan draft ni main
Look,
peranan
I
besar
mean,
juga.
when you go to that matchup specifically, it is kind of tough because, Helkert wants to get in and wants to stop Vision and kind of reap through the chaos. But Moskov, if he's your person you're trying to shut down, one knockback and now your whole plan is like delayed, and that delay could be it doesn't work anymore.
I mean, the crazy thing is, we'll have some time with the telestrator later because in this game, funnily enough, the thing that I got to
Sorry,
talk
gang,
about the
3GP
most is
sekejap,
actually
sekejap,
the map,
3 minit.
because that's what Slangray Giants used to defeat Geeke. And here's the thing, it's not that Geeke does not have ways to stop it. It's just that somehow they weren't able to just because Innocent, he himself was invisible in the map. The moment he shows his face, sure, he dies. He made that one mistake, but then never again.
Yeah, you would think that GK would have a less harder time finding Innocent because they had two assassins. They had such high mobility heroes and even a Uranus who could just pretty much, you could rely on him to control the rest of the map. And he's the guy who could just split up from the rest of the members. Actually, 3 of them, like either of these 3 could just go and take their separate ways from the team, but it still didn't work out.
How'd you feel about Cram? I feel like his Paquito is pretty impactful.
Very much so. Honestly, Cram, I will talk about him a little bit more during the analysis later, but he was the reason that Slangray Giants can change their game plan mid-game to actually make it so that Innocent gets to a point where he can start carrying, because for me personally, I saw plan A, and I would say the first 5 minutes they saw plan A cannot work. They switched to plan B, and instead Cram has to be the one getting all the attention, and after that, honestly, smooth sailing.
Yeah.
Kau nak SRG jumpa Aurora ke Onyx? Mana-mana je lah tu. Kalau dah takdir dia dah jumpa, macam mana?
He was already caught.
Wintalker boleh peng dengan Golden Star, boleh?
They were trying to threaten him out of the lane.
Critical dia tak keluar, itu je.
He just stayed there, hid in the bush, and was ready for a
Movement
potential
speed dapat.
re-engage.
Attack
If
speed
ever
dapat.
GK actually
Physical
wanted to
dapat
go for
sikit.
one more round, and that's the thing about Cram. He's
Critical tak
a
keluar.
very aggressive XP lane, and the Paquito, I think, allows him to really play the kind of playstyle that maybe we've been missing in that first series that we saw from SRG.
And it was really interesting to see the results of yesterday's performance, or not yesterday, but the day we saw Selangor Red Giants fall earlier on, because the Belleric gave them so many issues. GK prioritized the Belleric this time around, guys, and it doesn't give them any issues. And I think that's just SRG know we need to have an answer for this. The Paquito worked really well to give them the space, but LaFell, I want you to break down what you saw in that game.
All right, Brigida, I trust you for this one. So we're gonna we're going to be looking at it. You know, I'm just going to stop. We're going to look at the draft here, and I'm going to take some time because we're going to be looking at GK's draft first.
Sekejap
Where
eh,
the idea of this Hellcurt was to shut down the Moskov because based on previous matchups, they know that the Moskov will win against Ling. So they need an immediate answer, and that answer was this Hellcurt, which this is why we're going to see in the game how it really changes. But before that, we got to talk about how Selangor Giants approach the draft because they have 1, 2, and 3 independent laners.
Kenapa Sky punya pattern jungle macam Barai berapa game selalu kalah level dengan jungle enemy. Ni guys, pokok ni. Faham tak? Pokok ni.
Was not a solo laner. He was the one actually starting the fights. It was more on Cram as well as Innocent to be in that lane. We're going to be looking at some clips here where in the first clip we'll talk about how great the Yaga on this Hellcurt is. Which by the way, it's
480.
Which by the way, it's a very toxic
Macam tak ada face bodoh. 7 lah 7. Sap. Tolong.
Execute just to make sure he actually gets the kill. Because as we're looking at the positioning here, you can see that Sakai's is
720 pun lag guys. Maaf cakap. Sebelum dia lambat upload.
You can see that Sakai is supposed to have a flank angle because his job is to actually have and engage with the stun. And then look at the rest of Selangor Red Giants. They're just trying to establish some kind of box just to make sure that Sakai is out of this box and he's dealing with everyone
jom
else.
Fungsi. Aku dah bagi tahu tadi, mana dia bagi mana naikkan cepat dengan HP.
Aiming for Sakai because they know he's going to be the disruptor, and then eventually they will go for Innocent. But first things first, it is going to be Skies. We're going to be playing the clip just to see how they execute this. Kill Sakai because they know.
Kalau pokok tu masalah, kenapa akad dia tak ban pokok tu? Dia dah jumpa solution bawa high loss. Jadi kalau Sakai mati dekat bahagian objektif, contoh macam turtle, dia mati maknanya tim dia tak cukup menzoning musuh. Kau faham tak?
Okay, never mind. You can see
pasal rasa 144 ni bukan 14436 duk. 3GP je upload video sekejap.
He's all alone and every single time a gang comes up to him, he never dies. That's the big thing because we're looking at the minimap and see that the rest of the team, they're always together. Look at Innocent's positioning on that Moskov. He's close to the Eve, and even Sakai is close behind. So the entire game, they made into a 1-4 split where it's supposed to be the Moskov. But remember, Moskov did die that one time, so they changed the plan. Cram is the one going for the solo lane. And then after that, we can see here, this is where we start seeing Selangor Giants win when they split up the fight. And that's why, Rainday, you were talking about the Belleric. Belleric is good in a big fight. So don't have a big
10k
fight.
sub without videos.
This is where Innocent had that lucky
May FR 2252 bagi tahu.
Yaga was able to take him out, and then we saw in the team fight, things got much easier. Look at this. Already the Wrath of Dryad already been used, but Stormy is already out of the way. Even though Aizen is chasing him, but this is the position that Stormy wants. As long as he's not captured, he is not chain CC'd, he's able to deal the damage because in this position, he's the one with the most amount of damage in the team.
Kalau aku banyak cerita tentang strategi SRG.
If we look back into the items, we can see that Sakai was using Queen's Wing, so his build is not full damage. He's built more like a fighter, surviving as long as he can. So his job, look at this Sakai's build. He has 2 spell vamp items with the War Axe as well as Queen's Wings. He's not about assassinating people. If he gets it,
thank you Lunatic. Aku dapat pindah fah nak masuk tahun PJJ dengan aduh. Lama tu. Lama puasa tu.
SRG were just so efficient. I think this was the most.
Thank you, production, by the way. That was amazing.
Hey.
Great job. Great job to you and Brigida. You are the
Semoga dia memudahkan urusan duk Lunatic. Boleh lah ni beli kopi kejap lagi ni guys.
No, you stand up after this.
Okay.
Sama-sama.
No.
Aku boleh itu dengar lapel bebel. Analyst kan.
It was a very effective play from SRG this time because I feel like in the last
next game yang on lawan Pro Esport, aku rasa game tu Aku belakang tabir kot. Game Onyx lawan Aurora gaming aku ada. Pukul 8. Aku tengok juga depan PC ni, cuma aku beli kopi je. Boleh makan je.
So it might be one of the picks that they're willing to give more so than the others we saw banned, which still remain a question to us, by the way. Why the Harley, right? Why did they take that out, and what could be the reason behind?
I honestly feel like they're gonna play this option, right? Play 1-3-1 and then eventually become a 4-1.
Game dah start ba? Ya, sabar. Sekejap je.
Right? Against the Link, they can outplay that.
Nampak ni.
I think that's just gonna be the strategy coming in from Slangoray Giants.
Lag.
Instead of the straight up team fight.
That's a really good point. I mean, they've obviously come in with a plan.
Sikit lagi. Cepat sabar sekejap. Sekejap je lagi. Tak lari pun dia main ni. Sikit je lagi putih dia ni.
But also, there's a good chance to learn something valuable, and you might say invaluable, if this is the beginning of another SRG run to finals. Because if you're going to give it up, you need to know how to deal with it. They certainly, definitely found a way to deal with it. But the question is now in Game 2, will they give it up? Will they go back to the same? Will they let GK Esports switch it up, or will they have another plan of attack?
I mean, here's the thing. I feel like GK kind of read into it with the Hellcurt as well as the Link pick. It's just that the execution wasn't there. So I do wonder if GK wants to change it up just a little bit. Because Slangoray Giants, for better or for worse, they're showing that they're not interested in team fight.
Unorthodox lineup into
pecah video pak. Ya dah ni terpaling cerah ni.
You know, like shock them to a certain extent.
Did it kind of feel like they were maybe trying to catch SRG in something and go versus
Predict Pro versus Yangon pak. Uish, tak tahu tu.
Because I think it was something they observed. But that's the thing, like you get to observe it from one team,
Yangon
but you have to also acknowledge that that team is definitely going to learn from it. So
kenapa
they're less
ratio rendah?
likely to
Sebab tengah upload
replicate
video
the
tadi.
same mistakes that you saw from them, though you
Upload video
could
dia lag.
definitely consider it.
Sebab apa aku multi
SRG
stream,
this time
jadi
showed that
banyak
they were
data
not the
ditarik.
same team that we saw 2 days ago going up against Pro
Ni kalah
Esports.
balik.
And this is my question, and they answered it already.
Balik,
You gotta ban the Moskov or deal with what made that first thing do. But again, it's reactionary.
Moscow,
to what has
Fanny,
worked.
Marcel.
We'll see if that continues with the Fanny and, of course, the Marcel band on the other side of SRG.
Honestly, I like the ban here coming in from GK because they're betting out the Moskov. The other gold laner that can play the strategy that Slangoray Giants already did was the Claude. Those are the only real two marksmen that can go play the side lane. They can go for a fight.
Nampak gaya macam dia nak link guys.
Handle the long lane well.
SRG macam nak link.
Right now, with this Moskov ban, with this Harara ban,
interesting.
Freya might eventually be let through. The Paquito will get through again. So SRG, they're banging out the Harara. Do they just go all in and ban out that
Kalau
lane
menang
as
jumpa
well?
siapa? Jumpa siapa yang kalah dekat atas.
Who Atlas is also a pick you gotta
Freya
consider.
Because they're also leaving the Eudora open, so there are just so much trades that they could play around if ever they do leave that bling. And if they hand over the Atlas, then maybe they can also consider the Belleric for themselves. So I think there are just so many trades on the board right now.
Yep.
SRG might even consider a throw ban at this point if they just really want to.
Dia suruh tukar router Wi-Fi 6.
Keep something open.
Router ku Wi-Fi 5 tak halal.
Yeah, because at this point, I feel like it's either Ling or Eudora, because I feel like the rest you can kind of deal with.
Yeah.
Even if you pick up Atlas,
Vamos,
you pick up
MSC
Belleric,
dengan
Valentina, and then suddenly you're looking pretty strong, vice
Jauh
versa.
beza. Hyper sihat ke? Alhamdulillah sihat.
Maybe even try to ban out of Valentina and then ask the
Harley,
question.
yeah.
It's Harley.
I mean, like in a way, it opens up the draft,
and it does keep them. You mentioned the only other people that could do that, maybe the Claude.
Yep.
Claude's still open. That was actually banned by SRG to prevent a counter
Dekat
to
Malaysia je tak masuk lagi
Moskov that
Wi-Fi
they wanted to
7.
go. But now that they've revealed that's what they want to do, they're going to keep it open. Maybe they can do that since the Moskov is banned.
Macam mana nak guna
the only
Wi-Fi
thing
7?
here
Macam rugi
is
tu.
GK. I kind of feel like out of all the picks, I'm
Alah,
actually feeling
mahal.
Eudora is probably a very strong early pick, but it's
Link.
like
Oi, dia link terus.
Eudora Atlas.
Yeah, exactly. Slangoray Giants can go Eudora
Belek
Atlas
ke,
or
belek
Eudora
ke?
Belleric, whichever is their pick.
Yeah.
Belek Eudora tu.
Whichever they want, honestly,
Nampak?
'cause either the Atlas or the
Ini
Belleric,
kalau
I
ada
feel
yang
like
lain-lain
with
ni tak
really
tahulah
great
aku.
tools already. You have so much ways to force out a Purify, and then GK might settle with just a Purify gold lane as well.
Tiba
which
jauh pula suara kau apa? Ya ke?
we're not entirely sure if they will revert back to a
Kalau
marksman
Pro
gold
kalah
lane
YG
either.
nanti dia orang
since
tak dia
earlier
akan
again, you
jumpa
already saw them going
repeat.
for an execute Hellcurt in the
Yeah.
gold lane. So
Honestly, the
Betul
fact
ada
that
Wi-Fi
Innocent was
7
able
yang
to
tak ada.
survive for
Betul,
such a long
router memang
time
ada.
is actually a
Kelajuan
I would say
Wi-Fi
proof of his
7 tu
skills
yang tak
as
ada.
a marksman gold laner.
He just doesn't miss the SOD.
No, I was saying that immediate play that we saw. Was like, that was amazing. They skip the Eudora. They go Valentina instead.
I'm not sure how much I like this. And I'm guessing I don't.
Why is that?
Benda dia simple kau tengok. Ni guys. Ada Eudora tapi tak ambil Eudora guys. Inilah ni.
It's the Occam's razor. Sometimes the most obvious pick is the right one. And the obvious one here should be the Eudora. And the fact that they did not pick it up is very interesting. Because as of right now, they don't have a real way to stop
Melissa.
I mean, like Atlas, if you can catch him, sure, but you can't. It requires skill and luck.
Are they opening up something on their side? I mean, the blue comes in.
Must have a plan in mind, right? Yeah. I think if the Eudora does get locked in by GK here, which they don't, okay, then that's when they might have to change something. But even GK just let go of the Eudora entirely and say, we have something else in mind for our mid lane pick.
This is very interesting because GK right now, they're drafting in a way that Selangor Giants wants
to
play.
Kita
So
boleh,
they're asking Selangor Giants, do you want to fight fire with fire and play a 1-3-1 comp? Or
maknanya dia tak nak ambil Bellery.
A team fight comp, which they have been avoiding for quite a while. But no matter what, they at least need one. So maybe the Paquito gets picked up again, handle the long lane, either deal with the Ling or deal with the Moscow. Sorry, deal with the Claude.
Because I think it will enable like whichever option SRG wants to go for. If they want to go split, if they want to go team fight, the Paquito works.
Or pick up Nolan.
Kita still ada Brody guys.
Yeah, to help out in they pick up Paquito. Makes sense. Because again, they need someone to deal with the side.
Maknanya kita boleh fokus ban Bellery, ban Povius.
I think the only other option might be a Benedetta, but that one
maknanya
has so
glue tu
many
biar dia campak roam.
Like it's very easy to mess up that lane.
Could get punished real quick. So now we at least get to see the XP lane for SRG, and they again have not revealed to us the jungler yet. So GK might want to really focus on narrowing the hero pool here for Sakai's later on in the bag.
Kalau aku lah guys.
SRG.
Yeah.
But mid lane
aku ban Bele untuk SRG.
You know?
Biar glue dia main roam.
I have a thought here. We saw that build. I mean, it was assassin pick, but it was pretty utility.
Yep.
So is a utility jungler a thought here for Sakai to kind of mix it up?
I was considering that if the Eudora was locked in for GK, but they didn't lock in the Eudora, and
honestly,
Brody dah tutup tu.
Honestly, that's a very good insight coming
in from tutup semua hero yang boleh tutup link.
Opt for something like an Akai instead.
Mana yang ada options sekarang ni Melissa.
Innocent to perform, and I feel like GK they're reading into it. That's why they're not become the Eudora. They're even betting out the Brody. So, hey, you might be onto something here.
This could be interesting. We saw Barat's jungle once, still not banned. Akai was used really well also.
Yeah, though there isn't a Mathilda really, but I don't think we're seeing the Mathilda as a requirement to the Barats anymore.
And still Melissa.
Oh yeah, Melissa is also there. Surprisingly, again, like I said, we had a 13-minute game where the Melissa did over 100,000 damage.
Yeah.
That's way more than I would ever anticipate. And they're still not banning. If they don't ban the Eudora,
okay,
now they ban. There's Eudora. Maybe they're just messing with the head of Costa Rica. Be like, hey, we may pick it, we may not. Because they are on the red side. They have last pick.
Yeah.
They can really play with the minds of GK here.
Yeah, so do they take out another safe gold lane? Oh, they let the
Melissa yang aku cakap tadi pun dah kena tutup lah guys.
Option
terbaik apa ada?
Marksman.
And I think there's no more safe gold lanes unless you want to consider a Bruno with a House Claw where your healing is just
Yushanshin jungle je lah.
But even then,
Yushanshin jungle kiri kanan fighter.
That's not a guarantee.
Yeah, so it's probably another Harith carry option here for SRG unless they want to go something unique or want to flex the Paquito in gold.
It could.
If they do that, they go for the Yi Sun-shin. But going up against a Ling as well as a Claude, I don't think the Yi Sun-shin will have a good time. It is an option, just may not be the best option.
Yeah. Because at this point, it's just the Yi Sun-shin left that you could really consider.
Ay, betul lah guys.
They go for...
Yeah.
Ada bau-bau lah guys. Ali nujum ke kawan-kawan?
I mean, again, going up against the Ling as well as the Claude, how Selangor Giants can win this one is they need to have mid prio and then hope that Sakai is on this Yi Sun-shin is able to get one level ahead of the Ling and secure those turtles and then try to snowball off of there. Because when the Claude has 4 items, when the Ling has even 2 items, this Yi Sun-shin needs a
Jadi
lot
diorang pick
of help
apa?
from Keto as well as the Atlas.
Mesti ada
but you're already
Bele.
stuck with an Atlas Valentina, so GK might have the upper hand here in terms of determining what the matchup is
Boleh
going to
nunjuk
look
pak.
like.
Ya, ada baca-baca
We don't know
ni
if
guys.
it's going Rome or EXP, but they could flex that too because they flex it.
Valir.
They even have the Valir.
Esme.
So the Valir is good at
Ui, dirot
denying.
dok.
I would say everyone from Slangway Giants
Oh,
they
kan?
want to go in.
Macam
Valir
baik
will
kat
just
dirot.
push them away. And they even have Esmeralda to say if you put Paquito
Dia
into
macam
the
masa
EXP,
sangat.
the Esmeralda
Bukan
can
CC
deal with
ke?
this. GK, this is another way to draft, and it looks very effective.
Uranus ada lagi ke?
Yeah, it looks very cool.
I like it.
GK look very cool and hot because of the
Yeah,
Valir.
Macam perlukan sisi satu lagi lah guys.
Well, what's going to be the cool hot pick from Innocent?
Should
Ruby okey pak?
EXP.
Okey, kena bakor dengan Bali tu duk.
Paquito against the Esmeralda in the lane.
They need someone to deal with this Valir, so someone that can dive. Yuzong, a Lapu.
Betul bodoh guys.
Just to deal with the Esmeralda. This is very interesting.
Dirot pada.
Falcons PH.
What in the world?
I think the last time
Ali nujum lah guys.
The last time Kram used the Dyrov was MSC 25 during the group stage, and he won that one. But that was the only
Direct
time he used it in
counter.
that competition. So
wow,
quite a long time since he's used the Dyrov, especially here in international.
Who gets the edge from you guys?
Jadi pemikiran aku sama guys sebenarnya.
This is okay.
GK sound very cool to look very cool to Moy.
I think GK is easier to execute.
All right, we'll see who executes here.
Alright guys, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, perlawanan game yang kedua Selangor Giant menentang GK Esports daripada Arab. Sama saksikan perlawanan gila.
Alright guys. Dia analis SRG pak. Dia ahli nujum. Kalau memang sedia boleh kat no susah guys, susah. Kau memang ahli nujum pak. Ya, sudah aku bilang. Lika telah digunakan oleh Glue di early game. Jadi analis pak. Come on lah. 2017 lagi aku main MLBB ni.
GK also already burning a flicker early on from Shen. We know how this mid lane goes. Obviously as a Glue you can go ahead and heal some of this back up, but yeah, I think the pressure is there definitely.
Prosin tahan 3 musim je guys.
GK is feeling it, but I like that they're still willing.
Ada baca-baca. Ya, ada baca-baca. Sudah aku bilang.
Now we saw that in the last one. You know, the Hellcurt kind of worked for a bit till it didn't. But now the Valir solves a lot of
Jadi Dirot ni direct counter untuk Esme. Paquito pun boleh menang lawan Cloud. Dia akan dominate dekat lane. Cuma problem untuk SRG ni guys kan, fighter ni akan sedikit suka bila dia kena poking dengan volley. Jadi masing-masing kena bijak untuk flanking lah. Flanking is the best choice lah. Kalah out ya, kalah out.
Yeah, what's going to be big for
Kopi dulu
Kram
bah.
is keeping this pressure up, maybe
Habis
securing
game
a
ni.
kill in this early phase. First, second turtle going
Wah ni kena donasi ya guys. Donate lah social bus bawah tu. Bantu aku. Jangan cuba-cuba buffering. Jangan cuba-cuba.
If you start to take a death or two too early on, you fall off quickly, and at that point you're just
Sup?
this hero.
Poking tipis.
Check here in the mid, but
again
because of the nature of the competition, you're not going to see too much action
ni
until the
MSC
first
dalam bawa
objective
meta
comes
brawl
up.
M7.
It's really big for SRG to have that
Bergantung
fatal links.
situasi.
They make it a
Kram
failure
masuk.
on Aizen, but again, as an
Lemak Kram.
Esmeralda, really
Level
difficult
4. Okay.
to take up
Let's
on
go.
Kram, though.
Kram, ulti Kram. Bapak banyak nak life steal. Flicker daripada Kram. Alamak, ulti daripada Kram tidak terkena. Alamak. Alamak. Double kill you dan juga Kram ditumbangkan agak sedikit ke depan sebenarnya. Coach yang sebenar. Thank you Kram. Ya, coach yang sebenar. Coach online yang sebenar. Online saja
After I say it, you don't want to take too many deaths early on. It happens. Luckily, it's flying clouds, so you're not going to lose too much from an early game death like this.
Alright, Turtle mula kali SRG. Dapat kontrol balik. Duit sedikit sebanyak sebenarnya.
So even after that, they do end up getting the objective. They secure themselves the turtle. Looking at the replay here, brought to us by STC. Again, this was an attempt under the turret. Kram buys quite a bit of time here, but it's again Aizen's very
Kau tengok
patient.
Bali ni kalau masuk teamfight kacau tu guys. diorang kena flank. Sebab Bali ni pun dia boleh kacau momentum Atlas. Pancingan daripada Kram, datang Skies, Purify. Dia agak laju dia digunakan reflect daripada Esmeralda. Sekarang ni kan Valentina kita ni guys kan, aku tak tahu apa function dia guys. Dia boleh poking tipis-tipis je. Dia nak copy ulti siapa siau? Oleh Stamun, ulti Link untuk lari je lah tapi faham tak? Ini problem dia. Tadi ada dingdong tak ambil dingdong tu. Dingdong ni bagus tu tadi. Tempest of Blade, Kram down. Wow. Sing. Kram 0-2.
I was just about to say how GK wasn't playing the off lanes too much, playing a bit more defensively against SRG, but now they're finally finding their movement across the map. Quinnock and Shen.
Flicker. Fatal Link. Shen down.
Very quick to take out here, and that's what you're going to expect. Every time that Fatal Links is up, maybe even the Flicker for Yumes, he'll go make a play, and that's about what SRG can play around, as they were mentioning.
Terima kasih Duk. Ya. Aduh, padu di sini saja Duk. Let it do it. Sup, baik Sen. Oh, Sky bakal tumbang. Oh, nampaknya Stormy guna Flicker. Masih lagi hidup. Innocent take expose block position dia. Lari Sen. Sen. Flicker okay, baik. Sen. Flicker lagi gunakan. Turtle yang kedua. Nampak gayanya bakal jadi turtle yang percuma untuk GK.
Yeah, without that flicker, Innocent may not be able to do much to help out. Zeno will get that turtle. Right now, both teams just looking for pick-off after pick-off.
Nak lock siapa ni pa? Nak lock siapa? Kram kau lock Esme je lah Kram. Kau masuk depan tak guna, menangkan laning phase kau dulu duk. Menang situ baru kau jangan team fight cari belakang-belakang. Lain macam ke? Lain macam lah tadi.
Almost 2,000 gold lead even after losing second turtle.
Kau ni geng Illuminati kat mana ada? Apa tu?
The pressure is on, but this is similar to last game. SRG sometimes needs a little bit of time to get things going. They like to look for that 6-7 minute power spike. I'm also excited to see how Innocent plays in the Paquito. It's no longer Cram on it. And it's so normal to see Innocent on these marksmen, right? On things like
play banyak kerja kena buat ni, jangan risau. Ada post video. Aku tak nak SRG ciduk guys. Dah lah. Kita ni ibarat di hujung tanduk ni guys, dah jatuh low bracket ni. Oh, Innocent. Link free tu.
And so
early kita tak bagus.
2 kills, you know, he's got that momentum going on the Paquito. That's going to be great for them, but they got to control the map here as that tier 1 down bot gets taken down by Zeno. This is what you expect of the Ling. He's going to continue to push the map.
Flicker digunakan. Oleh Valir.
Some more action here in the mid.
Innocent down. So Kolil. 3-0-2. Oi, Ling jadi awal tu.
Now picking up the Haas claws off of it.
As Zeno has been on fire even in the last game that they lost. Zeno still made some amazing plays. A couple bad ones too, but here in game number 2, he seems to have gotten some of the rest off. He's finding solo kills. He's able to lock down Honest Innocent on the top side.
Ay, mati Kram. Nampak susah kan, guys? Nampak kan, susah kan?
GK has found the footing in this one.
Early kita kalah ni guys, 6 minit 3,000 gold dia pegang oleh GK. Kita dapat roam bagus tapi kita tak dapat match yang bagus. Jadi kopi ultimate ni impactful dia kurang. Kiri kanan bocor.
Stormy holding on here too up on that front side. They'll just face off for now though as buffs are going to be secured by Zeno.
Bali ni dah kacau 3 hero guys sebenarnya. Okay, Bali down. Innocent terkena split. Innocent down. Guys down. Tempest of Blade.
With the Haas claws, rest of the team still going at it. Now Cram looking for Zeno.
Kejar Link tu, dia tak ada ulti. Go!
So Zeno should be able to get away.
Ai.
Zeno gets away to safety.
You pula. Alamak. Alamak.
Take out another Yumes falls and GK further building the lead that they have.
Valentine nak deny ke boleh jadilah. Lapel tadi dah awal cakap I don't like this pick. Idora terbuka tapi tak ambil. Rugi lah. Idora tengah pass juga kan.
Last time SRG was able to keep things
Ni kalau
at a
kena drag yang
minimum,
lambat
but
ni
this
guys,
time the turn
advantage
is
late
gone.
game pun ada kat dia orang
Bleeding
juga sebenarnya ni.
out. Is there an
Buat ada
opportunity?
cloud.
Innocent, we gotta see
Cloud
something
link,
from him.
link lah
Problem
paling
is,
obvious lah.
it's a
Late game.
tough game for a Paquito. You got
Kita mengharapkan dia buat silly mistake guys. 9 balas 3, 5,000 goal lead dipasang early game 8 minit sekarang ni. Allahu.
Under the turret, the rest of the team's gonna get caught in the jungle. They'll fight. GK wants
Sakai's
to take it
down.
to them as Sakai's falls. Cram trying to get away, but there's 4 members here, and Eisen leading the charge. Meanwhile, Zeno will push mid. GK Esports has total control right now.
All right. A little bit of a fatal links used on.
Kalau dia orang jap kasih tahu ambil dia orang dalam game 2 ni. Tak pentingkan ambil link. Tak, dia orang first pick link. Enemy first pick. Dia ambil link terus.
Shout out to Leo. Popped up.
SRG kalau link terbuka dia, aku rasa dia nak ambil link juga sebenarnya.
Making their way in, making their way downtown. And it's not looking good for SRG. Like I said, Innocent's
Sebab dia tutup Hirara.
I was about to. It went right
Wait for the Lord.
Yeah.
Wait for the Lord.
Wait for the Lord.
Better adu je Hirara tu dengan link kan.
Innocent do great things, but you know we can't count him out completely because the problem is this is a tough game for
Ni lagi susah ni guys. Bali dah ada Ice Queen 7,000 9 minit dulu. What's that brother?
YSS can come in and then they go for a double fighter. But the problem
Ni
is,
guys, item-item yang digunakan.
they lock in the YSS and then the Quinnock comes in and we just know, ooh, this is going to be tough for a big fighter composition.
4,000 gila jungle beza.
Things that are just going to give Cram
Bapak
and Innocent a
besar.
hard time in this game, and it doesn't give the space for Innocent. It doesn't give the space for Stormy. And at that point, how do you even counter this? And every time that someone's been on their own, GK has been all over the map. Zeno's been finding the 1v1s. And the rest of the team is finding pickoffs as well. So SRG's is getting slowly backed into this corner.
This has been amazing, kind of
Tak nak memang putih sekali.
that GK has done in game 2. I mean,
Susah ke
really
kalau
have to go
Sakai
back
pick
to the
Nolan
drawing
mah?
board
Nolan
on game ones.
kena tukar ada
We
marksman
with
lah
SRG
untuk
now
secure
for
late game.
Game 2, this is a bigger lead than what SRG had in the previous one, and GK has total control. Now, if you're looking at this 9,000 gold behind, if you're SRG, you know, you're almost in that attempt where we just gotta go for it because it continues to slip through. And even so, even being down this
Dah masuk mid game guys
GK will still take
Kita dalam
things
condition losing ni guys. Sebab 8,000 ni bukan sikit duk, besar duk. Dekat lot ni diorang boleh apa ni? Boleh press untuk SRG keluar untuk bunuh. Fokus bunuh. Sebab fokus utama diorang boleh bunuh dulu. Sebab menang goal lead besar. Sekali kat atas, balik doyum.
I haven't seen that many
bagi free lot pertama. Bawah dapat tower, Sky pun dapat tolak sikit ke atas, kuasa atas pun dah dapat. Function D-Dot tu apa? Function D-Dot tu untuk S-Main tu, supaya S-Main tu tak main. Tapi early game kalah kan, dia susah nak recover sikit. Sebab tu early game ni penting guys. Lagi-lagi kalau korang bawa tak ada marksman. Sebab kawan buat double fighter. Double fighter kalau kawan bawa kau kena menang early duk. Supposedly gameplay kita gameplay barbar, tapi tadi tu overextend kan. Terpanis sekali, rotasi agak lari sikit. 2 kali tidur. Macam tu.
Hold this on, and you know, when you look at this composition, you got to think too, how good is that base defense with this kind of composition for SRG? And it might be okay, but it's not the best. You know, you have to expend a lot.
Blazing duet, purify, baik.
This makes it better. They take
Tapi Innocent macam mati.
And now Lord will charge in the mid. They're preoccupied here.
Oh, hidup. Sky pun hidup, baik. Mid pecah tu.
And burn them slowly. Lord finally goes down, but not before it takes out the mid base turret. So GK, that might be all they get because they lost.
Allah, Yum!
Flicker are going to be burned too. SRG, do they want to go for this fight? Quanok,
mati. Sky hidup, mati. Wah, GG guys. Dia nak defend duk ni. Sen! Sen! Asal tak sustain je combo duk? Ya ke S-Main kan? Betul juga kan? Memang auto mati terus lah cerita dia kalau dapat combo shield. Ni Stormy. Apa boleh buat Stormy? Temple Soul Blade. Sap! 15/5. Kalah early guys. Tuan-tuan dah 1-1. Congratulations to GK. Nice try untuk SRG. Jadi guys, jangan lupa like, comment, share bagi pendapat korang pasal game ni. Yang paling penting, jangan lupa subscribe Kita dah perjalanan ke 300,000 subscriber. Let's go guys. Awarded matches.
Final game, match 3, and they do it cleanly. It wasn't just a, it didn't even feel like a close game, honestly.
Apa benda?
Really just has control, and I think it all started in the draft, personally.
The draft.
I don't know. I don't know if there was.
I don't know.
Change things up, over for SRG side or what exactly happened, but the Valier was also just a big part of this. Aizen, mind you, too, on the Esmeralda was phenomenal. When we first saw Aizen, a couple years ago when he was back on Lil Gun and, making a name for himself, he was one of the players to stand out. And in this game, he standed out for GK with the rest of the squad here to follow through, just because, again, they had to come together as a team, play around the Ling, supplement that so that Xeno can do his thing. And, this was really a team effort for them to get to a Game 3 after how quick of a game and devastating a Game 1 was against SRG. So, and now Trex, it comes down to it. When you got that one.
Okay guys, minta maaf, izin dulu upload video. Siapa yang tengok game kedua ni, yang selepas tengok ni guys, masih macam kenapa duk? Kenapa saja macam ni duk?
For either of these teams to move on forward for MSC. I don't know. Do you still bring something new out or not? There's a lot to question here.
A lot of questions. Hopefully the panel can give us some answers. Rain Day, how are we feeling over there, guys?
From someone.
That was a good one to leave to my experts, because Brigida LaFell, this was a game that, wow, had the emotion behind it. It also had the impact behind it. GK Esports knew they were going home.
Saya pernah check stat Sky macam Shin bawah 35% untuk national scene tapi masih bawa masuk. Saya tak faham.
Or you're out. Welcome back to the panel. My name's Rain Day.
Percaturan tak faham juga.
Kind of like GK's draft, it proved to be more impactful. What was the difference that you thought, and then how did it show up in game?
It's funny because I just said, their draft really looked cool.
Yeah.
But there's a deeper meaning to that. It's mostly because of the way that they managed. I think the mid-row matchup
tak tahu. Percaturan tu kan.
It was something revealed to us very early on.
Aku rasa Coach Valdo Vamos tu yang bagus tu. Untuk patch sekarang ni. Patch sekarang tu. Tak daripada MPL lagi.
It was just, I think,
dia pandai baca hero. Dia pandai balance. Kalau tak dapat counter hero, dia balancekan hero.
That's all GK needed to really wrap up their draft and secure a winning matchup for them that could really favor them in the long run.
LaFell, I want to know your initial thoughts as well. Are you surprised by that, or kind of went the way you expected?
I was not surprised, because when you were asking which draft looks good, and I said that, well, GK's draft is easier to execute, and that's kind of a way to say that. I would say SRG did overthink that.
Like, how do you make that work, basically?
Because here's the thing.
Dengar guys.
You know that there's a wall in front of you, and yet you're trying to charge against it, right?
Yeah.
Because it's not that GK hides so many good picks. They already shown the strong heroes that they have, but then Slangorejaya is like, you know what? We can deal with that. We're gonna underestimate, lose against your heroes and hope for the best, and that you just can't do that here in MSC.
Yeah, too good.
Your counter's on the other side, and then you pick up that hero like, what?
Yeah, even
what in the world?
Yeah, even longing in the Dyra last pick, I feel.
What are you trying to do?
Much more than
they could have picked Eudora.
Yeah, because what?
They could have picked Eudora.
Oh yeah, that too.
They could pick the Eudora
for another damage XP lane.
Yeah.
Was just really focused on matchups and
what are you doing?
Winning lanes, when in fact they needed to buy time and create space to farm, because they settled with Yisun Shin, which is a scaling jungler, and LaFell was very vocal about him not liking the idea of the Paquito.
Terlampau banyak fikir lah aku rasa, guys.
So it demanded so much more.
Dia tengok enemy tak ambil Valerie, guys. Jadi Valen tu jadi useless.
Sakai's actually got all the space in the world. Obviously, GK did not hand over to him.
And you have Cram, who has such a good game on Paquito, and you kind of draft towards this idea, but the reality is it would be better if you probably had Cram on Paquito again, and you figured out a way to keep Innocent feeling comfortable. And it's not like they didn't have options. The Harith was available.
Yeah.
I mean, like, here's the thing. Rain Day, this is an interesting fact, but Slangorejaya only has win on the Moskov.
Wow.
When they don't have the Moskov, they haven't won a game.
You know what? That makes a lot of sense, though.
Yeah.
But I think it's deeper than, if we take it one level deeper, right? It's the Moskov. But when you have a Moskov, that means Innocent's comfortable and he's impacting the game. And that also, because he's doing that, is opening space for Cram to also impact the game. And if you have two of those things, that's kind of a winning I don't know, formula, strategy, right?
Yeah.
Is it the character though, or do you think there was a way they could have outdrafted that?
No, honestly, I think that's been the playstyle for SRG. The playstyle that's been working for them. It's really focusing on the sides, making sure that the sides win,
overthinking both lah aku
leave it to the
rasa.
sides to open up the map rather
pula.
than the mid doing it
Kalah
for
game
them.
sebelum ni pun
So
sabar.
it's ironic. It's ironic to say it because it's a marksman. You would
Bisa
expect as a
tak teruk
marksman you
meta.
should protect,
Tak, kalau kau tanya aku,
if it's
dia
a
tak teruk.
Moskov, then you don't really have to do that much for him because most
Dia
of the
sebab
time
buff
you have to not
dengan
have him
dia
alongside you,
sekali.
and there will be an
Sekarang
SOD
dia
anyway,
berempat.
so he can just
Convert
catch up to the team
T20
fights when they
menang.
feel like it's already necessary for him to participate. But for the most part, now that it's taken away and you have to see
Habis lah
Innocent on a
kajian marah dengan
Pakito,
fan-fan yang tak suka.
technically it is similar because you kind of can do it in terms of the same approach, but the fact that they had to focus so much of their attention on just Sekais, and Sekais being the sole carry of the game, I think really hurt them a lot because that was shut down by GK and they had no other fallback to resort to.
I'd be curious to see Yisun Shin's win rate.
Hasn't been great.
I think it's quite low. I'm not sure if I've seen him win, actually.
I don't think so as well. I don't think Yisun has won as well. Part of the reason is because he needs time, he needs item. Because he's basically
Kalau link
a
terlepas, aku
marksman,
rasa kena
right?
buka
And
je lah
we see
Irara
in the
tu.
tournament
Adu
right
dua
now,
hero
if
ni
you
duduk.
need time, there's not enough time for everyone.
Yeah.
Kalau dah ambil
let's see
link
what
kan.
you, put together for us.
Kalau
Because
link
you got
terbuka,
another
maknanya kau kena
illustrator
ban
segment.
Beller.
Felberg is gonna
Bukan Bellery. Atlas tu tutup. Maknanya kau akan ambil Bellery dengan Idora. Supposedly tadi lah.
Anyway, so yes, we have to pay attention to this one because I agree with Trex where he said this is one true to draft.
Bukan match smart lagi kan
let's see
pupuk meja
here,
bang. Ni lah
because
Steve
let's
kalah balik.
remind
Ya,
ourselves,
Saji
what
bang
are
main
the
sini
first
kira
picks
siapa pula
for
je.
GK Esports?
Ini masih lemak.
Link
Mungkin
is
karma
picked
sekarang.
number 1, and then later on they pick up the Claude
control
as
game.
well
Kena
as the
tak
Glue
function
pick
game.
number 2. So this is no longer a surprise, right? So let's talk about why the Ling as well as the Claude pick
Lagi ni
is
main
good.
ke
Well,
Sky
just like SRG,
kemungkinan
they like to
besar
play
ni
the
mungkin
side lane.
boleh
So
jadi
this
Uni
opens up the
tiba-tiba
map
main.
for them, which we will see in a clip later on. But also what is
Jadi,
weird here is that
perangkat
we
dalam
see
ni.
this Yisun Shin, we talked
Konten
about it
ni ambil
earlier,
Ismail tu
but
sembelih.
he was picked number 4, meaning
dia
that
tak
you've
J.
already seen the
Kau
Ling,
saja.
you've already
Lebih
seen the
direct
Claude. Now, why does the Ling as well as the Claude counter
Banyak
the
yang play
Yisun
dia.
Shin? Well,
Great
he
question.
is single target. He can only hit one person at a time, right? And the thing is, he has also one dash, so he cannot escape that much when you're going up against opponent that is basically much faster than you. And
Dia 50-50 ni guys. Antara Sky main lagi ataupun Uni. Risau Uni tiba-tiba main dia macam terkejut nanti. Risau dia begitu lah.
And the same as the Claude. The Claude can ignore all of your defense. No matter how many friends you have in the front, he don't care. He can just dive in. So this is already a non-factor. And then as we look even more, they early pick the Valentina, which probably is just to make sure that the Atlas pick does not get basically countered. But the thing is, you already see the problem of the Ling, right? Shouldn't you solve this problem first? With the
Ya,
Eudora? So that was
betul.
the question
Solve
mark.
dulu problem
And then
hero yang dah terkeluar tu.
the
Kau second
response,
pick
this
patut
one,
boleh counter
the
draft tu.
Valier. What good is he? Well, see this area? This is all Valier. If you're out here, this is already looking like an ice cream cone. You
Valier ni
guys
dah counter
cannot
1,
do
2.
anything against a Valier.
3.
Valier is basically the
3
mage,
lah guys.
equivalent to a Melissa, right? You create an area where no one can get in. So now, let's look at all the juicy clips here. What I want to show is actually the mini-map. See how Selangor Giants, they're in red.
Sorry gang,
Look how
3GP
close
sekejap
they
tu.
are, right? This is like
Dia
5
satu nyawa
minutes
Ipa.
into the game,
Hilang
and
lah balik
their
tidur
draft
lah
wants
guys.
a team fight. But then,
Uni tak boleh ganti
we'll
lah,
see
boleh?
what happens. Just
Saya
ignore
sebab kalah
Selangor
balik ni
Giants
kat Saji.
and then look to
Wow.
the side. This is what Selangor Giants has been doing. This is unprotected, right? You see this? Zeno is solo farming. He's grabbing the turret as early as the first 6 minutes of the game. And then all the while, SRG, they are getting what? Nothing. They're not getting anything. So this is already losing the macro based on the draft. But then we're going to look at the later stage of the game. And the one that I really want you guys to focus on is this, right? The Valier is here. And yet you see Selangor Giants, they are here. They're all separated where there's
Ini
a
masuk ke? Ya ke?
clear line
Sekejap,
that the
aku sikit
Valier
lagi
is
nak
making,
upload
saying
apa.
that you cannot cross this line. If you can't cross this line, then you basically cannot fight anything. This whole area right here is controlled by Valier.
Nice rectangle.
And this happens quite a lot of time. Imagine one hero denying that big area. That's huge. That is amazing. The fact that Selangor Giants had no real range, lost them the game.
Great segment, LaFell. Great analysis as well. And
And great mic holder.
Well, I've considered reaching over and going, do you have anything to say about that?
Which one?
Just whatever. I just wanted to get involved in holding a mic to you.
Okay. So for me, thank you. This is how it feels like to actually have the mic. I would say really the Valier was what made a big impact in that game. I agree.
Okay, that's enough. I think that's
Sorry to
you did that for that long against him, with him?
What?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
wow.
did you see me switch my arms like mid?
It's
Oh
okay.
my
Even
God.
nice who struggled.
Really?
Yeah, he was like, oh, now I see. You know what I mean.
Pause, LaFell. What the heck?
Yes. What?
What the heck?
Okay,
Valier.
You haven't gone
Valier.
Yeah, I don't.
Alright, game yang ketiga guys, penentuan.
Valier, Brigida. You were making a point. I interrupted you. I apologize. I'm trying to get you back to that. If you don't have anything to say on it, that is okay. I can move us on to a different conversation.
It's okay.
No, I really feel like GK 100% won that draft.
Yeah.
And I don't know whether Selangor Giants like anticipated that or they
Uni
were just
pa.
as surprised. But
Yeah.
hey,
Salutes to Coach Costa Rica.
GK won game one, and now there's a real possibility Selangor Giants being one of the favorites
Extending
gets
river.
eliminated here and now.
That came to victory for GK, bringing it back. SRG started strong, and now they are potentially facing a do-or-die situation. But they've been there before. They're kind of comfortable here. M6 saw them do it again. And we'll see if this is just another part of their story or if this is the end. Remember, the winner of this will advance to the lower bracket
Oh yeah,
between
dok.
Onyx
Uni dok.
and Aurora Gaming. We'll see that game come up a little bit later, but either way, challenge is just beginning.
It's like from bad to worse.
Yeah, I know.
It's like, hey, congratulations, but also
Masih lagi Idora Harley. Aku rasa Harley macam tak perlu lah.
GK is on the second Spanish
Sumpah.
Rivers, and Selangor Giants, they already banned the Idora as well as the Harley. So and the Moskov has been banned out. So I feel like
Pakai
Selangor
Harley. Dia dah pakai
Giants,
apa?
if they want to play how they usually play, which is those side lanes, they might have to consider picking up the Ling early and then later on picking the Keto. Because, oh, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, we have a sub here. It looks like Sakai's will not be playing
Oh
in
my
game number
goodness.
3.
Oh!
It's going to be Uni substituting for the jungle role. So
Wow. Wait.
I don't know whether
What's
the
happened here?
draft is going to change now with Uni playing or not.
What's happened here, Brigida? Your reaction tells a big story, but we can't see it on broadcast.
I think it's
As
just more
last
on
ban?
my emotions of being shocked and disbelief that it's not Sakai's playing in this do or die match.
Let me ask, because I'm coming in and wondering. I've not seen this before or in this moment in MLBB. Does this mean Sakai's wasn't performing? Does this mean they feel that Uni can provide a hero pool that's better in this matchup?
There can be an angle where you could consider that, but also maybe SRG just wanting to switch up the plan overall,
Marcel.
because there might be
Ada
some
Ling,
difference
ada
between their
Hirara.
playstyle
Kita
when
ambil
it's
Belair
Sakai's
dulu
and
ah.
when it's Uni.
Idora ke?
And that is something
Idora
we will
ban.
actually
Sorry.
get to figure out here as we get
Hmm,
to
Belair
see
lah aku rasa.
the draft and how does this change the draft for SRG, because they've
Ke
went
Hirara?
through
Hirara dulu
very
ah.
similar bans. The Hirara is open again. We can see Uni on the Hirara if they want to consider that, but you have the Ling option as well, and they banned out the Eudora.
Tapi kalau dapat salah satu, aku rasa macam Belair good choice duk untuk first pick, sumpah.
Your
Serious,
own flavor,
serious.
because Uni can definitely. Well, I haven't seen him use the Harara because it's still a very new
it's
pick. But you know, when the Ling was meta,
Akan ambil
Uni was
dulu
pretty
kan?
good because in Malaysia, Sakai's is the #1 jungler
Okay,
and
Harara.
Uni was the second. But honestly, after MSC, it looks like Air 404 might be taking the #1 spot. We'll see how Uni
Bellerin
performs in
Ling.
this one against GK because again,
Payah
this is
fikir lah
elimination.
GK. Ambil je duk.
This is very serious.
And this is nerve-wracking as well. If you're
Yes.
me, all eyes are on you. But the good news is they let the Harara through this time around, and I think that is a big part of the win condition. And remember, 73% win rate. That went up in game 1 as they won with the Harara yet again, and the Ling lost. So now, we'll see if
tak
they
duk,
can
tak ambil
improve
duk.
on it with a response.
Freya
pick of the
Zuxin.
Freya finally let through, and on the side of GK Esports alongside Zushin.
Dia mungkin nak high
I would
loss
say
dah
this
kan
is
enemy
pretty
ni,
smart
sumpah.
because they pick up the Freya because that's what they want, but they also pick up the Zushin because if it's just a Freya, Selangor Giants
Kalau kita
will
ada
reply
Belair,
with the
dia
full
ada high
pitch.
loss.
But now they're sewing in a Zushin, and an option of a high loss can come in later, and that will will completely deny that Fovia. So they're asking Selangor Giants, do you want to take the bait? Do you want to pick up a hero that can deal with the
Jangan
Freya?
banyak fikir duk SRG serius. Sebab dia ambil link nanti kau fokus dekat link je duk. Untuk belay tu.
Is also still an option for SRG.
Yes, true.
So if they just don't want to
Sekarang ni kau perlukan satu stunner duk.
even in game number 2, right?
Untuk kacau team fight itu je duk. Baik sana kan.
Straightforward approach, then maybe they can consider a Belleric. So
Aku okey. Dia ambil damage dealer terus dulu duk.
Well, they want to win the lane here. Brody is one of those, and I think the Paquito is also a takeaway, because I think Brody, there are some tanks that he can deal with, or fighters in the gold lane that he can deal with. A Paquito, not so much. So what we're waiting to see is that Brody,
nanti diorang ambil dulu kan.
he has a stun with his second ability.
Ban je bodoh, belay high loss tu sumpah. Kalau aku jadi aku ban dia dua-dua ni.
Deny a lot of minions.
Rom ambil badang kan. Badang kecau kan.
At that point. So Selangor Giants, this is a different way that they're drafting right now.
Yeah.
But still with the identity of having
very
strong side laners.
Yeah, still playing around their sides, I feel. And
apa jadi dengan Sky Spa? Apa jadi? Dia ke awal lah aku rasa.
We haven't really seen his playstyle yet.
Yeah.
We don't know the kind of jungler that he is. We know for a fact that he's on the Hirara. But how does he activate the sides, right? That's something we are yet to see. At least
aku perasan SRG ni kan, dia kurang main crowd control tau. Enemy, kalau kau tengok dekat international stage ni kan, berapa banyak bodoh main CC. Aku tak tipu tau. Banyak gila main CC.
But SRG can respond to. There are still roam options they probably don't want to go up against. The Belleric we also mentioned, they might want to consider that taken out. But they focus on the Esmeralda. Yeah, you don't want to add more counters to your lineup.
Valentina, most likely not. I mean, my thought is, I haven't seen Valentina have the same impact that I think the players have been hoping for. I haven't seen her be the win condition. She's a good pick, and she's good on paper. But I've seen so many other picks be the difference. I'm curious if they let her go. Both teams, she's been picked before in game 2. I'm curious if they let her go here and they look for a different mid option.
I guess mostly depending on what the 4th pick for GK is gonna be, maybe, because at this point it's just
sebab sekarang meta assassin ni susah hidup kalau ada banyak crowd control guys.
Take for your ultimate, more so the range is also going to be lacking again to a certain extent. Although you have the Brody, and honestly Brody is probably one of those marksmen who just really thrives when it comes to range.
Dia orang ni banyak ni betul. Serius. Banyak pancingan kat ni, pancingan draft duk. Jangan termakan je duk SRG ni.
It's not just really going to be a heavy
ban belay, dua-dua tak main. Okey. Mana Yum ada option untuk main Chow, ada main badang. Perlukan CC duk. Yang ambil Gatot. Badang.
I think it's usable, but I wonder if they want to go for something else, because right now
kalau nak badan lebih sikit, Tigrel ke?
They're not lacking in that department. They just need utility. They need some kind of crowd control.
CC.
Ultimately, you want a mid laner that can survive a Ling as well as a Freya. I think that's going to be the more difficult.
Kalau nak main baik sikit kan, Johet tu guys. Johet ni main pressure kat Johet back sana. Combo auto CC.
But once you use your ult early and you don't have your flicker, then most probably you will die.
I agree though. It might be one of the safer picks like the Valentina against the Ling.
Mino juga baik juga kan.
I think there should be much more considerations other than that.
It really is just the crowd control here, because the mid lane is also going to be pretty important. They pick up the
guys,
Hilda
tak faham lah guys.
Which might be a bit
tahu
dangerous.
guys. Aku tak boleh cakap. Kita doa je lah guys.
The idea from Selangor Giants, which is
dia ada satu hero untuk press.
We just charge forward and we just show that we have better mechanics and damage in the early game.
Tebak draft. SRG draft aku tak boleh tebak guys.
Freya in the gold lane. That's going to be tricky. We'll see what the Selangor
ini badan dia berapa duk satu. Ni pun badan juga. Ni pun salah guys.
Either way, they have a side lane that wants to win that and destroy the turrets early. Selangor Giants, high risk, high reward kind of draft, but I would say it's much easier compared to game number 2.
All right, well, you heard it from the panel. I don't have to say much more. You know the stakes. A best of 3, now a best of 1. The winner moves on at MSC. The loser,
Alright guys, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, perlawanan yang ketiga, game penentuan siapakah yang akan pulang SRG menentang GK Esports
to your casters for game 3 next to Antrex.
This is the final move in this game of chess.
Korang sendiri tebak guys, siapa yang menang guys?
and GK Esports. Let's jump into the land of Dawn as the pressure builds. Naisu,
Hilda main hero press. Lepas tu ambil
the
Kimi.
final draft. Uni comes in
Kimi.
to try to make things work for Selangor Red Giants.
Macam ketinggalan duk draft ni.
Thoughts on this?
I don't know, man. I think everybody
Kita berdoa guys supaya ada strategi yang dia nak buat yang kita tak tahu menjadi lah.
When it comes down to that one game, you know, sometimes you have to take that chance, sometimes you have to take that risk. As amazing of a player Sakai
Ini
is,
bagi aku risky draft lah.
bring in someone new into this lineup to make something happen when it comes down to one game. You can already see the aggression coming out from SRG. Just to take a camp.
Tommy terus flicker.
Gonna deal with some damage sitting at half health. He's gonna be fine, but SRG more aggressive to start things out. Wow, flicker burn too. So it's still going for mid.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not. Uni actually able to still get that. The retro was a
Thank you,
little
man. Apa
early
jadi
from Zeno,
SRG tu?
and he's able to get his own
Jantung
camp. But
ni.
I'm not against completely the aggression that SRG is bringing sometimes. In a
Banyak
game
fikir
3 like
SRG
this,
ni. Ya,
both
banyak
teams
fikir.
take it slow, but SRG says no. We're gonna hit the gas. We're gonna try to catch them off guard, and that is how they are playing this right now. The Kimi pick, another throwback
kau kasih sikit pa.
to old metas along with this Hilda. And the pressure's on. I've been wondering when we're going to see the Hilda. I'm wondering if they're going to use it the typical way of let's harass Zeno, let's harass this Ling, let's try to get in GK's face as much as possible.
I think especially if you're SRG here and you're trying to take something from the last game, it's, you know, how do you
Tapi kita tak ada nampak mistik-mistik early daripada SRG ke.
You know, last game he was able to go ahead and scale up so well on the Ling. And, you know, the panel mentioned this, too. It was so interesting to know some of the facts between those top two. I feel like they're the top two pick jungler heroes right now. That Hirata being at 70+%. You know, the Ling sub 50, I believe it is. But hold on, mid lane, there's some action. Yaga
mid mati, tapi bawah dapat kill satu. Ada trade.
Go ahead and pick up a kill. It's a bit of a trade, but the objective for GK is the focus now for the first turtle. It's going to go over to them.
And so Innocent actually gets the solo kill onto Yaga.
Betul. Dia
Down
amankan.
in bot lane. Stormy goes down in the mid side, so a trade for trade. Let's take a look at that replay down on the boss side. Yaga gets ganked by Yums and Innocent. So even with losing, very close call, but even with losing that, still it's 1-1. Turtle goes over to GK.
Tapi ni pendapat 20 sen aku guys aku tak pelik. Aku bukan tak sokong SRG ni. Aku tak pelik kalau game ni dia orang boleh kalah guys. Dia macam not surprise lah. Dia tengok percaturan dia apa sebenarnya.
Innocent does help, of course, with that Brody. You know, you get the Blade of Hepsies locked in early. You can start to go ahead and build on that. It is going to be a bit of a difficult lane for him, just because, again, you got Freya to work against. For Yaga, you know, he's running that Warcry emblem, so that's why you want that space to work with. That's why the hero that Brody helps really deal with that.
Tak, bukan doa. Dia macam tak pelik not surprise lah. Sebab aku tak tahu strategi. Macam ada better option lagi. Okay. Kram mati. Ada trade.
Zeno continues to be the bane of SRG right now. It's been what, 3 games of Ling.
Kalau kalah balik.
He seems to step it up a little bit more and more. And
sebab ni dah low bracket tu.
This was an amazing play. SRG backs off for a minute, but then they look for the re-engage right after the beacon's about to be done, and they're able to catch him. Luckily, Zeno finds a moment of saving grace, able to get the kill onto Cram.
Yeah.
So it's 2-2. Both teams continue to go blow for blow, and that's been the story these past 3 games.
So far, it's been such a interesting series for
Uni
this
nampak
one. You know,
okay.
just from game 1 to game 2, how
Uni
one-sided
tinggalan
for each
satu
team it
level
was, and now
sebab
at
Lee
this
dapat
point, you know,
satu
relatively
kill.
even as we get our way to the second turtle, and you have SRG trying to
Ini
get
tak,
this
aku rasa dia orang lambat
secure
kecap
already,
patch
and
lah
he's gonna
guys.
go ahead and work on
Aku
it.
rasa
Meanwhile,
lah
mid lane, there's gonna be a fight
pendapat
right now.
20% aku ni kan.
Burn the beacon. Both gold laners gonna make their
Betul
way.
dia aman kali
Zeno goes
Uni.
in, but SRG will
Yang
win
masuk
the red
nampak
team, but
gayanya
they win
Kram
the fight
mati.
as Cram is taken out. GK might just be happy with 1 kill. Zeno going for more. Stormy will keep him at bay. Unless Uni wants to re-engage.
Uni masuk.
Goes in and gets the
Ui, baik
damage
Uni.
out. Yums is there, but still not a follow-through to get GK down.
Alright, so Hunter Strikes start to fall in maybe a little bit late for SRG.
Tapi harapan kita lead ni ada guys sebab ada Brody. Tapi badan. Cukup ke badan untuk dia?
They could have got that a bit sooner. We would have seen a little bit more damage, a little bit more possibilities. Luckily, SRG still gets the turtle in the midst of the chaos. But Cram now 0-2 in game number 1. This Paquito was.
Kalau SRG menang ni guys, aku harap dia recap betul-betul dia punya draft apa hero terbaik
We need to make sure we focus
yang boleh keluarkan.
is making a job of that. We do see the Sky Piercer lock in for Innocent.
Banyak.
So he hasn't been able to get stacks off it just yet, but if more kills can start getting locked in for him, this Brody could start to become dangerous.
Kram. Flicker udah Kram. Kram mati. Payah sial game Paquito game ni. Orang 3 dah duk.
So GK, they'll continue to do this, Trex. Look for pickoffs, look to play around that beacon from Quanok, and it's working so well for them for now.
SRG, this game, not really waiting for the power spikes to hit. Yes, Cram got the Hunter Strike, but still, you can't just go in like that, especially when you are behind.
Guys, kalau kalah ni kau jangan kambingkan hitamkan Uni.
I think the goal should have been to wait just a little bit longer, maybe another minute or two to really start trying to make those plays happen, especially since he's already taken 2 deaths, and now it's 3 deaths. So hopefully Cram can kind of back off a little bit, slow it down.
Ni penentuan duk.
To shine. It's what you did in game number
2
1
balas
and it's
4.
what you're going to have to do in game
Dipegang
number
oleh
3
GK.
to get this victory. GK on the other hand just need to keep capitalizing on these small mistakes.
You ni nak cari link pun susah guys untuk kacau dia. Ada trade atas bawah.
You're trying to figure out how do you bring that value to these team fights and
Zuxin
turn
dah
the
ulti.
tides of them, and unfortunately when you're down it's a little bit harder to be able to do that when you have the lead. So now some ultimates being thrown out here. Turtle's up, and you don't have a traction pulse now for Stormy. They could still fight even without it, but it's going to take some master fighting here from them to be able to pull this off. GK's really been playing around their ultimates really well, just like they are now. He's really low. Zeno waiting for that window of opportunity to jump in. Might just try to go and steal this turtle here. Goes
Betul, bila dicuri. Elis dah ulti, Innocent dah flip.
Stormy on the run. The rest of GK just happy, staying disciplined, takes the objective and goes elsewhere.
Even though it wasn't exactly straightforward,
Apanya?
SRG backs off of
Thank
it
you Mo.
during
Apa
that
yang
turtle
terjadi
fight
pak?
because
Ngopi
they
lu
know
pak kejap
he's
lagi.
playing
Habis
with
game ni
that
ngopi
turtle
lagi
in.
kita
And
puas-puas.
if they stayed for that turtle, getting caught by that would have been detrimental. Could have been an end game type of fight.
Oh no. They're going to
Oh, Elis macam mati. Macam je lah. Ada revitalize lah. Uni lari. Ui, baik. Baik. 2 down. Baik. 3 down guys daripada pasukan GK.
SRG right now is just the perfect example
Kau Innocent jaga position.
punching your way through your problems. Even, I mean, seriously, they're behind. They take that fight. Exactly, they take that fight, and I'm like, guys, what are you doing? But somehow they just keep on hitting and hitting and hitting, and eventually they do
dapat
come
lari,
out on
Tempest of Blade.
top. This fight didn't look good for them at first, but Innocent is now involved.
Link tak free duk, kena cium, kena tumbuk.
That's what they needed to win. Back on the main screen, another fight, and they're coming out.
Ay, kenapa aku masuk dulu kata dia kan.
GK is
pegang momentum ni, jangan bagi dia pegang dah. Kalau tak tidur duk balik ni sumpah. Pegang terus 1800 lagi pegang.
It all happened so fast too for GK to deal with, and now they're trying to scramble here. Shen,
Atas dapat.
He has to watch the tier 2 fall, and you got 19 seconds for that lore to come up.
All right. SRG now with a 2.5k gold lead in just a matter of about 45 seconds. They have completely took this game into their hands, and it's looking reminiscent of game number 1.
Ya, aku rasa pool dia besar je, cuma tak tahu kadang
on this Paquito.
tak tahu percaturan diorang kan. Dah masuk international stage ni kan, dah masuk pro scene menang berkali. Pool tak kecil tu guys, serius. Cuma percaturan draft dia, apa hero dia nak bawa kena dengan hero musuh tu ataupun menyesuaikan dengan team. Tak tahu based on siapa. Kata putus. Lot sudah dimulakan, peluang cerah. 50-50 lot masih diamankan oleh Uni perform je sumpah. OG tak kena. Boleh ni. Go. Dia mistake ni. Yang depan-depan dulu kat si Shen mati. Tak ada escape skill lagi.
Innocent.
Ni dapat 2, baik.
Add another one to Innocent Skypiercer.
5-0-1 on Innocent. Shen sacrificed himself to make sure
Innocent mulai serius guys. 40 stats Skypiercer untuk Innocent. Pria misterius guys.
It's a 5k gold lead and a Lord is coming soon.
Oh, this was worked so well. Again, they blitzed it. They tried to go for an attempt.
Gila guys. Ini 50-50 lot dok, sumpah bahaya. Ini orang Indo bah? Malaysia. Mana Indo? Tak berapa import main dalam Malaysia. Uni macam Uni hidup. Kram mulai perform dapat momentum. Alhamdulillah guys. And bodoh guys. Alhamdulillah tuan-tuan dan puan-puan. 10 minit. Nasib baik bodoh guys. Bahaya bodoh. Dapat pegang momentum terus end kan. Terus tak ada mistake kan. Uni penyelamat lah guys aku rasa. Yelah guys. Ada harapan lagi guys Alhamdulillah. Jadi guys jangan lupa like, komen, share bagi pendapat korang pasal game ni. Dan yang paling penting jangan lupa subscribe guys 2 balas 1 Orang kata hero Tamil muncul lambat guys. Cheers. Jangan lupa subscribe gang bagi pendapat korang di ruang komen. Let's go.
And it felt a little dicey there in the early game, mid game. GK, hats off to them, man. They really put up a fight against a team like SRG. You know who's
tapi pick ni yang 2 ni yang E guys.
A lot of people probably question the switch in to bring Uni, but hey, it ends up
seram bodoh guys, sumpah cakap kau. Early game sangat tak menjamin lah. Ini satu mistake. Yang bagus SRG ni guys kan. Satu mistake dia manfaatkan betul-betul tau. Kau tengok dia snowball terus. Enemy tak dapat recover mistake dia. Uni hidup baik bodoh ni sumpah. Immune. What's that brother? Kari ngeri.
That has been what this MSC is all about. Persevere, punch your way through, adapt, find a way to flex your way to victory. On stage, we got an interview.
SRG being able to survive their first elimination matches of the group stages in a 2-1 win up against GK Esports. Right now on stage, we are with Uni, who got subbed in later on in the game. Hello, Uni. How are we feeling?
I'm feeling so speechless because I just play one game and then suddenly so easy win.
So easy. Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
Started here on stage. Uni, talk to us. Coming into MSC, a lot of the people were saying that, you know, SRG has what it takes to probably win back the championship, right? But what happened? Why did you guys start off so shaky? Is it the meta? Are you guys having a problem adapting to it?
Maybe we just behind with the meta because we're trying to adapt more.
Betul lah, jangan lambat adapt meta guys, serius.
Comms like that, yeah. I think that's that.
Okay, you said
kan
nampak
dulu guys.
The tournament.
Tipa draft menakutkan. Ya betul. Dah cakap dah agak lain ni SRG ni guys. Harap-harap dia recover cepat lah duk. Malam ni buat resave betul-betul duk.
I'm also not
Besar
sure
siap pak, ya.
In training and yeah, I just keep learning with the team, and we all the teams trying to adapt with the meta as fast as possible Yeah.
I agree. All the teams here in MSC are definitely trying to adapt to the meta as fast as possible. But let's talk about your next opponent. Now, your next opponent, I'd like to think it's going to be a tough one because you guys will be going up either against Aurora Gaming or Onyx. Whoever it is, it's definitely going to be tough. So how is SRG going to prepare for that matchup?
I think after this, we're just going to go on our training back, and then we just focus on our enemy. We don't care our enemy, who is them. Yeah, we just play as a team.
Just play as a team and just play your game. Any message to the Malaysians watching at home, Uni?
Thank you for all Malaysian fans. that keep supporting us. Whether we lose, whether we win. Yeah, thank you guys.
Now I'm pretty sure a lot of
Good luck
people
untuk the
on
next
the
matches,
edge
guys,
of their
eh?
seat watching this
Hopefully.
first series of the day. But with that, boys, come join me up on stage. I have a question. Who wants to crush some keys? Uni? Uni? Okay, let's go. Come follow me. Let's go, let's go. I guess Uni is going to be doing some key crushing on his first MSC tournament. All right, come on in, boys.
Key crushing.
Are you excited, Uni? This is going to be your first key crushing moment.
I don't know.
Okay, only one way to find out. All right, Uni, you may head to the front. Go on, go on, go on. The key is already in the key crusher. And Uni, all you have to do is press the lever. 3, 2, 1. There you guys go, ladies and gentlemen. Selangor Red Giants has officially ended
Serius, kena study balik duk pasal draft legit. Lemah tu guys, serius lemah, ketinggalan duk SRG. Harap dan cepat cover duk.
Alright, pull the lever back.
Lepas tu awal tadi aku cakap, aku tak pelik guys, tak pelik.
Let us show it to the camera. There you guys go. That is GK Esports hopes and dreams at MSC shattered. That's it from
Jangan
us.
SRG shattered kat sini sudah guys.
Well, SRG continue their run
Itu dia guys,
in the elimination bracket, and it's GK Esports for Meta who will be going.
Kalau nak terciduk, biar terciduk kat knockout, jangan dekat group stage.
They turned it around, sent us to a best of one. You got to say, it's still not over for Meta. We still have Team Falcons representing the region, but overall, GK Esports, they did well. Just not good enough against SRG, who found their answer and maybe that little bit of momentum or spark that they needed in the substitution in Game 3 for Uni. A story that many, I'm sure, are already talking about, will be talking about for the rest
draft
of the
tadi
day.
guys, sumpah itu bahaya gila tu. Tiba-tiba
My name's Randy, joined by Brigida and Lafel here back on the panel. Lafel, you got to talk about this.
Dia keluar Hilda dengan tu aku dah seram ah. Oi, ini apa benda tu? Hilda dengan apa Kimi dia.
Well, you got to talk about this because this is a huge moment that we just witnessed.
I mean, first of all, I feel like me and Brigida, we both share the same consensus when we say, like, sometimes in interviews, it's okay to lie, right? You don't have to be so honest.
It's
you know?
okay. It's okay to hide a bit more.
Yeah. You know, be like, oh, I just came in, it was so easy. Oh, that's some shade disguise. But also, I would say in that game, that reminds me of a beautiful quote from an amazing reporter called Eterna, where she says, "Isn't it great when you don't have to use your brain?" And that's kind of draft game number 3, where it's all we just go forward. And that's the best plan we got. And just keep on pushing.
It's nothing you have to overthink about.
Tadi tu tak meyakinkan bang, betul. Kalau kau tengok job desk, jujur nanti aku replay untuk korang kalau sempat lah. Kalau kau tengok replay ni balik kan, job desk Hilda tu pun tak dapat lakukan dengan baik. Satu momen tadi turn around terus pegang kau. Tak ada mistake langsung. Nasib baik duduk tu. Link dia mistake, blunder terus.
They found a way to, I think, change what went wrong in Game 2, get everyone comfortable again in Game 3, and that ended up making a big difference. Another win for Aurora as well.
By the way, let me just
ni satu juga. Betul juga.
Selangor Giants has to hope so hard. They're not going to fight against Aurora because we see that their early game is not there, right? And they Team Liquid like to scale up. That is Aurora's specialty. Their early game is the best in MSC so far. So if somehow, some way, Onyx wins, Aurora goes down, I don't know whether SRG has enough time to get their early game the same level as Aurora. Because at this point, I feel like no team can have the same early game.
Kalau berdasarkan comparison, game Uni dengan Skies tadi aku nampak Uni perform lagi betul lah. Nak cakap Sky underperform tak tahu, mungkin timing dia masuk keluar salah kot.
I think based on their first 2 series, we've observed which works for them and which doesn't. And it's mostly on the draft which we kind of see a pattern that it's really just the marksman.
Lagi mana? Ada, tapi game ni aku tak kas sebab ni Yangon versus Pro Esport. Yang aku ada Onyx versus Aurora Gaming. Simpan tenaga, aku nak ni dulu. Beli air, makan jap.
Some things here and there because you again never know what to come up with.
They put themselves in a really interesting position if they don't keep Uni, because you solve a problem and maybe it's matchup dependent. We don't know what the conversation was between Sakai and the coach and who made that decision and how, you know, they said, well, maybe Uni just needs to come in for me. Maybe Sakai volunteered. We don't actually know. However, I do think that when things work, you have almost, in my opinion, the onus of responsibility to try to keep it working. You don't want to stop your momentum after you found it, and it feels like they did.
Game Liquid lah, Liquid tak kot. Liquid tu macam auto menang lawan NTT7 tu.
That's the meta. If that's what you're going to be playing,
macam kan.
It may be nice to see, and as you look at these damage stats as well, I mean, no wonder.
Dah lah TL ni laju tu.
I believe overall in the game only to.
Aku ingatkan SRG lepas jatuh dalam bracket dia dapat baca patch lah. Rupanya benda yang sama dia keluarkan macam pelik tu. Macam lembab gila.
He has a very good idea of how the map looks like even when it's dark. And then in game, Sakai is the guy that's willing to sacrifice himself to get 3 kills. But Uni, he will play it more safely, which we saw in that game where there's multiple times GK went all in onto Uni and he was able to escape death multiple times. And maybe that's where GK really like,
katanya 8 lah. Tapi ni dah terdrag lambat sikit. Aku rasa 8.5 macam tu.
What's next? Right? That might be just enough to throw
8.5 macam tu kot. 8 suku.
Honestly, I think at least for the lineup,
yang segi Pro Esport versus Yangon.
What GK wanted
kali
to do every single
NTT7
time.
main macam Aurora apa, terkejut semua. Bagus lah.
More or less started with Aizen.
Senang jalan
They
kita.
always had to be off of a really good Throne of Ruin from Aizen, and then the rest of the members eventually going in. But if it's not for that, then they more or less have been read by SRG, I feel, because I think it's been Uni who's been a bit more creative with the angles. Again, with the Hirara, I think it's something you can really afford to do because you can just go in and out and also through very unexpected corners as well. But I guess GK was also able to read through that and prepare for this potential switch up that SRG eventually showed us.
Onyx ke Aurora lagi seram pak. Dua-dua seram. Aurora seram juga. Sebab nampak gaya dia macam adapt patch laju gila. Thank you pak. Sama-sama.
Sure.
Sure thing. Dalam grup Facebook confirm Sky kena taruh.
I think the interesting thing is you need a little bit of creative individual brilliance to break through it. At the same time, when a team is packing it in and they don't want to let you score, and that's their strength going for a tie. The second you do score, that changes what they have to do. They've read you, but now they're struggling because they have to play offense when they want to play defense. I think Uni might have come in and had a little bit of moments getting in, getting out just barely with individual brilliance.
Aku rasa lewat tu, TLPS lewat sikit.
Up this team fight that maybe shouldn't have been opened up with SRG's lineup.
Sebab ni dah terdrag 3 game jadi keluar daripada sekarang dah 50. Mana start pukul 7. Pukul 7 start game Yangon dia mungkin habis 8.30. Mungkin game tu start pukul 9. Boleh jadi macam tu.
More pay please.
Guys, that's sport. I mean, it's e-sport. I'll say that.
Yeah.
Kenapa game kedua tu sabotage team sendiri je? Kenapa macam sabotage team sendiri je? Anomali bodoh masuk macam tu.
Brigida.
Bahas sikit game ni bah. Bahas sikit draft lah. Aku
I don't know if it's enough time though.
Draft lah. Draft ni paling ni lah untuk menyenangkan tim lah.
Less than 24 hours because I think they're having their next match tomorrow. All other elimination matches are happening tomorrow, so let's hope for the best. Hopefully though, this has been enough learning experience for SRG.
Macam mana nak belanja kopi pa? Dekat pin komen tu. Social bus. Dekat ini adakah Pak In akan dia out? Jauh doh.
Hold their heads up high for that game too. We had a chance to have an extra interview with Shin talking about what it feels to have his key crushed and what this journey meant to them.
Kalau dah itu terbaik ambil je lah. Banyak.
We're backstage now with
kalau
Shen.
Jangan termakan lah.
What happened in that match?
I mean, we kinda.
You can talk into the mic a little bit.
We're playing good. Everything was good. We kinda like rush every set. Kinda rush, you know. That's why the game get out of the hand, you know.
Okay.
That's the problem.
So that was game 3, or from game 1 as well?
I think game 1 and game 3.
Game 1 and game 3.
We kinda rushed a bit.
Okay, because in game number 2, I think that was a valiant effort. 10,000 gold lead for you guys. You guys are definitely on the right track. What is it? Was it a communication error? Was it a shot call error? What made it so rushing?
Yeah, I think we always like good with
Geram pun tadi kau tengok 3 mati early game tak apa jadi.
I think everything was like comfortable to play and everything was good. Everyone doing his job, so it was good, you know. It was a good match for us. Yeah. That's it.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
Is everyone fine as well?
Yeah, they're fine.
They're fine.
That's sad because we could win, but yeah, I mean it's fine.
You were very close. What lesson did you learn from this match about you guys?
Arab.
I think
Dia yang menang MPL menang.
Calm, you know, it's like
dia kalahkan Falcon.
Like, we just fight when we need to fight. That's it.
What did you think caused it? Was it like the adrenaline rush?
Yeah, I think it's like, you know, we're winning and we like want to fight, you know, so it's like, you know, kind of like this.
There's definitely a lot of things that you can learn from this match, and obviously we're very excited to see you come back onto the international scene.
Lepas ni nak
That was a
saja
very
ambil
valiant
Mino.
effort. Thank you so much for
I lost
being here.
Bele, Ruby,
Is there
Ranus.
anything else that you want to say
Ni boleh.
before
Link,
you leave?
Yves tak sangat dengan Gatot ni. Gatot ni boleh consider tapi kena tengok.
Next time we will do our
Dia
best.
banyak best betul.
To make you feel better, you know.
Okay, once again, thank you.
Kalau dia ambil
I'm
Chow pun
throwing it
aku
over
faham.
back to you
Sebab
guys.
perlukan CC, faham tak CC? Sekarang ni dia ni tak main CC.
Not easy to do those
Faham?
exit interviews. Obviously, you're feeling the emotion. You haven't even
Kerak
had time to
kontrol.
process it. Then a Turna is making you nervous when you're in
Lepas
here,
ni
so I
kasih
understand
ya,
it.
siap saja lawan
But
ni.
thank you so much. UK Esports, they go down. Selangor Red
Betul.
Giants continue. They'll have
Asal
another
pecah grafik
match,
pak sebab tengah
which will
upload
be
video. Jap
elimination
aku betulkan.
or their chance
Sikit
to
lagi
be
nak upload video
promoted
ni.
into our knockout stages. Coming up
Gila
next,
guys.
Yangon Galacticos
Game
take on
low.
Pro Esports. Nobody's going
Lawan
home here.
GK pun goyah,
Organic
guys.
and Aurora Gaming. These are the 4
Bahaya
best
tu.
teams in Group B so far, and they are looking to prove who are the best
Apa tak?
2. So there'll be a
Faham.
lot on the line just on the other side of
Susah
things.
nak
A win in
fahamkan
these games
pemikiran.
means at least $100,000 going in your pocket after MSC. So you could be happy about that. Again, Entity 7, Team
Nak tengok
Liquid,
game pertama
one of those
je,
teams
Pak. Tinggal
going
je,
on
baik-baik.
lower bracket game to end
Dia
the
macam
day.
melawan Ego tu yang aku perasan.
Gosh, it's going to be a lot of fun, guys. I cannot wait. Make sure you get your pick'ems in for what you think is going to happen in this
Saya
next
betul-betul
matchup.
tak.
Yangon Galacticos, they've been playing
Dia-
really well, but can they
Dia
stall?
sebalik
Can they
mesti
change? Can they outdraft Pro Esports, because they have been one of our top teams also. We'll find out a little bit more on that after these two dance. We'll actually give you a dance break because this is what they're like. We fly together. Check it out. We'll be right back.
Okay gang, saya pergi beli kopi dulu. Orang melayani lah guys Saya sidai dulu. Kita akan aku ada balik nanti dekat game Onyx versus Aurora Gaming Indo versus Turki. Game ni best. Yang ni best juga tapi save energy dulu lah guys. Okay guys, jumpa sekejap lagi gang. Ni pun nak maghrib lah. Okay guys, after this.
Alhamdulillah, Selang menang Pak.
Alhamdulillah, Saji menang Pak. Alhamdulillah. Thank you dok. Lag lu. Apa lag lu lah bro? Boleh jam berapa kau match? Ni kejap lagi nak start ni. Pula sebentar. Kita sikit apa kau nampak silap Saji. Apa yang aku nampak banyak draft paling obvious lah. Draft tu dah menentukan aku malas nak tengok.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it. They're not just playing for
Ni kau tengok ni. Dekat draft ni pun aku dah ni duk. Tahu lah. Draft misalkan. Onyx kalah mati tak? Onyx kalah jatuh low kalau dia kalah. Okay kan, kita jumpa sekejap lagi guys Saya keluar minum dulu. Makan. Bye. Pasal job desk Hilda dia tak berusuk pun. Jadi link tu free lah. Kaya. Nasib baik link tadi blunder tu. Bye bye. Jumpa sekejap lagi
We were there for every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Greatness deserves a stage. That's why we have the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet here, Stage 3 at EWC 2026. And by the way, if you want to be involved, if you're here, maybe you're going here and then going home, maybe you've been watching the games online on our YouTube and Twitch channels, you can literally become a co-streamer and earn prizing. That's right, based on how many hours you get watched, there are certain tiers of prizing you can earn for your community, engaging in your co-stream, being a part of all the action, whether it's at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet we've got here, the STC Arena, or the Kadia actually Gauntlet, where we have the Battle Royale Arena where I started this show. All of these stages are great ways for you to cover the action, be a co-streamer, and maybe even level up your stream and the prizes that you earn. Make sure to scan that QR code and check it out if you want to be involved. Welcome back to the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. My name is Rain Day. I'm joined again by Brigida and LaFell, and they're very, very professional.
I do gotta say, I don't know how she does this. It's so hard sitting like this.
I can't even,
You need to move forward a bit. You have to sit on the edge of your seat.
It does get easier.
This is a really good point, because I have to talk about pain. You know, this is for me. I saw Shiver sitting in this moment for Dota 2, and she crossed her legs, okay? She crossed her legs and she held the tablet on her lap. So I'm just like, okay, this will work. If I hold this for 30 more seconds, I'm gonna fall off my chair. Okay, this is not functional. So I don't know how they do it. Brigida, you got the cross leg buff. I mean,
we're too big.
LaFell, I mean, you know,
look at my thighs.
It's the soccer thigh, the football thighs.
Football.
Oh, he got hurt already.
No,
too strong.
There you go. I'm too strong.
I don't know. She's been kind of winning the fights you guys been having off stage.
We don't reveal that.
Okay, sorry. That's too much. Well, can we reveal a little bit of how this is going to work as you guys continue to do the Macarena? I'll take over from here, because we have a very important dynamic to be determined. You know how we have those upper bracket winners, right? We're going to see one in this next game show up. We're going to have another one in the following game. When you reach the upper bracket, you are going to be ranked based on your ability to go 2-0 and have a total fastest game winning time, which means if you won every game in 10 minutes, well, what, 4 games, 40 minutes? That's going to probably be the fastest time. But let's say one game was 20, one game was 15. Well, another team who also qualifies, if they have a lower average time, will beat you. Now, let's say there's a crazy scenario, guys, and they have the exact same time in terms of winning every single match to the second. Well, then we will have the single fastest match victory be the time. That will be the decider if it goes there. I can't imagine it going there, but that is how you will do it. And what's the point? You get to choose in that order who you play against. And LaFell, I know you've been at other MLBB international events. It's working differently. You can choose from anybody in any group.
I do have to say, though, based on just my memory, I feel like the fastest should be Aurora. They had a game below 10 minutes, and then even after that, it's like only in the teens. So I feel like if they're able to get a quick win over Onyx later on, they'll be first pick. And I gotta say,
if they keep it up,
I gotta say, having first pick to choose who your opponent is gonna be, that's gonna be a huge advantage. Huge. Wait. Huge.
Yeah.
Huge.
I agree. Huge.
Huge.
You know why?
Why?
I don't think you want to choose anyone, honestly, from the lower
You don't want the Group B ones.
Yeah,
the Group B's.
Yeah, maybe not, right? Whoever gets to advance, honestly. So, like, any choice will be difficult.
Yeah.
Either way, you'd probably want to choose where you feel you'd be more efficient. How?
Rain Day, you want to say
I love it. No, I will say something here. Game 2 coming up. Let's start moving our way into it. We're having a lot of fun today. Yengo and Galacticos, they're going to be jumping on with Pro Esports, and this is the rise of the challengers. 2 dark horses, one will rise above. But if you've looked at the way that they've played, Brigida, they don't look like dark horses. They're not playing like them. 2-0s for these teams. They have been dominant in their showcases so far.
Yeah, Pro Esports pushing SRG to the limit, and their jungler being such a standout player too. You see the highlights from Coily on the Hirara, and I must say it's very MVP deserving if we ever get to actually label an MVP per series. But on the other side, I don't think you can just talk about Coily. You gotta talk about Han. Han has also been an exceptional jungler, especially in the current meta. And it's interesting because Yangon Galacticos seem to have a really decent grasp of the meta, other than the fact that you're expecting them to be very unorthodox. But they're coming here into MSC with a not so out of the meta play style just yet, because every single time I look at Blink, I just can't help but think like, is he going for something unique?
Yeah, exactly.
Is he going Hellcurt? Because we saw the Hellcurt in GK instead earlier today, right?
What if somehow there's like a Eudora roll? We don't know.
Oh, we'll never know.
And I believe these two teams played against the teams we just saw, right? They were the ones who took out SRG and GK Esports, which ended up being pretty evenly matched. I mean, especially after that sub, which changed the dynamic, maybe that would have been a game that went 20 minutes towards the very end of Game 3. So both of these teams on the upper side very well could be matched up also.
Are you okay, Ring Day?
She is. Regina, okay? Did something happen?
Be professional, guys.
We're
be professional.
Oh, God, I can't join you. I wish. I got to last all day up here. You guys get to leave after this series, so I have to take care and pace myself. Yangon Galacticos, their squad comes in. You mentioned Han being able to be a star jungler. That has been the focus so far with the Lings, the Hararas, the Fannies being banned. Will Han continue to have that impact? Yangon Galacticos and their road to EWC is hoping to prove successful. If they can get a win here, it will be everything they hope for and put them on the road for even more.
Yep, it's a really great showing.
We start Young Galacticos on MSL Season 1. After we lose in M7, all of us, including the player and the coaching staff, decided to do better. I think we can win this one because of the mindset we adjust and the maturity of all the members of Young Galacticos. They are expecting to be a champion. If we achieve top 4, it's mean a lot in terms of the pride of Myanmar, because back then on M2, Myanmar is one of the top teams.
As now, Borbing scores, have they done it?
They have done the unthinkable, and now they make history. The first Myanmar team to make it towards the grand finals of the M2 World Championship.
Bringing the Myanmar back on the top 4, it's mean a lot to the people. As a foreigner, what makes me decide to stay on Young Galacticos is because of the dreams of the players. After losing on M7, I think I am accountable for their dreams. I really want to show them that esports can change life.
I feel like such a great showing for Myanmar, honestly. If you take a look at the performance from YG so far, why are you laughing?
Oh, no.
Okay. No, because honestly, right? You see the games that they've played, they've all been very dominant. On top of the fact that
I need to take off my glasses.
Ying and Kaize.
Yeah.
Still deathless.
You know what?
Yeah, that was a really good point.
We love you,
kind of a long point,
Never
too.
change.
You might not have caught all that on broadcast as well, but
I said a lot.
It was special. We do have a chance, though, to talk a little bit about pro esports as well. This roster setting up Coily against Han, but you've also got Sorry, I'm Felix, which I love that one. He says sorry before he jumps in and has to kill you. That's a great matchup. We'll see. Their road to EWC also was lit with fireworks, and it's landed them here at one of the biggest tournaments in MLBB esports. We'll see if they have what it takes to move on past their opponents.
You want to say anything about this?
Pro Esports start in MBLKX Spring Split 2023. We qualify from Challenger Cup, and I joined since the beginning. And after 6 seasons, we finally became the champion of MBLKX Season 10.
Coily! 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 Double kill though, Lin! Maniac! The grand final! Pro Esports is the reigning champion for MPLKX.
When we win MPLKX, of course we are excited because we've been having this dream for many years already, and it's our first time winning, and we qualify to play on international stage, which even make me more happy and excited.
Your mastermind, live the trophy.
After we winning, I feel so impressive to come back to EWC because since last year I didn't make it. Right now, back to the EWC feels so impressive.
See you soon. Now on to Kenji. It's a double kill for Seoul, and it's a 2-0 clean sweep for See You Soon. The Cambodian Owls will fly onward again.
Because last time I come here and I just make it to top 5 and top 8. So for the best player that I had, I think we can make it to the grand final.
In Pro Esports, we are like a family. We have a good bonding. So I'm pretty confident with them. They always talk out to me like, it's okay, don't feel pressure, just enjoy the game. For us, it's like a dream to represent our country. Not many get the chance to do it, and when we have the chance, we gotta do our best.
អរគុណអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាដែលគាំទ្រ Pro Esport ហើយកុំភ្លេចគាំទ្រពួកយើងនៅ EWC 2026
While that key in sight in that slow-mo shot, it is not up for grabs just yet. These teams are not facing elimination. They're facing something even greater, a chance to get that much closer to that $1 million first place prize as LaFell and Brigitte get serious, ready to go. We got to start talking about this matchup, guys. I mean, quick thoughts after seeing those two roads to get to EWC. You know, Cambodia representing their country, Pro Esports said. I mean, that's a big deal.
I agree. I think for the longest time, we're so used to seeing
Thank you.
CFU on the international stage, but it's always been a struggle for them to make it far. Though they did get some upsets and on very close to getting upsets a couple times in the previous internationals that we've seen them. The confidence and the way that you hear Pro Esports talk about their team and each other, I think that says a lot about the amount of practice and the amount of connection that they have already established. Because I know this is a new lineup for them, but the fact that they're quote-unquote family, like they have really good bonding, and you see that reflect through in-game, I think that adds to what makes them a huge threat here in this competition.
I mean, Yangon Galacticos in Myanmar, again, you talk about the regional representation. It's not just your team. It's not just your organization, which you have a lot of esports from the same place. You don't really have that here. You have maybe 1 or 2 max. LaFell, this is a huge opportunity to say, well, we got at least $100,000 in top 8 if we win.
And again, this is where there's a lot of layers when it comes to the motivation of all the players. Because just like you said, Rain Day, there's one for yourself, there's one for your friends, and then your family, and then your organization, and then your country, maybe even region. Like every single win gives you more motivation than the next. And as we're going to jump into this, I can't help but talk about the comparisons of their day one, about how Yangon Galacticos was able to have a very strong game against GK Esport, where we saw Pro Esport had to try to defeat SRG. That was all 3 games. And SRG also struggled against GK. So based on this square, it does seem like Yangon Galacticos, at least after day 1, are the stronger team.
Well, it seems like we have an audience that agrees with you, LaFell. 65% for Yangon Galacticos in the Pick'ems results. Pro Esports get a good 35, though. Brigitte, that's not like out of the park.
No. And I'm glad it's closer now, because every time it was significantly favoring another side, we always just get upset. So I don't think we can define like who will be the underdog specifically here in this matchup, which really makes it a must-watch.
Well, trying to learn about this meta and so much involved in this one is all that we can do to help put these two teams together. Dark horses most likely considered here. But will they continue to be? After a performance against each other, they may just find themselves in a position, as you get a little double Rain Day up in here, to support the dream that they come in. Myanmar and Cambodia about to take stage.
Thank you very much, my friend Rain Day. I mean, double Rain Day, that sounds like a good day to me, but we've been having a great one so far. SRG surviving, they continue on. GK's run has ended here. What do you think about that game, Rose?
Ooh, that game, I feel like everybody was on the edge of their seats because honestly, SRG was so close to bombing out of the group stages, and I don't think anybody saw that coming.
This is what we get here, right? It's the MSC 24 champions that had to fight for their lives in the lower bracket in group stage just to show you how competitive MSC is. That's what we look for. That's what we're here for.
Yes, sir, Milosh. So with that, we move on to the second match of the day, meaning the winner of this match goes to the knockout stages. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Yangon Galacticos. This is a team that wants to bring the glory back to their region. Will this matchup get them one step closer to making their dreams a reality? 2 teams and 1 ticket to the knockout stages in this matchup.
Who doesn't love a dark horse race with 2 generational junglers, one on every single one of these 2 squads? So let's just bring out their opponents, please. Welcome Pro Esports. The crowd has said it, you can hear it, and it's from one dark horse to another. Let me tell you, their stable is stacked, and they showed it versus SRG. add to their talent the fact that this is a perfect storm for a Cambodian team to make the knockout stage once again. I think the recipe for success is all laid out.
Ooh, Milosh, this is going to be a very spicy matchup with that. Boys, you may actually place your keys. And of course, to the captains, don't forget on that little handshake, a fist bump. Or heck, will it even happen, Milosh?
Just whoosh away.
Who knows? And there we go. Once again, this is the battle of the dark horses. One advances to the knockout stage and one falls for a tighter shot at the knockout stages. That's it from us. Throwing it back to you guys at the studio.
Thank you, Rosa Milosh. The dark horse race continues, but again, like I prefaced, anybody who's been watching these games and these 2-0s should think anything but that these two teams don't have a chance to win. Their success has not only happened in their region, now they get to do it representing themselves on MSC's stage at EWC 2026. And as we continue to highlight the conversation between who will be the best jungler, which assassin king will reign supreme. We've already seen Princes stumble, I would say, earlier on in that game. And we've also now got a chance to maybe claim or crown a new king.
And honestly, after game number 1 of Pro Esports going up against SRG, I can't help but really root for Coily, because it's one thing to do good. It's another to actually have a tough game and then clutch it at the end and then closing out the game. So I'm really looking forward to both these teams, especially because personally, I don't consider them dark horses anymore. At this point, they're contenders.
They're actual contenders.
Well, coming up in this shop, you have a chance to grab that new interactive effect. Rhino Day is live. Make sure to grab your cool stickers. What do you call these guys?
Emotes?
Emotes, yeah.
Emotes. So emotes in the shop. You could spam them in your games when you, would get a triple kill, a maniac, a raid,
or just do it just to show people that you got it
before you start laning, just to be like,
as soon as you get in.
As soon as you get in.
Yeah. So what you do is that you clear the minions, you stand in front of your opponents, you recall, and then you spam the emotes.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
That's the MLBB
good analysis,
culture.
guys.
Show your aura.
Show your aura.
Aura farm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The more emotes you have.
Aura garden. Nah, it doesn't work that well.
Or a garden, or a farm.
Anyways, in this game, I really feel like because we know that the junglers is going to be pretty crucial. Funny enough, I really feel like we got to look at the roam matchups, because both the Beleric as well. I mean, like, as much as we want to build by saying that the roam is, I don't know, expanded, because honestly there is quite a lot of heroes you can use in the roam position, but just by how good Atlas and Beleric is, there really is no reason not to pick them up if they're open, right?
So much roam heroes to expect, especially if you're talking about Blink, but at the same time, he's just only been on the Atlas and the Cho. But you could argue the same. PP has only been on the Beleric because we've seen that spammed throughout the 3 games they went up against SRG. So we haven't seen much explored just yet. I think the most creative they've been in the draft so far was really in the XP lane. Because Yangon, they've never used the more common XP lane. It's always the Barretts or the Ruby that you really got to see from them. So that's maybe something we're looking at. We know for a fact that Yangon can be creative, but where and until or only which heroes are they willing to be creative with?
Yes, that's a sentence.
And it was a sentence that I liked the first part of, which was that Ruby was a hero we did not see involved in this last matchup whatsoever, because they were really focused on the Moskov, and they were focused on what was working in terms of banning the Harara, the Ling early on, the Fanny. But maybe we do see a different priority here, especially when we start to get towards the later phases of the draft and ban, where the Ruby does either come out or it gets taken away, and that opens something else.
Well, we're looking at the map here. So far, I feel like for both teams, Flying Cloud should favor them quite a bit because they like to fight. But now Dangerous Grass. And this is what I bring up every single time we're in Dangerous Grass. Sometimes you go autopilot, but where you forget that there's a new grass on the map in front of you, and your opponents might be waiting in there.
LaFell, realistically, for someone saying, hey, what's going on? This is cool. What's some MLBB? They're in Paris. Let me check this out. Dangerous Grass, like, what does this really do in terms of changing your draft or your pick? Do you ban around it, or is it just something that once you get what you want, you play around it?
It's something that you can utilize an advantage in the draft. For example, you have burst heroes. Since there's more grass, that means there's less vision. With less vision, some people might forget that someone's hiding in this bush, and you immediately kill them all. So picks like the Eudora is good. Picks like the Hilda, where she gets advantages when she gets into a bush, also does pretty good. Catching heroes like the Saber, the Chos, the Kadidas.
Pickoffs.
All of these pickoff heroes love dangerous grass.
I love that. Ling and Belleric banned, Freya and Atlas banned. Do you feel like YG say, PP, what else do you got? Because they take the Belleric away right away.
Yeah, they
no Atlas and no Belleric.
Yeah, they saw how comfortable they are actually with these picks. So it's great. I think now that we're in dangerous grass, it's all the more reason for them to just go more creative. Go crazy with the picks. There are multiple options out there and potential for pickoffs. But the Valentina ban.
Interesting ban. Maybe just to open up the draft, trying to force Pro Esports to ban out the Harara, because if Harara is let through, you know that's going to be first pick.
So it's both the Belleric Atlas and the potential Ling Hirara banned out.
Actually, no, maybe YG just picks up the Eudora first and be like, yeah, I dare you to pick up Hirara.
That too.
That's a good way to do it, but I feel like this sets up a good thing for YG, and this is where you want in this part of the pick. Because obviously, if you get the Harara, great. If not, you get the Eudora, most likely to counter. So they feel pretty good. I think that the question is, if you give Han the Harara, you still have a Fanny you could prioritize.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I forgot about that.
On the side of Coily.
But that was Yangon who also used the Fanny recently.
Oh my
Mars,
God, we
forgot. I mean, rarely picked up, right? So now they can pick up the Eudora +1 plus the Fanny.
Oh.
And the Phoveus. That's very interesting. Didn't thought the Phoveus would get picked up this early, considering that there's quite a lot of EXP that can fight against a Phoveus.
Yeah.
Like the Alice, Uranus.
You just probably be a bit more careful with the gold lane pick, given this. You already have a Phoveus and a Fanny to deal with, so...
Wow.
That takes out probably a Harith option here for YG.
Or play double fighters.
But they can do that too, honestly.
Right? They can play double fighters if they want.
But if they go double fighter at this point, then the jungle options are...
I think a Hirara is still fine, but maybe the mid. It needs something like a Kimi or something. Whoa.
Maybe no double fighters.
Hero.
Whoa.
Coming up, it's the Fredrin.
This feels very pre-patch.
Yes, that's the best way to put it. This feels very pre-patch. Pro Esport already having a proactive kind of draft, and then YG, a lot of control, right? Basically, every single hero here has a way to start the fight and control the fight. When it comes to a Pro Esport, just like, I'm cooler than you.
Yeah, I think a Lilia looks
Patrick
good
is
here.
cool.
Oh, Glue, yeah.
Why
I
did
thought you were shouting out Patrick. Patrick.
Hey, you know what? Patrick Production is also cool, all right? Coolest guy ever. He's the kind of guy you buy ice cream for.
But he means the SpongeBob skin, Patrick, that Glue gets to be in-game.
Well, they banned out the Arlot still. Well, again,
weird,
it's Arlot Fredrin, yes, but...
I mean, like, they already have the counters for it, so... I feel like they should have banned something like an Atlas, right? Atlas, Uranus, because they do well against the Phoveus.
Ruby's still available, but not necessary now at this point.
Yeah. There's just so much threat for the mid lane too for Pro Esport. Like, you could pair a very annoying mid lane with the Glue. I think there's still like the option of
Eudora is still available.
Lilia Eudora. You mentioned that as well. But the fact that they took out an Arlot, is there just something they don't want to break formation?
And look at this, YG, they ban out the Eudora because, again, even though they don't have an assassin just yet, you just know the EXP is going to be a damage dealer, the gold laner is going to be a damage dealer, and having a mid trio like Marcel and Fredrin always in front of your face, Eudora has an easy time to stun both of them. Eudora will disrupt them quite a bit. And now even the Barats gets banned out as well. So they're drafting in a way that makes sure that their EXP laner gets to win, but again, there are options here. It almost looks like they want YG to use something like an Alice or Uranus that's, you know, I would say not super front-heavy tanky. Like, the tankiness of a Uranus as well as the Alice is from healing, not necessarily because they have a lot of HP.
But speaking of that, I think Pro Esports are yet to pick up something to deal with the massive HP that could come through for YG. Like, they don't have Shred necessarily just yet when it comes to the team fights. The Moskov, you pointed out, is still going to be available, yes. But since YG are not going for an assassin, might they be a bit more comfortable to pick up the likes of a carry again?
Maybe, honestly, maybe.
Because you know that it's not going to be an assassin. The roam is a question, the XP lane is a question, so that's only probably the next consideration that they're looking at before locking in their goal lane.
Let's go pro. I'm fan of PP. Oh, he loves PP.
Oh.
Claude. Which is, I mean, very good. Very good. We've seen Claude prioritized in almost every game so far today.
And this game, there's not necessarily a hero that counters Claude just yet.
Yes,
as a matter of fact, the Claude already counters the Gourd, right? So that's also something here where Pro Esports, they have a good dive hero in the Fanny as well as the Claude, and optional dive with the Glue as well as the Phoveus. So this Gourd shouldn't have a good time, but hey, who knows? Maybe YG creates enough space.
Yeah. And what does YG lock in for their gold lane and their XP? Yeah, Paquito is still up. Oh, though it's gonna go into a Phoveus.
It's not great, but hey, ignore the Phoveus, then you're good. Moskov gets picked up here for YG. Should be able to deal with the Fanny, and to a certain extent, the Claude and the Uranus gets picked up. Like we've been talking about, a good fight against the Phoveus. And overall, this kind of draft, you need a front line, because the Marcel is more of a support than a tank.
Okay.
Right? You still need a front line.
Pro Esports just need their mid laner. I think are just a multitude of options out there. The Lilia's still there. If they
Lilia sounds great.
Lilia sounds great in this lineup.
Even Valier is going to be super annoying.
Yeah. Previously they used Vexana. I don't know if they want to go for that again.
Vexana ban.
Oh.
So yeah, I feel like Lilia and Valier are two very good anti-tank options that they can go for. Honestly, I'm good for either. If they want to increase another unique hero, they could pick up an Aurora.
Oh.
I like me an Aurora.
Has not been seen for years at this point, but they pick up the Zetian instead. So
unique.
They want some scaling when it comes to the late game in case the Fanny doesn't work out.
Guys, in terms of execution, who do you think leans towards it being a simpler job to get it done?
I don't know if I'm just more used to seeing the Fred and the Gourd and how simple the lineup of YG is, but I feel like definitely mechanics-wise, it's also the easier to pull off lineup compared to Pro Esports lineup right now.
I agree. It's just that I would say Pro Esports, they're scaling. Maybe they're able to outscale, but that one is more of a matchup in the gold lane.
Well, after the last 3 international tournaments for Cambodia, they've got a new representative who's looking to finally make it into the knockout stages. But will it be Yangon Galacticos from Myanmar, who shut down their dreams and maybe have a little bit of a story to tell for themselves? We'll find out as we begin game 1 of our second series of the day. It's all upper bracket for the next 2. Let's send it over to your casters, Naisu and Mirko.
Thank you so much for the breakdown and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's our second match of the day here. This one, not an elimination match. It's to find out who's going to move forward to get to that knockout stage. Will it be Yangon Galacticos or Pro Esports? Both teams, Mirko, have been looking darn good. These drafts, though, a little bit of a throwback. I feel like now that we've been through so much versatility and flexibility in the draft, this looks a little more standard.
It does. It looks a little bit more of what we are accustomed to, right?
Yep.
I do think it's kind of weird, though. I mean, the panel already pointed out, but the fact that Pro picked up the Phobia, still, though, banning out the Arlet. And YG really seems like they're going back to comfort, something that they used to win MSL Myanmar. Back again, it's Han on the Fredrin.
Fredrin in the jungle is just a very different change of pace, you know, from what we've seen so far. A lot of assassins duking it out, but now you get a Fredrin, which, you know, makes sense with the lineup because you can play around that durability that this gives you. You know, if you take a look at the emblem setups too, you're playing with a lot of speed with the Marcel, obviously being that kind of annoying support slash roam that he is.
Oily, goes in now, the cables as well, shreds him down. Han will fall first blood over to Coily.
Whoa! I guess, is that a statement of, hey, you're going to pick a Fredrin, well, I'm on a Fanny, this is the assassin meta. Is that where we're going right now?
I guess. Coily straight into the orange buff set up by P. But dang, I didn't expect that damage, bro.
Yeah.
Straight up, walks up, well, flies through, and gets, even though Han was able to secure level 4, he wasn't able to tank up that damage. Now trying to steal this away from Coily. At least he gets a bit of compensation.
Okay, yeah. You know what? At least something. Turtle's up, though. Both junglers have those retributions ready. They'll get in position for this one, but Young Galacticos is going to go ahead and get that space to work with. There they go.
Mystic Gush going to tear PP down with Han. Locking him down. Coily forcing to flicker out. Now Han's going to get caught by the Phobius of Felix. It's everybody disengaging. Ying still holding this angle. Back to level on the board.
All right, so a bit of a trade. No one going to get the turtle just yet. Jungler is going to grab their buffs for this one. We'll take a look at the replay by STC. Great setup here, you know, to go ahead and capitalize that Mystic Gush, utilizing the Fredrin kit, but you get a lockdown, and you can see how dangerous it is for Han, though, because if he's, you know, in this vicinity of the rest of the team fight, he's actually shredded down quite quickly. It's just not tanky enough just yet.
We gotta take a look at the items right now. We're talking about how Han can actually like deal with Pro, right? He's on the way to the Dreadnought armor. I feel like he should have just rushed that straight up. He went for the Ares belt first, a bit more HP, trying to play around with the passive and then Praiser's Wrath. Let's see if it works out.
Felix on the turtle.
Yep, just walking out. This should be free.
Yep.
No purple buff on the hands of Coily. A straight up red tree now is Sa. Has to flicker out. Good taunt though. Brings Felix in for the shoulder bash. The Dark Wave lands and then Praiser's Wrath is right there, but Felix is able to sustain for a bit as Coily jumps into the back again with the cables. Tears through Kaiser. He gets another with the cutthroat. Big double for Coily. Han isolated and it will be fed over to Kuzen.
It looked like it would have been okay for YG on the way they went through that. Oh, sorry, Felix. Ying? Okay, he doesn't have enough damage, but yeah, the idea was there, but you always have to remember when you're up against a Fanny that being caught in those choke points around the walls, around the jungle, is not where you want to be. And, you know, just after getting that objective, that turtle, it all falls apart here. This was going so well, but then look at the back line. Coily has all the room to work with, just lines them up and is able to go ahead and swing in, pop that damage out while everybody else gets cut off from each other. So that's really good game sense coming through from Pro Esports and the rest of the team.
Also a bit of a whiff from Blink. That golden hour was supposed to keep Kaiser from getting initiated on, but it only found Kaiser. Gave Coily the opportunity to just wait, go for those cables, and find the double.
Yep.
This is the reason we don't see too many Gourds, too many Yees now in this meta, right? It's just, if you don't have Flicker, you're dead.
They had their moment, you know, and that, I guess that's one of the things as we've gone through the days here for MSC is that development of the meta. And yes, some heroes that just feels like just weeks ago were doing so well are obviously struggling in a sense, but this is something that I would say Young Galacticos, if they get to, let's say, a late game and you get a little more durability to work with, if you're able to go ahead and play around the golden hour from Blink, then, you know, that's one of the cases. Plus the Moskov, still a power pick in that gold lane, able to move through. You do have generally a safer laning phase to deal with that Fanny, you know, from Coily approaching. But that's the thing. It's more so of Young Galacticos really trying to hold on. You can see Brute Force Breastplate now picked up for Han. That's going to help him a little bit to deal with that kind of burst physical damage that's coming through. Second turtle up, though, as YG gets space to go ahead and work around this. Coily in the base can go ahead and swing in here anytime he's ready, but it's just a stare-off for now between both, fighting for this space.
One thing you got to take into account if you're Pro is Sanji in the bottom lane here on the Moskov. He's chosen the Bargain Hunter for a reason. He knows his job this game is just to farm out. No pressure here. Han's gonna be able to take this for free with the Retribution. It's gonna be the Mystic Gush now on P, but he's able to flicker out now as Kozen gets caught by the taunt, a big bonk as well. Great Fury of the Phoenix in the bottom lanes, a 1v1, and it will be Coily to pick up the mega kill to stop Sanji from scaling on the Moskov.
You got to give it to Coily and the rest of Pro Esports. They know that, okay, objective, Turtle's going to go over to YG. We might as well find something else. It looks like he's going to be able to get the turret down nearly. Yeah, should go down here. They trade out a kill and a turret. As we look at the replay, once again, this was a really good decision from Coily. Again, he has all the room to work with, even pushed back by the Spear of Misery. It doesn't really matter. He's able to go ahead and find the kill.
I was looking up top, the taunt landed on Kuzen, then we saw the Fury of the Phoenix. So in our eyes, it was like, oh man, Sa popped that a bit late to save Kuzen. Turns out it was a call from Coily probably down below to go for that kill on Sanji. That's why the Fury of the Phoenix was tying for the pickoff on Sanji rather than to save Kuzen up top. Blink though. Golden Hour, the SOD lands as well. PP gonna be able to actually walk away from the Appraiser's Wrath now as that's a shoulder back from Felix, a flicker out, away from the Mystic Gush. Coily with a jump in the cables, Pro, great disengage.
Yeah, good use there. Again, to keep him at bay. Coily had an angle to go for, gets stopped in his tracks. Golden Staff here picked up by Sanjeet as they continue up the top.
Here the Phoenix appeal for Kuzin as he gets away with BMI, and Felix fights to pick up a Ying. Dives on the turret, picks up the kill on Kuzin. Now he's taken very low, still able to sustain. Again, the missing projectile saves him, but Coily walks up, finds the unstoppable now with the cables onto Blink. It's Han with the flank on top. It's a big bonk, and that's going to be 2 for Han. Coily, though, wants another. A triple responded over for a double. Kaiser with a missing projectile and the gush onto P.
What a bloodbath from that top lane. Both teams able to get multiple kills as we take a look at the replay brought to us by STC. Again, Fury the Phoenix is great. And look at both junglers. They have their moments here. Han cleared out that mid lane. He makes his way up to the top. He sees multiple health bars low up on this tier 1. He sees his moment because he knows Coily's having his own. So might as well go in for this. Gets that double, but essentially will go down. And also really good response from Kaise to come back and get P down with that Mystic Gush. So this trades across the board, which will all ultimately lead up to setting up for this first Lord here now that it's up. So this is, again, just a fight to see who has that better team fight. And you've got one jungler on the side of YG who's pretty stationary, you know, more of this bulwark front line, while Coily is everywhere. He's 7-0-1 right now. And pretty much if he finds one of the backlines of YG, it's almost an instant guaranteed kill for him. So they have to play around with that in mind. A little bit of focus here, knocking down some of the tier 1 turrets up top. Coily.
Dude, against a Moskov, usually you'd see Fannies hesitate a bit, you know, like kind of think twice about going in. Coily against a Marcel and a Moskov walks up like that, or again, flies
around like that. Again, it's different in the hands of junglers like Coily. Again, he makes his way through this team fight.
Coily! Oh my god, the lethal ignition! What a god on the Fanny! Coily again with the cables. No fear in his eyes.
Oh man, fighting for this Lord. As I said, goes to the back line, he's able to get a kill. Now with the numbers advantage.
Felix the walk up again, the slam slam, the pass from P. That's a mount already. That means the Lord is going to be free again. Han
he's so
trying desperately to get through. Coily's taking a bit of damage now. Goes for the cutthroat as well. Blink with the golden hour. Oh, he saves the game. Han walks up. Goes for the red tree, but it doesn't land. It was still the golden hour. The red tree went over to the member of Pro. Goes with the pickup on the Lord. Now it's a big taunt on the Felix and slaps on the pass comes through, but Felix gets around in for the pursuit. Almost takes Blink down with him.
Woo, that would have been way worse if Pro Esports did not get that Lord. Kozin was able to go ahead and secure it, I believe, just in that midst of that fight because Coily went down. That's also a big shutdown, though, taking out Coily like that. So for now, Yangon Galacticos, they found a little bit of momentum to work with. They should clear out this Lord relatively easy. And now some of that gold starting to build up, starting to go in their favor. Sanji's got the items mainly that he needs at this point, and the rest of the team is starting to get tanky enough to deal with it. It's more about the execution part, the micro part when it comes to these team fights. The biggest threat here, too, is Kaise on that gourd against Coily. If he's taken out and he doesn't have a flicker and he doesn't, you know, have that whatever defensive item he decides to go with, that's just unfortunate because your whole game plan is I'm gonna get a stun off, Mystic Gush real quick, get some people low, and build off of that. But he knows he's gonna be a target, and so now for YG they have to adjust these team fights.
And it's just so sad to see the golden hour now 2 times. First time was okay, that was just unlucky by Blink. Second time, miscoordinated by Han and Blink. Right, the golden hour was there, it delayed the Lord. Coily was already dead, but Han went for the red tree. Because the Lord was still in golden hour, the red tree went to one of the Pro members, and that's why Kozin was able to steal it away.
Yeah, once again, Marcel, that golden hour is so valuable, but at the same time, sometimes it can backfire in a way that you don't expect. Now it's pretty much even across the board, except for the fact that you got a couple extra turrets for Pro Esports off that Lord take, off that Lord push. Helps open the map a little bit for them, but they still have plenty of time to go ahead and find something here. You've got some pressure on this purple buff.
Uh-oh, they're gonna all in on P. Flicker out of the Appraiser's Wrath and a Mystic Gush already. That's gonna be Coily with the damage. Oh, the mount as well. Big Fury of the Phoenix. Onto a choke point. Han with a taunt. Onto 2. Ying still trying to buy some time as Han pops P.
Okay, they fight back again. It's been trades all game long for the past 12 minutes here. And you're seeing it too. Now because of these items falling into place for Yangon Galacticos, you can't find whoever you want, aside from the Gord, Kaize, for Coily to go ahead and get, you know, because just again, you have enough durability at this point, and you have to start to rely on your both gold laners to turn the tides of these team fights. But you'll see it here. This is a team fight comes through. P surviving this is also crazy. Good use of the defensive flicker, staying alive, and then he mounts up and brings back into that Fury of the Phoenix blink. So really good timing there, but Han also gets his revenge. Again, he had a tough start to the game on this Fredrin, but so far he's really found footing.
And the gold lead is non-existent for YG versus Pro. We should have expected this coming into this matchup. YG with a dominant game against GK to make it here. Pro with a crazy upset victory over Selangor Red Giants. Both trying to fight for that qualification to knockout stage. Han holding on a neutral objective, jumps on P. No flicker, missed the gush, and then Brazer's Wrath to take him down. Now Felix gonna get caught by the taunt as well. Sanji clearing out mid. Kozen doing the same thing, but the wave up top is good for Pro.
Oh, they're gonna fight for this Lord here. It's at half health. They know they're down P. They're gonna just blitz this Lord though for YG.
Han's trying, the golden hour's placed down. Oh, Felix! With a steal on the Phobius! With the help of the Fury of the Phoenix, how did that just happen?
Was that just a dark wave? Like,
no way. We gotta get a replay on that. What?
We have to see it. Again, that Fury of the Phoenix really helping. They're trying to hold on to this mid turret, but man, another Lord.
Uh-oh. I thought he was gonna pay for his sins, but no. Flicker. Get out of jail free card. Coily.
Oh, he's here.
He gets caught in a frozen moment. Oh my god, it went a crown. Perfectly timed by Kaize. A bait away. Coily wants part 2 with the cables. This time trying to bait out a battle spell.
That's actually pretty big though. The Winter Crown being down at least is something as they approach the base. That's what they want to play off of this Lord here now that everyone's going to be up. But again, at least for the Gord, at least for Kaize, he still has Flicker. He can just kind of post up in the base, help clear things out. The fight for these buffs though, man, P taking a ton of damage too. Kozen trying to take down a tier 2 turret. Lord makes its way up top now. Oh, Coily going to be stopped here. Clearing out the Lord. This might be all they get. They do get some damage done to that top base turret, but still, YG's base defense and their composition will clear things out relatively quick. So, I mean, based how things have gone for the last couple Lords here, it's got to be the retribution for the next one, man. It's going to be so important for either team to go ahead and secure that, to get this momentum as we look at the items coming into place. There's even a big difference gold-wise between the XP laners, but Sarion Felix is actually doing a really good job of just kind of being that front line that he needs to be on the Phobius.
This is why even after those nerfs, the Phobius still finds itself at a pretty good spot in the draft, right? Still prioed, banned in the first phase, especially with the Assassins coming back into meta. Felix, though, he's had a tremendous game on the Phobius so far. That Phobius steal, it shouldn't even be possible. Again, I would have loved to see the instant replay there. How did he get his hands on it? Because it didn't really look like Coily was in a position to steal. Han had a free retry, it almost looked like.
Yeah, again, at this point, that retribution battle needs to come down between the two junglers here for this next one. But both teams have been showing that they will go for pickoffs if they can. It's a bit of a tough game, I'd say, for YG too, just because you got to keep tabs on Coily. Where's he pushing? Where is he going? As you look at the difference here between the XP laners, what they've been able to go ahead and secure, of course, for each other. But Yin can essentially do the same thing. We saw that in the earlier team fights, you know, being that front line for them. He can help kind of give that vision too. Phobius, though.
Whoa.
Oh, hold on.
Trying to cut him. Nice try.
Yeah, he's able to get away just fine. Again, you got to keep tabs on Coily. Any Fanny like this is going to play that move, but YG has the same option with Sanji.
That's the thing. There's still so many ways they can play this against YG. It's not like they're going to lose out on that far lane. They have a Moskov and a Uranus to play on those far lanes to match the Fanny. Heck, I think they might even be able to clear it out. Oh, wait, Kozen can't be standing behind those minions like that, man. The piercing damage of Sanji starting to hurt.
Yeah, it does. Missing Gush already dropped down too.
Wait.
Okay, that's some key ultimates down for YG. Did Pro Esports just get the upper hand for this Lord take? They're going to make their way. Coily already got his buff. They're going to try to zone out the rest of YG.
He already pushed in the bottom lane. So now it relies on Sanji to land at SOD. PP in the back, trying to zone him away. Coily with retribution again as PP was able to zone him away as the golden hour comes through, but the SOD landed. There's no way he takes it with 4 members corralling over that landed SOD. Han mounted on, now brought back to the team. He's still able to escape for a bit, but the pass is right there again. A big bomb lands onto Coily, baits out the rose gold. Pro should just be happy with the Lord. Blink wants a bit more. Ying now walks up Kozen, trying to punish Flicker out from Ying.
Okay, this just has to be a disengage. They got the Lord to deal with. You're seeing how much of a push and pull it is for both team compositions now at this stage of the game to really execute it properly based on the ultimates they have, plus those battle spells. Once again, with that Lord coming up, again, this isn't the evolved one, so YG shouldn't have a problem potentially even holding on to their base turrets. Maybe they lose one on this, depending on how Pro Esports plays it as they clear these waves out. It's a little troublesome for Pro Esports on approaching this because, again, when this Lord is dealt with quickly in those waves, those powered up waves, you might even just get a tier 2 mid lane off of this. I mean, they're looking for their own window of opportunity, but it's even difficult for Sario and Felix to be the one to jump in or P. And it looks like that's just going to be it. The Lord is cleared out easily.
That's one advantage that YG have, right? Like, when it's outside of the base, Pro definitely have the advantage. They can go from different angles to attack this front to back, to break the formation. But when YG are defending, there's no chance you can break that formation. They're playing under those turrets, right? And that's why with Sanji and Kaize, as long as these two are still alive and those frontliners can just hold in front with the towers, there's no way Pro can actually siege them down. They're going to have to win it through a team fight.
Yeah. This one, Oily, get a couple hits off. It might be the best thing you can do, you know, just playing around Coily, get a couple hits on the turret, do it on the other side of the map, because they both know they have to just play around Lord. The pick-off potential starts to come down to, can we use a conceal, can we actually find someone out, but then the teams have been doing such a good job at just going to be in there for each other, answering the call if some pressure comes through. Good little take on that purple buff, though, Coily.
Ruthless on the fan. He used the cutthroat to secure it there. And yeah, it just seems like Han's been losing out on these red tree battles. Nice to on the Fredrin.
Hey man, at least if he can get it for the Lord here, it's going to be 30 seconds
over quality.
Yeah, exactly. You know, and that one will be evolved too. This is a very different game one than what we've seen so far throughout MSC, especially, you know, you're reminded once that Fredrin gets picked up and a lineup is kind of built around it, this kind of utility jungle concept, it's very different, bit of a different pace. P
just walks out of there, blink. Frozen moment, Felix walks up, that's Sa with a massive Fear of the Phoenix. Toilet for the ankle, big golden hour. How do they utilize this? In the midst of it all, he's giving the slam again from P. He's able to flicker out to safety, now it's Coily. Looks for an angle to go with the cables. Just trying to bait those resources from YG. Again, nobody falls. Just a flicker burnt for Kaize and P.
And a flicker for P.
Ying.
Yep. It's all this battle of resources at this point. Coily, as hell of a start that he had in this game, he knows that he can't just throw himself into the arms of YG. And so he's going to continue to push down that bot, it looks like. At least cut that wave through. YG's going to make an attempt on this Lord. It's half felt right now, but Coily will be here in time to face off.
P has no flicker. They know it. They're going to try to burst him down. The taunt lands as well. P's able to survive. Oh my god! Oh. The rebound with the Fury of the Phoenix. Good golden hour in the back line, but Coily's able to buy so much time. Sanji caught in the dark wave. Now the blazing duet from Kozen.
Oh, Sanji.
It's all up to Sanji now. He's going to be confident slam and a pass with Win of Nature and also the Immortality buy. It's an Immortality buy for Coily as well. Dark wave lands. Sanji's still there. Ying trying to buy some time. As Blink is in a 1v1 against Coily. It's an all-out fight everywhere in the map. Again, Coily trying to chase Blink down. He's running away. He finally gets cutthroated and assassinated up top.
Oh, I thought that was a nice block, though. I thought it was going to land on Coily, but man, they bought some time, but Pro Esports, they want to go for this tier 2 turret. They want to take this purple buff out.
Wait, they don't go Lord. They reset the Lord.
They reset the Lord. I have to go. Let's look at this replay again. Started things up with the Mystic Gush over here. This fight breaks off into 2 areas. Collapsing down, golden hour used into that Fury of the Phoenix. Meanwhile, also a real cam. It looks like Pro Esports is going to secure themselves that Lord there, but you know, that was a fight that was dissected on through, and that's one of the things that Fanny will do too. You know, you were able to go ahead and split the fights up focusing on the right targets. Golden Hour, it just feels weird in some of these instances because it's like, it's clearly there to stop the momentum of a fight, but sometimes it ends up just kind of splitting things off in an odd angle for YG.
So now it's back to the defense of YG. They have a good composition to defend, but Pro have an evolved Lord now. At 22 minutes, it's a different kind of Lord. Wind of Nature for Kuzen. Bootless at this point for both of the gold laners.
Okay, clear out these waves. Lord is up top. It's going to get that charge in. Taking out the base turret. YG has no choice but just to let that go. They're going to have to deal with the Lord, clear it out. Potentially losing some more base turrets. Conceal is going to be used from Pro Esports though.
Double top from Han now with the force play as well. Coily with a jump in the back line, but it's going to be the winner crown again. Flicker around, Blink shredded to pieces, but he gets the golden hour. All base turrets taken out now as Ying buys the immortality in time, keeps himself alive. Han! With a big taunt on the Brazier Strap, but Kozen was able to Wind of Nature all of that physical damage.
Okay, YG lost the base turrets, but it's okay, they're still in the game. They've got some more waves to deal with here, and knowing that they're down Blink, looks like Pro Esports still wants to go ahead and potentially end the game here.
Ying again, pops into Consecration, bending the mini waves over to the right side of the map. Sanji clearing it out. Kaise no flicker. He needs to play far back. Pro are still lingering. That's a bounce! The Mystic Projectile landed. The BMI gets Kozen out, but the Rose Gold was already procced.
So that's all they get. Pro Esports off that evolved Lord will take down and strip the base of those turrets. Taking the disciplined route, even amidst the lead they have, it's just YG still able to fight up. They're still able to do well. This is where we start to see the item swaps come into play. Winner crowns even being picked up. You've got multiple across the board here for YG. Wind of Nature sitting on Sanji. Sanji has been doing a great job just staying alive because he's so pivotal for them to actually be able to stay in this game. Kaise as well, very happy with his Mystic Gush timings, but he's got to go in a way where we saw in that last fight where he pops the Winter Crown, he Mystic Gush. It's still being used even when he's frozen, but again, it's better for him to go ahead and do that in the base. But this time, now 24 plus minutes in the game, this Lord, I don't know, man. If Pro Esports able to secure it, even with this kind of defensive lineup YG has, I don't think you can defend against that. Coily still pushing in that bottom wave. He knows it's going to force someone from YG, force Sanji to go clear that out, respond to it.
Holy moly. Even with the guaranteed slow push, Coily decides to shove it straight inside the base. This means Sanji's going to have to deal with it. And he shows up on the map. Kozen utilizing the position to go on to Ying. He has a bit of crowd, pops in Consecration. That's the Fury of the Phoenix, baited out already by YG. This could be the angle. They've reset it, and Sanji has cleared out bot.
Yeah, he's cleared out bot. He's handled the waves really well. YG, this is a Lord dance as ever. Still half health on it. Fury of the Phoenix still on cooldown, so they don't have that right now. And Han's tanky enough to go ahead and sit here, like we've seen so much before on this Fredrin with an immortality to go ahead and just tank up the shots. Blink jumps in.
Golden Hour doesn't land on anybody. Felix is able to evade right now as he lands a Dark Wave, but Coily's gonna go up top. Mystic Gush and a big Appraiser Strap. Coily in the base. Blink trying desperately to go back into the base to save it. He gets there in time, but Coily has a few minions on it. Now it's gonna be the SOD that lands. Sanji gets Coily down. His first kill of the game, and it's a massive shutdown. Both junglers, though, will be taken out.
A last-ditch effort from Coily to try to make something happen, knowing that the Lord was secured by YG. Really good timing against Sanji. Might have been his first kill, but it was an important kill. Might be the one to potentially win them the game here. They've got a really strong, evolved Lord to march down this mid lane. Now, 45 seconds for Coily to be up. Can Pro Esports delay this further? And without Han, the same thing. Is Ying going to be the guy to go in and tank this, lead this, or will it be Blink? He's got a golden hour that he can play around with. The game plan here might just be to knock down some base turrets.
Mystic Gush already on Felix. Golden hour catches 3. No follow-up though. Felix is able to escape. That Fury of the Phoenix from Sa buying them a bit of time. Now can they clear this Lord? Base turret I think will surely fall. Sanji's on it already. But hold a second, after that charge, it doesn't seem like YG have the resources
one hit
to push in forward even more. It's just going to be the base turret taken by the Evolved Lord. Pro, again, able to defend through the wins they got all the way from the start of the game. Those base turrets on the side lane, nice.
Yeah. So Pro Esports, mind you, again, they were up quite a bit, 7,000-ish gold. Again, at this point, it's more about switching the items, but they did lose that lead that they had. They also lost a base turret off of that. So YG now in a position, now in a seat to actually go ahead and be in a better position to win the next Lord fight. The biggest thing for Yangon Galacticos is literally just dealing with whatever Coily is going to do. He's the only guy that can push the opposite side of the map. And Sanji so far has been the guy that YG has counted on to deal with it.
Ooh, dude.
They
This is
flicker down.
very squishy, Patrick. In the face of Mystic Gush late game.
Yeah, it's definitely hurting. A flicker down is something for YG to play around with. Some big waves down bot that they're going to have to deal with too here, but it's just playing around each other because they just know that if Coily jumps into this backside, even on Kaise, and gets a winner crown, that's value. Everything comes down to pop in battle spells or defensive items now that we get this point. You're going to see these potions being picked up now too. 28 minutes, man. This has to be, if not our longest, one of the longest so far for MSC groups. Fighting for this Lord up. It's going to take some time to go ahead and take this one down as both teams get in position. A whole lot of immortalities to play around too. Sanji clearing up that bottom side. Conceal's going to be used. Pete pushing out Han here. And just fighting for this space right now. Pro Esports trying to control this space around the Lord, but it's just too much to hold.
That wave bot is just so annoying for YG. Constantly gonna have to send someone down below. SOD nearly lands. Blink was the one to give him vision for that attempt. And that's where the mechanics come through. 28 minutes.
Yeah.
It's the macro, obviously, but you have to be clutch in these moments. You have to be the one to make the play to win the team that game.
This is like the most macro game we've seen so far. I feel like one of the biggest ones too at this point.
Well, Coily.
Game one, Coily's just gonna go ahead and sit down on that bot side, but look who's rotating down. Sanji and Blink. Mystic Gush already used. Lord's gonna go for a bit of a reset there.
Oh, that is a big, big whiff. Coily stays for a bit too long, gets caught by the Spear of Misery from Sanji.
It had to be also that snapshot, right? I mean, they got him on the wall there too, that Spear. That is a huge pickup, and now without Coily for 60 seconds, a whole minute, YG cleared out the waves, and they know they have the space to work with for this Lord. But Mr. Gush.
All in onto P. Fear the Phoenix. P. Immortality down already. Blink now coming in as well. Good taunt and the pierce from Sanji. Ying taking very low. Kuzing gonna look for the play. Flickers in the Blazing Duet and the Wind of Nature as well, but Blink is able to get out of the way of the Blazing Duet. Felix, 3-man Dark Wave, has to flicker out. Big bomb with a missing projectile. Goes in as Immortality, but he's gonna go down to Ying. A big bonk sends Han, or rather Felix low, but now it's Sanji with Wind of Nature. That's an Immortality already down. Hassan's gonna get flickered down, but he buys the Immortality in time. Wind of Nature, everything with the Wind of Crown as well, but it won't be enough. It's a big wipe for YG as they come back in game number one.
Talk about a defense from Yangon Galacticos to hold on strong even when down for the majority of that game. A composition built around base defense. Well, you see exactly what that can pull off here. Really good timing, really good game sense to make that play in the bottom lane, find Coily, and then make something out of it. They knew that they either had an option. If we get Coily out, we could probably just get the Lord, and if not that, then we could just win a team fight. Not having that threat anymore, and so Yangon Galacticos knew what they had to accomplish. They did it perfectly with this lineup. Took some time. They really had to buckle in for as we look at the highlights from STC with this one. Again, very strong showing though from Pro Esports. Coily on this Fanny, phenomenal, but eventually it kind of falls to a different point of the game. You know, you're not able to go ahead and just swoop in like this, get kills. Han really held on, built up that durability, and you know, you got to give it up to Yangon Galacticos to hold on together.
YG winning this game with an unorthodox composition.
Yeah.
We have to say this. This is meta. A few patches ago, this was the best composition you could go for. But in the current meta, we've seen more assassins in the jungle. Coily had an 8-0 start to the game.
Yeah.
Yet it was the utility jungle of Han. Yet it was them coming back through crazy steals, honestly, crazy mistakes as well, but then adapting and downloading the pro movements as the game got to that late stage.
We knew this one was going to be a good one, man. You know, I'm expecting it to be a 3-game series. Both teams just have each other's numbers. They're playing so well around each other, whatever they decide to draft. You know, and again, it's all about that execution factor, and it was executed really well by Young Gun Galacticos. So let's go ahead and throw it over to the panel to see what they have to say about Game 1.
Thank you guys so much. Great matchup there to kick off our second series of the day. It was Yangon Galacticos with the defense of time that somehow, some way stalled out the efforts of their opponents and made them think that maybe that Fanny, that assassin, isn't at the top of this meta if we let Marcel available. The other news that I want to give you, 4 games Marcel has been let through, 4 wins. Might need to stay on the ban list from now. Welcome back. My name's Rain Day. Brigitte, Lefel joining me on panel. That was the longest game of the tournament so far.
Yep, it was. And it was off the back of a really good defense. It's a Moskov and a Gord who was just always defending until the very end. And I think I really want to credit a lot of it to these 2 players just because of the fact that I don't think this was Han's best game. So it's amazing how they're able to stall it. That's the word. Stall it long enough.
I mean, you mentioned Han. I want to get your just initial thoughts, and I'll start asking about that matchup.
No, I mean, like, here's the thing. You came in, I would say, at the right meta where there's a lot of assassins, where the game is pretty dynamic. But imagine this is basically our life for the past 2 years, where tank jungles are a thing.
This
so
is it.
Almost every game goes above 20 minutes. Because something about tank junglers, they can just hold on for dear life until eventually you make one good play, and then you win that way.
30 minutes and 2 seconds. I said the longest, well, it says 1 on there, but maybe it was like, 1 and 59 or something, hundredths of a second. I think this was really a good showcase of the matchup we highlighted with Coily and Han. I think Coily actually played quite well, but also I think there was, like you maybe had mentioned earlier, just this meta's past, a glimpse of what your life used to be. Maybe that's just not, maybe you just can't let that be played in this meta. Maybe you have to force assassins in this meta, otherwise you're in trouble.
By the way, let me just say, look at the buffs there. How many times Han has been denied of the buffs? The orange buff, he only got 12, and then Coily got 17. The purple buff only got 15. Coily got 17 again. And look at the objectives as well. Like, I gotta say, 4 Lords was taken by Pro Esports. Only 1 from Yangon. So this is a really not a great game for Han, and yet somehow, some way, again, with the Gord as well as the Moskov, they were able to hold out long enough until that moment finally came for them.
Yeah, I agree with you. There might be a bit more question as to whether or not this pre-patch quote-unquote meta is still actually effective currently. Because I don't even want to point out anything about the draft that we saw from Pro Esports, because they were able to really make it work. Yeah. They found the early game, secured it in their hands, and you saw highlights after highlights, especially from Coily. But it just boiled down to that one mistake down bottom around the 28 or 29 minute mark, and eventually another one from one of their carries, Kozen too. So these were the 2 players who could just not afford to go down, but in that sequence, it was the both of them who unfortunately had to. And you could no longer defend that siege if you were Pro Esports.
It was a style that they ended up needing to draft around, having seen the Fanny come out, the talent of Coily, and he put it to great display. He showed how effective that character could be, but it wasn't enough. Leading the entire time, Pro Esports stumbled at the very end. YG maybe made them stumble, and they got the win. Game 2 is upon us, but Lefel, before we do that, break down what you saw in Game 1 that led us to this longest game of the tournament so far.
So I agree with Brigitte, we don't have to look at the draft too much, but I feel like we still have to talk about 2 things here. The reason why I say when it comes to the late game, it's going to be a skill matchup between the teams is because if you go to the late game, the Moskov as well as the Gord is amazing just because they clear the lanes very fast. The Moskov has an added advantage where even while he's clearing the minions, he can attack enemy. In comparison to what Pro Esport has, I would say the weakness of him trying to end the game was having this Zetienne. Zetienne is pretty good at sieging, just not enough, I would say, firepower to make the Uranus, worried, to make the Fredrin worried. So the front lines really don't care that much getting attacked by the mage, hence not giving time for the Claude to actually attack the turret for himself. So now we're going to be looking at some clips here. We're going to look at the early game, and this is the effect. One of the reasons why, yes, I'm standing up, but as long as you're comfortable, right? one of the reasons why we don't see a lot of Fredrin is because he has been nerfed in the HP department. Rarely do we see this when Fredrin starts off in his own jungle, and look at how fast Fredrin got bursted down. And in that moment, we even saw Fredrin get level 4 first and then the Fanny. So not even had a level advantage, and yet the damage is just you know, he can't sustain it. And then going for the second thing here, this is honestly just glazing the Fanny of Coily, because look at this situation. I feel like for all of the Assassin players, they know how difficult it is, where if we're going to be looking closer into the minimap here, you can see that the Gourd as well as the Claw, they're protected. They're behind a wall. They're close to the turret. This is a situation where you don't really see Assassins going in for the kill. And yet, you look at how Coily uses this entranceway. Like, there's not a lot of situation where you can go through here and be safe. The only reason why he is safe is because the rest of the front line are here. There is zero protection down back. All of the damage dealers are here. Thank you very much for illustrating this for me as well as Brigida. Look, he just goes. There's no protection. And this is why that sequence was amazing. But then as we go through, some mistakes start to creep in, where this is, I would say, the first mistake coming in from Pro Esport. We have to zoom, and we also look at the highlight circle here. Look at how low Coily is.
Yeah.
He should not be anywhere close here, because the thing is, the Lord does true damage. Even though this is 9 minutes, the Lord doesn't hit that hard. You still got to respect it. During this time, the golden hour was used trying to stall, but this is where we got to say, unfortunately, Han, not just Han, the entire team does not utilize the golden hour very well, because they use most of their abilities during the golden hour, and by the time, you know, expires, it kind of doesn't get used anymore. So this is the first mistake coming in from Pro Esport. They do things differently here. They could have ended the game much earlier. And then this is basically the final one, where this is one of the rare times that Han finally gets a win around the Lord, and that's like 25 minutes. And then at this point, this is where winning really counts on skill and a little bit of luck, because Coily was trying to end the game here, but then as he's reaching forward, he got hit by the SOD. Man. Look at how perfect. Look at how perfect that hit really was. And then Coily was next to the base as well, so he will get stunned up if the SOD did not hit. I don't know about you, Brigida, but do you feel like Coily could have ended the game?
I feel like he can. Thank you so much, Rain Day. There's a world where he can, especially as you could see. What is that? You could see how it's just taking a bit more time for Kaiser to go in. He doesn't have the Mystic Gush either.
Yep.
So he can only rely on basic attacks.
He honestly could have ended the game, and I would say those are the two mistakes that happened for Pro Esports, which is the Lord at the 9 minute of the game, as well as at the end of the game, they just don't have enough firepower to actually end it.
She couldn't let her card fall. I get it. It's okay.
It's okay. Thank you.
We're moving and grooving over here. You know, this could have been a standing.
Hey, this is our whole stage.
This is our home.
We can stand if you want.
We sit, we stand, we do it all here at MLBB. What a fun, game.
We're a fun bunch.
This is such a fun bunch. You guys are obviously fun, but this game is so fun. It's so great to dive into it. I've loved the, coming from Apex, right? I mean, we're so focused on the game and where the game goes, how it evolves, how it grows. We are fans of that. We want the best for that. This game, it's just the sky is the limit. And obviously so big around the world and so many great communities who are involved in it. Games like that, if you're a fan coming in and saying, it's EWC 26, I want to check out MLBB. Maybe it's my first time checking out this game. That is one of the reasons why you say, wow, this is fireworks, and I can just jump on this right away, maybe play alongside, grab your phone, grab your tablet, jump in, bang, bang, let's do it. I love it.
Become a bang banger.
Yeah, become a bang banger alongside us.
Let's go, man. I'm having a blast. I know you guys are as well. Let us know in the chat if you're having fun as well. Any co-streamers also. Hopefully you guys are enjoying this event. Flying Cloud will be where we set up the stage for our second matchup. It was all Pro Esports until the very end. And I guess that's my biggest question to start with this second draft. Did it go right and you executed wrong? Do you try to keep up that playbook and say, listen, there's little ways on the Lord fights, on these little moments where we could have won that game, so let's not deviate.
No, if I'm Yangon, I would really get a big takeaway from that game. Even if I didn't, even if I won, even if I won, I wouldn't want to put myself in the same position because you worked too hard for that one win that was the longest game of the entire MSC too. And I think that's enough to show you that it's not going to work against the lineup that Pro Esports could potentially put out. But this
Look at the change.
Yeah, well, you're still seeing respect from Pro Esports nonetheless. They would rather not have them pick up the Fredrin again.
Yeah, but the thing is, there are other tanks. I mean, not that I want to see it, right? I want to see the Assassins. But also, I do want to say, like, for Pro Esports, in terms of answering what Rainday is saying, it's kind of like the only mistake they did was not ending the game.
Right.
Everything else was perfect, right? Where personally for me, I would just say, you know what? Glue and Phoveus, you guys don't matter. Dive into the turret. If you die, you die. But let me end the game, because that's, I would say, one of their mistakes. They should have just been brave enough to sacrifice some of their members and then ending the game. But again, going up against a Moskov as well as the Gord, it's kind of difficult to end the game. But now the Freya does get banned out. Hirara is still open, same as multiple other heroes like the Eudora, the Zushin. Quite a lot is still there.
I mean, I think the good thing that's happened here. Oh boy, we probably did not expect this. But you know what? It kind of gives you an insight, doesn't it, Fergita, into like how comfortable PP probably felt on that
Sorry,
Valorant.
I just saw it.
Finally.
They probably were like, that's kind of how we've been winning. That's where we feel comfortable. So we should just prioritize that.
Yeah, I feel like it's a finally moment here for PP because a lot of their playstyle really revolved around having a really reliable Belleric in the middle of everything. And that hands over the Hirara to end the Eudora, but I'm thinking this is something they should have expected, right? The fact that they went for the Belleric means that they should have pretty much expected this, and at least they can draft around this hero again, which worked out for them.
Yeah. They don't actually have to change anything. They get PP more comfortable. They get Coily back on the Fanny if they want. And they can start looking at other lanes, try to secure maybe their mid. If they want to do that.
I'm just thinking here, like, they're letting go the Eudora. Do they want to go for tank jungle again? Because there is still a few heroes that's pretty viable, but no, they go for a Yi Sun-Shin instead and a Ruby.
Whoa.
Rainday, for now, I don't think Yi Sun-Shin has won a game yet.
Hasn't, no.
So, I don't know how to feel about this one, especially this early. Right, you're showing your hand quite early here.
Yeah.
Because even the Ruby, and it's not like you're seeing a dive comp per se from Yangon just yet, but it seems like Pro Esports have built on their catch, have built on their capability to just...
It looks like for Pro Esports here, they just want to build a castle around Yi Sun-Shin, right? Have a lot of utility and then let him free hit.
Well, think about how long that game was, right?
Oh, yes.
The ability to scale, having an answer for late game. Yi Sun-Shin does suffer early, but late, that's where he's going to shine, right?
And Hirara, not like a Ling or a Claude, can dive in super fast. She can still dive in, don't get me wrong, but not the same way. And now having the Barats, where I think that's a pretty good answer to what Pro Esports are already showing, because when Barats gets the max stack of the big guy, he does have some resilience, meaning that he doesn't care too much about crowd control. He does care, but not too much. So that's a good way to like just be a front line for the team and waiting for your opportunity to go in. I'm gonna say YG is drafting pretty sound, and Pro Esports does seem like they're showing new-ish things here.
Yeah, I agree. It's also making me wonder, because I think the probability of us seeing a double fighter lineup in Pro Esports is pretty much very high.
Yeah.
But for YG, on the other hand, who are showing a Hirara right now, I'm wondering, and a Barrett too, I'm wondering if they're planning to even consider that route as well. Because if they do, then that's going to make things... I guess that's going to allow them to play around the Hirara, yes, but the range, I think, is going to be a problem.
Melissa. I feel like Melissa would work well against the fortress that Pro Esports is building.
Yeah. As of the moment, they still have that option. They can pick it up.
They banned out the Carmilla. Interesting. We haven't seen a Carmilla just yet, so maybe they got some information about what's going on with Younger Galacticos here. Right now, they can pick up their gold lane if they want, because they don't have the gold lane as well as the roamer. And I feel like showing either or doesn't exactly expose your draft too much. Because it's not like, oh, you show Melissa, I'm going to pick up something like a Farsight to kill you. There's multiple ways to deal with a pick like that.
And you know that the Yi Sun-Shin is going to the jungle anyway, so there's less things to worry about. It's, at this point, really just a potential...
What if Yi Sun-Shin gold?
Oh.
I don't like it. Hey. Who knows? Ixia. Okay,
Unique hero.
Another new pick again.
Okay,
We're going deep here.
if they're going double fighter, then the other fighter has to be a backline.
Yeah, like a Lapu, Benedetta,
Yeah.
Yuzong.
There has to be someone to reach that Ixia because, well, it can
I think
also be the
CC
mage.
is okay. I think CC is okay.
Yeah.
If you want to put CC gold, but Ruby EXP against Barats may not be a good matchup there.
Or if they don't want to do that, then maybe the mid lane too can compensate for the range, for the reach.
Eve probably is the safest.
Yeah. We don't see much Farsas currently, so.
We see one loss, but we seen one.
So let's see. Oh.
All right, they pick up the Vexana as well as the Uranus. I feel like Vexana.
I like this.
Vexana has one win.
But do you remember how I was mentioning that she is pretty tough against Eudora?
Yeah.
In my limited experience.
I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
But I'm just saying it's like a matchup that does okay, which it means you're not going to get behind and you might be able to pressure her out so she doesn't get ahead.
Another element to the fortress. Just add a Lord as well, right? This is a clear fortress for Yi Sun Shin. This is a, I don't know, walking battalion? Walking? Not all of them walk even.
It's a strong Vanguard for sure. Last pick coming in from YG.
It's all for Coily now.
Synonymous with Myanmar at this point and trying to do another historic run. The Matilda. Wow.
So
another unique hero.
A lot of defense coming in from Pro Esports and Yangon Galacticos. They have a lot of ways to approach the fight. I gotta tell you, Brigida, I do not know how to approach this draft.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna look at this like a fan. This seems like a fun game to watch.
Yes, it does. I think it's just very specific for Yangon. They can go very specific with their targets, but Pro can go a little more heavy on team fights for this game.
Well, I'm the pro analyst. I know exactly what's going to happen. Vexana's going to beat Eudora in mid lane. I can't believe you guys don't know it. My Grandmaster rank games, I already figured that out. Okay, let's send it to two guys who have a better idea of what might take place here. Game 2, trying to tie it up. Nice, Mirko, what's going on?
Hey, we appreciate that, Rain Day. You know, I see you climbing the ranks there, but let's go ahead and jump into this one. It's me and Mirko to bring you the action right now. Again, it's interesting drafts across the board. Another unique pick. Yangon Galacticos, last game paid off with patience because they turned the game over on its head, got the victory. Now, Pro Esports, I like it, man. This is all playing for your Yi Sun Shin. Maybe that's what it's going to take, Mirko, to get him a win because, yes, the YSS hasn't really won anything.
Nope. Been used twice already. P already has to use a Revitalize early as well. At least there's one thing, right? YG technically only have one frontliner. So if Pro want to go front to back, they technically don't need to deal with too many tanks. The thing is, it's a barrage with the help of Matilda, though.
I was going to say, you know, it's one thing to have one frontliner who can just go anywhere, you know? That's with the help of the Matilda. And even so, if I recall correctly, the Matilda can also do some interesting things with a Nixia pick, man. You know, drop down that full barrage and soar on through. So I feel like for Yangon Galacticos, the upper hand here, aside from just Sanji. Okay, that was all right. Burn the flicker. One of the upper hands that I was going to say. Oh, hold on.
Whoa, a Purify out. First blood for Han still, despite the Purify from Felix.
So that's an upper hand, getting the first blood, but it's also just, again, mobility options that they have to play around with this composition. Taking a quick look at the emblems, you can see where they're going with this. Again, the Matilda is going to have a whole bunch of mobility to work with, and this being Flying Cloud also kind of brings everybody back to the team fights really quickly. The Barrett's being the one tanky guy, you can see him. You know, he's got the tenacity, he's got concussive blast, he's on the tank emblems. Ying knows his job for this one.
Koza's going to be able to take that gold crab away from Sanji. Obviously already won that lane earlier, but Sanji can just walk back up in Flying Clouds very easily. That's the thing. Doesn't matter if you really pull your opponents here this early on with the Flying Clouds map. Oh, big chomp by Ying, spits him out as well, gets a stun, and look at the peel from the rest of the team. Felix able to stop that from happening, the pick off on Coily, but he's a bit too low to participate around this turtle fight.
Yeah, I really like that sound effect there, Miko. That was a good one. Now for the turtle, fighting it off. Not sure if they're going to get in range. Han gets the turtle secured.
Okay, circling Eagle. Oh, not on Sa. He was already a free kill, I'm guessing, for Blink. YG go up 1,000.
Go up 1,000 gold because they've got a couple kills in their favor. A turtle, a little bit of extra gold off these gold platings too. So this is all really starting well for Yangon and Galacticos. And I think that's why even our panel was kind of mentioning this with the composition that Pro Esports brought to the table. You know, playing around your YSS, you've got enough bodies, I mean, even an extra one with the Eternal Guard to protect you and give you space. But if you're not able to go ahead and utilize that and let Coily get farmed up here, scale up, it's going to be really difficult for him. I mean, look what Han is doing to Coily's jungle.
Hey, if he can win on a utility jungle in this meta, imagine what he does on a Hirara.
I wonder how he feels after going from a Frederick to a Hirara.
Hey, to be fair, I think Han's just chill with it, man. Like, I don't know how many heroes he has in his pool, you know? Like, we've seen him on a Fanny as well, and then the Fredrin, and now it's going to be the gank onto Kuzen onto the bottom lane. Oh my god, the full barrage as well with the guiding wind. Kuzen still able to stay alive for a bit, though. Good Eternal Guard on Blink, but he's able to flick around and gets the guiding wind out away from the roots of P.
Able to get away off of that, too. I mean, that's dirty to see, but yeah, makes it work. Again, they said this is going to be a fun composition to see in motion. Well, there it is. You do something like that. Looking at the replay brought to us by STC. Brings it a little bit too far, you know, but still able to cap out a kill under the turret, and then good flicker usage there to stay alive by Sanji, and then guiding wins on out from Blink.
That's a tilter, bro.
That is.
After losing that close 30-minute game, this is usually what happens, you know, after you lose a close 30-minute game, it might be a quick one in game 2. We saw the Burmese fans earlier.
Yeah.
Up on stage. I got my sound effects approved, by the way, by the king.
the king yourself.
The young man from the Philippines.
Yo, shout out to the king, man.
Shout out, man.
We'll see you really soon. And now for this second turtle up here. Pro Esports has control of it, but they wait for Coily to get in range here. Little poke back and forth right now. Both teams, Ying playing up that front side. There's the Mount Shocker.
Pulled in the Dino, the Eternal Guard as well. Full barrage comes around. The red tree is good for Coily. Dives onto Han, untargetable for a bit. Able to escape with the help of the Flask of the Oasis. So it ends up being a big win for Pro finally. XP and Turtle.
Yeah, that's something they needed. At least get the objective secured. You don't want to let this scaling happen even further for YG. Up 2,000 gold at this point. That's a Sky Piercer also picked up for Han. They're going to go ahead and just keep Kozen back here. You know, one of the things, too, speaking of this, hold on, circling Eagle.
Oh, stun. Oh, God. Oh, God.
Yeah.
I was going to do the caca, but...
Welcome to the Thunderdome. We need a thunder effect, man. I don't know how it's going to work. I don't know if Leo's going to approve that one, but
that one's not.
He'll come up with something better. But that is the interaction that you can expect. One of many that Yangon and Galacticos can go ahead and play around. And so for Pro Esports, you know, that's one of the hard things about it is like, what way is YG going to approach our fight? You know, or they more so just kind of have this universal, straightforward approach. We saw it where they're able to go ahead and bully off Yangon and Galacticos off of an objective. But even so, if that ends up being the case, you know, once the Lords come to play, the approach is going to be different.
So Pro are just going to take it slow, but YG scaled pretty well as well with the Ixia, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, we're just going to have to find out again. A 2,000 gold lead for YG. We've seen massive gold leads turn around in very, very good games like yesterday, Falcons Meta against IG. They held like an 8,000 gold lead. IG were able to come back through forcing Falcons Meta to make mistakes.
Seems to be the case, you know, whatever team makes these mistakes kind of gets punished on them. The teams so far that have been competing throughout MSC, they all do that really well. Once they see an overstep from the opposing team, they're able to go ahead and punish it. Now this is also just the nature of the compositions you have, you know, with Eudora. I mean, there's a reason why the Eudora is picked up so much. One of the top picks right now in that hero pool. Last turtle, though, again, playing around that stun that you have, the mobility that Matilda brings, YG will wait for their own moment.
Goes in. Oh, the chop missed. Ying's going to be pulled back as well. Oh, great taunt to read the flicker, too. But it won't be a kill. They're just buying time right now for Coily to get his hands on it. What? Han walks up. Great CC from the circling Eagle of Blink. To steal it away now, Han locking him down for Sanji to get a few shots on that full barrage. PP with a walk up, a taunt that doesn't land. And it's the combo, but it's a Belleric.
He should be able to get away from this, right? Hold on.
Vitalized taunt. Oh, he picks up the kill with a basic attack through the CC chain.
How many stacks does Han have right now? Can we take a look at that? I mean, I know he picked up the Skypiercer with it a couple kills ago. Let's take a look at the replay here. This looks like it would be so good for Pro Esports, but Blink with that Matilda coming through on the circling eagle, and then Han able to swoop on, get that, and then capitalize a kill. You know, this is one of the things you got to watch out for. We've seen it before where Hirara gets like max stacks on the Skypiercer, and next thing you know, you're gone, you know? And so Pro Esports, even if they want to buckle in a little bit for this, it might be one of those cases where you don't want to wait too long just because of the scaling that's happening here with YG. Now, bringing it further, you can see, okay, couple stacks. So 2 kills off of that when he picked up that Skypiercer, but it's that threat now, that threat of just kind of almost lining up the kills too easily for YG to capitalize on.
Even then, when they're trying to buy some time for Coily to get his hands on a neutral objective, it's just so difficult because they don't really have CC on on Felix. So all he can do is really just stand up front and hope that YG get intimidated by the aura of a Uranus.
All right now too, look at this pressure.
Ooh, again, no CC from Felix, he can't chain it. So I can drop down as much CC as he wants to.
Yep.
But as long as it's not going to be followed up by a Mountain Shocker, an I'm Offended, or a Don't Run Wolf King, Han's going to be good, bro.
Yeah, Han's got a lot of space to work with, just by himself, basically.
Han.
Yeah, and Han can do this. Han can do this. As this Lord comes up, they get in position. Again, some of the ultimates were used in the previous fight, but they should be back up for this, depending on how Pro Esports stalls this out.
Whoa, whoa.
Oh, Mountain Shocker used.
Oh, good usage.
Not as welcome.
1v4. Oh, spins him out, gets on Saw! Now, I'm offended coming through as well. Response over, goes in, flickers through, but Han's able to pick up the kill. Now he goes back in. Onto Kuzen! A double for Han as he outplays Pro completely.
Oh, man. Sorry, I'm Felix going to survive. P as well, but 2 members going down for Pro Esports, and Yangon Galacticos will make their way to secure this Lord. A little circling eagle here to keep Coily back again. There's still an attempt, it looks like, from Pro Esports.
How do they want to play this one? Kuzen is down. Coily doesn't have enough damage. Han gonna go in. Wait a second, Han. Oh, he baits him everybody into the full barrage. PP taking a little flicker in from Sanji. And Han with the red tree now as he walks back up again and he picks up the godlike YG up with 5,000 over Pro.
That was such a good bait from Han to go ahead and utilize that. They know they have a full barrage in the hands of Sanji. And so just line up Pro Esports into it. And you know they want the Lord. I mean, look at this replay here. Again, Han popping that winner crown.
What a bait.
And just follow in through the full barrage and then comes in, help clean up after getting the Lord. That's a whole lot of value for YG off of that fight. And now Lord in the mid lane, they're knocking on this tier 2.
Full barrage. Oh my God! Kuzen just got bleeped out of the game.
Welcome to the Thunderdome, basically. Lord charges in. Oh! Okay, Purify used. There's the shields. They're going to pop in mid and bot. Asanji is still down there right now. Down Kozin for 10 seconds. Pro Esports just has to let these turrets get whittled down here. Han's walking in that wave up top. They're trying to hold on to this one holy defense shield. This is such a problem, man. I mean, even alone, if you go too far forward, if you're Pro Esports, you're going to get stunned. Or you're going to get circling eagled, or you're going to get Daytona's welcome. Like, this is what I'm talking about. There was so many options that YG can play around with, and that's what's gotten themselves almost this 9,000 gold lead.
And it just seems like the Yi Sun Shin might not be it in the meta, bro.
Yeah.
Like, he's done... it's not Coily's fault. It's a pick. He's done nothing in this game, right? Farming up.
Oh,
whoa. Ow. Finds him, as we were talking about, throws it back to 3! Ying, what a play on the barrage! And now it's Han on Kozin, trying to find the kill, the stun lands, and it's a basic attack that gives Han a double. Now on Felix, can he get it? His hands on the 80 stacks of the Skypiercer! Han with a triple to send Yangon Galacticos to the knockout stage of MSC at EWC 2026.
What a dominant game 2 for Yangon Galacticos after an endurance test in game one. They just came in to this one with a different game plan, and my oh my, did they execute it well. Talk about draft diff for this one, and just execution. Again, Yangon Galacticos, familiar names across the board for the most of us here that have watched international MLBB, and they are a team that just does it so well in so many different ways. And they're definitely going to be a force to be reckoned with in the knockout stage, man. Again, that mobility that Matilda brought to this, and I mean, to make an Ixia work, Mirko it's insanity, but it's the insanity that I'm really liking with our meta.
No front line except for Ying, but that was already enough. And again, we saw those moments come through again. Nice zoom. Full barrage, pulled back by the guiding wind. So many times here was just them corralling onto Ying, but then forgetting the plot, everybody else having the time to deal damage, to pick up on those stacks. And once Han got the first 20 stacks, it almost seemed like it was over.
Yeah, Han did again. This Hirara, there's a reason why it's 70% win rate. Why? Plus, 70% plus. Because you do things like this, man. I mean, Han was what, 10-0-2 by the end of this? You know, multiple stacks. But also the Eudora. Like, if you get Eudora and Hirara right now, it's almost like, okay, what are we going to do against that? Because even when you thought you were able to get away, look at that. Boom, stunned. You have nowhere to go. Han can just kind of swoop in, clean up that kill. And, you know, sorry, I'm Felix. He's sorry, but Han's not. He goes and gets that triple. So it's just phenomenal execution here. We're going to have to throw it over on stage, of course, with Milosh for our interview.
Hello, my friends, and yes, congratulations. They advance on. It's Yangon Galacticos. What a performance we had, especially that game one. What a long bout. Sanji, thank you very much for joining me on here. That game one was incredible, a 30-minute back and forth between you and your opponents at Pro Esports. I want to ask you, why did you pick the Fredrin to be on your lineup? Because it's mostly been kind of redundant at this point. What was the plan behind it?
Sanji အရင်ဆုံးတော့ဂုဏ်ယူကြောင်းပြောလိုပါတယ်ပထမဦးဆုံးပေါ့နော်ဒီ Pro Esports ပေါ့နော်ကိုယ့်ရဲ့ပြိုင်ဘက်ဟာလာဒီလောက်မိနစ်30ကြာခဲ့တဲ့အချိန်တာအရှိကြာဆုံးပွဲပဲဒီမှာ Fredrin ကိုဘာဖြစ်လို့ရွေးခဲ့တယ်လဲဒီအနောက်ကဒီ view ဟာပါပါလဲ
Fredrin ဘာလို့ရွေးခဲ့ဆိုတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ ਨੇ ပို့ပြီးတော့အဆင်ပြေမှထင်လို့ပါကျွန်တော်တို့ player ဟန်လဲသူ Fredrin မှာ confidence အများကြီးရှိရဆိုတော့ကျွန်တော် Fredrin ကို pick ခဲ့ရပါ
The reason that I picked Fredrin was this one will be match for us, and one of our teammate Han experienced a lot with this Fredrin.
It worked out really well for you. Now, this was the longest game we've had so far here at MSC, but how do you bring it back? Because there was so much back and forth in that game. How do you bring it back given the pressure that there is in this game on you?
အဲ့ဒီတော့ဒီပွဲဟာပထမပေါ့နော်အကြဆုံးပွဲဖြစ်ခဲ့တယ်အဲ့တော့ဒီလိုအရှုံးကနေပြန်ပြီးတော့အနိုင်ရအောင်ဘလို့မြန်ပြန်လုပ်ခဲ့လဲ
ဘလို့ပြန်လုပ်ခဲ့ဆိုတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့တယောက်ကိုတယောက်ယုံကြည်ပြီးတော့ပဲအကောင်းဆုံးဆောက်သွားတာပေါ့ဒိန်းနေ defend ပြီးတော့ပဲ
We trust each other and then we fight back together.
And it was honestly a beauty to witness. Now, you're the only, I guess you're the only Sanji that's qualified, the first one and the only one so far that is qualified to the knockout stage. We've all seen the Spider-Man meme between all of you here. What does that mean to you?
အဲ့ဒီတော့ဒီ Sanji တွေရှိတဲ့အထက်မှာပထမဦးဆုံးပေါ့နော်ဒီqualify ဖြစ်ခဲ့ပြီအဲ့ဒါဘလို့ရှိပါလဲ
ဘလို့ရှိပါလဲအရင်ပြောပါလေ
I'm so happy.
Should be, definitely. And on top of that, you're the Myanmar representative. What does that mean to you also as a representative of the region?
အဲ့ဒီတော့ဒီ data အတွင်းမှာ Sanji တွေရှိတဲ့အထက်မှာဒါမြန်မာတွေကပထမဆုံးတစ်ယောက်ဖြစ်လာတာအဲ့တော့ဘလို့ပြောချင်ပါလဲ
ဘလို့ပြောချင်လဲဆိုတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ကအခုနှစ်ပွဲနိုင်သွားပြီးတော့အရင်တက်သွားတာဆိုတော့ကျွန်တော်အရင်တက်သွားတဲ့ပုံစံမျိုးပဲအဲ့လောက်ပါ
I would like to say that we have won 2 games already and then so I'm the first one who is in the next match.
It's a great thing. Is there anything you'd like to say to all the fans that are watching you right now and also for all the teams that you'll be facing off against in knockouts?
အဲ့ဒီတော့ဒီ knockout team မှာပေါ့နော်အစစ်မှာဘာတွေပြောချင်တယ်လဲနောက်တစ်ခါဒီကိုကြည့်နေတဲ့ fans တွေပေါ့နော်သူတို့ကဘာများပြောချင်ပါလဲ
နောက်တွေ့မဲ့ knockout stage မှာလည်းကျွန်တော်တို့အကောင်းဆုံးရှင်မြန်ပါမယ်ကျွန်တော်တို့ဆက်လက်အားပေးပါအောင်လို့ပြောချင်ပါတယ်
I would like to say in the next match on the knockout stage and keep supporting us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sanji. Once again, qualified into the knockout stage, it's Yangon Galacticos. Congratulations to you, Sanji. Thank you very much, Coco, for joining us on our interview. We'll send it back to our desk. Have a little chat.
Thank you so much, Yangon Galacticos. Make it through, and $100,000 at bare minimum for them as they advance to the knockout stages. That's going to be a fun one, but we'll see who waits to join them as we have another one coming up in just a moment. Welcome back to the desk. My name is Rainday. I'm joined by Brigitte and Lefel. Brigitte, that was a game.
Yeah.
Very different than game one.
Very different.
But
Very.
the same result for YG.
Yes, I'm happy to see and hear from Sanji. Because I can still remember your joke about rumor has it still goes on.
It's still going on. It was that funny. She's still thinking about it.
Yeah, I'm still thinking of it. And it's great. It's a great showing. I think whatever we were thinking in game number 1 about YG and them probably struggling or having a slight misunderstanding or being behind of the meta, I could just disregard all of it now. At this point, I'm just thinking it's mind games. I told Lefel, I think it's just mind games.
Yeah, it might be, Lefel.
Yeah.
Fantastic analysis. Thank you.
Anyways, honestly, like, it's nice to see Hein going on that assassin again. Because on that Frederick, I think even he was like, Coach, no more. First time, last time. And then the barrage though. Let's talk about the barrage though. It was so good.
It's close to a quack. It's close.
It's close. Hey, you know what? Technically, it's a giant chicken, right?
Oh.
Because it's a dinosaur.
Yes.
Dinosaurs are giant chicken, and chicken are like ducks.
Is that how it goes?
Oh, yeah,
I
he always does his research.
Wow, that must be proven. That's got to be proven at this point.
Because the T-Rex...
Distant ancestor.
Yeah. Because the T-Rex doesn't have skills. It has feathers.
Oh, well, we just... Wow, we just figured something out. And at this point, you can hear the crowd excited. Yes. I think that's a Kelra excitement as Onyx takes the stage. He's... Mogging is a word that was used to describe him, and certainly I would agree. This one, though, maybe mogged in game. YG 17-2, a 12-minute game. A big important thing about this, guys, that we have to consider, that's a short game. That's going to help them get a higher seed in terms of picking. And, you know, if they, obviously, however, guys, I think it's also balanced out by the first game being 30 minutes from now.
I don't think it's going to help as much.
One of the shortest and also the longest, so it's moot.
I mean, like, here's the thing. I feel like something to consider is that you don't want to be like number 3 and number 4 in this selection, right? Because number 4, you don't have a choice.
Yeah.
Right? Number 1, number 2, I feel like you still have some solid choices. But then number 3 and number 4, you will have like champions for sure there.
Yeah, but that's if it comes down to the shortest single game time.
Yeah, exactly.
Because if there's no tie,
with that 30-minute game, with that 30-minute, I don't know.
There might be 3 or 4 after that one. I'm like looking at it, 30, 20, 47. That's like 22-minute average. That's not so great. However, that is an indication that maybe these upper bracket games, we're going to see another one here. You saw Onyx, you see Aurora about to take the stage. That is going to be another tight contest with 2 metas, 2 ideas, 2 strategies that maybe lean towards longer games themselves, Brigitte.
Yeah, we've had long series. The first one, game 3.
That's what she said.
This one, not necessarily game 3, but you know it feels like we had a game 3.
Yeah, it does feel that way.
Yeah.
30 minutes.
Honestly, like, this is going to be such a good game to watch in the green room on the sofa while having lunch.
Eat some lunch. Come on.
Or together with the audience.
No, green room. Lunch. That's gonna be good.
With Aurora though, can you? I mean, it might be 9 minutes.
What you can eat lunch
with like a Raphael Amid again. Maybe, who knows?
Can we eat lunch?
I saw someone. Did you see that?
You know what I want here, guys? You know what I want at the venue? I'm just going to say it. It's personal preference. Ice cream.
Oh, that would be so good, bro.
If there's any way we could like have an access to ice cream, I mean, that would cheer me up.
Speaking of ice cream, Aurora Avalanche, though, I don't know how Onyx can deal with that because Aurora, they finished the game so fast. Like, what do you have to look out for? Rafa mid again?
That's right. Something like that, something crazier. He said they weren't done. There's still more.
Yeah.
Brigitte, but what could there be? I mean, we've seen these meta changes happen so fast, but also it feels like in the sets they're happening very slowly. The one pick is trying to counter this other pick. We're really getting to that point in this tournament so far that chess is being played, and we're working on just your approach to the game, not really understanding the pieces.
For me though, I feel like it's mostly really on Rosa that we're seeing all these surprises. I mean, ever since it's always been Rosa. So if they actually go for an upgrade and show us something new in a different role as well, then that's gonna make things a lot more difficult for Onyx. Shoutouts, I see Coach Chip right now.
A fighter in the mid?
Let's break down a little bit, guys. I think maybe a learning lesson there. If you are pro, you do get to go ahead and play again, and that is a benefit for you. You don't have to worry about being out of the tournament yet, but
yes.
I keep going back to that Beleric first pick and leaving Hirara and Eudora to YG.
Yeah.
I feel like although it was a comfort pick, that was probably letting too much go, and in hindsight, it seems like it was.
Yeah, I really feel like that Eudora is very pivotal to deal with all these assassins. Like, do it with me, do it with me.
No, yeah, you can go.
No, I was doing this and then you follow. You gotta commit now.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, there you go. So I feel like Eudora really has to be respected, even first pick. Like, you may not have a good Eudora game by having a lot of fighters as well as assassins jump onto you, but you kind of don't want to fight against Eudora. I feel like that's the biggest problem. Not that you don't have it, but more like your opponent has it.
Yeah, and imagine they were too free. They brought out an Iksha.
How come everything turns into a dance move with you two?
Yeah, I'm suddenly starting to become a choreographer. After
You
all
are.
these
You're both learning
This
very
is a
well.
weird brother-sister situationship, you know?
Yeah. Situation. Hold on. All right. Well, I think it's time to move on to today's schedule. We're getting wacky up here on the panel, as we like to do here at EWC. Yangon Galacticos take a 2-0. This was the game Brig was talking about earlier, saying, I think this is the one that can go 3 games. It kind of did.
It kind of did.
It kind of did. But the one before actually went 3 games, and that was Selangor Red Giants and GK Esports. Well, we see another surprise here. I think many people are thinking it could be quick with Aurora Gaming and how they surprised Team Liquid PH. But if you know Onyx and you know Kelra and that squad, plus their fandom here at EWC in France rooting them on, I doubt that is going to be a game that they give up very easily.
I can hear the screams. You could see it written on all their papers.
There's another fan right there. Boy.
One who will be seated here in just a minute.
Yeah, he might have access to the stage. Oh, no. Oh, no. We're going to change out our panel pretty soon as well. Make sure if you have your idea of who you think is going to win in this Onyx and Aurora matchup, or even Team Liquid PH versus Entity 7 later on in the day, get your pick'ems in. You have the chance to earn $300,000 of your share of prizing just by participating. And what's the worst that can happen? You're wrong. Yeah, it sucks to be wrong, but hey, that's c'est la vie, right? We're in France. You can be wrong about some things. At least you participated. Coming up after this, we're going to change out our panel. We've got Onyx and Aurora, another upper bracket match. It's going to be a brawl, and I know a game that's pretty good at brawling, Street Fighter. Oh yeah, and they're doing something with MLBB. Check that out.
Human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
he can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler, one, you're done.
Raw energy. Aufa, blow the house down.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet here at EWC 26. We've got MSC action all day long. 2 series down, 2 to go. And this one's another upper bracket match, which guarantees the winner of a spot in the final 8 and also $100,000, something that you can be very happy about leaving Paris, France with. For the loser, they're still alive, and they will face off in an elimination match later. But of course, I'm joined by 2 amazing panelists to talk about all the storylines that'll be developing. Renmar and this time, Gideon, my man, off the desk, joining us on panel. I'm gonna start with you. How you feeling, brother?
I'm feeling really good. You know, these past couple of days have been really interesting, seeing some of the highest highs for some of these teams, the lowest lows at the same time. So I really got a good scale to what's been going on, at least on the ground, for a lot of these players.
Renmar, too, this has been a game where we've seen developments across the scene, these 2 series. Yeah. I mean, that first game between YG and Pro, 30 minutes, longest game of the tournament. We've seen some mistakes. We've seen some great drafts. A lot to talk about.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And still, the meta is so wide open. Like, a lot of people were wondering, hey, could we get, you know, like the global ban and picks? We don't need it in this meta. There's so many options, so many permutations to consider. And at the same time, it translates to some really great action as well. It's not just all about the picks, it's all about the drafts. Teams are balling out this MSC.
Yeah, I mean, this is honestly a tournament that to me has given us a little bit of a surprise, Gideon. But it's continued to kind of balance out, in my opinion. Have you felt that we've like caught our footing here, or do you feel like there's a little bit more to go?
I think there's a lot more to go, actually, because especially when you're casting the first couple of days, you're expecting a lot of these teams to come in with their comfort picks first, put their best foot forwards, make sure they get the games that they're looking to win, and then solidify their lead. However, I think we've seen that as of right now, the meta is way more open, as Renmar mentioned, and a lot of the draft starters, they're not linear anymore. And I think that's the biggest problem. A lot of these teams here today are still adapting from the day before. We've already seen 2 different variations as we've seen the past couple of 3 games. It's great.
Adapt to the adaptation and just keep going. We'll see what mutation of this meta shows up. And speaking of what mutation shows up, because that's benefiting certain teams that are ahead of the curve. If you are ahead of the curve in terms of your win, the upper bracket is not settled once you get there. It's settled how you get there. So if you are one of the teams like we just saw, Yango and Galacticos making it to our upper bracket, you're going to have a total time that it took to win your games. That total time will be compared against the other 4 teams that make it 2-0 without losing a game. And the fastest total game winning time will have the first pick of the other 4 teams that qualify, having had a loss, 2-1 in our elimination matches, who they want to play in the knockout stages. So essentially, you get the fastest time, you win the fastest, you're going to have your first pick of who you want to play in your quarterfinal. The lowest time is going to be given their quarterfinal in the 4th position, which Renmar means there's another layer of drama, spice here in France for MSC.
Yeah, and it fits the meta so well because teams are encouraged to go faster. Teams are encouraged to not really wait for a certain point for their winning condition. They want to get their winning condition as early as Turtle 1, as early as the first few kills in the first 3 to 4 minutes of the game, and then you snowball from there.
All right, well, it's time to bring up our Crunchyroll story of the day. And of course, when you take a look at it, this gives us some nice highlights. But this one is done with the GOAT, now with the Sky King. We've seen Carl Teasy and Team Liquid, the GOAT, find their way into an elimination game. Maybe something that they'll be able to work on. We'll find out in just 1 series from now. But it is up to the Sky King here on this stage to prove that he has maybe the main narrative in this tournament.
Yeah, because now people are looking at TNZ based off all of the rumors and the scrims, quotes from the players. They're all looking at TNZ as the best jungler right now at MSC. Well, you can ask Niall. Niall would say, well, I'm number 1.
Yeah.
But a lot of other players would definitely say TNZ. And yeah, it's interesting in the in a meta in an MSC where you have Carl TZ, Sekais, Kyrie, Kyle TZ, all these fantastic junglers around the world, TNZ, who's always made a name for himself every international, now it's much more obvious that you really have to watch out for TNZ.
He might just be the hitman here. He's already found one headshot already on Carl, and I mean, luckily, you know, there's still a second chance for Team Liquid side, but I think against the Sky Kings, until we see Kyrie on that Boxia, he might have a shot, he might not have a shot. I want to see how they force it in a meta like this that's so rigid.
One of the interesting things about these two teams, and we saw it before, is that everybody had a game plan that worked. We saw a lot of 2-0s in these upper bracket runs to get here, and Aurora Gaming was no different. But Onyx has had their own traveling fan base. They have had some incredible moments with this roster, but Aurora is not anybody that you can just sit back and say, okay, let's show up and play. You actually almost have to expect the unexpected, Renmar.
Yeah, that's what I'm expecting. The unexpected. I want to see a very tailored draft again. We saw the Rafael in mid lane the last time from them. I want to see if they have something like that prepared for Onyx. That Coach Midnight and the team come up with something very specific to deal with the Sky Kings.
All right, well, Onyx Esports, let's take a look at that roster that's showing up as well. We've got a chance to see Lutpi, we've got Kyrie, and one of the main stars of this, Kelra. I mean, Mog is an understatement for that guy. Had a great interview. The fans were cheering for Onyx. Let's hear a little bit more about them before this day's match.
Eterna here, and we are now with the Gold Lane Standard, Kelra.
Hello, everyone.
You're still the Gold Lane Standard, right?
No.
What? What do you mean, no?
For me, the real gold standard is OHEB. Still OHEB.
Okay, still OHEB. Still OHEB, all right. But, you know, you are still a very strong gold laner. I think a lot of people still consider you the Gold Lane Standard as well. And you're up against a very tough opponent, too, as well.
Yeah.
I heard in scrims they're very strong. Is that true, or is Aurora strong in scrims?
It's 100% true. True. It's 100% true that 100%. Aurora is very strong in scrim.
Why? What makes them so strong, Kelra?
For me, it's because of Chensi and also Rosa. They give Chensi more space in game and the aggressiveness.
Speaking of Rosa on the Selena last year at MSC, I know you're under a different banner, you're under Onyx PH, but they beat you in groups.
Yeah, I want to take my revenge with Kyrie right now.
Take your revenge with Kyrie against Aurora?
Yeah.
You have something to say to them?
Oh, just good luck and have fun. Chensi, let's play basketball after this match. And Lunar, let's play basketball again.
Again? So you played basketball already together?
Way back in M6.
Oh, who won? Okay, I think he lost. He won.
I won.
Okay, Kelra won. But what about this match? Who's gonna win?
Let's see.
Let's see.
Be humble. Sit down.
Earlier on, you mentioned Kyrie.
What?
Do you think Kyrie is on par with Tianzi in the jungle position?
Kyrie, Chensi.
Okay, so Kyrie's better than Tianzi. But little bit.
But a little bit.
Okay, little bit. So, coming into this, you're confident?
100% confident.
Is it going to be a challenge for you?
Yes.
There is a challenge. What's the challenge?
Chenzi's Hirara.
Oh, Tianzi's Hirara. I don't think that's going to be let through. So, good luck, Kelra. Thank you for this interview. We're going to throw it over back to you guys.
I would have loved to see that basketball match. We have a court here at EWC.
Yeah.
I mean, we can get some shots up.
Hopefully, they got to watch out. Kelra is really good at shooting three-pointers.
Yeah.
Like,
the humility was there, though. He didn't want to say that he was the winner, but he had to correct Eterna, right? Yeah. He had to correct her.
I also love the fact that he only talks in statements. It's just factual every single time. He doesn't pose. He doesn't give you any kind of space to be like, oh, yeah, I'm going to... No. This is
it. That's it. I love that confidence.
Yeah, and strangely enough, even though he hasn't been with King Kong and a team for some time, he sounds a lot more like King Kong now. Or maybe they sound like each other. I'm not sure.
Well, when you look at that team, obviously they've got to go up against an opponent that's been surprising everyone. And we thought, can it be the Sky King now that goes down? TNZ has been a threat, but so has Rosa, bringing out that Rafaela and Coach Midnight as well. Even Lunar got a call out. I mean, you know, the only person not mentioned is Pagu here. This is a team that we need to see. And when you put this team together to get here to MSC, their journey just beginning. Now they have a chance to make it into the knockout stages and do it by taking down some of the best.
şampiyonu Aurora Esports oluyor. O zaman şampiyon Aurora Gaming.
We are Aurora Gaming, 3 times champion of Mobile Legends Turkish Championship.
Selangor Red Giants throw Aurora Gaming down to the pits.
Bu zamana kadar katıldığımız tüm turnuvalarda birçok güçlü ekiple karşılaştık ama açıkçası beni en çok oynamak istemeye teşvik eden ekip SRG şu anda. Çünkü yaklaşık 200 senedir sürekli onlara kaybediyoruz. Hiçbir şekilde win alamadık.
For us, it's hard to beat SRG because they used to adapt a bit better than us. I hope this time it will be different.
M8 Türkiye'de olduğu için MSC bizim için önemli bir hal aldı. Çünkü M8'de bu MSC'de gerçekten başaracağımızı düşünüyorum. Kesinlikle çalıştığımızın hakkımızı vereceğimizi düşünüyoruz ve kesinlikle bize karşı güvenen herkesin de güvenini kıracağımızı düşünmüyorum ve kesinlikle bu sefer birinciliğe oynayacağımızı düşünüyorum. Finale kalacağımıza inanıyorum.
I want to prove that we can compete against the Southeast Asian teams and we can actually be the strongest team.
To do everything they can to defend, but Aurora Gaming have locked on the base. What can they do against this force of nature? The upset of the day happened. The champions go down.
To all the fans around the world, Aurora fans, we want to prove that we are very strong and we want to make you guys proud. So keep supporting us, guys, and keep watching.
Well, Turkey very, very happy with that result. Aurora Gaming looking to continue. Rinmar, with everyone knowing you're putting up a surprise, I mean, can you keep surprising people?
I still think we can, and I still think they can, but for a lot of people, I feel like if this was at any point in time, we would be very unexcited. But I think it's one of the first rare times where we've seen Aurora Gaming is leading a prediction against Onyx.
I think there's some
amazing.
It's some really good arguments here. I think that this is one of the few times that Aurora Gaming are coming into this with the perfect storm. I mean, our international at the end of the year is going to be in their home country. So this year is going to be huge for them. On top of the fact that the meta actually supports a lot of their players in their previous history. They played it before. So they've got a backlog and plenty of wealth when it comes down to creative drafts.
That M Series being held in Turkey. What a great place. A stop off normally when we head to Riyadh. However, this time around, it's all Paris, France. Aurora Gaming representing Turkey, trying to keep surprising their opponents, and they'll face
saya kembali, geng.
against Onyx, who want to represent not only the fans here in the building, but their shot at taking down the team that looks untouchable. Will Kelra really claim the gold standard in this matchup? Because if he's going to do so, it puts Onyx in a dangerous position. Getting ready for our third series of the day. $100,000 and a spot in the top 8 knockout round on the line. It is Onyx versus Aurora Gaming. Both 2-0. Somebody's going to lose.
Game tidak ninja you. Game tadi memang aku tak nak layan Amru.
Thank you very much, guys.
Belum makan.
Wow. First off, before we even talk about match 3, let's touch on match 2 because the first game went on for half an hour, the longest thus far in MSC. But the second game, it flew by in a blink of an eye.
It was clear that the first game was kind of the big, I guess, the piece that broke the camel's back. Because in a moment like that, you're thinking, all right, a back and forth 30-minute, there's no way we can continue having this for game 2, for game 3, and that was indeed the case. It's so exhausting mentally to keep that up game after the other, and honestly, it just worked out well, right? Myanmar moves on, we get to see them in the knockouts, but that's for later, Rose.
Because now, in the present, we
Kita bawa
are going to
rakan-rakan
be
terbang.
watching the third match of the
Ixia
day,
Matilda.
where we will see the Sky Kings going up
Tapi tengah layan
against
kopi
Aurora
kapal
Gaming.
api ni pa,
So
terbeliak dalam
ladies
mata ni.
and
Baik.
gentlemen, join me in welcoming Onyx!
Aku perasan duk. Terima kasih Ni bila dia design tadi ni? Aku tak perasan Thank you Ku lupa Alah saja menang pa.
Is that enough to push them through the day?
Kenapa collar keyboard tu macam tu duk?
Not bad, not bad.
Mengingatkan style apa ni?
They got fans here even all the way in Paris. There's always somebody looking to cheer for Onyx, but I'll raise you
Benzema
one.
ni
On
bah,
the other
Benzema.
side, the team looking to prove themselves. Please welcome the King Slayers, Aurora
Ya
Gaming.
punya jauh Benzema guys. Karim je lah, ambil Karim je lah. Benzema tak ada.
These guys are an absolute menace in scrims from how we saw them send the Liquid Cavalry packing. Our current MSC champions, Aurora, are not slowing down anytime soon. A win here isn't merely a spot of knockouts, it's proof that they are a contender to be feared at MSC 26.
This match will be a menace. This match will be chaos, and oh boy, will it be fun.
That's all we're looking for here, so please, Aurora, please, Onyx, my friends, you may place your keys, take your seats, and captains, remember, quick handshake before getting into this one. Rose, if you ask me, this could even be a final in its own right, and we're gonna get here. There we go, respect between both of our teams. Let's see, will it be the Sky Kings? Will it be the King Slayers? Our panel, break it down.
So exciting to be in a moment like this at MSC where the fans are ready, the audience around the world is ready, the players certainly ready, and I know my panel is ready. Rinmar, Gideon, it's time to break down this draft, start talking about what these thoughts could be, what else could catch us by surprise. Could be a performance, could be a lineup. So many different ways.
I think first starting off with Aurora, you have to look at the
MSC Aurora Turki ba?
Great on the Freya, great on the Paquito. That's one thing that Onyx needs to look at. Next, of course, you're going to be trading around the centerpieces in the center of the map with the Roamid trio. But then you also have to consider, wait, what are they fielding for Rosa? Are they really gonna go on with the rumors? So we've been hearing that there are some teams still considering fighters even in the mid lane and then just shifting around there. Is that a knockouts thing? Is that gonna be a group stage thing? We don't know. It seems like the more we talk about the draft and consider the permutations, it's more difficult for Onyx to think about Aurora.
I agree, but we have to listen to, you know, what not only the fans have said, but what we have on data so far. So far, the permutations when it comes down to that mid trio has been devastating. Do you attack the jungle? Do you start attacking the supports? The Belleric Atlas Valentina trade is still up in the air, and I think right now Coach Midnight is already thinking about it in his head. How
saya dah letak saya punya ni. Jadi macam biasa geng, korang standby jajan korang guys.
Keep teams on their toes.
2 champions, 1 pick. Make sure to grab your My Champions pick in game right now. 5 winners, 10,000 diamonds each. Scan that QR code. Events live until July 27th. Good points they're getting in as well. I mean, talking about that Atlas and that Valentina conversation. Also, I think it's just a matter of how far do you go into the assassin pool, because we started off with Hirara and Ling, and then we started getting Hirara Ling bans, and now we've gone into sometimes Marcel's, which has a 100% win rate after being let through 5 times. The fans being much more loud versus they were banned earlier on. And we're even seeing YSS's, which have a 100% loss rate every single time. So Gideon, I think, still trying to figure it out on that backside of the assassin bans.
The assassin bans, it really just boils down to whether or not Hirara is in play or not. I think Yishin Shin into the Ling has been a matchup that a lot of these junglers have faced off before in previous metas, that it becomes somewhat a little bit more
Ajinomoto, thank you. Kalau lah dia ajak nak apa, aku tahu kau akan jawab tak jadi.
But is it tempo? Is that the
problem? Alasannya tak nak.
I'm glad you mentioned this. I'm looking at Rema. Both of us agree. It's all about tempo. That's why everybody is looking to pull yourself together on that flicker, just to make sure you're just 1 second faster, just 1 moment quicker to catch you off.
I could be in the club though that is asking, may we no longer see Claudes in the YSSs. I don't know, it's just not doing it for me in this meta. The YSS feels cursed. The Claude has less than a 30% win rate right now with multiple picks, and there are 2 very talented gold laners in this matchup. You have Kellera, you have Sigiboob. I know they could do a fantastic job with the Claude, but I feel like in this meta it's such a dangerous spot for him right now. Hell, even Onyx was able to bring back a Granger and make that work. I'd rather see that right now instead of the Claude.
Well, these early bans are going to set the tone, and what they've done is answer at least one question. Marcel, not allowed. Neither is Atlas or Hirara or Zushin or Paquito, which has been kind of a flex potential gold lane or EXP laner that's picked up in that second phase most often. Atlas a first pick, so is Marcel. And obviously, so leave some things open, Gideon. What's your thought?
This is an interesting opener, because I think from the get-go, I think that JWay has already figured out, hey, we want to make sure that we can, you know, start to alter some of these matchups. As much as Midnight is saying, you know what, the Belleric Atlas trade, CW is telling them, you know what, let's take it 1 step further, right? We're going to get rid of Hirara. Now, do you want Ling or Freya? This time they go for Fanny, but that just means that it's less likely for them to go for
So see now where Onyx will be putting the pressure
on. They don't need to pick the Ling right away. That could show up with a red 3. Just don't consider the long time to carries anymore. No more long farming. Go fast as well. Something maybe to make it comfortable at the center of the map. I mean, we've seen some surprise Selena, surprise early Chose as well from both Vitality and Onyx in the past. I wouldn't. Whoa, they picked it up right away. They didn't need to wait, and then they went ahead and picked up the Eudora. I thought they'd want to pick up maybe one of their roamers already.
You don't want to play with your food because I think what may end up happening is
maknanya,
they're worried
mungkin akan ambil badang
or 2 picks from Aurora that would force them to have to change something in the EXP
kebarangkalian tu sangat besar
before it gets banned out, and so they're prioritizing having the Ling just to be safe.
You're killing it. You're killing it, Raina. You're absolutely right. And now instantly we see from Aurora's side, right? They're still going to try and fight for that tempo, and a lot of it is really going to boil down to how fast you can actually clear that mid wave. Now we have Selena, probably going to have Season Hunter as well.
Kalau Onyx ambil badang, mungkin sebelah ambil Beleric mungkin lah.
Like extra fast coming out of that jungle looking for a gank, but at the same time, at least with the Selena, you have that vision of where they're going to move without having to commit too much.
Yeah, this is MSC 2026, not 2025, right? It's Kelra in Onyx going up against Fanny and Selena. I saw this last year already. That was the matchup that was getting referred to in the interview with Kelra, and it was Aurora then who were able to surprise Onyx Philippines at that time. Were they ready for this to show up already? Because it feels like you're just getting reminded of the ghosts of your pasts. There we go. I like that. Coming out early, Badang. So what I expected that might come
kalau
out
Beleric tak ban, Aurora ambil Beleric.
With all that dive, of course, we saw how great the Badang was up against the Fanny when it was picked up by Vitality against Falcons PH. Great pickup.
Yeah, and I mean, it's so much has already been shown just from the intentions in the banning phase, right? Again, we've seen a lot of red sides not actually go for the Paquito ban, and not to mention that Midnight is taking the authority of saying, you know what, I will be the one who bans on Marcel. I will give you that free ban on the off chance just to make you go for this Eudora. Because he went for the Fanny straight away without hesitation.
Yeah, so now you have to look at the gold laners. Choke gets banned out by Onyx. You still want to consider the Moskov, the Brody, both still in play here. Both great against the Fanny, but then this Uranus, I think, is putting a big question mark for Onyx in terms of their overall damage profile, especially early on if they want to fight for the major objectives. Because you have the Uranus there. Aurora, rightfully so, take out the Brody. I wouldn't be surprised if that becomes a Moskov ban later on. So you're really dwindling down the picks that Kelra could pick up. That would be great against a lineup of Aurora.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense here. And I think even for Onyx, they understand that even if they do end up having to play against the Beleric, they can either ban it out now or look for something that utilizes Concussive Blast to kind of help them clear that wave. Because so far, based on what we've seen, Selena's kind of by herself right now. And the only other thing they have to worry about is single target lockdown.
Yeah, we saw one great combo from Vitality, the Badang, and the Melissa that is also still in play here for Onyx if ever they want to pick it up. Because you know you're up against a Selena that would want to get close. Once that arrow gets hit on the Melissa, if ever the rest of the team is going to collapse
option Aurora
with it, we saw that a team
ada
that's
Mino.
just rolling through with the Fanny up against a Melissa might not be enough. They will leave that open. They take out the Esmeralda instead.
I feel like they're trying to set up for potentially Harith here, right? They know that the EXP lane is kind of out in the open, and more importantly, they've got the Uranus as well. They just want to make sure that it doesn't overlap. I do want to see this Melissa, though. I am interested whether they want to go for red for Melissa or they're going to wait up till the very end once they got the final confirmation.
Barat pun tengah sedap
Till the very end. They could also be thinking of damage profiles and considering, are we crazy enough to pack a Granger up against a Fanny? We do need someone with a Sky Piercer, if ever, to start.
Kan ni Onyx tengah pilih. Nak ambil Moscow ke tak?
Snowballing kills around that, considering that there is a Fanny.
Sebab
that might be one of the
kemungkinan besar enemy sebelah main tabrak.
It's early game stuff,
tanpa marksman.
but like, I'm thinking about the late game as well, because at this point, now Melissa doesn't really have much contention anymore. I don't think there's actually a quote-unquote winning matchup, thanks to, you know, CW getting rid of both Freya alongside with the Paquito, forcing Aurora to kind of play, you know what, you start team fighting.
Aku rasa terpaksa marksman enggak.
Don't skill, and there's the Harith.
They needed that to match up with the Melissa Minotaur as well.
DSP pun
Very
kena
good
tebal
at the
sikit.
initiation. We'll see if they have enough peel. And that's the conversation too going on the side of Onyx. What are they going to bring to round out this lineup?
I'm thinking maybe an Alice would be their last bet.
Atau Elise, betul tak yang keras.
Alice versus Uranus and lane, and then you also have the AoEs to mess up with the Harith. If ever, wherever the Minoan Fury is, that's where you drop your Throne of Ruin so that the team fighting is a little bit more awkward for Aurora. I do like the Harith and Minotaur getting picked last. It's one of the heroes that, despite you not having a ladder reach, Minotaur covers a lot of space with the Minoan Fury that would make Melissa quite troubled but not countered.
Yeah, I think there's also an argument for, even Phoveus to a certain degree, right? Do you want to have a strong side lane or a weak side lane or something that is contestable? And it looks like they actually want to go for something contestable, right?
Interesting.
Tambah sisi, badan pun
have it
ada.
all in this package within Sora.
Wow. Honestly, looking at the lineup,
Aurora tak ada late game kan? Harapkan Harit. Harit zaman force dia mati.
So far, Melissa has just been great so far in this tournament that it's hard
Ove.
for me to lean
Ove
away
susah, guys.
from the Onyx draft. Maybe it's really just because of the Melissa's record right now that I'm favoring theirs a little bit more. But don't get me wrong, Aurora has answers.
Well, this is going to be a matchup between the jungle and really between all the roles here, whether it's Kyrie or TNZ or whether you got Kelra and Siggy Boom. It's a matchup of even coaches and minds and maybe just the leading edge to MSC. Who knows what to play a little bit better than their opponents. Both teams have knocked anybody who's challenged them back down to the floor. One of them will take their first blow today. One will move on into the knockout stage. Let's get it started and send it over to your casters.
Sedap lah, makan apa tu?
Thank you so much, panel. Here we go. This is the most anticipated match of the day. It's the battle for knockout stage.
Kau sedap lah Harit pakai Ove. Jangan tengok satu, kau kena tengok menyeluruh.
To the top 8, the last one. I mean,
Faham
Aurora
tak? Kau tak boleh tengok satu side. Kau kena tengok dua-dua side.
And now they're going up against another huge.
Kalau semua nak fokus laning counter hero apa pun benar juga kan.
Another favorite for this event. Can Aurora take them down, or will Onyx
Dah
show
siapa sedap
that they are still champions in their own right?
TNZ early on already.
Up.
Trying to go in. Whoa.
Kalau aku macam Onyx.
TNZ falls. First blood over to Kyrie.
TNZ down.
Maybe biting off a little bit more than he can chew. That was very much TNZ-esque, but not the TNZ you would expect here after that match against TLPH, where we saw such a clean TNZ.
Tapi dia ada counter engage Mino. Mino ni counter engage, jangan dia team fight. Onyx blunder dekat team fight sudah. Sebab Mino dia boleh hero boleh consider turn around balik.
It's also the wilderness blessing here for Rosa instead of what we've seen from Moreno, the bargain hunter, or even the season hunter for a lot of different Selenas. People are doing really well with these walls though. Even that earlier catching TNZ, the wall just came out of nowhere, able to stop him, and Kyrie immediately capitalized on it. We just saw once again to slow down Pagu, to if you're going to come into our jungle, be ready to possibly be taken out, and that is what Onyx has already shown Aurora.
We got to take a look at the bigger picture as well, though, for Aurora. They have the two lethal ignitions. One burst, one good arrow can send Onyx back a lot.
Aku mula bah. Poker game jap. Mana tahu macam best ni game ni. Keyboy, hello. Distan Rosa. TNZ masuk.
Not going to fully commit. Aurora's learned their lesson. They're going to kind of take things slow.
No purple buff just yet for Kai. It's going to be delayed quite a bit here. TNZ should be able to get it before Kyrie, and you can already see Rosa here trying to maybe force out a retribution, but knows that it's a bit too risky to go all in. Arrow lands.
Kena curi cak. Kyrie. Patut guna je duk retry duk Kyrie. Kyrie Aming. Op. TNZ down pula. Lupi down. Trigger. Kyrie masih lagi ada ulti. Simple Blade. Trigger daripada mistake. Warados. Dua-dua miss. Bapak
Mistake, I'd say. In those blades, he couldn't catch all three. He even couldn't catch two.
Yeah.
Caught one, and that was about it. We take a look at the skirmish again early on.
Replay dia salah ni.
Going in a bit too aggressive.
Kena
live view. All right, TNZ doesn't go for the kill. But then it starts off with a purple buff being stolen away here. Keyboy as well. Wanted to go for the pick, but this is why the Minotaur is so good.
Udah mulai orang kata guys.
You can see a bit of frustration there for Keyboy. The heals from the Minotaur, it gets bigger as you get lower. All right, so each team has now made their small mistakes and recovered from it. Gold at a standstill. And it's still first turtle. We're almost 4 minutes in, and the first turtle has not been taken. Blade does get locked in for TNZ. Going to be able to see a little bit more damage before this turtle.
Alex lagi kuat laning lawan Mesa bah.
Man, we are so used to seeing tank jungles that usually just don't retreat for their buffs. For assassins, I think their buffs, purple mainly, is more important than these turtles. So, as Kai, I think you gotta be a little bit more concerned about your purple buff. You need to take it away. If it's getting threatened, retreat.
Melissa OP bah, tengah buff.
With those 2 kills up top, will be able to pick up the neutral objective for free. And now it's back to a level playing field. Oh, what an arrow there. Crazy angle.
Sigiboom and Kelra have been going head-to-head.
Kelra rapih ke? Turki.
Almost matched, honestly.
Akan lapih antara 3 tim guys.
He's still able to kind of keep up in this lane.
Lunar
down on the top side.
Stop. Ultimate Varidora. Terling.
TNZ's got to get out of town. Over to safety. Another kill into the Book of Onyx.
Malaysia lawan apa lepas ni? Malaysia dah habis dah bang. Besok.
Read out Lunar's movements, and so far they've done a good job at doing that. Abyssal arrow lands again for Rosa. Just a bit of poke onto Keyboy, but it's all about that right now. Onyx. They know there's only one lane right now that they can really punish. Right in the mid lane, it's just the Minotaur and the Selena way too good at escaping.
Retribution daripada Kyrie.
I believe TNZ did with the retribution. Kyrie's
baik, got Fanny dia guys, sumpah.
He goes for yet another invade. TNZ.
Oh, Minion Fury flicker daripada Sun akan tetapi terkena juga. Oh, Melissa pula kena target pula. Arrow. Okay, Carol terpaksa buka ulti. Carol lu. Masih lagi ada flicker tak nampak gini.
Aurora being number 1 with another team and scrims, dude. They're so good at taking these awkward fights. Onyx built a composition that wants to go in, that wants to just dive straight. And it's really good at countering the assassin jungle as well with the Eudora and the Melissa. But if Aurora find a way to split Onyx up and take these individual 1v1s everywhere across the map, it just gets so awkward for Onyx composition to react to it.
And it's all about the positioning for Aurora right now. Pagu coming in, keeping vision. We talked about splitting them up, and then we have Rosa in the river shooting out these arrows. One does connect onto Lupi. TNZ decides not to get involved.
Dora tu memang nak ganggu Penny.
Another arrow comes down, lands on a Keyboy.
Kena pula biasa arrow. Keyboy down.
Now, gonna reposition. They claim the turtle pit, and Kyrie
jadi pula tu game early Aurora ni.
Wants to find a target. Kyrie's forced
beza 2 level bah jungle.
And now Onyx is
perfect
back off
turtle
the
kah?
Baru
6 minit guys. Perfect turtle pun tu.
An absolute beast. We saw them
knock
Onyx Philippines down to brackets of the group stage just last year in MSC 2025, and it was also with Rosa on the Selena. Look him in.
A lot of damage.
Arrow, Minion Fury. Lupi cuba counter engage. TNZ shutdown. Mahal. Oi, Cairo Aming.
Survives, but Rosa gets a kill on Sans. Rosa looking for more, looking for another air to shoot out, decides not to do it as Pagu and Rosa back off. It's TNZ for Sans. Onyx wins out on that one.
Crazy skirmish.
Kyrie tak boleh
Gets canceled.
balik.
Now Lunar wants to go with the cut.
Ooh, Kyrie under the tower, not in a safe spot, does have full energy, should be able to get away from this to safety, but the tower will fall on that top side.
Again, it's Aurora just making these moves proactively around the map. Yeah, they went in under that tier 1. It was a bit of a mistake, but it was a risk that they were willing to take to push their lead even further. They didn't lose too much. You gotta remember right now that even if TNZ dies, Lunar, or even Sigiboom, they're not gonna give out any bounties. It's all about Rosa. He needs to stay alive.
Barulah kau support aku.
They can pull out these gambles.
Untuk tengok video.
And Onyx are still
bantu
behind.
views.
A whopping 3,000 gold behind. Kelra's not given the space to actually farm out, and it's because of these arrows again from Rosa.
Not only that, but even when Onyx able to get a kill, they find TNZ earlier. Aurora's movement on the map has been so crucial. They find both offlane towers. They're consistently hunting for this mid lane tower. They aren't only evening out or winning the skirmishes, they're winning on map play. Just truly have become a whole new into this MSC.
Aku tak nampak Sun bergerak-gerak lagi daripada mid ni guys. Rotasi daripada dia ni. Dia jadi kurang proaktif.
The flask of the Oasis as well. The orange buff secured by Kai his own, but he's still falling behind a
3,000
whole
gold
level
daripada Aurora sekarang.
TNZ. Onyx gotta look for a big set, but even then it's gonna be very, very tough for them because Aurora have ways to deal with it. You get a stun on Sigiboom, Rosa, TNZ. Then you're gonna get AoE'd by Pagu. There's the healing as well that just keeps them alive.
kind of want to see the items on where Kyrie is in terms of gold compared to TNZ.
Cuba ngebit je guys.
Not too far behind. Definitely still capable. Loopy as well. Holding his own actually ahead of Lunar right now. That could be the big play. Keyboy sets something up, and those two can output the damage. Not to mention, Kelra has been free farming, hasn't taken any deaths. It's definitely not GG's for Onyx just yet.
Nope. They can definitely scale with the lane.
Kelra masih main safe lagi ni.
They will have enough damage later on to actually pull out a
Belum ada input besar lagi.
They're pretty good. They've got pretty good scaling as well with the Harith. Even the Selena when it comes to map control. If they continue pushing these turrets, take away these tier 1s, Onyx will be choked down even more. They're going to be forced to suffocate inside of their own base. And that's what Aurora are trying to do right now with a massive lead on
Conceal.
Arrow! And an arrow
Kena Lupi.
Does land. Loopy kind of walked into that one though.
Oh, Penny dari belakang. Keyboy! Astagfirullah, Keyboy! Menyanyiakan peluang. Bawah dapat. Tower. Atas. Lord Kyrie. Jangan muncul dulu Kyrie. Sumpah. Memang dia dapat Aurora ni guys. Lord ni aku rasa. Memang tengok perang terus. Kyrie muncul dia terus perang. Tapi TNZ hidup. Ada flop. Sundown. Lupi dapat 4. Mana Kyrie? Member dah mati dah Kyrie. Kyrie masuk. Tempest of Blade. Sigi boom down. TNZ last hit. Siapa yang kena arrow ni? Keyboy. Hanya tinggal Khairul Aming. Hey, what's up guys? Boleh nge-lag. Salah tu Kyrie sumpah. Kyrie muncul dekat minimap atas auto perang tu.
Even with a purple buff, and you can see that delay from TNZ got Kyrie into such an awkward spot because he already used so much of his energy to use the Finch point.
Salah. Tapi ada ni Kyrie dapat curi purple buff. Lupi guna ulti.
Live game, thought we were still in the replay person.
These fights have been phenomenal. Great steal by
belum sabar.
We're seeing the glimpses of
sabar. Purple buff masih lagi ada. Kyrie dah ada BOD. Kyrie sakit ni. Tebal jauh dah habis. Tadi kalau tanya pendapat aku tadi, Kyrie sepatutnya lepaskan atas terus pergi dekat bahagian lot tu duk. Sebab dia keluar je dekat minimap kan, nampak show dekat minion kan, confirm perang. Try 1v1 ke Kyrie?
Gonna go back to safety.
Yeah, 3 minion saja.
Either one to probably. Oh wait, no. TNZ's like, let's do it. Back in the
minion
mid
dah
side.
clear.
A little bit of damage. They're able to take the tower.
Boleh defend ni guys. Tapi goal 4000 tu. Pasal agak.
Up top, Aurora taking things slow. Abyssal arrow lands onto Kelra. Not gonna bait out any of those battle spells just yet.
Versus tahu masih ada lagi.
2 holy shields. Oh, it's down right in the 12 minute.
Dah tak ada apa sih tahu. Kenapa buffering?
Very well done. Loopy takes a lot of damage, forces dash back.
Minion Fury. Dan perang.
Able to get the pop off. TNZ finds Loopy into the backside. Kelra and Keyboy also taking a lot of damage.
Keyboy dah ulti.
More damage on Kyrie.
Kyrie cuba masuk.
Looking for an angle and as Kelra gets free shots from the backside, the Lord has broken through. Aurora.
Kera.
Lunar still keeping vision as the rest of the team moves back, waiting for the next wave. There's no mid side. They're waiting for the minions to drop. Onyx has lost an inhibitor as another wave comes crashing down the mid.
These
arrows are landing
tak dapat link ni. Mid macam nak defend. Sun pula mati.
Takes him out. Kelra forces the dash back.
Next game Selena ban guys, legit. Hero.
But Aurora doesn't want to let up just yet. Lunar backs off.
Impact dia besar Selena ni dekat ni.
And this is what I was talking about. Aurora, they have the scaling when it comes to map control, especially if they get these turrets.
Kena orang penting tu guys.
Lands on Kelra. Mans has no damage on minions right now, and the Abyssal Arrow will just constantly keep on coming.
8000 gold lead. Conceal. Daripada Pagu zaman Force. Lebih lah. Kena Kera pula. GG guys. GG. Minion Fury. Double kill. Sundown. Tempest of Blade. Kyrie. Kena arrow. GG guys. Sumpah.
Aurora
Not done just yet. They got one more inhibitor and Siggy Boom
GG.
finds Kel.
Beza duit jauh lah. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, 13 minit.
Take out Onyx.
Rata.
Game number 1.
Gila guys. Congratulations to Aurora. Jadi guys, jangan lupa bagi pendapat korang, like, comment, share bagi pendapat korang pasal gini yang paling penting. Jangan lupa subscribe guys. We're gonna see you guys on the second matches guys. Let's go. Gila ni Selena guys. Kena ban lah Selena guys. Pom-pom. Saya jamin. Macam biasa 3GP lu guys.
Clearly the number 1 thus far.
Aurora Gaming just looks better and better every game we see them play.
Dude, it looked like Rosa was playing with Eudora's second skill with the range of Selena.
It's definitely disgusting at this point. And every one of them, you've got Rosa, Siggy Boom, played an amazing game up against the gold standard. TNZ, even after taking deaths early on, was able to pull through and still be a menace.
Midnight Parating Handa. We're going to throw it back again. Towards us.
Yeah, towards us.
Towards maybe a few words from our boys. What do you think about the early game though, right? A few mistakes. TNZ went in a bit too aggressively onto those waves, onto the creep up top. They took a fight under tier 1. But then everything just fell in place.
Masih ada film.
Continues to surprise us. And I think after this match, we can no longer be surprised. We just have to know that Aurora is the real deal at this point. They are aiming for not just the top 8 finish, they're aiming for a finals right now. Still 2 games to go though. Onyx
Angle
played a good start, honestly. Keyboy was able to do well in a few moments. Everyone kind of had their moments. But Rosa on that Selena, even at the end here, just hanging out, knowing that even if I don't get the kill, I am a nuisance with these arrows.
Apa?
Is it crazy
Macam biasa temperang lag, dia suka bagi kau baran pa. Ya, tak faham.
That I haven't seen in a long time.
Sekejap geng 3GP sekejap
Onyx Philippines of M6 vibes, no?
Okay.
No,
I see like M6 Onyx Philippines when Kelro was on the
Semua
team
mantap.
finally gets the world championship. I think Aurora Turkey though still has like so much of their own identity. Like,
they
really do.
Rafael Amid.
Rafael, that's what I'm saying. They're still able to pull some of these crazy picks. It's the same Aurora that I feel like we've always been seeing. It's just more polished and better.
That's crazy to say.
Masalahnya dia main Selena bukannya Selena ofensif kau tak. Memang agresif kau.
Creating the meta here and there. They were the ones that started the Harley as well at M7. But they were always so close yet so far from being a top team. By top, I mean top 2. Because clearly, I think in the world, they're always going to be rated as like a top 4, top 8 kind of team. They will always be the ones to make it to knockout stage. But now they look elite.
They look like monsters. I'm speechless, honestly, by it, because I think a lot of us came to this day wondering, was the other day just a fluke?
No.
I mean, we heard good things about Aurora, but can they keep it up, right? Can they take out not just a Filipino region dominance, but also a Indonesian dominant team? And they have now defeated both.
Damn. I mean, I'm stoked to see it, man. I always love to see these new regions, pop up earlier. Yangon, Galacticos, off of a disappointing M7 run, doing a really good job, and now making it to the knockout stage already, being one of the first 4 teams to qualify into that top 8. Now Aurora going through, I think the hardest first 2 matches you could expect from a team in the group stage, going up against TLPH in their first match, and then having to meet up against Onyx ID.
Speaking
Coach Midnight.
Speaking of Onyx,
I
think we have a guest. We have a guy, a dude.
You know him?
I've
Before
heard of him.
this, dia former
I
apa?
don't think I've ever done an interview
Former
with him.
team GG.
Oh, there
Hello.
he is.
My guy, King Kong. How you doing,
hello,
bro?
Hello, guys. Hello. What's up? What's up?
What's up?
King Kong, first question, man. Instantly, I gotta
King
ask you this
Kong.
question, right? You see the meta right now. You see all these assassins. You see the Selena in mid. How sad is it that you're not here, dude? Because it really feels like it's your meta.
Very, very sad.
I had to bring that up first.
I gotta bring that up first. Playing assassins.
What would you have done in the meta, though? Like, would you have dominated this scene?
I don't know. I guess we'll never know.
I guess we'll never know. Any tips for the sister team, the brother team, Onyx, You know, did you watch that game? How we feeling about it? What went wrong?
Oh yeah, I watched.
Give us your
Game
viewpoint.
1. Advice: maybe just be aware of Aurora's early game dominance, especially the first minute of the game. Earlier, I think they were aware, but it's just that Rosa's Selena, mind blowing.
It is mind-blowing. You know, you played with a very, very good Selena as well, one of the best in the world. You know, any advice to deal with a Selena for Onyx, or maybe just, for Onyx?
Advice for Selena, maybe... let me think. 1 second. I think just ban it.
Just ban it?
Just straight up? Just ban it.
Just ban it.
Makes a lot of sense.
No advices, just ban it.
Just ban it. Okay, that's the advice for CW and Yeb. Let's see if they actually take that into game number 2. But now I want to ask your thoughts on Aurora Gaming, because they have looked phenomenal right now, right? They beat TLPH.
Very phenomenal. Yeah.
Very phenomenal. And now they're on course to actually getting a 2-0 win against Onyx ID. So thoughts on Aurora?
Thoughts on Aurora? Actually, our preparation for the next season, every time we have a scrim versus Aurora, our scrims convinced me that as of now, TNZ, best jungler, TNZ.
Whoa.
Mechanically.
Best jungler.
Best jungler. All right.
Better than
you.
What about you? Yeah.
Would you? Better than me.
Wow.
Better than me. Yeah. If I will base on our scrims, because we don't do scrims with Team Liquid, Team Falcon. So for me, yeah, TNZ.
All right then, man. Thank you so much, King Kong. It's always a pleasure to have you on the mic, man. Always great, always charismatic.
Thank you so much.
Nice hair, by the way. Good Oreo hair. You call it out.
Thank you so much, Sir Mirko.
Thank you so much, King Kong. And with that, Trex, I believe we're gonna throw it over to a segment.
Yeah, Brigida's got some.
Iklan.
It becomes our superpower.
Ikalah.
Imagine an entire
Aurora possible
city
candidate
being
final
able
kalau
to
masuk ke gameplay macam ni.
Kadir City,
Ya, kalau
powered
tak
by
dibaca
play.
lah. Kalau ada lagi dia punya cheese pick yang kita tak tahu lah guys.
This is Confessions with Brigida. Brigida, I have been told that you are the nicest member of talent, so I've got to go easy on you. Is that just is it all just a bit of is it fake, or are you actually?
I don't think so, or it's probably because I'm a bit quiet, honestly.
Okay.
So they probably associate it with being nice, but at the same time, I think I'm nice.
You seem nice to me. I've known you for 3 days, and you seem lovely, which makes this even harder. Okay, I need to use my hand for this one. What does this mean to you?
This means a little, like when you try to use body language, right? You say, oh yeah, it's a little.
But does it not have reference to something in particular?
Yes, it does. It does. It's, I think, referencing a birthday greeting photo I made with someone. Yeah. So I was making a pose. That's the reference, Chris.
But what did I don't understand why. What did this have to do with anything?
Same question. I don't know how it got so big. It was just a birthday greeting. Right?
Right.
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 So I hear. I heard Khalid has a new name for his ultimate as well.
What is going on? Where are these questions coming from? No, he did not change his ultimate name. It's still Raging Sandstorm.
Check it again. Make sure you got it right.
Raging Sandstorm.
Okay. Who's your favorite minion?
This is so...
Bagus betul tengok Beginda lah. Ais, korang lah.
I don't know. You're going to have to explain.
Bob. Or maybe Henry. Or James. Since the new movie just came out, guys. Please check it out. Wow.
We're not promoting movies here, okay? We're not doing that.
Okay.
It's not what we do. I heard you're a big BTS fan.
No. I'm not. I like girl groups. I like Twice. I like La Seraphim. I like aespa. I like ITZY. I like Eugene's.
It says that you look like Momo?
Do I?
I
probably hasn't checked.
I don't know.
Yeah, but that's an honor to be considered someone who looks like her. She is my bias. So I probably try, or my makeup is probably inspired from her.
Buat kacik ni pak. Ya.
I maybe need
Dia macam tiba punya segmen.
Makeup to make me look like somebody.
I can do it.
What kind of thing do you think I would? What would work?
Maybe eyeliner.
Bit eyeliner, yeah.
Eyeliner.
That's for the next one.
We'll try.
We'll do that for the next one. Do you normally open the MLBB chat on stream?
No. I don't. Whoever made these questions, I am going for you, I swear.
You will have your chance at revenge. Don't you worry.
Okay.
You will have your chance.
Thank you.
Brigida, thank you so much. Are you still going to be the nicest member of talent after that, or?
I still am.
Good.
We always stay good. We always stay nice. Nothing can change that.
Good. Keep it that way.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons. They have crushed the curse.
Kan vamos Aurora apa? Tak pasti tengoklah. Tapi Vamos punya performance for now quite good. Nampak gayanya. Siapa menang pa? Team Pro YG. Yangon Galacticos.
Series of this day, Aurora
2-0.
Gaming in the lead against Onyx. 1-0, dominant and undeniable. The force of nature that is the Northern Lights continue to shine bright. Let's see though if Coach Yeb and Coach CW will have something ready and in store to answer what has been a very problematic Aurora for the teams that have faced them. They look too damn good. Renmar and Gideon still here to call over the draft.
The baseline of what everybody's expectations have been shifted. I am sure the pick'ems are going insane right now. And not to mention that this map reveal might actually be extremely important to what the next plan might be coming from Aurora. We get dangerous grass this time round, and luckily it wasn't the flying clouds. But maybe we might have something new.
Yeah, for sure. If it was the cloud, then I think it would not have boded well for Onyx.
Dia akan jumpa siapa yang menang
some
game
of the more unique picks in the metagame does arise out of flying cloud because of how fast you can quickly come back into the fight and into the map. So I feel like maybe it's really just because I have a lot of doubts about the hero. But I think it is warranted to deprioritize the Eudora. Because when you rush into early, you end up going up against a Uranus that you won't have enough
Aku rasa kan Onyx kena ambil ni lah Hirara. Ben Fanny ambil Hirara. Link lepas lah adu lah.
Look, I think of course Luna's Uranus was going to be a little difficult to get through, but that early game actually went exactly how Onyx wanted to go. But this time around, the adaptations are starting to come on in. They're still going to get rid of the Keto, but of course they're putting Selena as a priority here on blue side.
Yep, that is a very worthy ban. I think Rosa's impact in the previous game was undeniable. Arrow after arrow, and you were pointing it out behind the scenes, the trap placements were perfect. Constant vision reading. And I think maybe that's why Onyx just couldn't get a footing in the game 2-3 minutes into the game. After the first minute where they got the kill on Tianzi, good. After that, it feels like their map movements were just red non-stop.
Exactly, and that's why it's always important because information allows you to make better decisions at a faster rate. Aurora are always able to assist, well, or at least assess exactly where they need to be. Oh, hey, top side, we've got 3 traps there. We just saw Fanny Abaddon. We got to immediately start moving over to the purple buff side and start stealing away resources. But this time around, at least for Onyx, a lot of respect is put on Aurora. Getting rid of not only Selena, they make sure that Fanny is out of contention.
This means the Ling and Hirara trade is in effect.
Atau nak ban?
And Aurora will keep it open.
Ambil Hirara.
Is it going to be Onyx? Are you going to get the Ling or are you going to get the Hirara? Because you know
Hirara
will get the other. It's the Hirara
sebelah akan ambil Idora kah?
Hirara makes a lot of sense, especially
Idora Bele ke?
that they're working a lot on the early stages of the game against Aurora. But then we jump back, right?
Kali dah tak level
What
apa.
is going to be the next
Boleh,
one? Because now that
tapi
we see
untuk
the
patch
Atlas
sekarang
building,
kau
a
kena
lot of
tengok
teams
apa yang
have
korang
thought,
kombokan.
maybe, all right, if we go the Eudora, that's one way of playing it. We've already discussed how we don't exactly want to kind of lean into it just yet. Maybe wait for Red 3, maybe arguably even Red 4.
Itu dia,
But
Beleric,
Beleric has been a guarantee
Eudora.
every single time.
Apa respon? Aku rasa kau ambil God atau Vexana duk. Tapi ada link.
Let's see what, how they'll be able to translate that in game. I think
Brody dulu kat si Moskov ke?
something like that really
Sama.
early on. Something that demands a really good damage profile to give it a lot of difficulty, so that you force out some early
Penting kena ada Esme dulu aku rasa.
scaling heroes
Untuk badan.
from Aurora.
Ataupun
You can
Uranus.
save
Aku rasa
your
Esme
roam
lah.
pick for later and adjust it in the second phase. You still have quite a wealth of
Apa ni?
options
Balik pilihan dia ni.
depending on which
Uranus.
way you're going through.
Lepas tu,
Uranus is the pickup.
Marksman dulu kat sini nanti kena ban duk.
All right.
See if they'll keep that up.
Let's see if the second part of it is
Mesh
going
banyak
to
option
complete
lagi.
themselves, because we've seen a lot of blue sides
Oh,
reveal
Chow
their
dulu,
lanes
guys.
super early, but
Pick
this
off.
time
Dari
they're making
badan
sure that they
dah
have
ada
a
pick
little
off
bit of
satu.
everything,
Okay.
right? We've got our EXP already set. We've already made sure that we at least have single target lockdown in case that Ling shows up here on Red 3. And I think that Aurora needs to make some difficult decisions here, because Tianzi isn't going to get an assassin. Then what does the team kind of pivot
Ling.
towards to? And I think it has to be Sigabum at that point.
Macam biasa kan ni draft-draft yang biasa kita tengok ah.
You're now going to be
Okay,
looking
banning.
at the priorities for the gold lane
Apa ban dah ni?
and the EXP lane for Aurora,
Moskov,
unless they're
Brody.
looking to shift that Beleric into the EXP lane and then surprise with a roam pick that we aren't expecting it later on. Meanwhile, for Onyx, pretty honest already, you know that Cho is going to be going into the center of the map.
Draft
And then
template
you're
pa.
waiting for their mid and their gold laner.
Oh, really great ban.
Oi, dia dah ban Vexana duk. Bijak bodoh orang ni sumpah.
Esmeralda on the side of Onyx side, just to kind of, free up some space.
Benda yang
here
aku
and make
mention
sure
tadi.
At least Lutpi is going to have a much better matchup to try and control this lane. They knew that Paquito was kind of out of the question, and
Kenapa
thankfully
dia guna
Freya
tu?
got banned out from the side
Lenovo.
of Aurora. Now,
Esme
Esme, the
ban.
expected ban. We come back to Aurora one more time. Is it going to be heavy? Maybe.
Dia dah ada badan.
I feel like
Option Aurora ni sebenarnya dia boleh still
her
keluarkan
HP is just
cici tu.
way too low against
Atau barat.
assassins, against these burst mages. It might not be worth
Ni
it.
ban apa ni?
Wonder if anyone's cooking up something unique here. So far, though, we
Aku rasa dia nak steal
can
Moskov
still
lah, guys.
expect the usual
Mungkin lah.
options in
Mungkin
gold to
sahaja, guys.
pop up. You
Atau
could even think
kemungkinan
about
besar
maybe Aurora is still
Ling ni akan jadi
considering
hyper
the
carry.
Aerith, knowing that you
Sebab
still
early game diorang
You
bagus.
wouldn't expect something like a glue to show up. The Vexana in its range plus its AoE would have been detrimental for a Harith. Maybe if you take away a
Brody
minute,
ban.
no? Okay, they'll take out a Brody. So you still have Moskov, Harith.
Ini aku rasa bait
available.
hero ni.
Claude, maybe I'll have to reel back a little bit into what I said about Claude earlier. He still might be viable here.
I think it's something that Onyx might have to pick up, because I'm feeling like Aurora is trying to set up for another Harith matchup into Melissa. That might be what they're trying to repeat here from
You're not
Midnight side.
bait draft.
I am interested though. Onyx getting rid of the
Barat
getting
ban.
rid of the Barats, get rid of the sandbags, and now all that's left is going to be the Alice and the EXP. We're still looking for a means to not
Cloud
only
dulu,
engage
EXP
upon
last
your
pick.
opponents, but not to mention that there's like a
Ada
decent amount of
Moskov,
iframes.
tapi
We don't
early
get
game
the
diorang
Harith, but
bagus
At
tak?
least the Claude gets locked in for Aurora.
Apa solution korang?
If Aurora will make
Moskov
this
lah
work,
aku rasa
they
paling
play
terbaik.
Claude, they play Ling,
Jangan
they play
Melissa
Eudora.
game ni.
I think they need a little bit more tankiness, and then a little bit more sustain would be great. Meanwhile, for Onyx, at least you get an honest mashup in the gold, you know, and you can feel
Barat pun buff
any
lah.
of
Ada
the
buff sikit dah salah
usual
aku.
picks. They
Jadi
do
kau
have
apa? Kau
dives, so
baca
if you want to
game.
go for something like the itch that we
Aish.
saw earlier,
Coach
would be
online
worth
je.
it.
Yeah, there's a lot of
Ilmu-ilmu
things that
free ni
could
ambil
go
je.
wrong here. I'm thinking whether Valentina might be worth it just to steal the Wrath of the Dryads, but
Digi pak. Digi. Janganlah
it's
Digi.
kind of tough overall, right? Because you're still not going to be able to get the correct battle spells out of certain targets, and I think Eudora never is going to take Purify ever, especially with the meta, the way the meta is shaping. Moskov, as you called it, has already been locked in to deal with the assassin instead of the Melissa matchup. So now we get the Hilda at the very end to round things out, and I'm liking this a lot. I really thought the Hilda might end up onto Onyx side, but with their opener, there was just kind of no way.
All right, you get two aggressive roamers that field around the map.
Kenapa Aurora tak nak pick? Aurora. Lalam manis ala amboi-amboi. Aurora tak ngam ah.
Last thoughts about the lineups. I'm going to say that this is a lot more even than I thought it was going to be, but most importantly, Lunar on this Hilda is going to have to do a lot of work, especially in the early stages of the game. That Uranus has full control. So, you know what's strong side, you know what's a weak side. Maybe that might be enough, but that mid, that's number one.
Aurora Gaming at the cusp of history
Alright
to
guys,
make it
tuan-tuan
into
dan
the
puan-puan, perlawanan
knockouts.
kedua.
They already took
Onyx
down
Indonesia
Liquid. Will they
menentang
take down
Aurora
Onyx
daripada
in a
Turki. Sama
sweep
kita
as
saksikan
well? This
perlawanan
is
yang
game
kedua.
number 2
Yang kedua,
with Onyx Force. Game number 3, Drex, Mirko, let's go.
Hilda room kot rasanya ni. Oh tak.
Back-to-back clean sweep from TLBH
Valerie
to
room.
Onyx would certainly put them up there when it comes to greatest performances for a team in a group stage. But we'll find out here. Onyx have some solid answers as well. And just like Gideon pointed out, it is much more even
Cutting wave
here this time
daripada
around.
Luna.
Yeah, this seems like a much more straightforward draft from both teams. It's
Keyboard pun dah
honest,
keluar hero
it's
signature dia, pick
simple.
off.
The game plan is there. There's nothing cheeky. There's no crazy Selena. There's no weird healers on the field. I'm excited to see how Lunar decides to rotate. How much is he going to harass from the CXP lane?
All right, quick check on the emblems again. It's going to be the Bargain Hunter, this time for Kelra on the Moskov, trying to get that item power spike. Quick, Suns! The damage on Assange.
Sun macam ada perform lah guys, tak tahu kenapa. Oh, TNZ down.
With a kill of his own. Jungler for mid lane.
Stun daripada Rosa. Kyrie masuk.
Dashes in the mid side, gets some good damage on a Rosa. Pagu as well, but Kyrie can't get the finish. But still, they may have to go back after this lane.
B-boy.
Kyrie once more.
Baik.
Pagu falls, but Keyboy gets the kill.
Deja vu to game number 1.
Hilda ada backup baru sustain.
Here early on, getting the lead.
Satu ada badan, satu press kan.
Pick up on TNZ. And just like in game number 1, it seems like Aurora are going to have to force, or are going to be forced to climb back in this game already.
Sekarang ni Onyx kena baguskan early game dia. Sebab early game Aurora daripada permulaan start MSC ni macam dominan gila.
I mean, overall, they're going to go back and forth. The same thing we saw last time. Like you said, last time it was 2-2 in the first 3 minutes. Gold sitting at a standstill. TNZ, just like last time, takes a death right at the beginning of the match. Can he recover like he did last time? Kyrie, though, it's sad that those kills had to go into the pocket of Keyboy. 2-0 and 0 would have looked a lot better in Kyrie's hands, but still, a win is a win in the book of Onyx right now. Turtle is up.
Tempo-wise, Aurora have been able to keep up with Onyx, and the thing is, with Rosa staying alive earlier in that skirmish,
Sun tak level 4.
he'll be able to get level 4 before Sans. Sans has gone to the XP lane.
Basic attack enemy tu dulu Sun dapat level 4 ni. Sikit lagi, Sun level 4 lagi. Dah level 4. Dia copy ulti Bellery. Okay, Sun ambil ulti Bellery. Mana dia boleh counter Link ni. Bila dia buka Tempest of Blade.
Yeah, Lunar's gonna have to try to make his way up. TNZ looking for a possible steal here. Lunar.
Uish, bagus ulti flick. Ketul masih lagi diamankan oleh Kyril Aming. Kyrie. Rosa down. Tempest of Blade TNZ. Kyrie dapat tumbangkan satu. Kyrie down. Blazing Duet. Luna flicker. Flicker pada Lupi. Ingin lebih. Oh yo, mega kill untuk Keyboy. Aku pula yang seram-seram tengok guys.
This time on Turtle number 1, they learned from their mistakes. It was an insane utilization of the untargetable by Kai again to react to Pagu with the Wrath of the Dryad flicker combo.
Ulti flicker baik gak dok stopkan musuh.
And baits everybody into this skirmish. Kyrie with the retribution and the play. And now it's Onyx who are leading with tempo and goal. Great reaction though from Sigiboom. He did rotate quicker. Kelra was right behind him, trying to rotate over, and that's why Sigiboom couldn't stay for a bit longer for Lunar to deal enough damage over on
Keyboy farming kill 4-0 guys.
Yeah, at this point, Onyx has taken a decent lead. Still no kills into the pocket of Kyrie, but Lupi being 2-0 and 2 on this
Ni Chow pula kena ban. Tak kot aku rasa Chow tak kot.
Yes, they have the hard lockdown with
Kot je lah kan. Dia tak tahu.
But still it doesn't feel
Dominant
like
Ice daripada Keyboy.
fed Uranus, and Lupi's going to start harassing into this jungle.
1000 gold dia pegang oleh Onyx.
Untuk
early game sekarang ini.
Despite that win for Onyx, the lead is
Keyboy level 6 lagi lah.
non-existent, just a 1000 goalie between the two. TNZ still level in XP against Kyrie despite dying 2 times. And it all comes down to who utilizes the Wrath of the Dryad better. Sans has been on it 24/7, always getting that level 4, stealing the Wrath of the Dryad over. Kyrie with a jump
Cobaan. BMI Blazing Duet. Tasik. Kera masih lagi hidup.
just to try to ward him off.
Keyboy menzoning Pagu supaya tak join team fight.
Disengage is clean from Aurora.
That's a massive win for Onyx. They were able to bait out the Purify Blazing Duet and the Tempest of Blades with the Retribution as well. This should be free for Onyx.
Shunpo. Rosa.
Trying to get the knock up. Will go in.
Flicker daripada Rosa. Okay, Rosa dah flick. Dora no flick.
Off the map for Rosa.
Turtle aman didapatkan oleh Onyx. Keyboy cubaan untuk mempoking Hilda. Sun buka ulti, dapat Belleric down. Sky Pisser hidup bodoh guys. 10 stack Sky Pisser untuk Kyrie.
He wants a bit more now as Sans rotates over to mid, but that is a Hilda. Lunar is still going to be able to survive right now.
Khairul Amin ngamuk.
Pagu wasn't. Oh, wait a second.
SOD. Oh, sampai PH.
Into the bottom lane, but TNZ is still able to clear it out. Purple buff going to be threatened now. Onyx know what they need to take, but they will play it slow.
Sans.
Takes a lot of damage.
Offside.
Gets the kill. And now Aurora's gonna just, I mean, at this point, they just want their purple. You guys are in our territory. They don't want to fight. They're just trying to gain some ground on the map.
And this is where you get to see Rosa and Sans be a lot more vulnerable than in previous metas against tanks. If you walk up too aggressive, which is both their tendencies, you are going to be punished. This isn't the tank meta where you can actually just stay up front and then just escape. This is the assassin meta. You get caught, you're dead. Keyboy setting up for something.
Keyboy looking for a possible
pick off kat atas TNZ, double stun, TNZ down. Sans mengelamun wah. You duk banyak fikirlah dia aku rasa. Ding dong, Kyrie mati. SOD kena kali ni. Lupi masuk. Luna. Oh, dapat. Nampak gayanya early game Onyx baik kali ni.
Oh my god. It's so beautiful to watch. Chaotic MLBB, but amazing nonetheless. Aurora trying to respond over by being proactive after TNZ got picked off, but then again, it's Onyx improvising their way into a teamfight win, just playing and threading the needles over these turrets, finding those skirmishes, and literally just brute forcing their way into a teamfight win.
And that's what it's been for so many games. We saw it in the last series, SRG able to brute force their way in, and now Onyx showing that they can go toe-to-toe, play the same type of game.
Turtle yang ketiga dimulakan oleh Onyx. 3,000 gold dia pegang oleh Onyx sekarang ni. Tekanan di bahagian purple buff.
Nope. I think they're gonna have to give this away unless TNZ finds a miraculous steal, but on Cho on the hands of Keyboy, I don't think you're gonna try to actually walk up there. There's been a couple of times already where he's been caught by the Jeet Kune Do. Keyboy just has a way with the Cho whenever he's up against an assassin. And that's why TNZ, the man who's been popping off all throughout MSC, is now 0-3 against Onyx ID in game number 2.
Yeah, Aurora can't really start these fights at this point. They have to kind of let Onyx come to them and look for the bait. They have to get Keyboy a little bit too deep, or Sans a little bit too deep, to where they can respond and envelop the enemy. Onyx, on the other hand, has been able to catch Aurora off guard time and time again. Loopy going to take a couple shots, should be okay. Doesn't have the concentration right now, still not a huge problem.
Alamak, Kera dah purify. Di counter oleh Sun punya kopi ulti Belleric. Kyrie cuba masuk. TNZ down di bait. Baik.
Every time Aurora tries to make a play, Onyx responds quicker, and there's
Pagu down. Ultimate daripada Belleric. Double kill dapat oleh Sans. Resist tower atas pecah. Oh, dia nak lebih, Blazing Duet.
Once again setting up the fight for his team.
Keyboy.
What a play. Sigiboom able to still get a shutdown, but Keyboy goes in with the Jeet Kune Do, baits out the flicker from Rosa, but finds the Jeet Kune Do on Pagu. So at the end of the day, it's still a forced error. They're still able to utilize all of their resources well enough to punish Aurora and their awkward movements. It really comes down to these members playing as individuals. You gotta win those 1v1s. It's been a lot of 1v1s across the map in game number 1, but now Onyx have read it. They finally are able to adapt to the circumstances that Aurora have put them in, and Aurora, they're the ones who are struggling to even find a structure right now. That's going to be their first structure in the game. Turret tier 1 down below. But Tienzi's a level down on Kai, about to be 2.
And look at Keyboy in this bush. Siggyboom needs to be careful. May get caught out here. And I feel like so much is on the shoulders of Siggyboom right now with the game that Tienzi has had. He's just not able to fully pop off. He has been a target for so long.
Holy moly.
Siggyboom, on the other hand, still has the ability to scale up. But to be able to do that, you need Pagu, you need Lunar to be able to set something up for the team.
I'm surprised Onyx aren't just blitzing the Lord right now, knowing that Kyrie is 3 whole levels ahead of Tienzi, and they have Moskov to play out in the side lane. But they're going to take it slow. Aurora are the ones holding the Lord, but look at Kelra up top. This is a bad move.
Bellerit dah ulti. Keyboy pick off ke atas Rosa, Rosa down. Pagu ni mati ni. Kayak kera. Wow. Wow. Tempest of Blade. Baik Sans. Mahal. Crystal. Purify, Blazing Duet. Baik, bodoh kan Keyboy. What in the world?
But they gotta wait for another wave. It's Lunar, 4 seconds on the clock for Rosa, 8 for Pagu. Can they bide enough time? Can they hold the defense? Onyx knocking at the door. Another wave of minions comes out. Pagu's there as well. Doesn't have a Wrath of Dream, but look at the big stun. Look at the damage from Rosa. Aurora Gaming live to go another day as Lunar dashes in, gets pushed back. And Onyx has to run away at this one.
That was a bit of greed from Onyx. They
kenapa tak Lord?
Yes, good plays by Aurora, but Onyx stayed too long when the Lord was up as well. They could have backed off, went straight for the Lord, but instead they tried to double down on the end and they got caught. That's the thing. That's the beauty of this meta. Doesn't really matter if you're 8,000 gold ahead. One mistake can set you back, and it almost did. What is that damage? It's a whole 1,000 gold difference in the mid lane, yet Rosa was able to burst down these squishy members of Onyx. Aurora really wished for Tienzi to be up right there, dude. That would have been the dream for the burst to come through. Tienzi to respawn just on time, getting the pitch poised. But even then, Onyx still have an 8,000 gold lead. They have that far lane control, and they're going to try to burst this Lord.
Even if Pagu had
Lord diamankan oleh Kyrie.
He was still waiting on cooldown. All it took was a couple more seconds. That could have gone horribly, horribly worse for Onyx. And I think this is why they've been taking it slow. This is why they've been careful at their approach in these fights, because at any moment, the combo play is there. We're down to 12 and a half minutes, and Aurora still has some ways to respond.
So now we got to talk about the wave clear. Honestly, not too good for Aurora. In a way, usually when you have a Ling, you can actually split these minions apart. You can stagger the waves just by clearing the side lane. But with a Moskov on Onyx's hands,
Keyboy macam dapat position.
9,000 gold lead as
Tapi
well.
ini bukan target dia.
Don't really think that's going to happen.
Sebab lot dah ada.
Onyx are going to be able to handle all 3 waves. So Aurora, they might have to lose all their base turrets if they want to survive in the game.
All right, Aurora going to be able to defend down the mid. They clear the tower, but a Lord is coming down the top. Moves on to the boss side wave.
Zoning bagi hadapan.
Want to try to crack another inhibitor. Keyboy dashes in with the G Kundo. A big stun from Rosa.
Idora dah ulti. Kira.
Kyrie able to phase out. Aurora defend the tower. They move on to the top Lord, and Onyx get nothing in that push.
Wow. Still a stellar defense. I really thought that the base turrets would go down with that Lord, knowing that they have so much tempo in the Moskov as well, but Aurora...
Sam macam nak set up ni guys. Oh, pick off.
But is it enough?
Tempest of Blade.
In the backside. A lot of damage on Loopy. Loopy tries to dive in. He's forced to flicker out. Kyrie in the
Keyboy down.
Gets nice damage on Pagu. Finally
gets the kill.
TNZ taking shots from Kelra.
Lasit. Allah, tak sampai.
Siggyboom with a blazing duet on Loopy and Sans.
Shut down. Sans down.
He BMI's back, but not before he gets the shutdown.
Kira dapat bawah.
Shutdowns for Siggyboom.
Banyak shutdown ni.
They lose out on their 2 base turrets in the sides. But my goodness, did everything fall right on
Link 05
Aurora. That was perfect. Keyboy missed the way the dragon. He didn't get the right target, didn't get the right angle. But look at this crazy move by Tienzi. I mean, a tad bit of luck, obviously. The fact that the piercing spears didn't get him. Oh my God. That was a clencher for sure, even for Siggyboom here, who had to walk past following through the BMI. Back last second, 2 members down. Onyx now on the defense. Aurora back in the game. Trex, 10,000 gold leads in this meta. It doesn't really feel
Link tak boleh ketik pedang, dia counter.
It doesn't at all. Big SOT doesn't connect Aurora. getting their
Sampai mana tu?
structure of
SOD
the
tu.
game at 15 minutes
Sampai
in
PH lagi tu.
and hanging on a prayer right now. But showing that at any moment they can still outplay, and Onyx has to respect it.
And now it's back to that slow build. It was winner crown earlier for Sigiboom. He sells it, gets the win in nature, knows just how much there is.
Sampai Manila wah.
Onyx when it comes to the physical damage.
Lot dimulakan oleh Onyx
Completely Kyrie
di fasa
on the
mid game
Hirara, a
ini.
menace. Shut down, but still a menace. Not as many stacks on the Sky Piercer, but that survival.
Wave management ni Onyx tengah menang ni. Ni kalau silap kat sini kan boleh comeback tu guys, sumpah. Onyx ni. Tiba dapat position. Rosa. Rosa dah flick. Rosa dah ulti. SOD. Rosa down. Baik Udo. Kelra ada one. Belerik ulti flick kena dekat Kelra.
That's not worth it. Kelra for Rosa is not worth it.
In trouble.
Luna down. Boleh turn around tu. Sumpah banyak dah all out. Ulti flick daripada Suns. Pagu down. Mid boleh dapat.
Where are you? They need you. You gotta get back to base.
Up top, Sigiboom clearing out the wave. Final baser of the
Keyboy.
game, fallen Keyboy.
Kenzie down.
Finally gets the kick, and it's Sigiboom. 6 seconds on the clock for Rosa. Sigiboom may not be able to do this alone. He doesn't have the
Blazing duet. Ui baik Udo Kyrie. Kyrie beli emo, sempat jual item, beli emo. Emo pecah. Winter. Ada dua ni. Sub immune. Immune baik. What a Khairul Aming. Crystal. Oh. Gila. What in the world? Mata penyamaan tuan-tuan dan puan-puan. Jadi guys, jangan lupa like, komen, share bagi berapa korang pasal game yang kedua ni. Dan yang paling penting jangan lupa subscribe Kita dah perjalanan ke 300,000 subscriber guys. Keren game ni. Mahal. Let's go for our third match guys.
Pushing through with the iframes to touch from those Suns. Kyrie said it in an interview. This is our
mahal.
And to level this series
Okay, macam biasa guys, 3GP. Maaf.
And to level this series 1-1 in a battle from a promotion to knockout stage. Yeah, that's exactly what we needed. That's exactly what we anticipated. My goodness. What a good game of MLBB.
Yes, what a good game for MLBB.
One more to go at this point.
I want 4 more of those.
Yeah, just give me the best of 7 at this point. Let's just keep it going.
Oh man, God. That was just beautiful, beautiful, beautiful MLBB, man.
From both sides, even Aurora defending for that long, trading off. Rosa comes back up. Sigiboom hangs on, but Onyx did not want to they didn't want to turn around. This is all or nothing right here. We're either finishing this or we're losing this.
There were no breaks. They took it out, right? There was a nitro button and they definitely put it on. The gear from 1 to 6 as well after that first turtle. And it was Aurora playing on the back foot for such a long time. It's impressive, honestly, how they were able to turn things around for just a bit. Especially here. It just came down to hero plays after hero plays.
Landak masih berduri. Ya, crazy brother. Awasan masuk minion tak masuk lagi ni.
What, 18 minutes, something like that? It felt like a 25-minute game.
Dude.
It felt like that game had to be on the edge of my seat throughout the whole thing, and I mean so many great plays.
Apa ramalan draft next game? Mana boleh ramal bodoh. Kena tengok apa percaturan dia orang. Apa yang ban, apa yang terbuka. Sub immune. Rose Gold dia sembuh. Rose Gold punya passive terbuka. Crystal terus. Mahal. Wah, macam KO stage. You.
Man, that was a fun one. Onyx tie it back up and we go.
What a game.
Best of 5s.
Oi, rapatnya tengok phone tu. Pakai spek lah anak ni nanti.
Best of 1 to tell us what the story will be. Who's moving on, and for a match that has about at least a minimum, if you win versus if you lose, $40,000 on the line.
Oh boy.
That's kind of the way it should go, huh, Rimar?
Yeah, I love the show that we are getting. Yeah, clearly that was one more one-sided on the game, but Aurora on the defense. But Keyboy,
Kiboy went into this game with a mission, man.
Yeah,
he wanted revenge, and he got it.
It's some hot stuff. Honestly, it's some of the best
Kiboy!
Huraras we've seen so far, the best plays that we've seen so far, and really high caliber decisions that are being made from both sides. With oppositions that honestly, one mistake should have been kind of over for.
It was a lot of like base holding almost and continuing. Gideon, was this on in your mind more of the fact that Onyx was making a moment that shouldn't have been a moment, or where they needed to be more aggressive? Were they less patient? Was it just really good defense by Aurora, even though they should have died in some of those earlier moments? What do you think about those base defenses, how they kept going?
Well, I think a lot of it just really boils down to how you kind of envision your opponent, right? I think they understand that Aurora is coming in really, really hot right now, and if they drag the game out any longer, the higher the possibility that maybe they were going to drop the game afterwards. Obviously, there were some moments where maybe the most correct play was to go down to the Lord, but why risk it when TNZ has been this close every single time to stealing away neutrals?
So just pushing and pushing, saying we got to end it now. This is it. We throw it all against the wall. It worked. I mean, it was great to see Onyx bounce back. And Rinmar, I know you got some plays that you've lined up for us in terms of how that game went. What did you catch when you were looking at game 2?
Well, I was looking at the draft first and foremost. Gideon and I had some very important discussions about it. Looking at the draft, of course, our priorities over the side for Onyx. We both really liked that the choke came out early. So the orders have been a little bit twisted, but then just keep in mind, all right, Gideon, I need your help out here.
Semi-low bracket
You don't need to put your armor on me, but I like it. So
penentuan siapa yang bakal layak atau layak.
Smile.
So the Joe actually came out of the first phase alongside with the Hirara, and the pick that I really liked coming out of the first phase was the Uranus. Onyx knew that Aurora needed to pick the Ling at the 3rd slot here, and that's exactly what they did. Because if they wanted to match the Esmeralda into the Uranus, they can't. If they prioritize the Esmeralda over the Ling, they're losing the Ling, and then suddenly they're down on Assassin. They needed to rush the Ling at red 3. They banned out the Esmeralda later on. Now, I feel a little bit vindicated with my, I wouldn't call it hatred, but dislike for picking up the Claude and the...
Yeah, you do.
Eudora early
it doesn't
on.
work.
Especially with the Uranus up, but Gideon made a fair point that it was the Cho coming out early that was really good. You want to hop in real quick as to why you really like the Cho coming out?
Because the beautiful thing about the Cho is that it forces a lot of gold lane matchups to be skewed in one favor or the other because of Flicker. Sometimes, especially when you're facing off things like Harith, or when you can get run down by someone like Claude, having Flicker is the make it or break it in that laning phase. So here, especially when it comes down to first phase Cho, there was a lot of value because you see Sigabom now has to take Purify.
Yeah, all right. So now let's go back to the first play that I want to break down here. This was like the first big team fight for Turtle number 1, if I'm not mistaken. So this got stretched out, and you can see the difficulty here for Aurora when it comes to fighting, especially with the presence of the Uranus.
Kenapa Dora top band sekarang? Sebab dia kacau. Stun. Sekarang banyak main CC.
Movements that he's making in the fight, but then most importantly, the impact of Kiboy on the Cho. Those two together early on gave a lot of problems for Aurora in the team fights because of the single target lockdown of the Cho, the AoE that he has, and if ever Aurora miss their timing, miss their opening in the team fight, it's going to be the Uranus slowly punishing them with the creeping damage that he provides. And the final play that I would like to break down, if ever we don't get to see the really awesome final fight in the Siege, is this one. This was the dagger fight that solidified the lead. See, Kiboy, again, starting it out, marking TNZ, marking Aurora really well, and that forced Aurora to respond. But with Kyrie holding the bush, he would get spotted out in AoE, but watch out for Sans coming in with a Valentine.
God bukan sisi star dengan Dora apa. Kau tak aku cakap. Kau kena tengok hero musuh juga. Kalau enemy tu keluar link, kau nak keluar God, memang kena Tempest of Blade je bodoh. Memang kau kena cari je. Faham tak? Dah lah God tu tak ada escape.
Just kidding. It's on it. They tied it up. It's 1-1. And you know that was a great
Faham
breakdown.
tak? Dia kena fahamkan situasi. Hero musuh apa juga.
The fact that he has played such a big role in this tournament. It feels like it's been the decider in so many different games, whether it's been the main thing or whether it's been that extra thing that just pushes them over the edge. Especially with the Hararas, with the Chos, as this instance you said. Valentina worked out pretty well in mid as well and kind of like stabilized for them. And, you know, I just wonder, what do you think? The lane continues to go down in win rate. We see the Harara go up in win rate again, Gideon. Do you really think it's that matchup? I mean, other question, how do you enable the Ling enough to where you start moving this around back in the other direction?
That's a great question. I think a lot of it comes down to priority, right? That's why we see a lot of these highly defensive plays coming out from a lot of teams who's like, oh, you know what? Because Hirara is actually so good at clearing these waves early on, especially at level 2, they look for these fights. So it's a game of rock, paper, scissors. It's either I invade, you defend, or I attack your mid lane, try it, make sure I get some battle spells, or maybe I trade junglers. Either way, it's about punching above your weight and getting as much of value as you can with as minimal discounts as possible.
Tapi yang peliknya, contoh macam God, tak ada satu stunner. Tapi Vexana yang tak ada escape pun laku kat. Macam mana tu? Macam mana aku nak explain tu situasi tu? Faham tak?
Ling has a slightly similar kit, but again, it's the difference in what happens if suddenly one of the main pieces you need around to help support the Ling. We think of Ling as an independent hero, as an assassin, but it does need some help as well. It needs some sandbags, it needs someone to help crowd control and peel for itself if ever it decides to finally join in with a Tempest of Blades. But what happens when the Hilda gets taken out early? What happens when the Bellery gets taken out early? It gets difficult for the Ling and TNZ to start making a move of when to go in.
It feels like it just has a higher floor than the Hirara, right? I mean, in terms of being able to execute it, I would say. I think I might have reversed that in the way that I was trying to explain it, but you need more elements to make sure your Ling is absolutely dominating the way that a Hirara feels like. If she's a first pick, there's so many different ways that we're seeing lineups built to exploit what she does well, and she's getting the job done. I mean, you can't have a 75+ win rate without that, right? You have to be flexible. So it seems like maybe that could be a priority going into it in terms of, even though somebody gets Ling, somebody gets Hirara, is it really an even trade anymore?
Yeah, I think it's the acceptance of, I'm going to play for the later stages of the game and Hirara wants to play in the early stages of the game, right? It's very clear identities when these jungles have to actually battle against each other, because even so, there are some pros and cons, right? Despite Hirara having 4 abilities at level 2, Ling can cross the map in less than 3 seconds, right? You're giving away pressure for extra strength when you are playing this Hirara. So that's why it really boils down to that mid lane. And I think that a lot of teams have started to recognize right now, hey, if we can influence the lane with our picks, Cho, very good example of this, to force people to take out Purifies, I think then it starts to open your mind to what other options you have of what truly is strong side and weak side.
Yeah, so we might need to revisit the importance of showing up Cho a little bit earlier in the draft, as Gideon pointed out. For me personally, the type of mid laners that you have and the damage profile that you have, looking at the opposing EXP laner, if Eudora's up, I really don't like to pick it up if the Uranus is around, if the Barretts is around.
Yeah, Onyx coming back from that first win. We thought Aurora was going to continue on doing what they did, early, quick success, and now Onyx has forced Siggy Boom, and the first time Aurora's coach, Midnight, to come up with another plan. This is their first loss of the tournament.
Assalamualaikum Pak. Waalaikumsalam. Alif Rakib menang lawan Sam.
Just go for the trade. They go for the
kat mana nak tengok
They gotta ban one of those options.
Semalam kan?
Ban one of those out,
belum keluar
pick
lagi.
it up, and then force the other to play a
Mandangkan
different kind
banyak
of
sisi,
assassin.
aku rasa STS kurang akan B-pick dah. Aku rasa bukan S tier dan bukan B tier. Aku rasa C tier.
The two predicaments that we're currently in, the Hirara Ling, on top of the fact that, you know, Atlas, Beleric, and Valentina are still highly contended. Now that we're adding Cho to the mix one more time, I think now, especially with both of these teams who heavily depend on both Zigabum and Kelra, there's more priority for the support.
Full game
with the rivers being the map that we're playing now, you're gonna have to commit abandon to Freya at some point. You always expect with Freya in rivers to always join Turtle 1. That's a given. If it's not going to be the Freya, then it's a really fast rotating gold laner to see if they can build an early lead, similar to the Claude that might want to join in, or a Moskov, you SOD in for Turtle 1, and then you just
Marcel,
walk
Selena,
right
Fanny
through the river as well.
Well, the Atlas and the Marcel taking down Fanny as well. Onyx and Aurora kind of trying to throw it all on the line here.
Yeah.
This is kind of interesting, right? So Onyx have respected, you know
Aku
what,
bobo Onyx macam bakal
every single time. But then you come to Aurora side on blue. This time they made sure, you know what, we're going to do exactly what you did the previous time. We're going to ban out the Marcel. We're going to give you that last option to decide whether you want to do the trade.
Jadi diorang nak take apa? Ling ambil dulu ke ada Ling yang Fanny?
Wouldn't be too surprised if this is going to be a Ling and then trade for Cho.
Yeah. Onyx would want to get the Cho, and they have an option to go for the
Jadi diorang akan ambil Fanny
jungle, if ever. There are still a lot of assassins on the board. You could still consider bringing back.
Aku baru tengok tak. Ni kenapa guys? Kenapa duk?
Interesting. It just means that they're more confident in that in comparison to
Fanny
giving
ban. Oh
TNC
yeah, sorry.
an
Fanny ban.
option,
Sorry.
or trying to expand the
Tak
pool
perasan.
just a little bit more.
Freya.
Which means that Onyx
Sorry,
at
duk
this
lalai,
stage need a decent amount of peel.
Maknanya
They could
ada
go for
Beleric,
traditional-
ada Link,
traditional
ada
counters, but
Idora
that might
juga.
reveal too much early
Tapi
on.
Idora
I
tadi
think it's
nampak
going
macam
back
kurang
over to
impact.
Idora once again.
Aku bobo dia akan bawa ni lah guys. Apa ni? Aurora ni akan bawa tank jungle lah.
They could set up for it, but they need something that like hard skills in that jungle, and without the Harara
Link?
early on, I think now they need something else to kind of
bukan
fulfill
Beleric
that
tu.
position.
Aku itu.
an early Paquito.
Maknanya dia memang
That's
respect
interesting.
Paquito si
So
Gibum.
I think they're also opening up their options as a flex in the gold. So if ever that Freya goes gold, then you send the pack on over, and then at least you get a fighter trade in the gold lane.
So that means the Esmeralda, Ruby, Trigger Fingers need to be there. So let's see whether we find any of those indicators in this draft. Then, if you're already getting rid of Zusha,
Ada bobo yang kuat ni,
I
guys.
would have imagined that they would look for something a little bit more peely, right? Or at the very least, the Cho at some point of time. It makes a lot
Dia
more
nak ambil
sense
barat ke
now
tak barat
for
ni?
Aurora
Ah,
than
tu
earlier
persoalan
now
dia.
that they've shown the link. But
Aurora ni.
even so, I still think that there's a
Masalah
lot
Freya
of
dah keluar.
value in
Freya
it.
nak letak mana?
It also makes sense to take out the Jushin if ever you're going to be going for like a full dive, because you guys do not want to get like all crowd controlled up in the air by Jushin. So that might have
Kalau
already
Rakib
been a
menang,
tell
tapi
by
sakit
Aurora
hati
that
Konoha.
despite this looking like a flex,
Beleric.
this could be a close to mid-range style of compensation
Uranus,
for
dia tak ambil
Aurora.
barat.
And yeah, here we go again with the Uranus coming out early. They get the Beleric.
Dengan ni Freya
I wonder
gol.
if they're trying to bait out and signal to Onyx like, hey, commit a ban into the Rafaela in the second phase. We did it before, we'll do it again.
It's a tanky lineup right there as well. A lot of front line and presence. You mentioned Rivers rotating.
Oh tak
will be
guys, ini
on
nampak gayanya tak jadi kan? Tak jadi ni. Bukan tank jungle ni
The thing
guys.
is that they're
Kalau dah keluar
trying
3 hero
to-
macam ni.
I feel like they're trying to get in the head of Onyx because within the draft
Macam
lobby itself,
Yunshin.
they got Rosa to pick up the Uranus. So it's like sort of telling Onyx, hey, maybe you want to consider that this might actually be going to a mid lane, and then
Chow.
we're going to be pulling out a lot more
Chow macam tak baik
surprises. So draft lobby in-game
Interesting.
mind
Lukan
game
badan
stuff
satu.
going on right now by Aurora, potentially.
Yeah, it's putting Onyx in a pretty awkward position because last time they didn't have to worry like too much about certain things, and they were also
Idora.
actively banning out the Paquito. Now
Ini kan
they kinda
sebenarnya
have to take it away
supposedly
to
kan
deny options, but now, once again,
Onyx kan dah
you
boleh
get
keluarkan
this
balik duk
Idora,
sebenarnya.
and the same problems are going to
Lepas tu kau
occur. It's
tutup
great
Idora.
when you're trying to
Simple
peel
je.
away this Freya
Supposedly
from you
lah, guys.
before her ult gets ripped, but
Sebab
even
3 hero
so,
melee dah
that
keluar.
pressure, we've seen many times you lose that out
Serious.
fast.
It is
Uranus
a
jungle
question
lah.
of
Kita tengok lah.
sticking to
Betul
what
tak
is
betul.
good, what is available, and trying to make it work. But also, it's a question of
Supposedly,
how can
guys,
we
serious.
not get surprised. Eudora is certainly not a surprise, which means maybe Aurora expected this. You would have probably thought, okay, Eudora Ling available, so that's probably what they'll go to. But do they have an answer? Something sneaky?
Kas tak gintil PhD macam tak.
I'm thinking whether or not this could be a potential Kimmy angle as well. That's another thing that I'm scared of.
Win.
Oh, they're banning out the Guinevere just to make sure that these neutral objectives are going to be less easy to contest for, especially since you have anti-CC,
Ban Kimmy.
Violent Requiem, Esmeralda,
atau
really good
Shinshin
ban here.
Onyx.
And this is an admission from Midnight. It's like they recognize that both sides could actually lean into the double fighters.
Yeah. So now, that might actually be a bit of a reveal of where the Uranus is already
Kimmy
going. Because if you back
atau
out the
Yunshin.
Esmeralda, it makes a lot of sense that the Uranus is going EXP, the
Aku
Freya
rasa Kimmy
gets set
lah.
to go, the Beleric is set roam, so now you're just waiting for mid and jungle. Because I was thinking, I wonder if Aurora drafted
That
something
would be a
so...
surprise.
Yeah, exactly. Like, is it crazy flex that the Beleric could still go X speed or the Uranus could still
Suyao
go jungle? That's what I'm thinking. Like,
okay ke pa?
is Uranus jungle
Suyao.
going to be up to speed to the lane? And then I realized, no, it's going to be way too slow.
Is Uranus
Kau tengok
roam
macam
lower
menung jauh
XP,
by muka Sun.
Freya gold, an option?
Uranus roam a little bit kind of funky.
It would be
Apa yang dia termenung tu guys?
Definitely good. Oh, they banned out the Rafaela.
I love it. I love it. This is a position that Midnight wanted them to at least
Rafa,
say, hey,
Rafa
recognize
ban.
me, look at me, right? Get rid of the Rafaela. And now that you've committed to it, I want to see what the conversion is going to be at the end of the day, right? Because, again, Midnight's got a lot of plans, and at the same time, he shocked us in the first couple of days. If he's got something else in that pocket of his, I'm interested to know why.
Baru putus cinta tu bah, no wonder lah.
Double fighter's been talked about, but we'll see if that ends up becoming a reality for either of these teams. Still on that final ban phase for Aurora. What will they take away?
Kari.
They get rid of the carry. That thick lineup is going to be a lot more. It's going to be real hard to get through. And now that they've
Marksman
already
last
locked
pick
the
lah, aku
Eudora
rasa.
for themselves on the side of Onyx, they don't even have
Ambil
the
room dulu.
option of Gord to lean into after to try and deal with the frontliners. What does
Ni
that leave us
tebal
with?
sikit lah. Patot ke?
There's not a lot of good support
Tigra pun lama
options
tak
here as
nampak tu.
well. I mean, you can sort of go
Bam,
but
Florin.
just the like slow peel stuff, but after game number 1, I think the keyboard
Alright.
have to take a step back here as they get
Nampak
the
kayaknya no
barrage.
marksman guys untuk
I
Onyx.
wonder, are they crazy enough to send that Uranus to XP? You pick up. Oh no, the Ling is throwing me off. I'm thinking if there's any
Saber
room
lah.
for a
Tengok
surprise,
betul
like
ke Saber?
Matilda somewhere, an X-Borg somewhere, but then with the Ling, you're gonna get slowed down in your jungling if you try to go for something
Angela
cheesy in the
Mita.
jungle.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Matilda is looking real good for either side.
Really?
Yeah.
Yi Xunshin.
Man, guys, a little controversial
Lu
here.
Oi, Lu Yi.
Oh,
the Lu Yi.
And not a unique hero. Here we go.
Apa respon?
Interesting. So they want map pressure
Chip,
to be
chip.
able to kind of, you know, if we're a little bit slow
Tapi
on
dia counter
the turn,
milik.
Loyi is able to teleport multiple people at once to a
Ya, aku rasa
location.
chip,
Yes, it is reveal, big whoops, but it's still a way to kind of maintain pressure. Oh, I lose priority, it doesn't matter, I'm still there.
Hai, aku
You know, this could be
bau
an
macam
interesting
chip baik.
approach and a different way of thinking for Aurora. Onyx, you think they expected this one? I mean, final pick, they have a chance to
Chip
respond.
gatot ke kan?
I mean, first time we're seeing
Gatot boleh counter engage. Mino ke?
Loyi in this tournament.
Mino lembab sikit lah.
ISS again has not won a game, been played about 6 times. This will be the 6th. We'll see if that changes here.
Let's see if they'll make it work. You see some cursed options so far. And
Ha,
I think
itu dia guys.
this will balance things
I'll
out
predict.
in terms of like the cursed option curses, I guess. With the Eudora getting picked, knowing that the Uranus is still open, the YSS getting picked, knowing
Hero
that
Salkan Valentina
it's going to be a
ke?
little bit
Mino sakit
slower because there's the Barons on the other
Tengok,
side.
guys.
Oh, interesting
Dia
choices.
kena ada
But
hero
with the
counter
Loyi,
engage
this
guys.
might be the X
Tak bahaya ke
factor.
apa? Kena kejali. Out of idea.
Well, it's going to be a flicker battle. This could be over in a flicker as well because you see these
Jadi
two
dia main
teams, how
bukannya
good
dekat
they
teamfight, dia
are,
banyak main dekat
how
flanking.
effective these drafts can
Rotasi
be.
laju.
But only one is going to move
Ni
on.
game 2 game
to
3
your
game
knockout
ketiga
round.
guys.
One will still be alive and will join another elimination game. But for game 3, needs no hype. It's a big one. Onyx trying to take down Aurora Gaming. Let's send it over to our casters.
Here it is, the final game of the series. It's Mirko and Trex to bring you the action of this game 3, and conclusion awaits us. The climax, here we go.
I'm not ready for it, Mirko.
Me neither,
I'm not
bro.
ready for it.
Me neither.
We got a Lu Yi Midnight
Kena
either
video
cooking
QS
or
awak. Aish,
overcooked
tak ada
with
dok.
this one, but so
Amru.
far he has been a chef in the draft. Let's see if this one is going to pull it off, Mirko. Any thoughts on the way this draft turned out?
Okay.
Kena sedut ni Sunny.
These very
Sap.
low range targets, the Loyi makes a lot of sense. I'll be honest with you. Back in the day as well, when it comes to the utility jungles, man, like the Barat's over.
Pagu
Everybody
bagi
wants to
vision,
stick
laju
together. They kinda
Tenzi
get
farm.
countered by the Loyi, right? So it's AoE damage that Aurora are playing around, and they have a very good front to back. If they can somehow get the tempo, which should be kind of like the win already, just based on the composition here on those side lanes, they can play around Rosa early on. So we'll find out.
Kalau korang bawa link nampak ke? Ni guys emblem yang orang pakai. Kalau main early game, kau perasan tak tadi benda-benda kecil ni? Sun ni tadi dia pergi buka hijau atas tu dekat jungle dia supaya hijau dia tak kena curi dekat situ guys. Oh ni Kyrie kena press. Jadi kalau early game ni kalau main link kan hero lead kan. Kalau boleh korang fokus dekat team sendiri dulu guys, bukannya korang pergi rusuh enemy dulu guys, sebab link ni perlukan item. Alamak, Kenji level 4. Alamak, retribution. Oh!
They all get pushed onto the tower by Loopy. So well done to disengage by him. Aurora's forced to back off.
And that's what I'm talking about, man. These melee targets clumping up together, it's just so good for Rosa to find a constant yin-yang reactions on him. And it's gotten him a free
Kyrie level 4.
Yeah, they should be able to get this one. Let's see which way it goes. TNZ actually TNZ
Baik.
down. First blood, I think that's
Tempest of
3
Blade.
games in a row. First blood's on.
Aduh,
TNZ,
sundown.
but Rosa does find Sans a quick trade.
Hasn't been the best 2 games for TNZ, man. Onyx really have set their sights on him. But Rosa has done a good job taking down Sans. Now it's 1-1. Tempo up top for Aurora. So TNZ should still be
Kalau
able
kalah
to get
jumpa
the
siapa
orange
lower
buff and
bracket,
make it
dia
in
akan
time
jumpa
into
siapa
the tunnel.
lower
So let's see
bracket. Kejap lagi siapa yang menang lagi. Team Liquid lawan NT7, tapi bau-bau Liquid menang guys.
Shut down a stun. Kyrie just Chicheri on top with the Tempest of Blades. But it will be traded. So
Not the worst. Still
Purple buff.
really
Si
good
Gibum
product,
cuba
but
memberi
not the
gangguan
worst
di
for
purple
Aurora.
buff sebenarnya.
Aurora is not,
Tolong,
whether it's
Kera!
game 1, game
Oi,
2, or
4
game
orang
3,
lagi lah.
they're not gonna stop their
Memang
style
kena
of play.
sedut-sedut je
And
gini.
that's that early aggression. That's exactly what King Kong was talking about in an interview.
Keyboard
They
level
have to
4
watch
tu.
out for that
Kalau
first
keyboard
minute
level
or
4
two.
perang
And
kat
Onyx
purple yang
has
baik ni.
been dealing with it well.
Oi, dia
Diversion
teleport.
play up to the turtle. Kyrie's already there, forced to back off.
Tengok guys, ini punca-punca dia ambil ni.
Nice stun on Loopy as
Louis.
well, but a nice stun from Sands as well. Rosa trying to get involved with
Betul.
the Yin overturn.
Mini Fury. Oh, TNZ dapat lord. Turtle. Tempest of Blade. Tanpa purple buff. Loopy down. Kera flicker. Kera macam mati. Kera down. Diorang akan tabrak ni purple buff ini. Dia akan cuba masuk. Tak. Ya bodoh guys.
Siggy Boom with the rotation, similar to Kelra. Kelra had the instant rotation first, but again for Siggy Boom, it's about waiting for those resources to be depleted by Onyx already from the rest of the team for him to come in as the main carry.
Kalah lawan SRG. Yang ni kalah lawan SRG lah.
They even got the neutral objective with that turtle earlier. So
Oh,
man,
aku salah baca ni.
Aurora
Sekejap.
really cooking.
Oh,
Maybe that's
kalah
how you
jumpa
make the
siapa
Yushin
bracket.
work. Every other team, they pick the Yushin Shin, they play around the Yushin Shin. Aurora,
SRG.
sorry.
Aku
He's a support.
ingatkan tadi tanya pasal liquid.
He gets the turtle, he dies, then we kill you, and that's just the goal.
Sorry.
You know, but honestly, this has been
Jangan
the
menang
start
ni,
for
menang.
TNZ in all 3 games.
Pro Esport jatuh bawah.
Even in game 1, he got hit by Keyboy, died very early on. So I don't think we completely count him out. Yes, right now on a YSS, you don't want to have 2 deaths this early, but at least this time Siggy Boom has something. They have other heroes to rely on this game.
And I really gotta say, man, very underrated member of Aurora, right? Everybody talks about TNZ, Rosa.
Jangan ketinggalan jauh sangat ni.
Because he was the newest member, but Siggy Boom, just a constant growth from this man right here. From his debut on Aurora, actually from his debut in S2G at M6 to then joining Aurora, he's now all alone. But
Boom dah ulti.
that's why Freya's meta, you know, never really out of the meta since M7. Thank you, Arfi. I hate
Sun
you.
kena
Kinda, a little bit.
press.
I like the Freya. I like seeing it. It's fun to watch. It gives us a little bit
Betul.
of taste in the gold lane. But you were mentioning Siggy Boom, and the fact is, yeah, a couple of years ago, would we have said Siggy Boom's going toe-to-toe with Kelra
Jauh
in the
Lupi
gold
potong.
lane?
Baik.
That growth right there shows
Luna
how
tertinggal satu
far
wave.
this team has
Lupi terpaksa
come.
tinggalkan dia punya
But
gerobak
Onyx
untuk join
has
team
the
fight.
talent
Jadi team tak boleh mati dulu Onyx.
has
Tapi
the
Turtle
talent
ni
to snuff
terpaksa
it out.
kena trade dengan purple
Keyboy
buff.
works his
Pagu
way
guna
down,
ulti.
gets caught by the Yin Yang. Will
Tutup
have to back
Suns.
off.
Lupi baru datang, takkan cakap mati.
Taking a lot of damage as well. May not be able to get
Lupi
away
down.
from this. Siggy Boom gets a knock up and Lunar gets the kill.
Oi, Keyboy jangan cakap mati
Keyboy
kak.
as well.
Keyboy
Keyboy
itu
able to dash away to safety, but Aurora
fight
get
yang
another
bukan winning
objective.
condition, teleport, pergi ke red buff, Kyrie dapat dapat bau-bau.
Isn't even gonna try to contest it. They know there's no chance.
Hey, it's just so
Laju duk kan rotasi dia.
Aurora.
Ya, early game ni duk kena pegang early. Oh, Sun mati.
That's it. Bada bing, bada boom.
Sun just got cooked. Again, he's been getting cooked.
Kyrie gets an orange buff though. He
Nanti
steals
Kyrie
one back.
dapat
So
orange buff lagi.
constantly being
Bawah ni boleh ni.
now. Siggy Boom up against
Distribution.
Kelra. Siggy Boom up
Freya dah
against
ulti,
Kyrie.
Tempest of Blade.
Siggy Boom up against the world. Looking for the next target. Kelra might not be able to get away with this.
Flicker daripada Kera. Alamak.
From Naim. Nah,
Who is this man?
Thank you Naim.
Really puts the boom at
Manis,
MSC right now
manis.
with the Freya 3-0-1 in a 2v1.
Tak dapat respon bodoh kat Onyx.
Just go straight through Onyx. Lunar with the backup, immaculate. Now
teleport,
another
pergi bawah.
diversion, tier 1 in mid, tier 2 down below. They're moving, they're
Gila
flowing,
guys,
they're
laju
moving.
kau
They're in flow
kau
state
ni
right
guys.
now. Aurora has achieved perfect flow state. They're
Banyak
4K
gila
ahead.
pocket
It's
pick diorang bodoh guys.
Normally in a moment like this is when teams start to crumble, but Aurora's just getting
Di
strong.
ketika kau FOMO dengan hero ni, inilah counter untuk rotasi hero-hero sekian-sekian
One more shot,
Kyrie
one more
macam
shot.
down.
Kyrie, can Lunar chase him down? At least even the playing field.
Mati.
Lunar doesn't have a flicker. Kyrie should be able to get away.
Hidup.
Wait. Oh,
Was
yeah.
it close? You thought that was actually...
Yeah, tolong lagi yep.
Hey, wait, no, that's Keyboy. That's Keyboy.
Looking at how chaotic the game
Ini
is
kalau
played,
dah
how
dapat
many
drag
fights
late,
he
aku
had
rasa
in the
boleh
last
ni,
game.
guys.
I don't blame you.
Aku
For a
rasa
second,
lah.
Even my eyes deceived me. I was like, yo, is that Is that Belric? No, it was Keyboy just to conceal to help him in case the chase went a bit too far. But Aurora, 4,000 ahead. TNZ gets away. Onyx trying to tie Keyboy.
Oh, Mini Fury, Keyboy ke atas TNZ. Ah, Lupi! Ulti miss! Habis!
But Siggy Boom doesn't want to
Ika
let it stop him at
bersans.
all. Keyboy will fall.
Kyrie tak jadi fight. Kyrie kalau pergi atas tu mati bodoh Kyrie sumpah.
And Siggy Boom goes back to base safely.
Not even close.
Kyrie kalau join team fight.
Wait, Kai.
Triple blade.
With the Tempest of Blades, look for TNZ. Kyrie still steals the turtle. But
Tino!
he loses his life. Was it worth it?
Kumar.
He took the purple buff as well. They got the turtle. But really comes
Belur
down
itu
to
ada
how
ulti.
Aurora are able to convert now off of that kill. Because Kyrie got the purple, I guess there's not much resources.
Tiara punya impact pun kurang lagi kita tengok.
That very clearly should have been
Dia
a
lead
free
pun
turtle
sakit
for
pak.
Aurora.
Ya.
So I guess if we look at the conditions, sure, it's pretty worth, right? All right, it's the only
little
thing
bit
they
of
can
value.
get. It's the only thing they
At
can
least
get.
you got something.
They got
That's
something.
what we're looking at. Fair enough. Fair enough. Lunar on the Uranus this time. You know,
Who's
last
gonna
time.
deal with this guy?
Nobody. They have I mean, they got a little quick sun from Suns. They have the big knockup. They do
Dah
have
pecah.
crowd control. Don't get
5,000
me wrong.
gold lead,
But are you
10
gonna waste
3
all
8
of
minit.
that
Early
on
game
Uranus when
banyak
you
ni
got
guys.
Siggy Boom
Nak kena
jumping
kejar
around?
ni.
Nope. No purple buff this time. Yenzi.
Kyrie with the back and forth will not get taken down, but Siggy Boom's there.
Bijak
Forced to jump
Kyrie
off the
punya
wall.
skip,
Pagu not
sumpah.
gonna chase him down. Back in the mid
Pukul
side.
bawah tak
Just
dapat.
trying to defend.
Yenzi is up in levels, 3 whole levels up against Kyrie. Remember, folks, this is a 0% win rate Yisun Shin that he's on right now. No other team has made the Yisun Shin work.
I've seen worse odds.
You've seen worse odds, yeah.
Orang pandai main pak. Ya, bijak ah.
Good seal from Pagu.
Ketika orang FOMO dengan Eudora, dia ada solusi lain guys.
Pagu's on him.
Minion Fury, T-Boy, Bellerit dah ulti, Lupi down, Tempest of Blade macam baik untuk counter engage. Alamak, kena wah! Rata! Boleh end lah aku rasa. Tak. Ui, dia nak end bodoh guys. Dia nak end gila. End gila ni sumpah. Luna mati. GG bodoh. Kau tak nak buat Aurora masuk ke knockout stage. Wah. Gila. Asal tak ada lagu. Macam suram ah. Onyx dihantar ke low bracket menentang SRG guys. Jadi tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, jangan lupa like, komen, share bagi pendapat korang pasal game ni. Yang paling penting jangan lupa subscribe. Kuat bodoh Aurora gentle guys. Keren tengok. GG. Semua kena sedut Louis. Ya, baik bodoh.
Impeccable. MLBB.
Kuat bodoh ni.
Aurora Gaming, one of the best to do it. One of the best group stage runs ever. TL then Onyx, are you kidding me?
There are no more excuses. There's no one saying,
Siggy Boom. Aduh, Tempest of Blade ke dinding.
Nothing like that. Aurora have just taken out two of the biggest teams in MSC back to back cleanly, performing perfectly. Wow. I mean, who's next to the chopping block at this point?
I don't know, man. At this point, Aurora
like they're
not scared to go up against
all in Aurora bah.
Gila. Teams on your opponents, the first two teams that a lot of people thought were the favorites to win it all. Well, guess what? Coming into the knockouts, Aurora are the favorites. Let's get
what?
An interview with TNZ on stage.
Yes, my friends, Aurora Gaming have done it. They advance to the knockout stage. And we're blessed to have Tienzi on the side here with us to talk. Look, Tienzi, I'm just going to lay it out straight. What makes Aurora so good right now? 2 huge wins to go into knockout.
Aurora'yı şu anda bu kadar güçlü kılan nedir? 2 çok devasa bir galibiyet aldınız.
Sürekliliğimiz ve Midnight sayesinde olduğunu düşünüyorum.
I think it's our continuity and also thanks to the Midnight, our coach.
He's been doing well given your compositions. We'll talk about that in just a second here. But everybody's been talking about it. Is TNZ the best jungler in the game right now, especially in this meta? Do you believe that that is the case? Are you the best jungle player right now?
Not really. Yeah.
So humble. Why?
Yani bence diğer jungle'lar da fazla iyi ama bu iş takım oyununa bakıyor, o yüzden iyi değilim yani.
I think the others are also great, but this is also about teamwork, so I don't want to just focus on myself to say that I'm good.
Bapak lama kat channel live menyiap. Aku tak tahu dia suruh kau ni YouTube Premium.
How do your teammates also play around you in that jungle to enable you to farm as much as possible to prepare yourself for the big team fights and eliminations like we saw in game 3 here where you were very effective as a team?
Ve burada ekip olarak çok etkili
Banyak
olduğumuzu
plot twist
gördüğümüz
MSC
eliminasyon ve
yiyor.
eleme maçlarında ve ekip seni yani bir sonraki maçlarda nasıl destekleyecek daha etkili bir şekilde rolünü yerine getirebilmen için?
Daha iyi olacağını düşünüyorum. Böyle komplarda jungle oynarken rakip takım çok fazla jungle'a fokus atıyor. O yüzden oynaması da biraz zor. Biraz daha iyi oynamam gerektiğini düşünüyorum bir de.
Yes, I think it's going to be better in the future in the upcoming
SRG
games.
ni macam susah
and
ni
I
guys,
think
serius
that it
guys.
can somehow be challenging
Dia
to
kena-
focus as a jungler in these types of games because we get a lot of focus from the opponent team on my role as a jungler.
There's a lot of focus on you. You're able to clear it. Now, one of those reactions, I guess,
Aku
especially
beli
in game
YouTube
3,
Premium,
was
tak bayar
you bring
pun
out the
sekali
Yushin
hari
Shin.
Premium aku
Was
buat
that a
YouTube
reaction
lain.
to something that Onyx were setting up in game 2?
Burada şimdi Onyx'in maçta ikinci roundda yaptığı şeye bir reaksiyon olarak mı Onyx'ini seçmiştin
Şimdi
üçüncü
first
roundda,
name
üçüncü
apa?
oyunda?
Yang lain Hauk kan.
Üçüncü oyundaki
Ya.
seçimine nasıl bir yaklaşabilirsin?
The Yushin Shin specifically.
Çok fazla jungle kalmamıştı zaten. Ban yemişti. Oynayabileceğim en iyi hero'yu seçmeye çalıştık.
Ada tunjuk
I
bracket
tried
aja.
to select the best hero that we could
apa
play
korang
because there
pening,
were
guys?
not many junglers left.
Aku buka orang.
Very good. Very good. It works out very well for you. Now that you've
Baik, SRG
advanced,
lawan Onyx.
right, Aurora is in the knockouts. You've took down
Besok.
two teams that really are incredibly
Jadual
tough to
belum
make
keluar
it to
pukul
that
berapa,
spot
guys?
in the top seed of the group.
Yang dia tulis 1
Do you
Ogos
feel
memang
that
kepala bana dia.
you're no longer a dark horse, that people are looking at you as true contenders for the crown here at MSC 26?
Evet, şimdi çok böyle başa baş geçen yoğun rekabet gerçekleşen maçlardan
Kalian sekarang kena buka mata je. Ya.
yani senden ne bekleyebilirler? Yani bundan sonraki maçlarla ilgili olarak artık yani bir dark horse olarak görülüyordunuz. Yani beklenmedik bir şekilde
Lama
çıkış
pula
yapan
interviewnya
rakip
ni.
olarak görülüyordunuz.
Nak beli
Ama
video ni.
artık daha ciddi bir
ni.
rakip olarak kendinizi kanıtladığınızı düşünüyor musunuz?
Kanıtladığımızı
Tanya aku
düşünüyorum.
Pak, bila Onyx kalah
Uzun
Kesaj
süredir
rasanya
de
tak pernah.
Dark Horse değiliz yani. Diğer S-tier takımlarla birebir olduğumuzu
Ay,
düşünüyorum.
benda tak mustahil lah.
Bu kadar.
Jadi tak boleh
Yes, I think
underestimate.
we have really proven ourselves with the game that we have played it so far. I think we have also not been a dark horse actually for a long time, so I think we are very much comparable to the other teams in that sense.
There you go, seeing yourselves as one of the greats. Thank you very much, Tenzi. Congratulations, teşekkürler. There it is. It's Aurora Gaming advancing to the knockouts. What a story. Onyx, they're going to have to work through it. Panel, what do you think of that?
I love it. The Turkey A representative getting ready for Turkey and the M Series. We'll see what happens all the way over there. But right now, we got a tournament that they just advanced to the knockout stages in, and that means $100,000 at least for Aurora Gaming. That's not a bad game of MLBB. And I love the humility as well. I'm learning that that's kind of a bigger conversation here than, some, I'll say it, braggadocious pros that we have in other esports.
Yeah.
It's kind of a pleasure to see the difference, and also the fact that everybody is really focused not just on themselves, but the fact that this is a team effort. And yet, in the same face, Renmar.
TGP dulu guys. Maaf.
And yet, in the same face, Renmar, the second that the Comet Dark Horse comes out, he says, whoa, wait a second, whoa, we're not quite.
Ada satu lagi, tapi yang tu aku tak lain kot. Liquid guys, best juga. Tapi lawan TT7 aku bau-bau macam Liquid menang guys. Tapi kalau dia kalah, macam bersyukur juga. No final boss. Dekat knockout macam menarik juga kan.
Want that ego to thrive in a healthy fashion. Sure. He also understands that if he looks at his team and sees, okay, maybe they're not about the ego, but they're more about looking at their efforts together as 5, as 6, including the sub, like what they can do as a whole team, then that's what I'm going to be focusing on. So it's good to see that these players, historically, they have also always just been very humble as well. And to see that thrive now and be really damn good in this meta, it's a sight to see. We've seen them grow up over the years, Gideon.
Yeah, no, you know, Tianzi, he always had that jawline. It only gets sharper every single year. Same can be said about Rosa. Everybody on this squad has history. And I think
they're going to say jawline.
I mean, I was gonna say that too, but you know, I'm waiting for the MC so that everybody has got that cut. But overall, I think it's really unique to see Aurora in a position where they've not only gone through multiple iterations of their own lineup, but they are finally settling into themselves, saying, this is it, this is the moment, this is the culmination of an entire region working
Jujur Pak,
together.
SRG boleh ke? Kalau draft dia macam hari pertama dia main dengan hari ini, sejujurnya tak boleh go lah.
Going to a third game, it's going to hurt their overall time. But I mean, if you go to a third game, you want it at least under 10 minutes.
Yeah, and at least they were able to clear that out. And it was fast, it was clean. Clearly, you knew that Aurora gaming and their conditions early to mid were clear. They can play around their Freya, they can play around the disruption of the Uranus, and Lunar was
Sun
definitely
dah tahu lah, nampak
a presence
kelemahan
to
dia.
be
Kalau dia
felt
pakai Idora, dia
just
tak
to
banyak
set
boleh
up
buat
for
play kan. Jadi dia kena
TNZ
tukar
and
hero
the
tu.
Ascension eventually to climb up. And Tianzi was given some difficulty here by Onyx. He was targeted, his rotations were somewhat slowed down, but it wasn't ever completely disrupted to the point where it felt like Aurora had no movements.
Tak, lebih kepada manfaatkan early game tu.
On board, even if the Yisan Shin's
Buat bodoh
movements
orang
are
ni, tak ikut kau tu.
nerfed, the side
Dia punya
lanes
manfaatkan
can
early game
flow
kan.
the tempo of the game so much better.
Let's not forget about the logistics problem here. Oh no, my jungler keeps on dying. What do we do? And now you're really utilizing Rosa here on this low E, being able to not only teleport you from buff to buff to save you the walk time, but always continuously reaching further on those conversions when they do actually get those picks. And that's why I really love seeing Loyi come back in this particular game, playing from behind instead of ahead for the first couple of minutes of the game until they really started to ramp up and hit the nitrous button, because then they took everything.
Gets me excited about when we start heading to best of fives. I mean, that's going to be fun, because then you're going to have adjustment after adjustment. Now, after what we just saw was a great and first time seeing Lil Yi that worked out for Aurora Gaming. Renmar, I want to get your thoughts. You've got some Telestrator lined up for us.
Yeah, okay, so we're not going to be looking into the highlights of the game specifically here a lot. We're just going to go back into the draft. I marked here for you all what the first 3 picks were on both sides. It was Freya, Blue 1, and Beleric 2-3
mungkin bagus kat analyst.
and then the Paquito as the first pick alongside the Eudora, and then they picked up the Link. Again, okay, maybe I wouldn't once push the issue about picking up Eudora when the Uranus is open, but I feel like the pick that actually delivered the death knell was, well, 2 of them specifically. You get the Barretts over here, which would eventually get picked up at the red 4 slot, if I'm not mistaken, and then the Loyi that Gideon got to mention. So the interesting thing about the Loyi, besides the fact that with what Gideon mentioned, with it being able to deliver the team around the map faster if ever the Yi Sun-Shin's rotation was nerfed, look at it from a team fighting perspective. You have the Paquito in the gold lane that I feel like was decided very early on by Onyx, but then there was a reaction from Coach Yeb by the end of the draft where he realized, man, I need to pick to round this out. They picked up the Minotaur, because in every team fight, once they were all fighting as 5v5, there was so much difficulty for the Paquito to get close. Even the Barretts didn't feel chunky enough up against all that shred and the burst that the Loyi has. Then it got to the point where Freya has damage, Yi Sun-Shin has damage, and Onyx cannot fight comfortably. They're fighing under a lot of crowd control. They're fighting under a lot of damage. Look at the composition of Aurora, and you can just imagine how much of a nightmare it is to deal with that if you are the Paquito. There is just way too much to deal with. And if you are one of the main damage dealers, like I needed 3 circles just to make the point really felt that the Paquito would have struggled in every team fight. Add to that as well, if you cannot get the early game domination that you need with the Ling and Eudora, you're not going to get a good bridge into the mid to the late game. And what stops early game dominations most frequently? It's lineups that have the Uranus and the Beleric. Those are tempo stoppers for lineups that want to snowball fast.
That's an amazing breakdown. Thank you, Renmar. And thank you for the attempt to hold the microphone, Gideon. He just went by himself there.
He ripped it. He ripped it.
He didn't like your hug?
Oh yeah, I was holding my mic. Thank you though. Thank you.
Hey man,
I was in the zone.
I'm just a bench warmer here.
Today's schedule coming up on your screens in just a moment. We are almost done. We've got one more series, and this is not an important one at all. Just kidding. It's Team Liquid PH, who are your champions of last year, going up against Entity 7. The GOAT, Carl Teasy, will he find a way to come back after a loss against Aurora Gaming and stay in this tournament, or will this be the end and we will guarantee a new champion? Entity 7 has a lot to prove, considerably the underdogs in this matchup. However, Gideon, we have seen a lot that we didn't expect in this tournament so far, so no one's counting anyone out yet.
Absolutely, but it's about the level of polish coming into this tournament, and so far Team Liquid has shown that they're a little bit behind on what they were going to. Well, I don't know if it's they're behind or whether they're like holding back on what to show in these tournaments, because remember, our format isn't like, oh, we go through a round robin of a group stage. No, it's immediately, you got 2 lives, you mess that up, you don't get a second chance. So I think Entity 7, if we need to see something good, first off, foundation and polish.
All right, well, let's make sure you guys are watching, because you can get your pick'ems for that final match. If you haven't done so already, before it gets going, let us know who you think is going to win. Is it going to be Team Liquid PH? Is it going to be Entity 7? We will follow along with the fan vote and give you guys information on where it stands before we head into game. Before we do that, we're going to get the teams back on the stage, take a little bit of a moment away right now, and let you listen to the Saudia radio comms from yesterday's matches when we come back to our final series of the day.
Kalau kita bercerita pasal realistik lah dengan performance, rasa macam SRG main di luar kotak bang, macam betul drop. You what now lagunya ni? Ya. Satu je, kau dia jangan ego. Betul. Saya setuju.
来，我把它指出来。这龙血得看呀。
可以看呀，可以看呀。
哎，来看我啊！我这有人啊！哎，没踩。
没踩啊。
哎，跟过一个。哎，等我被动结束，我可以看啊，我可以看。没有人要看呀，看呀。Go二里面。这边。Sorry,没有。Wah, ada mana guys? Tolak. Bantu sana pan. Aku tak ada mana. Aku boleh sekali selebel ya. Tutup batas satu. Aku recall. Buruk macuk. Aman. Atas aku ditutupin Uranus sih. Gua bagi dulu ya. Kau buat chestis kapan? Aku nih brute force dulu. Biar aku buat chestis lah. Oh anjing. Yes sure. Кайся, дальше фармите. Мид. Я засейвлю. Байдаем черепах, да? Да. Просто байтаймите, фармим. Я готов на ней. Чекан будешь? Не. Можешь пуш чекан, я зоню. Я понимаю. Я иду, кид. Парень, мы точно не можем? Херара, блядь, одно хп бегает. Я бью все скиллы.
Alah, sikit je. Betul Uni ke sekarang esok bah. Nampak macam Uni. Aku dia ingat semua tim dah tahap. PSH. Tak terasik bah.
Promosi 3. Kau kod E sekali pa.
Kau kod E sekali pa. Ah, macam mana tu user 3? Thank you Kau kod E sekali pa. Kod E. Oh, bagi kod dia. Aku tak ada kod ada, tak ada bagi tu guys. Kau tengok YG tadi gila-gila pa match 2 tu, terlalu OP. Dia orang pandai percaturan draft, baik lah guys. Dia kan, kalau tak nak pening guys kan, enemy kalau buat assassin kan, kau bawa je lah hero tank jungle je lah, duk. Sumpah je. Kalau kau tak main tank jungle, kau pergi main fighter jungle duk. Sumpah tak tipu. Lagi-lagi Barry kan, kau bawa je lah tank jungle, tak ada pening-pening. Confirm hidup game tu guys. Malas fikir punya game kan. Main tabrak je. Kau fikir counter terus je, direct counter je. Kau badankan je. Bukannya tak boleh carry kan. Benda simple buat susah.
16 games across 4 weeks, all in pursuit of one goal to represent your
boleh
nation
dihantar
and lift
oleh
that trophy. The Esports Nations Cup in Riyadh this November. Make sure to tune in and support your nation. I can't wait. That's going to be a lot of fun. Apex will be there. I believe MLBB will be there as well, right?
Oh
yeah.
Okay, so that's going to be SRG buat Martis pa jungle. Macam jauh je Martis.
Rain Day here with Rinmar and Gideon. We're talking MLBB.
Kalau Chibi ada aku tak pelik lah Martis keluar.
So far, it was Aurora Gaming who just got the victory, and now we turn our attention to the winners of last year. Team Liquid PH going up against Entity 7. I would say, Renmar, it is a significant upset, despite, you know, even great competition of Aurora, to see Liquid in an elimination match this early. But if any team has the
Kalau
ability
Hirara tak terbuka, tak payah sibuk-sibuk ambil link kan. Lagi-lagi kalau jumpa Aurora ni, sumpah. Kau kena tabrak early.
They do have that DNA to bounce back.
Tank jungler sekarang foul lambat-lambat. Bak Zia kena nerf. Janganlah Bak Zia ambil lah Kai.
Galit na Liquid, which is
Bak Zia tu still boleh bawa duk sebenarnya kalau kau tanya aku. Dia bergantung situasi. Kau jangan ikut meta terus. Kalau satu hero tu je meta, macam tadi kau tengok kena tabrak macam mana tu. Benda ni kan dia recycle balik tau sebenarnya. Cara korang nak adapt apa hero bagus pusingan lawan ni, faham tak? Supaya tak pening.
Oh, absolutely, 100%. Especially, you know, at
Dia
least there's a lot of
kena
material to kind
recap
of look
balik
and see
benda-benda
how
ni.
Liquid is going to play in the first place. And I think that, unfortunately for Entity 7 in that region of the
Kalau kau
world
tak
of the
cepat
Americas,
adapt,
the
jadi
screen
stuck lah.
partnership and caliber of practice that they can get there in comparison to coming to this international and seeing who is available to play, it's going to elevate them no matter what. So I think this is a great experience for Entity 7, but at the same time,
king of
if
length,
by a
apa,
chance of God,
alamak.
or if they have a new plan to take
Ada
down Team
lama.
Liquid and it works out by winning this series, God, must that feel so
Kalau mobile
good.
apa last game ni tak.
LATAM representative,
Aku nak tunggu
even
dia
though
punya
they're
quality betul
representing
ni.
the totality of the Americas right
Bagilah
now.
aku rehat
It's a
jap.
dominating
Aduh
And
guys.
this is the first time LATAM has been on this international
Mana
stage. It's
tahu-tahu kan
exciting
aku terbuka
because, of
maba
course,
ni.
MSC has brought us many exciting things as well. And there's Team Liquid arriving.
Lama
to go
sudah
Carl
hype haya tidak di pick asyik-asyik
You know,
failing
there was
je.
a
Kena
there was
counter
a lot
nanti.
to dissect
Ada
about
best
the
option
loss,
lain.
but there's also a lot to dissect about
Harap
the history
aku dekat ikut dia
of
lah.
somebody who knows exactly how to get the job done on any and all international stages in MLBB history. So again, so many big narratives. We're going to have to somehow focus down on the little things though, as this meta still, again, surprising
your
people
spelling
here.
is not good, Mr.
I wonder
Devil.
if Liquid are gonna approach this similarly to how Falcons Meno approached their previous game, and they forced the meta to go back into something just a few weeks back with how they got through the wildcards, trying to force to bring back those utility jungles. Will Liquid have evolved in the, what was it, 1 or 2 days since we last saw them, and then suddenly show off that, okay, no, we are
Oni
definitely
lawak
up to
SRG
part of the
ke
meta. We just need
lawan
a little bit more
Amanda?
time. A lot
Yes.
of questions that I'm excited to see how they're gonna answer.
Yeah, and especially
Ni guys,
seeing
siapa lawan siapa.
I've been in the scene for a very long time, and Aeon
Jadual perlawanan belum keluar,
Seeing him
pukul berapa
smile
lawan.
walking out of that bus makes me a little nervous. There's
Onyx
only two
lawan
times
SRG
I've ever
Pro
seen him
Esport ni aku
smile
rasa
like that.
auto lawan
One,
tim
when he was
Liquid lah
already
guys.
looking to win a championship locally, and the
Bahaya
other time
ni.
is when we saw an
Ni
absolute
Team Spirit,
destruction of
ni
a Malaysian
PH,
team
aku bau-bau.
versus a Singaporean team that he was
Ini,
playing
ni
on.
dua ni
It's
pun
the
susah kan.
exact same look, and
Tengok Liquid
it's already
dapat
making my
adapt
spine
hari
just
ni.
crumple up and fall.
I thought number 2 you're going to be like, you know, eat McDonald's or something, eating some type of burger. I was like, yeah, he always smiles when he gets his thing he likes. But at the end of the day, that's a great storyline to pick up on. He's going to be going against Entity 7 who want to make sure that smile, unfortunately for them, is wiped off their faces if they have anything to say about it. Latin America, of course, the ability to prove themselves on this major stage would be massive. But just getting here is an accomplishment. Here's the road
Kalau kalah bagus
that they
juga.
took to EWC, and it was
Play off
anything
bila
but
lah.
easy.
Play off bila 29 guys.
Yo me uní a Entity 7 en esta MST Hammer Season 1 porque Akashi y Bagui me llamaron. Después fui con Shin y Hidden Bush. Este roster es similar al de la M7 con Black Sentence.
Oh, now just 2 members down goes Detective. And ladies and gentlemen, we have Black Sentence.
Com a junção que teve da América do Norte e América do Sul, eu acho que elevou o nível das duas regiões em si, porque a gente não se jogava junto contra. Eu acho que a América do Norte é uma região bem forte, inclusive tem players que já ganharam o MSC, então elevou o nível de todo mundo e a gente consegue chegar mais preparado para jogar o stage internacional.
Este es el momento en que esa llave se convierta en de ustedes. Esa llave va a ser con la que ustedes abran la EWC.
Norteamérica y Sudamérica no han encontrado un avance porque creo que
Bila boleh tengok
deberíamos
mission dalam
hablar
MSC ni bah?
por parte de las organizaciones
Soalan
hacia
bagus,
los
tak
jugadores,
pasti.
como también
Jadi
apoyarnos
akan
más
pergi
y
apa
dejar
SS anjir
de
bagus.
odiarnos entre nosotros porque al final somos una región y hay que apoyarnos mutuamente.
A última vez que eu joguei em evento internacional foi o M5, acabamos não indo tão bem, mas eu acho que deu para pegar bastante aprendizado, pegar bastante experiência internacional de evento presencial. Eu acho que dessa vez vai ser diferente.
Yo creo que este roster es mejor que el de Black Sentence porque con la experiencia experiencia a la M7 fue muy buena, como también la sinergia que tenemos con el nuevo equipo es muy buena.
A Onyx é um grande time, estão sendo campeões faz bastante tempo na Indonésia, tem jogadores muito bons, ainda mais que entrou o Kelra. Eu acho que eles são muito fortes nas lanes, eu acho que a gente se pegar alguns heróis que tem pressão no começo de jogo, eu acho que a gente pode lidar bem contra eles.
Para todos mis fans, espero que puedan apreciar a este nuevo y mejorado equipo gracias a la nueva competencia MCT Amer.
Eu acho que os fãs podem esperar bastante coisa de nós, mesmo que caímos contra time forte e se ganharmos caímos contra o atual campeão do MSC, eu acho que eles podem esperar bastante coisa da gente.
High expectations for South America here.
Kalau kalah pun tak bangga, bukan senang nak naik peringkat terbangsa. No. Dia bukan isu tu guys. Dia kalau kalah bertanding dengan kalah yang tak seimbang ni lain tau. Faham tak? Sebab dia orang boleh lebih lagi. Jadi dia rasa tidak puas hatian lah. Faham tak? Sebab benda ni bukannya tak nampak. Obviously nampak. Even though caster macam Lapel pun nampak, takkanlah diorang tak boleh fikir. Faham tak? Itu je yang orang geramkan. Dia kalau kalah kau fight okay tau. Tapi kalau one sided dia macam something goes wrong. Bagi aku sekarang Aurora Turki Vitality vamos. Yang on lagi.
This region has what it takes to play against the best. So again, this may not mean much for a lot of people out there, but for those players up on that stage facing up against Liquid right here right now,
betul, serius. Ini aku cerita ni kan bukan bias tau.
That extra chip, you know, that one extra chip to say these boys are worth investing in, and that's what I'm hoping.
Kalau siapa je team tak support local kan.
Yeah, and we started off the day with
ourselves like that. We didn't expect that we would get to the point we were wondering, is it possible to eliminate Selangor Red Giants? What if how we started off the day is how we're going to bookend it? What if we get to the point where we're wondering, I can't believe NTT7 might be close to tapi kan bau-bau strong contenders untuk grand final macam Aurora ke, kalau tak ada siapa break dia punya momentum. Serius.
NTT7 might come running right out of the gate.
Yeah, you can't do it because again, you have expectations and sometimes you just set yourself up to be surprised. On this side though, we have to look at Team Liquid PH. And when you look at this roster from Sanford to Sanji to JP to Teddy to the GOAT, Carl Teasy, who back at MSC 25, I tried to say this in a different way, but said, yeah, I've done it. I've accomplished everything that can be accomplished, and accepting that honor is a very good thing for him to say, this is where I am at now. Where can they go from here? Because as defending champions, of course, they have high expectations and high hopes. They're going to work their best. But
kalau SRG keciduk, maknanya dia memang underperform guys. Itu je. Kamu satu Ogos tak besok guys. Dia jadual betul belum keluar.
So good to see you again, Sanji.
Yeah, good to see you again.
Good to see me again. That's great. It's mutual. So Sanji, we didn't get to talk to you after your match loss yesterday.
Now we're very confident.
You're very confident now because I think a lot of the casters, especially the ones on the panel, they were talking about the early game. I feel like TL usually dominates the early game, but Aurora gave you kind of a hard time, and your upcoming opponent, E7, likes to play the early game. So what do you think about that, Sanji?
Now our enemy is like, we read is like, and
Lapel cakap kat live dia borak santai sim tak duduk di tengah kau dia sebut terang-terang nampak sakit.
They love the early game and Aurora
sekali empah dekat Inter setelah pun saya
dapat
the
info. That's why we lost.
Okay, so you didn't have a lot of info on Aurora, but upcoming against E7, you're confident?
Yeah, I'm very confident.
Very confident. So talking about the picks, you mentioned some surprise picks, and I think a lot of us were also very surprised.
Ego.
Mid lane, Sanji. What's going on in the mid lane?
I don't know, maybe a lot of heroes came back.
Okay gang, korang layan dulu guys saya sidai dulu.
Even if you
selamat berjumpa lagi guys.
Angela or like Matilda,
saya break dulu.
Okay, so there's a possibility for those two heroes to come back in the mid lane. Have you heard about the new rumor? Fighters in the mid lane?
Yeah, I heard.
Is that something that could possibly pop up here in the meta?
I think it's possible because of the strong mid. So that's why fighter is good also.
Okay, but do you like it? Do you like this meta? Does it suit you, Sanji?
Yeah, I like it.
You like it?
Yeah.
So are we expecting some crazy picks maybe coming up from you?
Not for me. I think for my teammates.
Okay, we got a little bit of info there. Thank you, Sanji. But after that, obviously you're coming into this. Do you have maybe a message for Entity 7?
I think good luck and have fun and give the fans the best team. Oh,
Best show?
The best show.
The best show. Okay. Thank you so much. This was very fun. Sanji, good luck on your next match, and we're throwing it back to you guys.
Not enough info. I mean, that makes sense. I would say that Gideon is a real thing that looked like they didn't get a chance to play because they were just so in shock at what was coming at them.
Yeah, understandably so, right? Yeah. Even I was dumbfounded when I saw that lineup just come up with the Rafaela in that mid lane and absolutely just dominate the earlier stages. But I, for one, have already admitted many times, especially after M2, that I cannot doubt the GOAT. I'm actually contractually obligated not to doubt the GOAT ever, because I doubted him then, and from that point onwards, it has just been uphill for me. I've been so glad that I'm standing behind Carl TZ and watching his games. He is an absolute monster for a reason.
I'm on the other side. Every time I predict for Liquid, something bad happens. Every time I predict against Liquid, they start steamrolling through their opponents. So maybe this is the time for me to say, I think Entity 7 is going to win.
Wow. Going against the GOAT, Rinmar. That's pretty surprising there.
It's just to reverse the curse. I love Carl TZ and Liquid, man.
Oh, yeah. Reverse the curse. We'll have to wait and see if the GOAT, Carl TZ, and Team Liquid PH can do what they need to do to keep their tournament hopes alive. The representative from the Philippines trying to turn this early loss into some information to grant them all they need to rise up to the top of this mountain and claim the trophy, standing in the middle of the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet for MSC. All of it on the line as Entity 7 do it for South America. Can they surprise us yet again to end the day as we throw it over to the stage to begin our final series?
Ooh. Final series of the day. But before we even touch on that, the third match of today was insane. Aurora Gaming is on fire. A 2-1 win up against Onyx. And guys, really a 9-minute and 41-second game?
Yeah, that game 3 was something else. We got so hyped up into it. There's the comeback. Game 3 is going to get even deeper. And then there's an entire team wipe. And the game falls apart for Onyx, and that's just how the story sometimes goes. That's how Onyx crumbled at the end of it all, but that just means Aurora Gaming can advance on to the knockout stage. Sorry, that's just how it is in competition. Onyx run is not done yet. They'll continue on in the matchups in the lower bracket tomorrow. However, we still have our final matchup for the day, and this one is eliminations, which means it's fun, which means one key will be crushed in the end of it, and one team will be sent home. So please join me in welcoming our first squad on the stage, Entity 7! The luck of the draw put them against Onyx in their opening series of the group stage. And after the loss, it's out of the frying pan and into the oven. The top team from the Americas has gone through even tougher times. And this is the moment to evolve into their final form under pressure.
Oh, yes, indeed. And now that they are on the stage, it is time to call up their competitors. Ladies and gentlemen, the Cavalry, make some noise for Team Liquid! Wow, the crowd goes wild. The Cavalry started their journey with a surprise, and now they are ready to charge and go for whoever is in their way. Whatever it takes to defend the title. Whatever it takes to defend their keys today.
And really, every single thing matters here. The reigning MSC champions are in an elimination game in the lower bracket of groups. That's to tell you how competitive MSC 26 has been here at the Esports World Cup. And it means that things will only heat up from here. Though, it is time to kick things off here. Please, Team Liquid, please, my friends at Entity 7, place your keys, take your seats. And of course, captains, prepare in. One Sanji has already made it to the knockouts. Is it going to continue here? We shall see. The fist bumps are in. All pressure on our two teams. Who can make it out? Who will have their key crushed? We'll break it all down with our panel.
Thank you, Milos and Rose. It's time to get it going. I can't wait to see whether we get a surprise on our hands, but either way, we're going to have a delightful final game. that is, again, going to be great for one team and get all the emotions going in the right direction, heading towards a potential knockout stage spot. And it's going to also end with a key crush, which is tough to see. It's almost unfathomable to think that it would be Liquid PH. But, you know, when you play a best of 3, Gideon, there's not a lot of time to make an adjustment. I want to get your thoughts on just the quickness of this set, because we're not in that safe stage yet with 5s or 7s to really adjust to another secret strategy. However, happy Rhino Day, new in the shop. Make sure to grab your emotes. And want to make sure you guys are locked in on Rhino Day.
Everybody's really excited. Everybody knows what Rhino Day is. Totally, yeah.
It's when the season resets because we all turn back into rhinos.
Yeah. Every single time, and except for some people. But for the most part, I think that this game, especially seeing how confident that they're walking into this, it's already giving us information, right? Both teams have technically scrimmed against each other, so they have a little bit of info coming into this. Better yet, I feel like the major adjustments coming in from Liquid is now understanding, hey, Teddy, maybe you can put in some fighters for us, huh?
Some fighters. Maybe let's not keep bringing up your Claude. We know Claude is your signature pick, but right now it's just a little bit too tough. Just hovering around or under 30% of the win rate is the Claude. So let's see if we're going to be seeing some new Teddy pickups, maybe a reprioritization of picking things up like the Harith, which has done well as long as it's built well around it. How will Liquid turn their drafts around? Similar question for Entity 7. Again, I feel like we're watching two teams who had a bit of a similar problem from their first day of matches, wherein it seemed like they were drafting a little bit, maybe like a few weeks back?
Yeah.
A month back? 2 months back?
Would you say 2 months back, or would you think that it's comfort at this point? Because I feel definitely at some point.
Oh, actually, yeah, that's a good point.
For Liquid, that game 2 against Aurora, 100% we got to go about lean back into the comfort. Entity 7, they did it right from the get-go. Game number 1, game number 2, these are all picks we've seen them play locally in their own leagues.
Yeah, but comforts have to evolve. You can't always be the one who likes the porridge too hot. Sometimes there's some days where you like the porridge a little bit too cold. Sometimes just the right amount of temperature.
You know what?
Got to evolve with the times.
I'm not gonna lie, I agree with you.
Right?
You got to mix it up every now and then.
Growing up, we loved hot oatmeal. Now it's all about the overnight oats.
You're so right. You're right. I'm with him.
Gotta evolve.
Y'all sound like men without principles. That's what it sounds like here. I'm gonna go for the hot porridge now. No. It's got to be the same every single time. And I think that more importantly, it comes down to comfort, right?
Yeah.
The level of comfort and execution, especially when you're playing at the high level, that people don't seem to understand. They're like, oh, you could play all these amazing picks, but if the player says, you know what, out of the 3, I'm only gonna play 1 out of those 3, does that mean your pool is limited, or does that mean he just wants to win harder than anybody else?
Now talking about pools and whether or not hero pools and whether or not they're limited, I think I have to go back to what Sanji mentioned. He said like, oh, maybe no surprises from me, but maybe expect surprises from my teammates. So what does that mean? Are we going to see the surprises that Rainday's asking about through the other members of Liquid?
That's what I want to know as we see the Fanny, the Phoveus, the Esmeralda band, the Marcel, the Atlas, and Valentina.
Are they gonna either prioritize Freya or Hirara? Okay, Hirara over the Freya.
Wow, this is a lot more standard than I was expecting, to be perfectly honest. I thought maybe a slight adjustment, but man, right on the money.
My interesting awareness was Entity 7's comfort was actually not in this meta, so it kind of didn't keep up. Liquid were surprised by the actual non-meta, but like kind of counter to the meta, that it was Aurora Gaming ahead of the curve. So Liquid, they don't have a problem playing this, so they're going to be drafting as we expect. But I think the goal for Entity is to get to this meta and come present with it. So I expect that we'll see a lot more consistent stuff in this first draft without many surprises from them, because they haven't even shown us that they're playing this kind of tournament meta yet.
They took away the Atlas, they pick up the Belleric, so now once again, similar to the previous one, the roam options for Liquid are kind of, I want to say gone, but they're depleted. Now the Freya's are they just going to put JP on the Cho?
I think they might actually. They might kind of have to, but at the same time, we don't know where this Freya is going to go just yet. And I think that's the best part, that Entity 7 is playing with cards very close to their chest. But my favorite band so far, the Valentina alongside with the Atlas, to make sure that the Ling Hirara trade becomes that much more, well, I don't want to say impactful, but the weight of it is felt.
I like this too. It's really going to be a big 2-3 for Liquid.
Does that mean that they go straight into their mid lane at this stage? They could technically lean back into the Eudora if they wanted to, but we've seen how that works out most of the time as well.
I think they're deciding between Paquito and Uranus right now. Okay, they pick up the Paquito and they get the Eudora. So they have the Hirara Eudora together. Entity 7 can just safely pick up a... a Selena. Now that's unexpected. Going back to Shin, this is a pick that he's picked up over the years, and we not only regionally but internationally as well.
Yeah, which begs the question. Now that they've kind of secured their first 3, they've opted not to go for Ling at this stage of the game. I mean, the Eudora counter on the opposite end was in preparation to maybe expect the assassin. Does this mean we're expecting the pivot here? Because I feel like at least for Entity 7, they've got the guaranteed scaling from that Freya side. No matter if it's gold or EXP, we get to late game, she's gonna punch a hole in the wall.
Yeah. I think Entity 7 want to keep their options open, put that Freya in the gold, because having a Belleric and Alice together in the comp is actually going to be really tough for Liquid to deal with once they start jumping up together and then fighting together as 5. The Eudora, Paquito, and Hirara would not be happy going up against a Belleric, Freya, and an Alice.
Are they trying to replicate Aurora's draft in game number 2
it's
against
pretty
Liquid?
similar.
It's eerily similar, actually.
Yeah.
I don't think the order is exactly the same, but a lot of the picks are starting to show up here. That means if, let's assume, put the template on Entity 7, that's the lineup that they're trying to go for. How does Liquid actually adapt? And I think this will be interesting in the second half because they're already getting rid of the Guinevere. They're trying to make sure that the other jungle options don't feel as good anymore. If not, go back to the Ling. We've already got the counters ready and set.
Yeah. Oh, the show gets banned out by Entity, so they read into that. Maybe the order could have been a little bit different for Liquid, but what are they going to end up with in the roam? Gatakacha doesn't completely cut it anymore. It's still an alright pick.
I've seen Minotaur come out.
Oh yeah, Minotaur.
Minotaur is not a bad idea.
Yeah, you're right.
But at the same time, it's one of those like trigger fingers. Do you want to like fight on a dime, or do you always just want to like wait for that big ultimate? And I think right now it's very flexible for Liquid, right? A lot of their heroes can go in and out of these fights. Yes, they can't fight forever per se, but the push and pull is a lot easier to pull off.
Last ban. I mean, Liquid already said they were able to get info on Entity, but I feel like this last ban is taking a little bit too long.
Maybe Harley?
They took away the YSS, but the Ling is still open. Are they not worried about the Ling? Oh, maybe they're considering an Akai roam.
Akai roam might be...
That would be interesting.
Yeah, that's why they're not worried. If not the Akai roam, then maybe the Grok for JP, because you don't have to worry about the Valentina stealing the tech charge. That might be the top 2 in their list.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty good catch here. Considering everything that's going to happen, this Red 4, I would imagine, then would have to kind of reveal, the EXP lane. Baratz is going to try and lock that down. I would have imagined Alice would have been the pick, like you mentioned, but I think the Baratz more so just in case it's a double fighter on Liquid side. So it's also a precautionary tale.
Yeah, sure. Still 2 picks for Liquid, as one more for Aurora and for Team Entity 7 in response, kind of doing what Aurora did earlier on. And now 3 more picks before we jump into game 1, which will set the tone for this elimination match in our final series of the day.
Seems like they're going to be stuck with just one source of magic damage, and that's the Eudora. If they go either Akai or Grok in the roam, it's going to be stacked with physical. Oh, they go the Uranus?
Okay.
Oh, they're going to go gold lane Paquito up against the Barretts, the Belleric, and the Freya.
Yeah, this one's tough. This one's really, really tough. And Rainday, he's got it right on the money. The Minotaur gets locked in here. And Entity 7, I'm looking at their composition. This last pick, I mean, they played this draft real nice.
Yes, really nice. And then they end up with the Moskov.
Wow.
This,
I don't like it, man.
This looks like it's gonna hurt for Liquid. Entity 7 might have walked away with this one draft-wise.
Hey, it's not over just yet. There's still a lot of micro mechanics when it comes down to like the laning phase here.
Absolutely.
I'm most interested in whether or not Teddy on this Paquito has what it takes to go up, especially against the Moskov on the opposite side.
The good news maybe is that even though they're seeing some good heroes here, not a total surprise for Liquid. So caught off guard, maybe not. And for the side of Team Entity 7, the fact that they are in this meta now and not playing maybe a meta you could have seen 2 months ago, it's got to feel good for South America. It's SA versus the Philippines. It is an elimination match. It's our final series of the day. Man, oh man, MSC is only getting more fun from here on out. Let's kick off our last series. It's Entity 7 versus Team Liquid PH.
And here we go, it's our final match for today. Today's been jam-packed with quality. Let's see if this one can bring it as well. Team Liquid Philippines facing elimination after, as Coach Aeon put it, getting punched in the face. Can they readjust this quick against a team like Entity 7, who, yes, I have to agree with the panel, Trex, I like the draft from them in game 1.
Yeah, they are picking up little things that we have been seeing throughout this event and implementing it into their own strategies right now. Whereas on the side of TL, this is textbook for them, right? Yes, we do get to see cometopapa on the Aurora, but everything else is comfort in a sense. Teddy, we had a couple hiccups the other day, right? And this time we're going to get to see him on the fighter, on the Paquito. Hopefully he's able to play through, but whoa, a lot of damage on the Begin. JP, first blood.
First blood going to the hands of JP, but nonetheless, TL scoring that first kill here for the game. You know, an arrow's going to land. Oh, good rockets too. They'll burn the flicker out from Sanji.
A lot of damage. Shin able to get the kill onto Sanji. It's going to be good for E7, able to kind of tie things up.
Okay, so E7 gets one back. JP dealing with some pokes here too, avoiding that arrow. That's going to be a very important thing for TL as they approach this. We've seen only a handful of players play the Selena currently. I'd say they're specialists more than anything. As we look at the emblems here real quick too, nothing crazy across the board. A whole lot of tanky-ness built in to the lineup for E7, even tenacity for Doom here. You know, you talk about Teddy, the struggles that he had, I'd say the same for Doom, you know, in that gold lane that he had to deal with against Onyx. So it's just the nature of the gold laners right now, and that's why back in the interviews, they had talked about, you know, for some of the gold laners out there, yeah, we like to play the fighters if we can, just because, again, this meta currently puts a lot of pressure on those traditional marksmen in the gold lane.
Yeah, I feel like it's got to be a little bit relieving too sometimes to switch it up, play something that, yes, Paquito is still very micro-orientated for a fighter, you know, but it's a bit more straightforward in the amount of decisions sometimes you have to make on that marksman now. Speaking of him, Teddy will be trying to rotate his way up to this turtle. Nice knockback on a JP. Sanford in the midst of it all. Brought down to about half health. SOD does connect. Tied on Bush, able to get the turtle. cometopapa taking a lot of damage. Ooh. Teddy on the run. And Entity 7 is collapsing onto Team Liquid.
Entity 7. They gave the call there, and they're going to take more as well.
Sanford in a little bit of trouble as well. Forced to dash through. Entity 7, they get a purple. They get a turtle. They get 2 kills. They're looking good right now.
Man, what a play. I was expecting Teddy to look for that opening to go and initiate that fight. I'm not sure what the call was there, but look at the replay brought to us by SCC. Again, it looks like they're in position for this, but then they just kind of decided this wasn't the fight they wanted to take because of that tankiness up in the front line that E7's lineup gives them with that Belric and, of course, even hide on Bush on the Barretts, plus that Freya. So, you know, and at the same time, Doom just got to go ahead and chill in his lane.
All right, on the top side, Akashi and Sanford just having a little standoff, nothing too major. And everything kind of goes back to a standstill. I'm wondering if, honestly, this might be a time that Entity 7 needs to push in a bit. You have the Barats jungle. You have that tankiness. You have that Ube-type strat that can bully a assassin jungle.
Teddy
takes a lot of damage, gets caught up. Entity 7 just collapsing once again, consistently looking for plays across the map.
Hey man, we talked about, you know, you pick up the fighter so you don't have to deal with too much of the bullying. You're still gonna get bullied, it's just you can survive it a little bit more. As we saw, even though Teddy had to burn the flicker, we'll see where TL looks to make a play. They're really centered around that top side of the map. Again, a part of this is, again, allowing that Harara in the hands of cometopapa to go ahead and get farmed up. Get what you need to do. We've seen it also in the previous series where,
beautiful play by Team Liquid. The stun, the knock-up, and cometopapa comes in to help clean things up. A kill goes to Sanji, a kill goes to Carl.
As I was just saying, hold on. They're going to push Hide on Bush out of his jungle, so getting some back here. But that's one of the things I was about the Adora. Whoa, Daytona's welcome.
Daytona's welcome. Gonna get him against the wall. Sanford does pop the consecration. Should be able to get away from this, though. Turtle is up. Entity 7 does back off a bit as Shin fires off an arrow.
Okay, no Daytona's welcome available. There is a Retribution, plus the Wrath of the Dryad. So they're still going to contest this. They're actually going to get in range to fight for this Retribution for the Turtle.
Wrath of the Dryad does connect onto one. Hide on Bush able to take it right out of cometopapa's fingertips. cometopapa trying to dash back, trying to get to safety as Hide on Bush gets chased down by Sanford. cometopapa re-engages, gets a kill onto Shin, and Sanford up in the top side. One more hit, and Hide on Bush goes down. Sanford doesn't want to let him go, but he doesn't connect. Sanford gets the dash through, but he's going to take a tower shot and fall down himself. Hide on Bush gets a kill for that one. It's a back and forth battle, but TL does come out on top of this one.
Yeah, they might have lost the turtle in that, but they definitely got the kills. And I think that's what TL wanted to go ahead and get. Again, they're scaling up Carl Teasy here on this Hirata, and Sanford goes in just to, you know, it's a bit of a sacrifice whether he went down or not, but ends up pushing them off of that space so they couldn't follow through the team fight. That's big for them. Looking at the replay, again, we expected Entity 7 to fight this with the tools at hand, but again, fighting into this whole mid lane. Penguin.
Big attack from TL here. Entity 7 just trying to defend. They don't want to force anything. Gold still at a minimum. Only about 750 into the hands of TL. Entity 7 has taken the first tower on the map. TL needs to start converting this lead into something more than just kills and gold.
Yeah, Entity 7 letting Doom kind of build up on here on this Moskov like we've seen many times. That might be a play in itself that they want to lean towards, but they're going to just watch this tier 1 turret up top get taken down. It's worked on slowly but surely, but Doom, again, a play here for them is to build it up. The problem is because of you have JP on this Minotaur, and I think his first item that he locked in was the Chastised Pauldrons to go and help with some of that attack speed. His setup plus Sanford's zoning potential is what is the obstacle for Entity 7. Plus that damage that we saw, you know, with Eudora needing just basically 2 items to really pump out that damage. The stun that comes with that, and then followed through for either a Paquito from Teddy to come through or Carl Teasy on the Harara is what is working so well synergistically for TL's lineup. But still, you know, fighting for this turtle, see if they can secure it. E7's done a great job securing the 2 turtles already. As, again, playing around this tankiness. An arrow.
Big stun does land on to Sanford. Forced to use the Consecration plus the Purify. He is a sitting duck at this point as Carl Teasy moves in as well. Nice dead as welcome on to Sanford.
Wow.
But a big dive in from Akashi. But the knockup still connects and SOD as well. Doom able to get the shutdown onto Carl Teasy. Getting some nice gold as Teddy's on the run. And E7 splits up, splitting TL apart. Sanford, the last one to go down. It's nothing but JP left. A turtle, the third and last turtle, into the hands of Entity 7.
Entity 7 is making it work right now. Again, give it to Hide on Bush to go and win the retry battle against Carl Teasy now. That's 3 for 3 for Turtles. And the rest of the team to fight into that team fight. Again, Doom has been farming his mind out, and then he just comes, joins the fight with an SOD, and helps turn things around. This is why they were talking about it in the draft. How good this composition from Entity 7 is, and how well-rounded of a profile for damage that it has too. I mean, the tankiness alone helps place things up. And then if you just follow up an arrow from Shin, it's almost an easy catch with the Daytona's Welcome, the Wrath of Dryad, and then to pump out the damage.
Now they're going to start moving into buffs, and this is what we used to see in the days of Barat's jungle. Against assassins like this with a bulky lineup, you just slowly push forward. You slowly strangle the life out of the opponent, and that's what ND7's trying to do. They now sit at a 3K gold lead. Another tower falls.
This is a bit different too, just because of the nature of the lineup from TL. You know, you would think typically when you have that claw or the Moskov like E7 have, it's like, well, eventually you're gonna hit that power spike and you're gonna be able to play for that. But right now, TL's just gotta play for each other as a team to get back into this game. Entity 7 having almost a 3,000 gold lead at the 9-minute mark against a team like Team Liquid is just insanity, and it's a statement for themselves to have this kind of draft, make it work. Now, what it comes down to, Trex, in a couple seconds, this Lord is going to come up. Carl Teasy and the rest of TL have to win this retry battle if they can. Again, 3 for 3 turtles for Entity 7. It's all broken out into a team fight too, but you saw that Sanji picks up the Divine Glaive. And someone's also got to deal with the off-map push happening from Doom. Arrows being thrown out here for Shin, giving information over to the rest of Entity 7. And so this is a tough one for TL. They've got to decide to not let that bottom wave push in and also to set up around the objective.
And Entity 7 are playing the macro game well, pushing the long lane. They've got Akashi up on the top side. Sanford does have his eye on the Lord, but it still feels like Entity 7 can slow play this. And this is a position Team Liquid's not used to, right?
Yeah.
This is a position that they have to think about how they're going to approach this. They don't have a marksman. They went for the fighter off. Teddy not having the greatest game, and how does Teddy even get to the back line right now? If he is able to get past Hide on Bush, Shin's waiting with an arrow. Doom's able to push him back.
Uh-oh, Lord, quarter to health. They're going to fight it. Conceal already used.
Easy makes his way in, but Vagine catches him, and the Dead does welcome. Helps Hide on Bush. Secure it. JP goes down. He is able to flicker back at least, but not just yet. Will catch up Doom, but Doom's not going to let him go. Teddy's on the run as well. JP finally shredded to pieces. cometopapa, Sanji, JP all off the map as Entity 7 forces in 5 with the Lord.
Man, they get the Lord. They win the team fight. Entity 7 is now knocking on the base here of Team Liquid. The rest of the members going to be up here shortly, but they're going to lose the base shields as they're popped up top mid, and now E7 working on the base turret. They're just trying to hold on, and they're going to clear out this Lord.
Entity 7 kicking down the front door of Team Liquid Philippines. I don't think anyone thought we'd be here right now in just game number 1. They're going to move on to the orange buff. 7K gold lead.
Mantrex, again, for anyone that did predictions coming in this MSC, have definitely been thrown off. Again, that Lord secured by Hide on Bush. He's been phenomenal in the Retribution battle. Doom as well, farmed up to the grid. Now just able to go ahead and shred through anyone up at that front line. This has been so amazing for Entity 7 to deal with in game 1. For Team Liquid, they've been in this deficit before, they've been down before, but it just hasn't been happening that often in their recent matches, in their recent stints in MPL Philippines or anything like that. But now that they're playing behind, we have to see if they can kind of adjust from this on the fly, because even if you get past this game, Entity 7 is just playing better right now.
Begin will keep vision, and I love the placement of the traps around from Selena. This is another big advantage for Entity 7, the constant vision they have on the map. Another trap goes down. Sanford's got to keep on taking them to the face, but it's fine because they can just keep this going. Look at Akashi on the boss side, ready to help out this slow push or wait for any target that's going to walk into him. 3, 1, and 6. Level 14 ahead of everyone on the other team. I mean, Entity 7 is just in such a perfect position right now.
Arrows being thrown out here. Gotta dodge those for the most part, but I think what's really difficult here too, Trex, is unfortunately with this kind of lineup, there isn't much of a surprise angle you can look for other than maybe that flicker setup from JP, maybe the flicker setup stun from Sanji. It has to be one of them, but at the same time, if they overcommit being this down, you probably are just going to lose that team fight. You know, you're not really able to go ahead and shred through, for even a Barracks alone, when Hide on Bush has those stacks and he's leading that front line, and then you got a Belric to worry about too. Meanwhile, how do you even catch Doom? You know, he's just been able to go ahead and free hit in the back, utilize his flicker if he needs to. Honestly, he hasn't even used it that much just because it's been such an easy sailing game so far for Doom on this Moskov. And now with Lord up, they're going to go ahead and start this one up. TL knows what's going on here, but there's the Daytona's welcome.
Might have been a waste a little bit early on to Sanford. Sanford uses the consecration, able to get away. Arrow comes out. Team Liquid is forced back. Sanford going to look for the re-engage. Keep vision up. Entity 7 knows they don't have the Detona's welcome, which gives cometopapa a little bit of freedom, but there's minions on the base, making this a forced 4v5 if TL wants to go for it. This may not be the fight they want, but cometopapa doesn't want to give it up right here. Shin does take a bit of damage on the boss side. Akashi, along with Begin, are going to try to push TL back. cometopapa gets a little bit of damage onto Begin. Akashi going to dive down onto Sanford, and Sanford goes down. Begin with the flicker in.
Teddy's there.
Looking for 2, but only catches 1, but a big Minoan's Fury in response. Doom falls. Teddy to the backside, but E7 aren't done just yet. They're going to move on to cometopapa. cometopapa dashes back. Kashi doesn't want to let him go just yet.
Hide the combo.
This is the knockback. Shin, it's a lot of damage. cometopapa still under with the iframes, but he finally falls. And now it's Akashi up against Teddy, the 1v1. But Shin shows up to help the jump. Minions on the top side, 6 seconds for Sanford.
Teddy had a plan, but a boxer to a Valkyrie. The Valkyrie is going to win, and now E7 looks to cap it out.
Can they end it here? I don't know. Sanford's got the survivability. He doesn't have a consecration, but a Lord is coming soon. Team Liquid on the brinks of losing game 1. Sanji's back up. I think Entity 7 has to make the call to back off.
Oh, man. So they stay in the game. That was a really dire attempt as we look at the replay here. Teddy knew that this was the angle he had to go for. He's completely stacked up there on the combo, goes in, finds Doom, the perfect target. But again, because of the nature of how far behind they are in terms of items, this fight would have been very different if they weren't down 7,000 gold, but still, nonetheless, it's a good fight for Team Liquid to get some gold in their pockets. Again, you can still see some of the frustration across the faces here of TL, cometopapa especially, but they still have 2 base turrets. I think the question still stands, can they actually contest the next Lord that comes up? Because even that fight was all just started up.
I mean, they do get lucky with the RGN, right? Lord will be spawned on top side. They still have a disadvantage in the long lane, but it's not as bad as before.
Yeah.
Not as bad as it was before, with the fact that Inhibitor's gone on the top side. Sanford already kind of holding positioning, but again, the traps from Salida, constant vision. Akashi just combing out in this bush. The positioning from E7 is good.
Man, you're looking at this across the board too, you know. There's not much of a difference too much across, except for the XP lane. But Sanford on the Uranus is still going to be that tanky guy to go ahead and do this. Again, part of it is given that vision around the objective. If he has to pop the Consecrate, that ultimate, it's fine. He can go ahead and sustain himself. Obviously, if he gets a little bit tankier, then he's able to go ahead and do that much better for TL. But still, most of their fights that they're going to have to win have to come through these weird angles into the team fights, or just a setup of the lifetime for JP or Sanji. But they'll buy time as much as they need to go ahead and kind of catch up on the itemization here. You know, across the board, 10 seconds for that Lord to be up here as we look at this. Once again, you know, it might take some fancy footwork from cometopapa too. And Sanford getting a little more defense built in now for that physical defense. Lord is up. They have to get in position. And yes, as you mentioned, that RNG, at least it's on this top side where that turret is busted for TL. So they can clear out, manage these waves, but it's already going to be started up very quickly by Entity 7 here. Half health on the Lord. They'll still respect what Sanford and the rest of TL can do.
Yeah, they're letting the reset happen a few times, still taking it slow. They know they have the general push on the bot side. Entity 7 doesn't need to rush things, but the thing is the clock is ticking, and TL are getting more and more items. We already saw in the last fight they could almost break it even, and that is in a deficit, let alone when things get tied out. Whoa. This is still Team Liquid we're talking about, but the Telenos welcome does lock on to JP. Maybe not the best target, but it is a target indeed, but JP responds back with a beautiful no Fury. Hide on push brought down low. cometopapa forces a dash away, but looking for the re-engage. Unable to connect on anyone. Doom in the backside, able to push Sanford away. JP trying to run as Entity 7 closes the space. They're going to go for the Lord instead. They don't want to force the fight, and I think it's a smart move.
As you're seeing through that fight, Teddy has no option to go in. You know, he might be fully stacked, full health, but if he does go in and get caught through all of that, then they lose that damage from TL. So it's just sort of this push and pull to see what they can get out of Entity 7 and see if they can make them overstep. But so far, Entity 7 hasn't fallen for it. They've done a really good job at just kind of taking their time, stalling this out. JP's got an immortality now, though, too. And so once again, they're going to wait for that reset to come through for the ultimates. Fighting for this Lord. There's a big wave of bot, though. And Akashi's going to have to deal with this. TL knows this. They have some information. Can they blitz the Lord before Akashi makes his way back up? But there's just too much of a risk. Shin throwing out these arrows, giving the vision. A stun on Van Nguyen. Well, Doom is here, so it's just, again, not favorable for TL right now.
I think it's a smart move from Akashi to just turn back. It's okay if you lose that tower right now. Let things even out. Akashi trying to push JP down. Brings down to about half health. cometopapa looks for the re-engage. Nice. Big hit from Begin. Akashi able to find Sanji. JP, immortality pops. Akashi finds cometopapa. And Entity 7 is taking him down one by one. Immortality pops onto Teddy. Entity 7 doesn't even want the Lord. They're going to go for the base.
They're going to go for the base here,
it's
Trex.
Sanford, cometopapa still on the map. No, everyone's gone but Sanford. And Entity 7 with the upset of game 1. Take it.
They take it, man. They take it from Team Liquid. Entity 7 surprising everyone. I mean, they looked a little surprised themselves, but what is going on here? Is the meta that different? Is the drafting that different right now that it might be almost too much to handle for even a team like TL?
I don't know.
Question mark?
Question mark, dot.
What is going on?
That's a question mark, exclamation point, question mark, exclamation point. surprise.
Yeah.
Questioning so many things that need to be answered right now. Entity 7, though, honestly, did adapt.
They did.
They were able to implement so many things we've been seeing and make it work with their composition. And I feel like TL kind of tried to do the same thing.
Yeah.
But maybe at the wrong time.
I don't know, man. I mean, even there was a lot of these fights, a lot of these instances where you're thinking, okay, there may be room for them to engage into this fight. Even Teddy, I felt like he was really struggling to find that window of opportunity to jump in, you know, utilize this Paquito. But maybe it was just, again, big draft difference. They couldn't actually utilize what they brought. The counterplay was there, and it was just really difficult to see Team Liquid try to make this happen. But props to Entity 7 for getting game one. Let's throw it over to the studio to break it down.
Well, with that, we see another upset. And I love how this is giving us an MSC to remember, and definitely one that has shaken this MLBB world by storm. It is a Entity 7 victory in Game 1 over Team Liquid PH, and surprisingly enough, you guys kind of saw a little bit of this possibility when you saw the draft.
I don't think just a little bit. We saw it.
I mean, maybe you didn't say it as heavily as you could have, but man, this draft kind of spelled it, right?
Yeah, a lot of questionable decisions by Liquid, but instead of looking at Liquid, I want to look at Entity 7. Tremendous growth for the Amber squad. The changes that they made,
that's true.
The changes in priority, seeing that they really looked at all the games and then adjusted based on what gave them problems and what have given victories to teams. You have to clap for Entity 7 and how they drafted for this game number 1.
Yeah, really great work overall, because again, it just boils down to the numbers of the game. And unfortunately, this time around, the scaling was just so much onto the side of Entity 7 that inevitably, unless Liquid were playing out of their minds from minute 0 all the way to minute 9 and had maybe a 6K gold lead, that could have been the opportunity for them to try and close out the game. But Entity 7 said no, which is great, because now it really goes to show that the caliber and level of these different regions are closing really fast, and you have to be smart about these picks and bans.
Listen, people are ready to jump on this type of stuff, but when it comes to champions, when it comes to GOATs like Carl Teasy, you have to always consider that there's a chance. And many people saying, just go back to what's comfortable for you. Clearly, this has been an uncomfortable meta for Team Liquid PH, but it also has to be mentioned that there's just so much to be proud of on the side of Entity 7. We actually had a chance to talk with Doom, who played a fantastic Mozkov in this previous game earlier before the set.
We are now here with Doom from Entity 7 before his elimination match. So we're going to get a pulse check with him right now. Doom, how are we feeling? Everything okay with you?
Sí, solo un poco ansioso por la partida contra Liquid.
Yes, all good. I'm just a little bit anxious because of the match against Liquid.
Okay, a little bit anxious. What's going on? Is it because it's an elimination match or because you're up against Liquid particularly?
¿Es porque es una partida de eliminación o porque estás específicamente contra el Liquid?
Diría que me da mucha emoción poder jugar con un equipo que admiro mucho y nada, o sea, poder jugar contra ellos me da mucha emoción.
I'm really excited to be able to play against a team that I admire quite a lot, and so that just has me excited.
Oh, wow. He's excited because he's admired them for a very long time. If you admire them so much, do you maybe have a message for Liquid before this match?
Nada, decirle que los admiro mucho, que siempre los veo y espero una buena partida porque son unos grandes jugadores.
I just want to say that I admire them a lot and that I expect a really great match because they are really great players.
Wow, that's beautiful, Doom. That's beautiful, Doom. Okay, we didn't get to talk to you after your match loss yesterday against Onyx. What do you think happened in that match?
Creo que no veníamos tan preparados como lo pensamos. Además que tuvimos un problema con el vuelo de mi amigo, que es el como líder del equipo, así que no nos pudimos adaptar tanto, pero bueno, intentamos dar lo mejor.
I think we weren't just as prepared as we thought we were, and we also had a little bit of hindrance because of one of the flight of one of our players that is basically the leader of the group. he wasn't here, and we just couldn't click on that match.
Okay, so wait, there wasn't a player that they needed. Is that what he said?
Dice que no había un jugador que ustedes necesitaban, que hubo un problema con los vuelos. Yeah, exactly. We couldn't practice because he wasn't here for practice.
Oh, okay. But you guys are not together, right?
Ahora están juntos, ¿no?
Sí, yeah. Pues, ahora sí.
Yes.
Okay, so what lacked in that preparation? Was it like comms that you had to go through, or maybe execution?
¿Qué es lo que faltó en esa preparación? ¿Les faltó comunicación o la ejecución? ¿Qué es lo que faltaba para prepararse?
Creo que un poco la comunicación, y yo no estoy seguro de mis amigos, pero creo que ellos sí estuvieron un poco ansiosos por la partida y creo que también no nos adaptamos tanto al meta, por así decirlo.
I think it's more about the comms, and I can't speak for my friends, but I think they were a little bit anxious because of the match.
Okay.
And I think we haven't really adjusted our gameplay to the meta.
Okay, so haven't really adjusted. There's anxiousness as well. I mean, it's understandable, right? You went up against Onyx yesterday, and then today you're up against TL. So everyone is handling it a little bit anxiously. Is that correct?
Es verdad, porque, bueno, son equipos top, ¿no? Como uno de los mejores del mundo, ambos.
Yeah, because they are top teams, basically the best in the world, both of them.
So how do you reset? Like, who usually brings the morale of the team back up?
¿Cómo resetean? ¿Quién es el que regresa los ánimos al equipo?
Muchas veces lo hacía yo. Actualmente no estoy de la mejor manera, pero creo que de alguna manera cada uno lo lleva a su manera, porque no todos somos iguales, ¿no? Bueno, no todos son como yo en ese sentido. Que yo sí soy como más, me adapto más al ambiente, a los temas, o sea, al ambiente en general.
Most of the time it's me, but I haven't been at my 100% this time. And I think everyone takes it and deals with it in their own way. Everyone has their own personalities. And I just feel like I have this tendency to be more cheerful and to adapt through everything that has come to me.
I love hearing it. Good luck in this next match. You guys got this, okay? Be confident, all right? Anything can happen. The meta is so flexible. All right, Doom? Thank you so much for this interview. Thank you so much for this translation. I'm going to throw it over back to you guys.
Thank you for that conversation, Eterna. Doom getting out in front in this game, never looking back here. Obviously, Teddy's still getting the damage lead, but it was all E7 from the very beginning, and this scaling, it just worked in their favor. What was your takeaway after that conversation there,
well, it's good to see that Entity 7, they did learn. They did grow. It seems like they finally got that practice that they needed, and you could see how it changed, again, from drafting to what they did in game. It feels like I'm looking at a very different Entity 7 from what I saw when they went up against Onyx.
I have to agree with you as well. I think they've definitely moved in the correct direction for where the meta is kind of at demanding where they need to be. But more importantly, I think they're also keeping their open-mindedness of how to actually play that red side, which is, again, something that we're probably going to bring up in just a little bit about blue side, red side, because I think this is going to be a very important argument to have throughout the tournament. And for now, I think it's red side taking the dub for today, where yesterday was blue side taking a majority of the dubs.
Yeah, I think coming into this series, it was about 63% win percentage for blue side, believe it or not. And that was kind of a devastating fact sometimes when you look at yourself on red side and you go, okay, what can we do? How do we play this? But that's the thing. Everyone has to answer that. The longer the series go, as we get further into this tournament, you have more chances to answer that question. But right now, best of 3, it's one game. One game in Entity 7 have knocked out our defending champs at MSC.
Yeah, it's shocking, really. And I feel like what's shocking to me is, again, the decisions in the draft. For now, I think it's time we look at Liquid. Entity 7, we've already talked about them. I've put arrows on the priorities. First 3 picks on the side for Liquid and for Entity 7. Hirara as the first pick to me. As great as she is, and despite her very high win rate, I really thought Liquid was setting up for a Freya on their side and then willing to give up the Hirara, meaning that they'd end up with probably a Freya Ling together, and then they'll
build around that, see whatever they could get to pick up for Teddy. But it seems like now looking at the Esmeralda Phoveus 2 bans, it wasn't to set up for a Freya, but to set up for a Paquito that they already looked at as the centerpiece for their draft heading into this game. Well, for Entity 7, they flowed with it. I did not see that Selena pickup come in, and it worked out. Despite it going up against a lineup that can heal through the damage of the Selena, what are you providing with the Selena? Vision and that little bit of burst. That means that you'd have to spend a skill from the Uranus to regain, or just make sure that he gets his passive up so that he can heal through it, or maybe a quick little motivation roar from the Minotaur to be able to regain the health that you lost. But Shin on that Selena, what he provided was really just the vision and that constant little bit of crowd control that would make Liquid hesitate. And I feel like Liquid did hesitate in picking up the Moskov in the end, that we felt like, both for me and Gideon, was something that they needed. After seeing the Barretts and knowing that you're up against a Belleric, you cannot double fighter playing an assassin that isn't even basic attack based into this. You have to respect your opponents and acknowledge that at some points you're gonna need basic attack to make this lineup work. Anything you want to add, Gideon?
Yeah, I also wanted to add that the carry bank was the big indicator that this lineup was going to be so thick and beefy that you're gonna not. It's just well done, right? It's just too much to cut through.
Yeah, and them banning out the Yi Sun Shin. Liquid, they banned out the Yi Sun Shin right there, right after they banned out the Guinevere. I felt like they did not see this Barretts at Red 4 coming. They didn't expect that a Barretts would be slot into the jungle, instantly making it such a difficult lineup to go up against for a lineup that has an assassin and 2 fighters in the side lanes, no basic attacks whatsoever.
It is a very difficult thing to anticipate all of this, especially in this position. You have to kind of feel for Liquid PH, who got up against Aurora and we're like, okay, what is this? No one's played that at all. We haven't seen it still. We haven't seen that come back out. And then you go and you look at a situation where you don't have a lot of time to iterate. You don't have any other tests. And now when you get a test, you're seeing something a little different as well, although it's a little bit more on pace, guys. I mean, this is going to be a masterclass in one way, or it's going to be an amazing story. The masterclass side is Team Liquid PH went back in there for those 10 minutes, and they came up with a plan. How we're not going to get surprised, how we're going to get the edge in this draft. And getting, if you're that coach, if you're looking at this team with the tools you have, what does that conversation look like?
A lot of it is going to come down to how much can we scale into this game. And I'm sorry, Carl, it can't be you this time. We are dependent on the side lanes to make this happen. I'm looking at Teddy specifically here in this particular matchup. And hopefully we're not going to Flying Clouds, because maybe then there will be a time that...
What'd you say?
Oh, man, you know what? Never mind. I'm out of here. Check it out, boys.
See you later, man. All right, Remar, what's your thoughts? Just kidding.
Flying Cloud. This is not going to bode well for Liquid, knowing that Entity 7, they have the momentum. They know that they have a chance to make history here and etch themselves in the history books of MLBB as the team that eliminated Team Liquid in MSC 2026 as the defending champions. That is nuts. Liquid, Coach Aeon and Coach Snap, they are running through all the permutations. They have to get creative. We know Aeon and Snap to be very logical dudes. Yeah. They have proudly proclaimed themselves to be huge nerds for the game. But this meta is about creativity. It isn't just about the permutations, it's how creative you can get with all the numbers here presented.
Not just creative, but also getting into the minds of your opponents. If you understood their top 5 list, that helps you so much walking into this draft. And immediately, surprisingly enough, Team Liquid said, you know what? One more time. We're going to go back on that blue side. We're going to contest. But interesting enough, Entity 7 are the ones who are banning out the Freya.
Yeah, they don't pick it up for themselves. They opened up the Valentina that they banned out earlier, and I think this might be a Valentina Belleric. Unless they're thinking about it, they're taking their time, whether or not they have, they don't need to rush their assassin. I think they're also considering what does Liquid have in store in their pocket that might come in as a surprise for Blue 2-3.
I want to say, I mean, they're changing things up, right? So if they're changing things up, I would only imagine that they want to kind of show their jungle now, just to keep it like really, really honest. Maybe give that Valentina over to TL and then just overload them with really, really nasty ult to maybe unlock Akashi a little bit. But for now, at least they got the Eudora on their side. We'll see how that plays out.
I think just pick up either the Uranus or the Barretts here. The Esmeralda's gone. No need to go for double fighter. There's the Barretts, and then you... Okay, if it's not the Uranus, you're good. Oh, maybe they're... Oh, wait, no. Yeah, you can get a gold laner.
It's fine. Get a Moskov or something like that.
Or Cho, just lead them on a little bit. Red herring them. Make them take purifies.
Yeah, that Cho was taken away in that second ban phase, so not available. This time it is available.
Oh, yeah.
The Barat's Cho.
Maybe prioritize the Cho and then adjust your mid lane and gold lane picks for later.
Liquid doing something. Kind of close to the edge you were looking for. Are we getting there?
I think we're almost there. I think now that
I like that they took the Barats away.
Yeah, getting rid of the Barats is already one thing, right? But the question is where exactly he goes into the EXP, and now you also have to make sure that this is going to be somewhat of a dead lane, right? Because looking at the way that Team Liquid kind of wants to hold out is, can we get Carl back into the turtle site without getting messed up by like a bajillion different ults? I think the Valentina makes a lot of sense because Beleric is on the opposite side. Yeah. But right now we need to make sure that at least the big ones, the Alices, are kind of out of the way, the hard divers.
And I think that's why they picked up the Valentina, that if ever, depending on the pick of Entity 7 and the Alice is still open, and if you cannot ban the Alice, I'm talking about Liquid here, at least they have the Valentina to steal the ultimate of the Alice away just to balance things out.
Uranus and Beleric, another very good composition for roaming and handling team fights, giving space, disrupting. You got Eudora on top of that. I like that 3.
Yeah, that was the trade up. Now,
what are the odds? What are the odds that we're going to see Uranus go flexed into the jungle? Like, we're really pushing the meta here at this point. We've seen it a couple of times.
100%. No, kidding.
But even so, it's one of those picks where I don't think Hirara can actually deal with you even at level 2.
Wow. Unless, if ever they decide to invade it, that could actually be really deadly.
Cho taken away again in the second ban phase.
It'll work out. Yeah, if the problem of the Uranus against the Hirara and farming is speed, then why don't you take away that problem just by invading? You have the Beleric and Eudora together. Okay, yeah, I think Liquid do need to watch out for that.
Yeah, even a Paquito is kind of dangerous on either side.
So this could be interesting. These 2 picks at the very end determined a lot as well, but it was already looking good last game for Entity 7 after the first 3. It still looks good, but definitely by stealing that Barretts and then having the Hirara, the Valentina, Liquid playing with a little bit more of an option in case another surprise, a spanner is thrown in the works.
Okay, with the Moskov taken out, Liquid and Entity 7 still have a pool. If ever Entity 7 decides to pick up the carry, you can still trade out Melissas, Brodies, Claudes. I think you have to be careful of when you pick up the Claude, because if you pick it up too early, it's going to be an easy Brody pickup.
I completely agree. At this stage, I think we're now stepping on like really dangerous territory for either side as they're looking to try and make sure that they get one over the other. Cho bans make a lot of sense. I agree with the Claude at the same time, but now that we're getting rid of the high loss, it will give us an idea. It feels like Entity 7 might just be leaning back into, you know what, we need that scaling marksman just one more time if we're going to have that invade, because we know which side is strong. But if mid doesn't push out, it's not going to happen.
Look at that. 4 bans towards the heroes of JP. That's 4 roams taken away. It's a lot of respect on the side of Entity 7. Are they setting for a Melissa?
I feel like they're setting up for a Melissa.
Yeah.
Melissa with an 83% win rate coming into today after 6 games. Claude, you mentioned as a counter, actually only a 33% win rate, guys, despite being the most picked.
Because,
bit of a Ling Hirara conversation there.
Yeah, exactly. If it's not the Melissa, then it's something like the Ixia. There's not a lot of dive by Liquid, because if this Barretts is going into the EXP, you don't have dive, and then you force picking up something like a God that got you for JP just to access it. But then, Entity 7 can hold off onto their gold pick for last.
I think they just need to take a deep breath here. We need to see if this is going to be an assassin, or it's just going to be something else entirely, right? I think that's the one confirmation that we need, because the Ixia is 100% possible for TL side, plus they can add the Matilda on top of it to really tie this composition together.
Yeah, EXP Barretts, Matilda, and then close it out with an Ixia. I think that's what Entity 7 is waiting for. They're trying to decide whether or not they show their jungle or their gold lane already. Yeah. It's a tough choice for them, and they're taking their time.
So they're showing their jungle.
Okay. So now the Ixia should probably be off the table, knowing that Link can actually jump into the backline and take you out real smooth and easy. That means that you would have to lean into the Claude at least.
Yeah. It's either the Claude or the Brody, maybe? Harith is
up.
Harith
is still up.
Fine, yeah. But then with the gold there, no more carry. Is it gonna be Liquid?
All tough choices. Deny the Melissa and then get the Hilda on top of it for the extra bit of shred. I'm okay with this.
They get to roam around,
Aerith back.
get vision. Barrett's is going to be their anchor through the EXP. You have the Herrera. This is Roman trio dependent. Very Roman trio dependent. I wonder if there's a pick Entity 7 can pick up that can just mess everything up in lane for the Melissa.
It's not a lot can actually do that. I would say that the Harith probably is safest. Claude would also be really, really good. Just BMI on top of her, blaze into it, get it over and done with.
With such a heavy front, I wonder if Granger is viable. But then Muddles. Yeah, Granger, Skypiercer, Muddles. They're not gonna do anything crazy like a Leslie, right? No, Claude.
Claude.
Play it safe.
Go past Claude. Maybe one of the points that we prepared back in the green room before this, because of the win rate, lose rate in this case, 33% when a Claude is picked up. But ironically, Teddy had been playing a lot of Claude, helping to contribute to that. Now Teddy on the other side with Melissa, who has an 83% win rate. Will this trade in the gold lane make the difference as we send it to a Team Liquid and Entity 7 Game 2, that if Entity 7 win, they will knock out your defending champions of MSC and guarantee that MSC at EWC 2026 will have a new champion here lifting that trophy. Get ready, get excited, because we're Game 2 here. History could be made. It's Entity 7 versus Team Liquid PH.
History is already in the process so far with this one. After Game 1, surprising and shocking everyone around the world watching this one. Entity 7 gets Game 1. Now for Team Liquid Philippines to move forward. It starts here with Game 2. They brought a draft that I think looks better, at least for them in this Game 2, Trex. They got to get it, and it's a Melissa. Yes, that has a high % win rate right now. I like it better than the Paquito for Teddy.
Yeah, definitely better than the Paquito for Teddy. It gives the possibility to defend these big pushes. It gives some range. It adds a little more dynamic to the draft of Team Liquid. Entity 7 also comes straight forward this time. They pick up the Ling, hide on Bush on the Assassin. The only game he's been able to win so far has been on a utility jungle, and that was the Barats that he played last game. So things are going to have to definitely be a little different this time.
Yeah, the different factor here too is, there's a way for Team Liquid to approach these fights, whether that's depending on what ultimate Sanji decides to take. Most likely that Wrath of the Dryad will be the biggest value for him. Set things up around the team fight. JP provides this information on the Hilda, able to go ahead and kind of slow down or attempt to slow down Hide on Bush. Again, the previous game, Hide on Bush was just on point with the retributions. This is a challenge now for Carl Teasy to make it happen on the Herrera, running it back, but the mid lane is also where things start.
Oh, a lot of damage on a Begin there. Is going to have to go back to base. Team Liquid definitely controlling the pace of this first 2 minutes. But honestly, it was similar in the last game, and Entity 7 was able to find the big punch back.
Yeah.
It's when those first few turtles came up, that's when we saw the difference happening. Akashi is on this Uranus. Uranus hasn't had the best games for a lot of teams, honestly. Can Akashi make a difference?
Yeah, that's a big question. You see him at quarter the health here. Sanford burning that flicker. He's not going to have it available. He's trying to get that level 4, so at least he's got the Daytona's welcome. Turtle's going to already be started up, though, by Carl Teasy. He'll pull off of it, though. Let it reset a bit. Some of the buffs are up. Oh, flicker.
Ooh, nice stun on to Shin. Shin going to take a lot of damage. First blood going to the hands of JP. As Hide on Bush has to work on his purple buff. Team Liquid should get a free turtle here. It is taking them some time, though. If they can clean up this purple buff soon enough, maybe they'll go for a steal. No, they decide to back off as Akashi keeps vision.
Yeah, better for them to go ahead and just secure the buff for now and not get a little overzealous around it. It's just the first turtle there for Entity 7. Yeah, they lose that first blood over to TL, but they can adjust from it. We've seen this, especially with the Ling. Ling able to go ahead and move around the map pretty quickly here. JP, again, this is going to be his job. And you can see E7's kind of dealing with it now. Whoa!
Ooh, another kill into the hands of Sanji. This Hide on Bush brings down the Tempest of Blades, doesn't connect onto Envy. Now he's going to take a lot of damage, gets stuck in a double kill over to Sanji.
Man, JP, he planted himself in that bush. And he's like, you know what, I'm going to hide on this bush so I can heal back up.
Very well done. I like your way with words, sir.
Thank you.
On the top side.
You know what? That's what you do.
That's what you do when you have this job.
But yeah, dude, it's already an early lead for TL off of this composition. You know, this is a very different start. This is the flow that Team Liquid is usually used to. And really a big part of it is just the amount of damage that they can do early on and, you know, setting things up around, again, the information that is provided by having a Hilda in the hands of JP. Oh, he could be in trouble.
Nice hit on a JP there. Wrath of Dryad as well on a Sanji. Sanji's going to back off, get a couple free shots in as Carl TZ does miss the skill. Entity 7, TL, both go back to a standstill. But wait, no, Carl TZ. A lot of damage on a Shin. Is he going to go for the dive on the tower? Sanji tries to get another shot as well. Carl TZ going to move over to this purple buff. Doesn't have vision. JP's going to open it up for them. They push Akashi back. He does have the consecration. He can deal with a little bit of crowd control. TL just testing the boundaries right now.
Yeah, all that pressure for the purple buff, right? To take it from Hide on Bush if they can. But also TL can't risk it. You got to think every decision here up to this point, because you're down in the series 1 game and you're facing elimination here, you really have to stay calm and collected through this. You know, they can go ahead and kind of thread that needle as much as possible, but they want to maintain this lead they've already built. They want to go ahead and scale it up even further. The second turtle is up, and right now they're fighting for this space to work with. Hide on Bush is going to make his way here. Wrath of Dryad already used. Carl trying to run.
Carl looking for a way in. Nice then as welcome on Hide on Bush. Sanford able to lock him down. Akashi will secure the turtle as JP gets brought down low. Tempest of Blades does come down on Sanford. Sanford just trying to walk away behind him. Bush doesn't want to let it happen. He's able to get the kill. Back in the mid, Carl TZ's forced to go back to base, and on the top side, Doom and Teddy continue to battle it out on the bot side tower, though. JP's not going to be able to defend it. This should be a good tower for Entity 7.
Really surprised Carl TZ didn't go down there. I mean, he had 1 HP. He tried to attempt to take the turtle, but E7 able to secure it, get themselves an objective too. So for Entity 7, they pretty much just dealt with that bit of a lead that TL built up. That was a 2,000 gold lead now taken care of as Skypiercer is picked up for Carl TZ. So if he starts to get these kills, we've seen it before, those stacks can really build up and be devastating for our Hirara. Conceal going to be used on JP. They're going for him.
JP will get stunned by Shin. A couple more free shots from Dune and he will go down. Sanford and Sanji are forced to just watch from the tri-bush. A nice terrifying onto Akashi, but he's going to continue to get vision for the team as Hide on Bush goes back to the jungle.
You know, that's the difficult part there, Trex, too. You know, you have these tanky heroes like this Uranus. Whether he's, you know, as nimble as the other XP laners, he just tanks up a lot of damage, and he can just go ahead and be that front line for you. You pair it up with a Belric, and it's nearly impossible to just kind of barge your way through the front line. Carl TZ will be able to get his buff, though. So E7 is pretty much mirroring what Team Liquid has done minutes ago when they had the lead. Now mid lane.
Nice Wrath of Dryad on Shin. Doom comes in with a blazing duet, though. Look at the damage on Carl TZ. Doom gets the kill, and Hide on Bush comes down with a Tempest of Blades, securing the kill onto JP as well. Entity 7 popping off at 7 minutes.
Team Liquid is trying to make things happen with the Wrath of Dryad stolen by Sanji, and then they get punished in the mid lane. 2 kills for E7 to scale up further. That last turtle of the game is going to be up here. Oh, we did see a stun alive cam. He's going to be able to get away, I think.
Should be okay.
Oh, they're still chasing.
Comes in. JP engages as well. Big Wrath of Dryad once again, able to lock up JP and the rest of the team. Sanford gonna come in with the detonate as well, able to lock on to Shin. Get the spit out against the wall, and Shin still survives though.
How is Shin alive?
Bush keeps going. Sanford down. Entity 7 is pushing the Stampede away.
How was Shin alive again, TL? They try to make something happen and they get punched to the ground off the decision. That is not what you want happening with your backs against the wall in your tournament life. But for E7, looking to make history, they're a step closer at that point. Each objective that goes down, Entity 7 is looking to make a huge statement across the world of competitive MLBB.
You know, we saw them the other day, and I think everyone came in today downtied Entity 7. Another ult lands down onto Sanford. Entity 7 are controlling this game, and this is match point.
Oh man, Hide on Bush. Here's a conceal.
Oh, hide on bush. Force use Tempest of Blades. Will be able to get away. Dennis Welcome does get wasted as well. There's nothing left in the kit of Team Liquid now for another fight.
That's so unfortunate for TL. You know, they're trying to expend what they can, a conceal, a play, try to get the jungler of E7 down, and when you go for that, and then he just kind of Finch poisons away, that is unfortunate, you know, because what else can you find across the map? Entity 7 is doing such a good job also just protecting the core members here. You know, again, having a Belric, having a Uranus on your lineup, you can just give so much space. Mind you, Doom has just been able to go ahead and farm up on this Claude, man. 2-0-3. You know, when he hits that Trinity, which I believe he might have already, if we take a look at the items, there it is, on point. He does get the Golden Staff right around the 9-minute mark. So this is the thing to be cautious about now, because that power spike is available for Doom, and they've just been playing around the setup that happens here.
A lot of damage onto Akashi, does pop the Consecration, will get away to safety. Sanford does have the Dennis Welcome, decides not to use it on the top side. Teddy and JP just try to defend the waves. It's a tier 2 on the mid, tier 2 on the bottom, and an inhibitor standing at the top. Team Liquid getting brought down to their bones at this point. Orange buff is saved by Carl Teasy, but every time Entity 7 makes them fight for it.
Oh man, they're gonna make them fight for this Lord here. Purple buff go and taken by Hide on Bush. Carl Teasy's trying to get his. It is gonna be a reset on the Lord, but Doom will hold it there. They've got that small wave trying to push up top. That should be cleared out. Oh, they're gonna start this fight.
Kashi takes a lot of damage, pops Consecration once again. And Team Liquid still have ults ready to go along with Entity 7. It's a dance, and last time we saw this in the previous game, Entity 7 was willing to go the distance for these Lords. They don't need to rush them. They know they can slow play it. This isn't what we expected from Entity 7, but right now, they are bringing it to Team Liquid's face. JP looking for the tri-brush.
Oh, he's looking.
As Teddy's up in the top side. Carl Teasy takes some damage. Doom comes in with Blazing Duet, does not capitalize too much with that damage. BMI's back, but it does the job. It zones them away. Sanford able to get Dennis Welcome. Around the Dryad comes out. Begin ready to lose his life for the rest of the team. Hide on Bush comes in, doing some nice damage. Akashi does go down. Teddy shows up. Entity 7 backs off with the Lord.
Okay, they back off. Shin's still there. Carl Teasy gonna be able to get away. Doom's just around the corner too. Did they want to go for this? Again, Lord was secured. They got one kill. But you're seeing how much of a struggle it is right now for TL for these team fights. They still need a lot of time to kind of catch up here. Once again, E7 finds themselves with a healthy gold lead to work with against the defending MSC champions here, the Filipino champions. This is such a
Aku ada guys, aku tengok gitu-gitu je kan. Nampak gayanya final boss terciduk ni guys. Nampak dia ketinggalan meta ni. Apa benda Hilda ni guys? Kalau tak SRG macam ni tadi.
As they try to put some pressure on that purple buff from Carl Teasy, he's able to go ahead and secure it. They do have to go ahead and slow this down a bit to deal with this Lord push up top.
Entity 7 slowly taking it to them right now. A wave of minions down the mid. They're going to take this tier 2. TL on the defense. Good taunt on a Sanford. Asanji tries to come in. Sanji does have the Wrath of the Dryad. We got to watch out for that one. But there's one in the hands of Begin as well. Lord crashing in.
So lockdown?
Lockdown. Teddy able to get Begin. Lord does go down, and TL defend well, taking a member along with the Lord and losing no inhibitors.
It's one small step in the right direction for Team Liquid.
Meta
they got to go ahead and scale up here on Teddy, especially this
Ambil
Melissa
CC.
again
The
has
gale,
a
the gale.
great win
Sama
rate
macam
so far
SRG.
throughout MSC. But you can see, you know, he's a bit behind. 2,000 gold. That's more than a bit. That's quite a bit of gold behind. You know, working on this fourth item. He's at least got the Trinity locked in. So that's why the damage, when they're able to go and set it up, it's there. But again, you're susceptible to being collapsed down on. You've only got your go away and you've only got your flicker. That's about it. So TL is really just, it seems like they're just trying to slow it down, keep things maintained in the base till that, you know, they're ready to actually fight into these fights right now. They just know that the power is in favor of Entity 7. They have to dissect these fights really carefully, especially with Hide on Push on this Ling. As we've seen so far, a little bit of stun here on JP. He'll be able to tank that up. They want to go ahead and secure, once again, this buff for Carl Teasy.
Sanford's going to try to bring it back. Begin does get pushed back as well, but Hide on Bush takes the purple. Now Carl Teasy doesn't have the buff to go, and Lord is up in just 16 seconds. It's going to be a big advantage over to Entity 7. Not to mention as well, they're sending Doom up to the top side to create a slow push on the long lane. Team Liquid has to think very clearly about this next Lord.
This Lord is crucial. Approaching that 14-minute mark up to this point, Entity 7 with a 6,000 plus gold lead is in charge, just like they were in game 1. And now for this Lord to go ahead and start up, Akashi will pull it through. And Sanford, he's got to get those stacks. He's got to be that front line. They got to allow Teddy that space to work with. And Sanji's been holding on to that Wrath of the Dryad. It's going to be crucial here. If they decide to fight, that's the main thing. Quarter the health on the Lord here. Does TL go for the Lord? It's just going to be secured by Hide on Bush. So they choose to defend again.
I think that's the right play, honestly. The thing about Team Liquid's draft is they do have good protection against a siege. They can huddle up. They want to try to fight in those little corners. When Entity 7 has to come through, they'll have the Wrath of the Dryad in response. They'll have the Detna's welcome, and they'll have Teddy just getting free shots from the base. That's where they need to look for the big mistake, or that's where they at least need to buy some more time to get to this 18-20 minute mark to where gold is at a standstill.
Man, again, at this Lord making its way up top, Entity 7 with a 7,000 gold lead. Maybe that's lucky for them as they approach the base. TL trying to clear this out. Again, they've got some key items picked up. Wind of Nature too for Teddy, so they can fight this if they need to lock it down here into the base. Lord's gonna charge in up top. Entity 7 looking to take out a base turret. Conceal gonna be used here.
Conceal is used. Entity 7 breakthrough. TL's tournament life on the line. One more fight could end it all. Carl Teasy tries to look for the engage. Begin as well, entering through the Lord, crashes in. Doom forced back by the Muddles. Entity 7 just looking for towers. They know they can't brute force their way in right now.
And with that, that'll be a successful defense for TL. Yes, they lost 2 base turrets, but given the situation, how far behind as a team they are, they hold on to 1. They potentially buy themselves a minute and a half or so to go ahead and catch up. But we've seen this before, Trex. It might be one of those cases where it's like, do they just continue to let the Lord go and then try to get that miracle-based defense? At some point, though, especially when we get to that evolved Lord territory, it's almost better just to go for that play in the Lord, you know, and not let it come down to your base defense.
This might honestly be the one that they're gonna have to fight for. Without 2 inhibitors, it's a very tough defense because yes, they have the capability with Teddy now, especially having the Wind of Nature and everything. They can hold up for a little while, but it's not like Entity 7 doesn't have the dive potential either. They have the big Blazing Duet. They have Begin. They have Akashi who can harass. They have so many opportunities. And look at them now. They're just huddling outside. They're freezing lanes, but they're not giving much space.
And a big threat to just stop Team Liquid in their tracks is, again, Shin. And that's why this Eudora has been so deadly in the drafts. Whether it's Shin and just playing off the Wrath of the Dryad even, or that taunt that comes through with the Balric, that could be an almost automatic kill. That numbers advantage that Entity 7 can potentially get is what's so deadly and why Team Liquid has to pretty much just stay in their base unless they're all gonna go together here. JP can spot some things out. He's tanky enough, has that magic resistance too. So now that this Lord is up, Teddy goes and handles that wave a bit. Doom will start this Lord. And this could be a crucial one. This could be the game-winning Lord take for Entity 7 unless TL could somehow, some way make this happen. The stun's coming through, plus that ultimate from Shin already.
I think they know this is going to be drawn out, so they're willing to use it just to force them away a little bit. It's a slow push on the boss side towards Team Liquid's last inhibitor. At some point, Entity 7 knows you got to send someone over there. That's your only option. You also have to worry about top lane. You also have to worry about mid. And look at Hide on Bush. He's even willing to commit. Listen, I'm going to force this thing in. You have to send someone now. Ooh. And I'm quickly going to get back to the Lord.
And they know Teddy's got to go there. That wave pushed in. There's the conceal. They got to stop this here. It's on a quarter of the health.
Big Wrath of Dryad, and Doom comes in with a Blazing Duet, along with a Tempest of Blades. The Tona's Welcome does lock on, but it's not enough. Carl Teasy finds Shin in the backside.
Can Teddy get there?
Taking so much damage, and Hide on Bush with the double. The go away does come out, but Entity 7 doesn't want to give it up now. It's just JP and Teddy. up against them all with Carl Teasy. Entity 7's not going to force it in. They're going to go back to the Lord. They want to make this a guarantee.
Entity 7 will be able to get this Lord. What a team fight. What a macro play to push that bottom wave. Make sure Teddy got it, and he was too late to the fight. So they collapse down. Yes, TL still going to be able to defend, but man, they expended a lot. Look at those battle spells. They're still down here. They got waves to deal with, and eventually Entity 7 will be looking to take down this base turret and take down the tournament lives here of TL.
I'm going to say this, Entity 7 better finish this here. I'm surprised they didn't go for the ending a second ago. No go away on Teddy. But once again, just to remind everyone, Team Liquid on tournament life. This could be the last Lord push we see from them. Can they make the Hail Mary play?
Oh, they're going for it.
Carl Teasy gets taken out by Shin, diving too deep. Are they just trying to buy time? Though, as the rest of Entity 7 pushes in, a big blazing duet on Sanji. The Lord connects onto the base. Teddy, 1v1 against Doom, and he gets the shutdown, the go away. Teddy is popping off right now, but is it enough to save the day as the rest of Entity 7 closes in? A tempest of blades to seal the deal, and Entity 7 comes halfway across the world to prove a point, to prove that the hunt's not over.
Bye-bye look, final boss guys.
The hunt wasn't over.
Lambat kecap metal dah, sumpah.
Everybody watching this is going to be in shock.
Terkejut bodoh. Tak pelik tu SRG boleh kalah nanti. Kalau dia tak adapt, memang GG WP lah ni. Sumpah
and
itu guys.
MSC, EWC 2026. Again, it's been full of surprises, Trex. This might be the biggest one yet.
For those that don't know, Entity 7 came from the Development League of South America, worked their way on, took the MCT Amer champion, and now are sitting on the stage taking out the previous MSC champions.
Some people shared their thoughts if Entity 7 should be here in the tournament. Well, I'm pretty sure now it's been quieted and the doubters are not there anymore, because talk about adding one to the list, to the hunt. Tough loss here for Team Liquid Philippines and all the supporters that they've had up to this point, man, and still will have moving forward, but it leaves you wondering what went wrong. What happened here from the drafts, from the execution? Is the meta, again, that big of a difference matter and a factor now, where teams are just adjusting quicker?
It's an onion. The meta is unraveling piece by piece before us, and some teams are adapting quickly, some are adapting slowly. But let's go over to the stage. Rose, take it away.
To say I am shook on this stage is an understatement. Entity 7 actually eliminates the defending champions from MSC at EWC 2026 in a sweep. Wow, first of all, Shin, congratulations. How are you actually feeling right now after doing that?
Ante todo, Shin, felicidades. ¿Y cómo te sientes después de esta gran victoria?
Sí, me siento bastante feliz, bastante emocionado. No le ganamos un equipo fácil, la verdad era un equipo que a mí me gusta mucho, los considero muy buenos y me siento bien, la verdad, haberle ganado.
I'm really happy, I'm really excited. We didn't get a win against an easy team. There's a team that I really respect and admire a lot, and I'm really happy we won.
I agree. This is definitely not an easy team to beat. So what does this victory mean for your region, you know, South America as a whole?
¿Qué significa esta victoria para tu región, Sudamérica en general?
O sea, no sé si se puede explicar con palabras, pero esto es demasiado para mi región haberle ganado a un equipo de tan alto nivel.
I don't think I can put this into words, but it is immensely big that my region won against an opponent of this caliber.
I agree. You know, I think this match is a statement that the other regions are actually beginning to step up in the land of Dawn. So I have to ask you, after your loss up against Onyx in your opening match, what did you guys actually worked on to achieve such success today?
Después de su derrota en contra de Onyx, ¿qué cambiaron y en qué trabajaron para conseguir la victoria hoy?
Yo creo que el draft, porque nosotros no estábamos acostumbrados a este draft, fue totalmente diferente a lo que nosotros jugamos anteriormente, y yo creo que si ahora cambiamos el draft, sí vamos a conseguir ganar también.
Jadi geng, solution terbaik dia guys kan, siapa yang edit patch cepat dia lah menang dia guys. Serius.
But now we adjusted the draft, and I think that if we
Just
just
draft
keep
je,
adjusting the draft, we're
draft
going
ni
to
main peranan besar tu guys.
Ooh, I like that. Very
Kalau
draft
SRG masih lagi
reliant, and I
Hilman
gotta
macam ni
say
kan.
though, the meta this time around, it's
Memang
crazy.
EWC
So
lah,
many
guys.
possibilities. So of course, your
Final
next
boss pun
match
dia
will be up
terciduk
against
dengan
Pro
draft yang
Esports,
pelik-pelik.
right? So how are you guys preparing for that matchup?
Lambat.
Tu siguiente enfrentamiento va a ser contra Pro Esports. ¿Cómo se están preparando para ese partido?
Pro eSport, no los recuerdo quién eran, pero bueno, obviamente ahora voy a revisar. Creo que sí nos vamos a preparar bastante bien, o sea, obviamente vamos a seguir entrenando y bueno, a darlo todo.
I don't really know who they are. I'm gonna check them out right now, but we're going to definitely prepare and study them.
Okay, now perfect. Before we crush some keys and some dreams, I want you to give a message to the South Americans watching back at home and supporting Entity 7's journey here at MSC.
Quieren que des un mensaje para todas las personas en Sudamérica que los están apoyando.
Bueno, que nos sigan apoyando. Yo había visto cuánto porcentaje teníamos y no mucha gente confió en nosotros, pero bueno, al final dimos una sorpresa y ganamos.
Please continue supporting us. I saw how much percentage we have, and not many people were with us. But please, those who are there, continue supporting us.
Aw, so wholesome. And you know what? Are you ready to crush some keys? Are you ready?
¿Estás listo para romper unas llaves? Yes.
All right, can we please have Entity 7 here? First up, who will be the one crushing the keys? Can I have a, volunteer who wants to push the lever?
¿Quién quiere?
He wants to go? Okay, let's go guys, follow me. Let's go crush some keys over at the Key Crusher. Oh my. They are now considered the underdogs of the tournament after beating and eliminating Team Liquid in defending their title. Can we please have the LED to open up so we could actually proceed to crush some keys? All right. We are waiting. A little bit of a suspense. I think everybody was really shocked at what has played out just now in the Land of Dawn. Let us wait for a little bit longer. Oh, okay. Maybe we could ask Doom, how are you feeling?
Excited.
Right now.
I love it. All right, guys, it is time to crush some keys. There was a little bit of a difficulty just now, but don't worry, all is set, all is well. You may go, don't worry. All right, guys. Entity 7, you can go closer and watch. Feel free. All right? In 3, 2, 1, Entity 7 officially eliminates Team Liquid from MSC at EWC 2026. Oh, there you guys have it. And now we could pull the lever up so that we could see the keys of Team Liquid. All right, thank you very much, Entity 7. We will see you in your next match up against Pro Esports. And of course, we are gonna show the key to the camera before we throw it back to the studio. All right, guys, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, throwing it back to you guys.
Well, it's not Vamos Team Vamos, it's Vamos Entity 7. South America not only gets a win and stays alive in this tournament, they take down the defending MSC champions, which guarantees this year's MSC at EWC 2026 will have a new champion. But more upon that, despite all the shock, despite 92% of you thinking Liquid PH would take the win, only 8% of people thinking what just happened on stage would happen, it is important to recognize the valiant effort of Team Liquid PH. It was a meta that didn't obviously work out to suit them, and it was a meta that they felt a little behind in, but you cannot doubt the greatness of what they've done in the past. We are sure they will be back. A big salute to all of you. I know you might be hurting right now, fans, but there is still so much more MLBB to happen. And to switch gears, guys, what a valiant performance from Entity 7. To have that loss and to turn it around in such a way. I mean, goosebumps, but also pride. Also, what do you have to add to that, Rimar? Because it's an amazing thing to see when esports gives us surprises like this.
What an image that was, and I can't believe it's the Filipino in the panel that's going to have the first word on this, just watching the champions of the Philippines get eliminated. But it was doomsday for Team Liquid Philippines with Captain America's hide-on bush. He was the one that popped the key of Liquid. And yeah, patent pending, Captain America's hide-on bush.
Berdoa lah rakan-rakan
It's not just Captain America, it's Captain America.
Is that the one after Winter Soldier? I don't know.
I'm not sure with where we are at.
Which one is that? Is that the spin-off? Or?
But this is their moment. This is their movie. I'm pretty sure that even they're wondering, wait, are we dreaming right now?
You can see that a lot of them were coming off of that like,
I
can't believe it.
Did that just happen? No, you go up and do the handshake. I don't want to do it. Who wants to do it? Because the truth be told, I don't even think that Entity 7 believed that maybe, hey, this could be it. This could be their moment.
It just happened. And I know with our community, we focus on a lot of what could have been and what could have been different, what could have been changed. I hope we take this moment as an MLBB community to look at Entity 7 and raise them up. We don't know how longer else they'll be able to stay in this tournament, but what they did today was legendary.
Hey man, it's the GOAT's gift. That's why when you are playing up against Ghost, he expects the best. And Entity 7 this time round, they say, you know what? We will rise to the challenge. We're going to take it to you.
And at first, you might have been able to say the draft. All right, they got him on game one. That draft looked pretty good. You guys both said, wow, I'm feeling a little worried for Liquid. But in that second game, it was much more even. And it was an execution masterclass from what I see. Every single moment there was a Lord that needed to be fought over. Entity 7 had areas covered. Every single time there was a potential fair 5v5, someone was pushing a bottom lane or pushing a top lane, slowing the minion wave and forcing Liquid PH to then turn around and go, wait, we can't fight this 5. We got to go deal with that. Rimar, what did you see? Because it was so many levels that Entity 7 performed well.
Yeah, it was two moments. We've already discussed the draft, and I think we can touch on the draft a little bit as the game is going on. Now, Gideon, I will need your help for this one. So there's two big plays wherein Liquid forced things that, if it went well, looks great. But the fact that Shin and, can't believe it's the two picks, the Eudora and the Claw that I've been dogging on all day long and all MSC long, that actually ended up delivering the difference. Look at what Shin is gonna do here. Sanju will go in with the Flicker IMU steal of the Belleric ultimate, gets two. They are gonna be able to get two of their carries, the Claude and the Eudora. But look at where in the map Teddy is, just a little bit too far from the start of this. Now, if this was set up with Teddy much closer, that would have been great for Liquid, and that would have been a big win for them. But as we play out the sequence, Shin is going to do something great here. Carl TZ already uses the Falling Maple. Shin flickered off to the side, and then watch here, just has the stun ready for Carl TZ. As Carl TZ comes out of the Falling Maple, Carl TZ gets stunned up, comboed, blasted, as Doom and the rest of Entity 7 can answer. Again, this was started because Liquid found a good opening, but Teddy wasn't close by. Now I have a second play that I would like to show everyone right here. Almost a similar effect. Teddy too far. Sanford decided to go with the Flicker. Detonus welcome. Finds Shin, but not Doom. I think he was aiming for Doom, but overshot it with the Flicker, instead going after the Eudora. We play out the sequence, and as you see, as Doom gets to sidestep just a little bit, doesn't get completely demolished by JP, who jumps on him, but it wasn't in the right formation for Liquid. Two of the big plays that turned this fight around completely in favor for Entity 7 was started off because Liquid, first Sanji, then Sanford, calling a fight with them not completely in position yet. Very different from the Liquid that we're used to. They thought that maybe they could drag out the fight, war of attrition, and then wait for Teddy to show up. But it's at those moments where we've seen in previous Melissa games, when you initiate, you need the Melissa ready. You need Muddles ready, and then basic attack. That's how you get your combo off. If that combo is off and the front line goes down quickly, you just have the Barretts with you. It's gonna quickly crumble to the point where you get Teddy sent back, you get, not even Sanji wasn't there for that fight. So them starting, that felt like two fights forced because they were so eager to get a win after they started feeling Entity 7 was on the way to victory.
It was really a masterclass to see how some of these team fights showed up, because you look at a team that maybe isn't tested in this way, the same way that Team Liquid PH has been tested and has proven that they can survive and pass that test, and you go, one mistake, I mean, one bad fight, this game's back even, and then maybe they win, and then now you're 1-1. I mean, the momentum's gone. But to have the maturity and to be able to acknowledge the position that they were in, but not be afraid of the moment, I feel like that's just, again, congratulations, but also we need to pay more attention to Entity 7 throughout this tournament.
Oh yeah, we absolutely do, because they were playing a much stronger game overall. Even in the moments in the clips that we did just see, there were moments of sloppiness, moments of, oh wait, how in the world does Shin walk away with 1 HP, even though Sanford was right on top of him after the Daytona was welcome. There's a lot of these moments that we aren't capturing as often as we expect TL to do. We expected them to play as clean as possible, and unfortunately that just wasn't the case, and that's how Entity 7 gets that one up on them, on top of the advantage from the draft, on top of the advantage being at match point.
Yeah, I'm going to double down on that. People have to acknowledge Entity 7 played better within the game this entire series against Team Liquid Philippines.
Yeah, it was clear to see, and someone who's new to MLBB and learning every single day, these were some of the things that just seemed kind of through the eye test, I say it, pretty obvious that Entity 7 was able to have command of that, and it shows in the results. 2-0, again, it's not easy. Team Liquid PH coming back, wanting to defend their title. It's in Paris. MSC's only been internationally tournament, in outside of South Asia or Southeast Asia?
Southeast Asia.
Southeast Asia for a couple of years, and so it's a great opportunity for everyone to be here. Everyone's putting on their stuff, and when you go home, that is a moment like here. You have your key crushed. It's hard to put into words. It's not something that you enjoy, and again, hearts go out to anybody leaving this tournament, because there's a lot of young men out here doing their absolute best, representing not just themselves, their families, but their regions, their homes, their countries, and their own personal stories. So again, we wanted to talk with them. We know it's not easy to do an exit interview. We appreciate you, Teddy, for taking the time to do it. Let's hear his final words here in this MSC as he tells us what's on his mind after the loss.
It's Eterna here, backstage with Team Liquid. We have Teddy and we have Coach Aeon. Thank you so much for being here. Maybe, Coach, you could start. What went wrong in that match?
To be honest, I'm not quite sure at this moment, because we need to review it. I mean, we knew what went wrong in the first series against Aurora Turkey, but in this series, we felt that both games could have been won, which is very rare for us to lose games that, we think the draft was fine, but of course we need to review it. We don't know that for sure yet. But overall, I think with this result, it just means that we didn't adapt to the meta as well as the other teams. And yeah, it is what it is.
Okay, so it's more on the meta. Teddy, maybe? Do you agree? Is it a meta problem for you?
Yeah, just like Coach Ayan said, we didn't adapt on the meta faster, and we need to review it.
How did you feel about your performance personally?
Personally, I think I didn't do my best. I didn't show my best performance, since there's a lot of heroes that I practice in scrim, but it didn't go in tournament.
Okay, so if there was something that you could do better, is it the hero selection? Is it the execution of the heroes, or
it's both?
It's both. What was the main challenge for you personally as the player?
Personally, the meta. The
meta
change. Yeah, the meta change.
So the mindset heading into this was okay?
Yeah, it's okay.
Everyone was okay?
Yeah, everyone's okay.
Coach, After that loss yesterday, heading into today, was the mentality from everyone okay? Was like the mindset, the motivation, everything was okay as well?
Actually, we are really confident heading into
Really
today.
confident, okay.
Because after the loss, we actually did have a full day or 1.5 day of practice. And to be honest, the practice went super well. We even played some of the teams here and we did really good. And the things that we changed seems to be working. But of course, we couldn't show it on the stage today, which is something that, I felt is really regretful. But at the same time, again, we have to review because, with the players that we have with this result, I think it's fair to say that we didn't prepare the team well enough as coaching staff and, management and whatnot. So, so for me, it's something that I reflect on and learn from. Yeah.
So obviously Teddy's here, but the rest backstage, how did they handle the loss?
They're professionals. They will be fine. But at the same time, of course, it's going to be hard because we came into the tournament as the favorites before the patch, right? Obviously, with the patch dropping, just 1 week before the tournament, it's going to be hard. And it's not a small patch because it really changed the game entirely, how it was played before and after. And so it became more of a coin flip. And that's why I think we see all the favorites are also losing in this tournament. With that said, it's going to be tough because, right before the patch and also heading into the tournament, obviously we did well at MPL and Asian Games. And we were really confident. Yeah, so it's a huge shake-up. And for sure it's not easy, not the result we expected at all. So, yeah.
What are you going to tell the players when you get to meet them after this?
I guess this is something that we have to learn from. Whatever happened already happened. There's nothing we can change from it. So let's make sure that we use this to make the rest of our year stronger.
Thank you, Coach Ayan. Teddy, maybe before we send you guys off, do you have something to say to the viewers, the audience, your fans?
Yeah, I just want to say for all the Team Liquid fans and to all the Filipino fans, thank you so much for supporting us and make sure I will make sure we will come back stronger.
Nevertheless, whatever happened, you guys did your best. So thank you so much for being here. Thank you, Coach. Thank you, Teddy.
Thank you.
We're going to throw it over back to you guys.
Well, you could tell that there's a bit of a dismal, outlook on the conversation coming up. It's tough. There's really not much to say now, but they're going to review it. And, what else can you say, Rinmar, after a moment like that?
It's going to be a difficult comeback. Again, we've already mentioned the Team Liquid. They've been through a lot. They are professionals, as Coach Ayan said, but it's tough. With the results that they were expecting and the results that they got in the end, I hope for the best for them and for all the teams that have been eliminated already in MSC at EWC 26. I hope for all of you, y'all come back stronger.
Yeah, honestly, I'm just Teddy, such a young player of this caliber, of this age, playing on such a high level as well, having to do a loser's interview on top of that with their coach, really showing not only professionalism, but dear Lord, he's a strong boy. He kept it together for a while.
Yeah.
Like, that was a long interview. He kept it all together without breaking. Like, give me a tear, give me something, and I would have been like, he's a human. But no, he kept it strong, and it really goes to show that, hey, the rest of the Liquid is supporting him, and they're standing behind the backs of the right players. I think they're going to do better, but for now, it's just, you got to take the L's.
Yeah. It's part of it is like, taking those losses are huge ways that you learn. I don't think you can really go through an entire career, or at least entire life. You get to a point, but then you have to learn at some point. You have to expand. You run into, this is my limit now. And, for some of these players, limits are championship titles across all major tournaments.
Yeah.
But can I keep doing it? Can I do it in a different patch? Can I do it with a week before that patch? There's always a new task. So that is life, growing, learning, and adapting. Of course, let's take a look at the schedule for today and what we have upcoming tomorrow as well to preview what's going on. It was GK Esports who went out against Selangor Red Giants. We also lost Team Liquid PH. Yangon Galacticos and Aurora Gaming have advanced to the knockout stages, so congratulations to them. Pro Esports and Onyx are still alive, but they will have to fight for their life. And that means that these decider matches are coming up very, very soon. You can see it here on the bigger graph overall. It is going to be Onyx versus Selangor Red Giants and Pro Esports versus Entity 7 to find our final four who will join the knockout stage.
That is legendary for either Pro or for Entity to
make it to the knockouts, if ever.
Tomorrow in Group A, we're also going to look at the other side of the decider matches, where we've already got Team Vitality and Team Vamos securing their spots yesterday. We've seen True Rippers and Ignite Gaming go home, and it's now GZG, Guangzhou Gaming, and Team Spirit who are going to be fighting for one spot, while Team Falcons will get a spot. No, I'm not a mind reader or a fortune teller. It's just that it's Team Falcons PH and Team Falcons Meta fighting against each other. So some Team Falcons is going forward. That will be the other two teams in the Final Four to join our top squads. A lot of head shaking, guys. It's a tough day. It's tough to say goodbye.
Yeah, Gideon and I are a second shift. Gideon, look at the matches that we get, man. We get Onyx and Celigor in the Falcons match.
I think it's necessary. I think, we lost Liquid today, and they already knew that, I was going to always, put my faith behind the Go, even win or loss, no matter what. They're just going to run us through the ringer one more time.
You actually said Entity 7 would win. You were trying to reverse curse, but you actually said it. Okay, with that, final thoughts, Renmar, and final thoughts, Gideon, before we head out.
It's a tremendous day. I'm happy for all the victors. Of course, I am sad alongside those who had to go home, but I celebrate those who move forward and the action that we've seen. MLBB, we keep getting in better and better.
Yep, our fans, especially those coming in from Liquid, every single time you support this team, it's not the opinions that they care about, it's your faith, that blind faith that they're going to come back. And honestly, for Latam, really happy for the Amers as well. Entity 7, I hope this region continues to grow and maybe get 2 representatives next time.
Well, some wonderful MLBB on display today, fellas. It's been a pleasure having you and all of our cast members, all of our guests as well. Ready to tune into tomorrow. I hope you are, because we have even more action, more teams going home, more teams getting crushed on what has already been a historic MSC. You wanted fireworks? You got it. There will be a new champion next week lifting that trophy, but you're going to have to stay tuned to see who it is. From behalf of all of us here at MLBB at EWC 2026, my name is Rainday, and I'll leave you with the STC recap to finish off today.
Alright guys, kita jumpa besok guys. Kalau korang tanya SRG pukul berapa besok, check. Aku tak keluar duk jadual dia guys. Kejap lagi kot. Korang kena tengok Liquipedia sendiri guys. Kita jumpa korang besok guys. Bye bye. Assalamualaikum semua. Selamat malam.